It was therefore only a matter of time before people who opposed such things as public sanitation learned how to use the relevant skills, as one might learn how to use a new weapon. More to the point, the men of reason, like Chinese mandarins, have always been for hire. And pools of large capital lying where they do, the bulk of new rational argument is now provided by corporate-sponsored think tanks and foundations. 2 centuries after the encyclopedists, their victims are busy paying for their own version of the truth to be written. Citizens are nevertheless surprised by the facility with which the rational mechanism is being used to do exactly the opposite of what the 18th century philosophers intended. This inversion has been facilitated by a natural division between elected representatives and administrative elites. Their on-again, off-again cooperation lasted through much of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. For the last quarter century, it has been definitively off. At the best of times it was a fragile alliance which involved temporarily putting aside opposing values and different origins. The main line of reason was always the creation of a new man, one who would revolutionize the governing of all men, thanks to a new process. The result of this public-private revolution would be a fair society. Democratic control was not part of the process. And moral belief was there only indirectly, because many 18th century philosophers were convinced their rational structures would finally release the full force of morality into the public place. I sincerely believe, Jefferson wrote in 1814, while Napoleon was still raging across Europe and everything seemed to have gone wrong, in the general existence of a moral instinct. I think it is the brightest 241 gem with which the human character is studded. For almost 30 years before, in 1787, Jefferson had been American ambassador in Paris. In those last moments before the cataclysm, he was the only man of reason on the scene to have applied his ideas to a successful revolution. His house was constantly filled with French thinkers and politicians seeking advice. In that atmosphere, he wrote to a young American. Man was destined for society. His morality, therefore, was to be formed in this object. He was endowed with a sense of right and wrong, merely relative to this. The moral sense, or conscience, is as much a part of man as his leg or arm. It is given to all human beings in a stronger or weaker degree, as force of members is given them in a greater or less degree. It may be strengthened by exercise. 5. There is no suggestion here that reason and morality were linked. As for the new systems, both American and French, they were experiments, but the idea of representative government had been neither assumed nor sought. Reason was to provide a process thanks to which new, properly trained elites would be able to create a better society. The result would be a just form of authoritarian government. Men of power would be expected to exercise self-control. Failing that, the system itself would limit them. Democracy was an unexpected participant that somehow crashed the events. While the origins of modern reason lay with men principally interested in the uses of power, many of them royal or papal advisors seeking more effective ways to rule, those of democracy stretched back to the freemen of tribal Northern Europe living in extended families. Little is known of this period after the decline of Rome. From the beginning, however, the concept of an association among equals runs through the evolution of democracy. The early attempts to reach beyond kinship resulted in guilds in Scandinavia and Germany. These gatherings of freemen began with little more than banquets and the swearing of oaths, but quickly evolved into self-protection, self-help groups. By the 8th century they were widespread in England. The earliest surviving guild statutes date from the first part of the 11th century. Members swore faithful brotherhood to each other. If one misdo, let all bear it, let all share the same lot, was the way the Cambridge Guild put it. By the 10th century one could see the next stage representative assemblies emerging slowly in England with the delegates to the local courts of shire and the hundred. Elsewhere in Europe, somewhat the same process was underway. There was a representative Cortes in Aragon in 1133 and Castile in 1162. All these free associations predated the emergence of the European kings as an important force. Gradually the rising monarchs set about. 242. Seizing all power in order to hand it back, as if it were theirs to dispense arbitrarily. In Europe the concept of freemen in free association came under constant attack from these kings. Charlemagne began in earnest the efforts to control the guilds. In England these basic structures were left in place. Magna Carta in 1215 is often thought of as a struggle between king and barons. These were indeed the two groups with military power, but the dispute had to do, as Magna Carta clearly states, with the status of all free men. The document lays out their rights in great detail. These conflicts between freemen and kings began well before the guilds evolved into craft guilds tied to specific trades. The professional associations didn't abandon the principles of the old guilds. They carried on the idea of freemen in free association and fleshed out the concept of obligation. From their beginnings in pagan Northern Europe, guild associations had been linked to oaths or contracts which turned on the obligations of the individual to the group. As the freeman's rights slowly grew, so did his obligations. Implicit in this was the idea of merit. The freeman had both to maintain and to merit his place in the association. As the circle widened and representative assemblies grew, so did this idea of meritocracy. A man chosen as a delegate to the Court of Shires was theoretically the best available, not simply an elder or a man with high inherited rank. A master craftsman in a craft guild held his position because of his skills. The conversion of Northern Europe to Christianity came well after the guilds were in place, but it gave comfort to the idea of freemen in free associations. After all, the underlying theme which the priests brought as that all men were equal before God. However, the Church went on, like the monarchies, to develop elaborate pyramidal structures designed to control the population. But the basic Christian theme remained, and with the Reformation it was re-released in a strengthened form which harped on the moral and social obligations of men equal before God. This renewed message was to play a major role in the affirmation of democratic rights. When, in the early 18th century, many French philosophers focused on England and discovered a fair society, they interpreted it they saw as a victory of ordered statehood. But what they had taken to be ordered statehood in reality had more to do with highly evolved tribalism which, thanks to the isolation of island life, had not been driven off course by external forces. Democracy emerged in various parts of the West as a product of common sense, hardly related to intellect at all. It remained and remains an organic product of society, along with man's moral sense. Neither are structural nor analytical. Neither rose out of reason. Nor did reason rise out of them. Only with time could it be seen that an 243. Innate moral sense and a practical meritocracy were somehow in profound contradiction with efficient, rational structures. The freeman or guild concept had been a primitive version of participation via citizenship. The rational concept was participation by membership in an elite. That the idea of government by elected representatives benefited at all from the various revolutions of reason must have been as much a surprise to the revolutionaries as to the kings. In fact, the new elites resisted step by step not simply the widening of the right to vote but the very principle of democratic participation. The new rational elites spoke of justice but defined the right to participate in the process by narrow criteria, such as privileged knowledge or levels of property ownership. The practical effect of this was that the Americans didn't reach universal suffrage, even for white males, until 1860, almost a century after the Revolution. The Swiss beat them by 12 years. Denmark came third in 1866, then Norway in 1898. Most of the other modern elites, including the British, succeeded in resisting universal male suffrage until 1918 or 1919, that is, until the return of the mistreated and angry armies from the First Modern Rational War made further resistance impossible. Contemporary language doesn't equip us to distinguish between meritocracy and expertise. The two ideas have been actively confused, although they are actually in profound opposition. Whatever its flaws, the underlying assumptions of meritocracy are open-ended and embracing. They presume generosity, even if this presumption is often betrayed. The underlying assumptions of expertise and specialized knowledge are, on the other hand, elitist. They presume superiority and the privileged possession of answers. They promote both social barriers and political exclusion. It was the popular belief that a meritocracy could be enlarged through the simple redefinition of citizenship, which created the ongoing pressure for increased democracy. And it was the naturally self-dividing, structuralist and elitist tendencies of the rational elites which resisted this pressure and continues to undermine democracy's accomplishments. France was the one exception to the rule of a long, slow battle leading eventually to one man, one vote. Almost from the beginning of the Republican idea in power, 1792, universal male suffrage was one of the qualifying characteristics. As a result, it appeared and disappeared with each succeeding revolution and coup d'état. The underlying message, which the rational elites were able to reinforce by holding themselves back just enough to suggest disapproval of the democratic process without openly opposing it, was that democracy should be associated with instability and political self-interest. Under the Third and Fourth Republics, this disassociation grew to be the continuous background music of national life. Rational administration, on the other hand, whether 244 pro-aided by a dictatorship, a liberal authoritarian leadership, or a strong bureaucratic management, was to be associated with fair, efficient, and responsive government. The two Napoleonic experiences and that of Louis Philippe were there as early reminders. This essential conflict between the new elites and the democratic process has never been publicly clarified in any of the Western nations. From the late 18th century on, the elected representative has been the odd man out in a world in which knowledge and expertise were meant to be guarantors of truth. At first glance this does not appear to be the case. Repeated constitutions have declared the rule of the popular will and guaranteed decision-making powers to elected assemblies. In some countries, those of British origin and Italy and Germany, for example, parliaments have almost absolute legal power. In others, such as the United States and France, power is divided among an elected executive, courts and the assemblies. But those assemblies are nevertheless legally decisive in the decision-making process. In other words, the people's representative has been inserted into the middle of the governing process as the supreme arbiter between executive action and expert administration on the one hand and the people on the other. But it was clear from the beginning that those burdened with the responsibilities of practical power, the executive, the administrative elites, the courts, found the elected representative annoying and gratuitous. Given a chance, they actually rendered him gratuitous. The Napoleonic movement was early proof of that, as the forces of efficient, competent, and heroic power swept away the slowly burgeoning responsibilities of the elected. There was little protest from the legal experts, engineers, scientists, soldiers, or public servants as Napoleon removed the democratic powers of the people. Nor did they disassociate themselves from his obsession with educating and organizing new elites, which went hand in hand with his lack of interest in training the general population. An alliance between a populist authoritarian executive and an efficient body of experts eliminated the time wasted with elected bodies. With a few exceptions, such as Chateaubriand and Madame de Staël, even the intellectuals remained silent, because they had, after all, formulated the idea of the rational state. And after each subsequent authoritarian coup d'état, the rational elites pressed forward again to serve men like Louis Philippe and Napoleon III. These regimes devoted themselves to developing commercial and industrial infrastructures, modernizing city centers and constructing transportation systems. In fairness to Louis Philippe's more middle-class regime, education was also reformed to take in a broader sweep of people. The emphasis was nevertheless elsewhere, and Napoleon II's rebuilding of Paris, under his planner prefect, Baron Georges Haussmann, was a prime example of the new, authoritarian elite phenomena. 245. Non. For 17 years 100,000 workmen tore down the core of medieval Paris and replaced it with an infrastructure of grand, wide, and straight avenues. Thousands of architects, engineers, government administrators, corporations, bankers, and speculators were employed full-time. Slums were replaced with solid, handsome buildings. The new sewer and clean water systems were part of the improvements, thus bringing cholera epidemics to an end. In the process, 500 houses were destroyed and the evicted families left to fend for themselves. Theirs was a long-term, not a temporary problem, because the Haussmann buildings were designed not for them, but for the new middle-class elites who identified with the regime and profited from it. The poor fled towards unplanned, uncontrolled slums on the edges of the city. These turned into the Red Belt around Paris, a communist stronghold for a century. 6. It is important to notice that the benefits, powers, and relevant state structures gained by the elites were neither removed nor diminished when democracy returned in 1871. That is a general rule which can be observed in action again and again, in country after country, over the last 2 centuries. Imperial grandeur and the desire to modernize were behind the unprecedented eviction and rebuilding campaign in Paris. So was crude political power, as the wide boulevards and avenues designed for cavalry charges and cannon shots cut straight through the rabbit warrens where popular uprisings had been common and difficult to contain. Émile Zola described in his novels the misery of the city under the Second Empire, little more than a century ago. For example, from Money, a scene set in 1867 in one of the northern slums crowded with the evicted. Overcome with fear, Madame Caroline focused on the courtyard, a wasteland broken up with potholes, which the accumulated garbage had turned into one large cesspool. They threw everything there, since there was no pit for the purpose. It was a single great dung heap, growing all the time, poisoning the air. Unsure of her footing, she tried to avoid the debris of vegetables and bones, while examining the habitations on either side, sort of animal lairs, indescribable, a single story high, half falling down, dilapidated and not propped up with any sort of support. Some had only tar paper for roofs. Many had no door, so she could see the black hole of a cave within, out of which came a sickening breath of misery. Families of 8, 10 people were squeezed into these charnel houses, often without a bed, the men, the women, the children jammed in, causing each other to rot, like soiled fruit, left from childhood to the most monstrous promiscuity. 7. But the alliance between authoritarian power and rational elites was by no means limited to France. The Napoleonic movement, that of 246. The first Napoleon, spread throughout Europe in similar form. Populist aspirations were used everywhere to overthrow tired regimes in Italy, Germany, and so on. The new elites of Trieste and Udine welcomed the change as their French equivalents had. When the authoritarian reality became clear, they were not discouraged from collaboration, because the building, organizing and training were already underway. That the vast majority of Napoleon's Grand Army, the one that died in the snows of Russia, was not French should be taken as a sign of the quasi-religious status which modern organization had attained. This governing alliance grew and spread throughout the 19th century. Flagrant signs of it were to be seen wherever an authoritarian executive had won out over representative democracy. Ridding himself of Bismarck in 1890, Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany had effectively abrogated responsible government by 1897. For 2 more decades he was able to concentrate on the construction of an empire, an economy, and a military force with the full cooperation of a highly advanced social and administrative structure. Mussolini came to power in 1922 by threatening violence against a weakened democracy. By 1928 he had eliminated Italian political parties. During the more than 2 decades of his dictatorship, the administrative and economic elites kept the machinery of the state running, pleased as the fascist cliché went to be making the trains run on time. The same was true in Nazi Germany, as Albert Speer, Hitler's Minister of Armaments, so convincingly described in his memoirs. It's interesting to note the lengths to which he went in order to paint himself and therefore all other technocrats as the victims of the system. Technology is depriving mankind more and more of self-responsibility. In other words, he was attempting to remove the element of moral choice from his actions. A great deal has been written about the collaboration of the French technical and bureaucratic leadership from 1940 to 1944. And, indeed, had Britain been occupied after 1940, there is nothing except local chauvinism to suggest that the reaction would have been different. But in all these cases the principal motivation was not specific ideological commitment to the authoritarian government in question, nor was it a lack of courage. To belong to a national elite was to serve the state, and the state wraps into its mythology everything from civil servants, scientists, and judges to bank presidents and industrialists. Only the oddballs are capable of opposition. Most leaders of the French resistance had shown signs of what a rational man would call peculiar behavior long before 1939. As, or the elected man, in the eyes of the new experts everywhere, he was grasping, self-interested, temperamental and capable of appealing to the worst in the populace in order to prolong his mandate. This 247 attitude was implicit from the beginning of the rational argument. Francis Bacon's reference to depraved politics or, a little later, Adam Smith's to that insidious and crafty animal vulgarly called a statesman or politician have turned into a truism among administrators and specialists of the 20th century. And so, each time there has been a renewal of the Napoleonic expert alliance, and there have been many over the last 150 years, most experts have not seemed particularly upset by the arrangement. Thanks to these incidents and to the emergency governing powers required in countries threatened by new Napoleonic figures, the administrative religion with its sex of speed and efficiency was given a great boost. It has continued to strengthen and spread so that state structures have gradually reduced the representatives and their parliaments back to what they were before the age of reason, consultative bodies which let off steam, but can't really get in the way on any regular basis. They do meet more regularly than in the 17th century and are treated with great formal honor, and in major crises they are sometimes called upon to play essential roles. But that has always been the case. The modern executive, like the king before him, must turn to Parliament when the ship of state is in danger. The American Congress appears, at first glance, to be the exception to this decline, but its powers have always been intentionally more political than policy-shaping, immediate than long-term, negative than creative. It isn't surprising in this historical context that rational structures, moral beliefs, and representative government have been confused as one in people's minds. Nor that today, while structures reign supreme, man's sense of right and wrong is in frenzied confusion. And that democracy in the West, after a gradual rise over 150 years, is in sharp decline. Not that there are fewer elections or fewer politicians or less talk of politics. There has never been so much voting and campaigning and talking throughout the developed world. But the direct effect of citizen politics upon policy and administration seems extremely tenuous. Parliaments have become colorful circuses, and to the extent that they attempt to exercise power, it is increasingly as the public arm of lobby groups. None of this would have been possible had the people themselves not been seduced by the religion of reason. Once they had accepted that such things as expertise, administration, and efficiency were irrefutable values, they couldn't help but look upon their own assemblies chosen by their own vote as old-fashioned, talkative, and inefficient gatherings. These were no longer places where all good citizens would aspire to serve for a time. Instead, the people took to watching their ministers dash schizophrenically about, lost between their attempts to become both administrators and stars. As administrators, they assimilate them. 248. Selves with their bureaucrats in order to prove that the result of the democratic process is rational action. From there they somersault over and ever deeper into the light show of personality politics. They learn to project their looks, the whiteness of their teeth, their sporting abilities, their love for their wives, and their ability to create fully formed children. Elected to set policy and govern, they flip frenetically from attempts at bureaucratic administration to embarrassing and irrelevant displays of personality. Whatever policy-making aim they do manage to bring to power seems to wither away with experience. An example as straightforward as sanitation demonstrates that the triangular coalition of moral sense, democracy, and rational structure took a long time to establish itself against the selfish interests of arbitrary power. Decades of revolutions, coups, crippling strikes, civil violence, and civil wars testify to the difficulty of this general advance. With each victory, the new structures built up their defenses and stocked up their weapons for the next advance. Even so, it wasn't until the massacres of 1914–18 had drained away all the self-assurance of the old beliefs and the Russian Revolution had struck fear into even the most retrograde minds that the politicians and civil servants were able to begin seriously putting in place their new utopia. From that point on, everything moved very fast. So fast that no one noticed the coming apart of the triangular coalition. The widespread popular sense that moral standards, democracy, and rational action were a holy trinity remained clear so long as the civil servants constituted a different class from the politicians, with each bringing different skills to the process of reform. Men from a greater and greater variety of social origins had been finding their way into the political process on all sides of the spectrum, while bureaucracies throughout the Western world were filled with relatively similar men from the middle and upper middle classes. This marked the civil service as a quieter, almost altruistic place from which to advance society. The politicians, on the other hand, came together in a wild marketplace of ideological and financial ambitions to hammer out what to do and how to convince the populace to accept it, without giving much thought as to how it would be done. But these characteristics began to change rapidly. As the bureaucracies consolidated the power which went with responsible government and social initiatives, so they attracted much more ambitious people. And once the rational system was in place, it was bound to attract an increasing number of candidates who were less interested in policy ideas and more interested in structures, that is, in managing. 249. Them, controlling them, playing them, and acquiring the substantial power which automatically came with them. These systems had in a flash become as widespread as the church structures during the heyday of European Christianity. They offered a detailed regularity which reached the entire population in a way not seen since the Roman Empire. Children stood up all across certain countries at precisely the same moment to sing their national anthem. In some nations they did the same dictation or precise history lesson on the same day, hour, and probably minute in every village, town and city. Taxes were evaluated on standard forms. Animals were slaughtered according to national standards. Provincial barriers were broken down and, with the exception of a few peculiar cases like Canada and Australia, were destroyed absolutely. Illiteracy was on the retreat, social programs were being financed, and rotten meat was being kept off the market. By fairly objective standards, the Western world was becoming a better place to live. And the programs went on multiplying in the flood of reform, so long frustrated and now released to spill over borders from country to country. But the very success of reform was gradually favoring bureaucrats with a talent for management and blocking the way for those who offered ideas and commitment. By the early 1960s, the managers were setting the pace. This did not appear to be a betrayal of the idea of rational government. Rather, it was a fulfillment. And the structure now stood on its own, virtually freed from political constraints by its very size, complexity, and professionalism. There was no place for a moral sense in such a sophisticated organization. The general assumption now 2 centuries old was that to be rational was in itself to be moral. As for the democratic procedure, it seemed increasingly inefficient and unprofessional. To debate policy in a public, populist manner was somehow flashy, embarrassing, pretentious. Policy emerged best and logically from professional analysis. Amateurs invited the release of superficiality, misguided emotions, and doubtful ambitions. The servants of the state, relatively recent servants, now faced the same problem that had faced the Jesuits after Ignatius's death. They were sworn to our contemporary equivalents of poverty and humility. Indeed, if you wanted riches and fame, you went into business or politics. But the reality was that they now had power and worked with the powerful. As with the Jesuits, humility was bound to disappear in the flush of success. It wasn't long before senior civil servants were paid more than politicians. And in the case of state corporations, the senior positions had to pay at industry levels in order to get industry quality. So bureaucrats, who were one step removed from the heart of power, were paid more than bureaucrats at the center, who, in turn, were paid more than their political masters. As with the Jesuits, the order was rich and its members lived within the order. Not that the bureaucrats profited from the funds or others. But in the process of administering this enormous system, the life of a senior bureaucrat could become that of a comfortable and sometimes a rich man. They traveled, ate, met, and gave orders as, a few years before, only a rich man could have done. /T the same time a popular belief was growing that government bureaucracies did not deliver. Endless stories of inefficiency and indolence became part of public debate. There was the banal wrench for which the Pentagon paid thousands. And the English child sent by a state social worker back to parents known to have beaten her. The parents then beat her to death. In the subsequent inquiry, the social worker was exonerated thanks to the support of her local authority. And the 5,000 Canadians registered for unemployment payments WHO, during a mail strike, did not appear in person to collect their checks, thus revealing that the names were fraudulent. These tales of woe go from the tragic to the grandiose. For example, it was the British Exchequer, not its Chancellor, which managed to keep Britain out of the European monetary snake when it was first set up. Of course, the sum total of all the failures is small potatoes when compared to the size of the modern state. But each little snag acts as a red flag, alienating the population from their public servants and driving onward the search for ever more sophisticated structures which, theoretically, will eliminate all risk of failure. Again and again new cabinet ministers, provoked by these institutional difficulties, throw themselves into the conquest of their departments. They set out to master the machine, to understand it, to make it function better, to make it responsive to the slightest public wish. I.e., pore over organization charts, program commitments, hiring standards, reporting lines. They are determined to master the process by beoming part of it. And by the end of their long working day they are physically and mentally exhausted. Needless to say, the minister in question hasn't had a moment to think about policy and execution. The administrative game, however, is not without its attractions. In the absence of reflection there is an addictive level of excitement which fills the day. The minister comes to feel that he is running an important organization. He begins to identify with his extremely competent employees. He becomes what is known as a good minister, which now means someone who is good with his department. What he has actually become is an honorary deputy minister, a superfluous undersecretary. This bureaucratization of ministers has become so prevalent that in France the bureaucrats have become the ministers, thus completing the unity of structure inherent in the rational approach. There is only one. 251. Real government class, political and bureaucratic, and that is usually entered through the École Nationale d'Administration. The public everywhere, along with most of the politicians, have accepted the administrative criterion as the right one for judging their ministers. However, an hour spent with any contemporary office holder will illustrate the effect that this system has on his ability to think. His desk is littered with the endless detail of briefing material. When he has read that, more will take its place. His signature is awaited on endless memos and letters. In each of these he takes personal responsibility for every gas pump in the country or whatever the subject may happen to be. Deputies, undersecretaries, assistant deputies, advisors, assistants run in constantly to seek his advice on an oil leak off the west coast, or on a request for funds from the East Side modern dance troupe, or how to cover up the escape from the country of a paroled criminal. Not only does a good minister have no mental or physical time for policy, he also becomes an apologist for his departmental employees. Perhaps a minister should not attempt to know or to understand every detail of his employees' activities. Perhaps he should not administer his department. Perhaps he should not work long hours. Perhaps he should keep his distance from the work of his department and thus allow his employees to be judged upon their results. This would be hard on some civil servants, but it would also benefit the most capable. The minister might not have on the tip of his tongue the answer to every question. Would the world suffer for that? He might also have the time and be more often in the frame of mind necessary to consider policy and to reflect upon its execution. In other words, it might be worth asking whether, since the politician and the bureaucrat have different responsibilities, they would not each do better if they did their own job and kept a certain distance from one another. Instead, the co-opting of ministers by their departments has become standard procedure, so standard that the ministerial function has lost much of its power. With that power has gone the essential role of cabinet discussion and therefore, in both parliamentary and executive democracies, of cabinet power. And all of this has happened without the political class admitting publicly that there has been any change. In response to this ministerial crippling, the politicians have developed two tools of government. The first is a web of ministerial-level interdepartmental committees. These are meant to increase information flow, discussion, and efficiency. This is supposed to help policy debates break through the barriers of departmental bureaucracy. The second is 252. The explosion in the number of direct advisors to the head of government. These advisors, usually brought in from outside, take on the policy responsibilities which are properly those of cabinet ministers. I.e. have no line function. No legal responsibilities. They are simply the president or the prime minister's advisor on, say, foreign policy. Everyone knows that the advisor alone has constant access to the president on that subject. Everyone understands that ideas can be put forward and problems solved by dealing directly with the advisor and avoiding the relevant minister and his department. Both the committees and the advisors have altered profoundly the nature of representative government. And yet they have come about without any public debate and, of course, without any constitutional change. We are now pretending to be legally governed one way, when we are in fact governed another. The interdepartmental committees attempt to treat structural problems with yet more structure. There are cabinet committee systems, for example, which group ministers by subject into smaller sections. The idea is to bring together in a single room every aspect of an important policy development area. Intelligent and complete discussions should then be possible without the overbearing inflexibility of full cabinet meetings. And departmental rivalries should be eliminated. In most countries there are a good dozen of these committees focused on such sectors as economic development or security or social policy. There will also be a theoretically all-powerful inner committee called something like Priorities and Planning or the National Security Council. Many have their own permanent secretariats. This gives them the consistency necessary to duplicate the cabinet itself by simply cutting up the pie of government responsibility in a different way. These committees were supposed to free ministers from their departmental bureaucratic restraints, thus enabling them to think and act. Instead, by moving policy from the general interests of the cabinet to the specialized interests of the committee, they have shifted debate from political, social, and moral priorities to that of concentrated expertise. And expertise is the area in which deputy ministers always outshine ministers. In Britain the minister arrives in the committee primed by his own civil servants, carrying under his arm his thick, departmental briefing books and accompanied by at least one of his own bureaucrats, the one most expert in the subject of the day. The expert is there to whisper in his ear. The results of this situation are so blatantly obvious that a highly popular comic television series, Yes, Minister, has been built around the minister-civil servant relationship. In Canada the expert is actually permitted to join in the ministerial debate. The civil servants, in any case, have already had lower-level meetings with civil servants. 253. From the other participating departments to work out the matter at hand before the ministers even enter the committee room. In this context of ministerial debate structured to focus primarily on expertise, the ministers are thus at a severe disadvantage. Policy has, in effect, been made to conform to administrative priorities. The decisions of these committees are then presented to full cabinet with a recommendation. There the concerned and, compared to their colleagues, more or less expert ministers will speak as a single voice to the unconcerned. Only a non-expert minister prone to suicide would speak up in opposition to the committee's recommendation. All the facts will be marshaled on the other side. A non-expert minister could invoke principle, moral instinct, or common sense, but all these are suspect when faced by rational truth. He would also be inviting massed opposition to his own policies in the future. Thus cabinet committee decisions, which are fundamentally bureaucratic, are preemptive strikes on the real decision-making powers of the full cabinet. They weaken still further ministerial government. The extent to which the various ministerial committee decisions are themselves determined by preemptive strikes from the civil service is illustrated by the fact that there are dozens and dozens of non-ministerial interdepartmental committees preparing the decisions to be taken at the interministerial committees. The direction in which this restructuring leads can be seen in Britain, where the very existence of the committees is secret, as is membership on any or all of them. Thus the primary and essential level of governmental decision-making has been totally removed from visibility. The United States differs only in that the cabinet is not responsible to the electors. The inner cabinet role was taken by the National Security Council for the first time under President Kennedy and was first perverted by its servants when Henry Kissinger was the advisor or chief servant. The subcommittees of the council function much the way cabinet committees do. Again, if the advisor is strong, then the unofficial nature of this structure, like the British version, gives it even more of an administrative stranglehold on a theoretically political process. Beyond these parallel structures, there have been endless cure-all committees guaranteed to bring unresponsive bureaucracies into line with political objectives. Planning, programming and budgeting systems have been succeeded by public expenditure surveys, to say nothing of policy analysis and review or management by objectives or zero-based budgeting or cash limits and expenditure envelopes. 9. None of these committees, cabinet or otherwise, has succeeded in doing what it was set up to do. That is, none of them has given fresh impetus to government. They have simply weighted it down further. As Beaverbrook complained during World War II, committees are the enemy of production. 2s for scenes from a system that doesn't work oie other luc, by political leaders to motivate their stalled government structures is the personal advisor. These individuals occupy the space between the leader and the structure. Advisors are unelected and non-responsible. They are neither the people's representatives nor the people's servants. They are a Republican version of the King's Men, a civilian version of the Praetorian Guard. They represent an attempt by the head of government to get around government structures. One Western Praetorian Guard is most visible, which does not necessarily mean most powerful in the United States, where, under after president the controversy surrounding their advisors has grown. Sometimes these disputes and scandals have had to do with initiatives taken or orders given without proper authority. Often they have to do with corruption, or with adventures into the worlds of security and defense. When the President's Chief of Staff is incompetent, as Hamilton Jordan was under President Carter and Donald Reagan under President Reagan, or touched by scandal as H.R. Haldeman was under President Nixon or John Sununu under President Bush, their power does not necessarily immediately shrink away. They exist only through the President's image, and so they must first be perceived by the President as a political liability. When that happens, the entire entourage will turn on them in a self-protective reflex. People now assume that one of the central focuses of our attention on the American Republic has always been the President's staff. But this is incorrect. Cabinet members were still carrying out their full functions in the 1960s. The loss of power to the White House staff began in earnest under President Kennedy. He was obsessed by what he was convinced were the obstructionist powers of the civil service establishment and the stultifying effects of all formal meetings, particularly committee meetings. He therefore called the cabinet together as little as possible because he thought this to be unnecessary and involve a waste of time. All these problems cabinet ministers deal with are very specialized. 10. The cabinet never met to discuss policy. Policy was dealt with in small gatherings at which he and his advisers dominated. Apart from a few cabinet secretaries like Robert McNamara, who was prized by the White House and in any case could hold his own with anyone, this meetingless system of government meant that all power lay with the president and his advisers. Put another way, denied any regular relationship with the president, the secretaries and their departments were powerless. Foreign policy was made by Kennedy with his national seniority advisor, McGeorge Bundy, a professor from Harvard. In effect, they prepared the way for Henry Kissinger's usurpation of constitutional. 255. Power from the same position of National Security Advisor 8 years later. Bundy and the White House staff undermined Dean Rusk, the Secretary of State, by making fun of him behind the scenes, particularly because he liked meetings. 1. This parallels exactly Kissinger's more vicious undermining of then Secretary of State William Rogers. The Kennedy method succeeded in that it gave him the personal power he wanted. However, it seems to have permanently damaged the power of the cabinet, and under successive presidents less dominant than himself, it has given uncontrolled power to the presidential advisers. This imbalance went to an all-time extreme under President Nixon, when the combination of White House power and isolation turned government towards conspiratorial and criminal acts. Jimmy Carter, during his run for the White House, wrote that he would reinstitute cabinet government to prevent the excesses of the past. Never would members of the White House staff dominate or act in a superior position to the members of our cabinet. 12. But in the middle of his term he spent 48 hours firing or forcing the retirement of 5 out of 12 members of his cabinet. His principal reason was their inability to get along with his own personal advisers. The victims, including Michael Blumenthal at Treasury, Joseph Califano at Health, Education, and Welfare, Brock Adams at Transportation and James Schlesinger at Energy, were among the most successful and most aggressive members of the cabinet. As presidential chief of staff, Hamilton Jordan immediately went on television to deny publicly that these changes were made to give greater power to the White House. It is a question of competence, he explained. At the same time, Carter's national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, was widely admired for his successful battle to become the nation's chief foreign policy architect. 13. As for the presidency of Ronald Reagan, it took the Praetorian Guard phenomenon to its logical conclusion. An aging head of state endowed with a limited IQ and a short attention span inevitably allowed many of the powers of a monarchical position to slip into the hands of his staff and, in this case, of his wife. While it is true that cabinet secretaries are the unelected nominees of the president, they are nevertheless publicly appointed, after congressional hearings, to oversee an area of public responsibility. They are thus charged and vetted by the people's representatives to ensure that the nation's interests are served. The president's personal advisors, even the National Security Advisor, do not have to pass through congressional hearings. They have no public responsibilities. They are not accountable to the state. In general, they are merely the president's sycophants. Of course, American presidents have always had personal advisors, hangers-on, and courtesans. The constitutional role of a Republican monarch with limited powers made this inevitable. However, it is the con. 256. Continuing difficult, successive presidents have raced in making modern government work, which has turned the members of their court into a virtual Praetorian Guard. To suggest that this was a conscious choice on someone's part would be to simplify falsely where the realities of power, personality, and governing ensure complication. The reality is that over the 30-year period since Kennedy, presidents who were equipped with different levels and types of intelligence, political skill, self-confidence and political beliefs have all been rapidly closed in behind a wall of persona servants. Praetorian Guards have always had one characteristic in common. Because they are themselves beyond the constitutional and political laws, they have no effective rules to regulate their behavior towards each other, their leader or the outside world. In the place of rules there is the privilege of sweet-scented anarchy. The battle for survival inside any palace, in this case, the White House, therefore, dictates that each advisor constantly struggle for more personal power or be eliminated. The difficulties between Nancy Reagan and her husband's chief of staff, Donald Reagan, may have had a certain gossipy drama about them, but they were little different from those waged by Hamilton Jordan under President Carter or Henry Kissinger and H.R. Haldeman under President Nixon. One of the truisms proper to the growing power of presidential advisors is that although brought in to help stimulate a frustrating government system, they invariably end up undermining it. I.e. tendency throughout the West is the same. Mrs. Thatcher's personal economic advisor, Professor Alan Walters, forcing the resignation of Chancellor of the Exchequer Nigel Lawson, in 1989, for example. Or there was her use of a civil servant, Bernard Ingham, as both head of Government Information Services an administrative position and as her personal political spokesman. In 1990 she sent her foreign policy advisor, Charles Powell, a civil servant, to a small private lunch organized to persuade the owner of a sympathetic newspaper, the Daily Telegraph, that it ought to give the government greater support. 14. Brian Mulroney has managed to confuse the political with the administrative in an indiscriminate manner. He puts political friends into the Civil Service Policy Bureau, the Privy Council office, and public servants into his personal political office. This culminated with a senior civil servant, Derek Burney, becoming his private secretary, that is, his political chief of staff. President Mitterrand's bevy of advisors for a long time were a reserve pen for the new elites. They moved directly from the Élysée to senior bureaucratic and political jobs, as if they were above and beyond the constituted powers of the cabinet. Increasingly the American president uses his advisors in the same way. When he wants to strengthen his control over a cabinet department, he moves someone out of his Praetorian Guard into the ministerial position. Pres. 257. President Nixon catapulted Henry Kissinger from National Security Advisor to Secretary of State. President Reagan converted his personal Chief of Staff, James Baker, into Secretary of the Treasury. This appearance of Praetorian Guards around elected presidents and prime ministers tells us two things. First, these leaders do not believe they will get what they need from the state structures unless they have what amounts to personal strongmen to ensure it. Second, heads of government no longer believe it necessary to treat representative assemblies as their primary interlocutor or as the source of political legitimacy. In other words, our leaders are returning to a guarded version of the original Napoleonic rational elites alliance. The rational elites have pushed the cause of modernization and efficiency with such assurance and persistence that any failure must be blamed on having gone neither far nor fast enough. Their definition of governance has become the norm. In response, the people's representatives have been trying desperately to recapture their place at the heart of public power by modernizing themselves. But how can a populist assembly render itself efficient? The great difficulty for elected representatives is that their chief tool is the word. They need it to argue ideas and to decide on action. But in a rational system of government, the unstructured word is a waste of time. What counts are executive action and effective administration. Even the concept of leadership now turns on those same skills. As for the role of the assemblies, it is increasingly believed by the citizenry that talk is air. Debate accomplishes nothing. All they do is sit around and talk. Much of the responsibility for the decline of the word, as Marshall McLuhan pointed out, can be laid at the feet of electronic technology. While in our real lives we are unable to escape the cage of systems, our senses have been freed to embrace nonlinear imagination in new ways. Seeing and hearing so much more now, we have less reason to talk. We may even find it increasingly difficult to give an order to our words, because the images we watch and the sounds we hear are more often integral than sequential. For example, those who have grown up since the arrival of television tend to watch 5 or more programs at once, holding a remote control device and flipping channels every few seconds. The viewers know the ritual of these programs and so have no need to watch the step-by-step unfolding of events. Instead, they switch from program to program, spreading themselves throughout the whole. Television is only one of the means of immediate communication. 258. Which surround us. Sounds and images are everywhere. In elevators, bus terminals, cinemas, airplanes. There is scarcely a moment of electronic silence in the day. What meaning can organized debate have in a civilization which is able to transmit images to receptors implanted on an individual's retina? Is it surprising, then, that senators, deputies, members and representatives feel trapped by the weight of classical debate, a means of group reflection whose parameters were more or less set in the city-state of Athens? And yet they and we are wrong to assimilate the intellectual revolution, which electronics may be bringing, with the doctrine of the rational elites. The former is new and, like the brain or indeed like classical debate, easily escapes the chains of structure. The rational approach, on the other hand, is now severely dated by its dependence on complex structures to hold and direct the minds and emotions of the citizen. Nevertheless, technology and reason have somehow been thrown together in both modern philosophy and popular mythology as if they were children of the same family. And this has increased our pessimism about the democratic process. Citizens once gave their elected members great support against the non-elect, or executive, authorities. Now the member stands in isolation between the public and those who govern. The technocrats have already converted their ministers to the essential nature of efficiency in government. The ministers arrive in Parliament, or before congressional committees, dressed up in their efficient clothes. The elected representatives have great difficulty resisting the assumption that ministers should be judged on their effectiveness rather than on their policies. The forces of expertise and power insist that running things properly is the essence of modernity. Uninformed policy discussions are amateurish and a waste of time, and so such debates are now among the least important functions of an assembly. For some time ordinary members have been rising to speak to virtually empty houses. However, until recently, the minister whose bill was under debate stayed in his place to hear what was said and to be ready to reply to pertinent attacks. In most assemblies the minister now usually stays away. Until recently, when the leader of a party rose to speak, members of other parties came to listen, partially out of respect, partially out of interest. Now the other parties purposely empty the house, as if to deny the opposing leader any credibility. In place of the debating of policy, some sort of question period has become the most important moment of the day. It is used mainly to ask ministers questions about specific administrative failures. This falls in with the now received wisdom that a modern elected representative will give great importance to judging a minister on his efficiency. The resulting test of wills is potentially also the minister's moment of public. 259. Glory. To perform well he must know about every bridge and way station. He must have a ready answer to explain why any incident mentioned is not the fault of his department, that is to say, of his bureaucrats. The pressure to conform to this doctrine of structure and method being what it is, these assemblies have applied to themselves the same standards they apply to ministers. And so a gaze back over the last half-century of parliamentary reform shows that, in every country, almost every reform was aimed at greater speed to ensure faster passage of more laws and smoother handling of government business. But is the nature of civilization speed? Or is it consideration? Any animal can rush around a corral 4 times a day. Only a human being can consciously oblige himself to go slowly in order to consider whether he is doing the right thing, doing it the right way, or ought in fact to be doing something else. The conscious decision to move slowly is not in contradiction to speed. A human can also decide to stop for a time, or to go very fast for a specific reason, for a specific period of time. Speed and efficiency are not in themselves signs of intelligence or capability or correctness. They do not carry with them any moral value. They don't necessarily make any social contribution. The most horrifying, violent moments of the 20th century have centered around regimes wedded to efficiency and to speed. On the limited administrative level of the delivery of services, these two characteristics can, of course, be useful, but they are not in themselves manifestations of civilization. The principal effect of constant efficiency assaults on Western assemblies has been to discourage reflection, if not to make it actually impossible. These places have become little more than shunting yards for legislation on its way through. Such a change had to have an impact on how the public would see its elected representatives. Suddenly they appeared to play no visibly useful role. It follows that the assemblies have gradually altered what they require of their members. Tradition had it that elected representatives arrived with interests, defense of local concerns, consideration of national policy, support of friends or party, and personal ambition. The reality was that an average member might have one or two of these, while other members would have others. Even the most local of politicians was at least an imperfect representative of real people. And altogether they would constitute the assembly's mind, which was a reflection of the people's. In that sense the public assembly was electronic from the beginning. It was nonlinear and irrational because, at a single seating, it represented the whole. And that dense mass of national representation was the only thing that could force the racing structures of government to stop, or at least to slow up, in order to consider the public interest with greater care. 260. That assemblies are no longer places, think or from which to use to great heights. Most members fall into one of two groups: the devotees of local politics on the one hand, and those who arrive, ready to power, on the other. As for seeking to serve in an elected opposition, the contemporary elite see little point in this. A man on the use is almost embarrassed to find himself formally and publicly against the constituted authorities. In the rational state, power is everything. Only losers oppose. Only marginal outsiders are proud to be on the outside. Arrival in force of a breed of politicians who respond to the narrow focus on power should not be taken as proof that politics are dominated by egotism or venality. Rather, it confirms that, in the minds of both the citizenry and the expert elites, the administrative process has melded into one with the decision-making process. As early as the 1950s, François Mitterrand set out his central rule for contemporary public life: as for the politician, there is only one possible ambition, to govern. He entered his first ministry in 1944 and was still in place nearly half a century later. Curiously enough, the primary purpose of the democratic process was never intended to be the election of a government, although and another governments did come to reflect the makeup of the assembly. The essential element was the proper constituting of a chamber of public reflection, a sort of national club which would produce decisions in the public interest and control the government. Now, in most countries, the constituting of an assembly is little more than a mathematical process which leads to the immediate conferral of absolute power on a government. The same mathematical process is repeated once every 4 or 5 or 7 years. This is in effect an elective monarchy. Most Westerners quite happily embrace the American mythology. According to Hitch, the United States is the country and system of the future. But the United States has been the future for more than 2 centuries. First of the revolutionary democracies, like the first television or the first mass-produced car, is now the most old-fashioned. It isn't surprising that to protect themselves against the abuses of an 18th-century monarchy, elective or otherwise, they had from the beginning created the system of checks and balances. These included 2 assemblies, a strong court and the electoral college, which still technically chooses the president. American presidency, at its best, could have been an element in the evolution towards a healthy democratic process. At its worst it was an elective monarchy, only marginally different from the kings it sought to replace, absolute monarchs, who were constantly being nipped at the 261 heels by a sophisticated mob of special interests, some legally constituted but most from a great and varied pack of courtesans. The presidency has moved toward this worst-case scenario. And all the other democracies, caught in the logic of rational government, have slipped in the same direction. Just as the end of cycles somehow come to resemble their beginnings, so we now find ourselves faced by the problems of the mid-18th century. The more evolved and careful forms of democracy seem out of place. The American model, on the other hand, seems perfectly adapted to the civilization of power-worshipping, decision by courtesanage, limited public participation and high levels of personal corruption. The amputation of the real power of representative assemblies amounts to a major change in our civilization's view of itself. Curiously enough, for a people who have devoted so much of the last century to exploring the individual's inner self, we have been overtaken by this change in a largely unconscious manner. It is as if a central nerve or muscle had been surgically removed from the body of the civilization, resulting in something like a lobotomy. The emasculation of the Roman Senate under Augustus inaugurated the disintegration of Roman society. Ahead lay prosperity and glory greater than the strict, simple, tough Romans had ever known or imagined. But all that glory was built on a declining civil body. The bread and circuses of the later empire are generally equated with imperial degeneracy and a drift by the rural population to the city, following the imperial decision to import rather than to bother growing wheat. This is true in the same way that the British Parliament's repeal of the Corn Laws combined with the importing of cheap Indian cotton brought on a short imperial flurry followed by collapse. Or that the contemporary American decision to manufacture as much as possible abroad with cheap labor, while concentrating on services at home, is undermining their own civilization. But the point is that, with the decline of Roman society's internal mechanisms, the emperors were obliged to distract their citizens from the fact that they had become irrelevant to their own civilization. This is a very simple conundrum. Societies grow into systems. The systems require management and are therefore increasingly wielded, like a tool or a weapon, by those who have power. The rest of the population is still needed to do specific things. But the citizens are not needed to contribute to the form or direction of the society. The more advanced the civilization, the more irrelevant the citizen becomes. We are not quite so advanced as that, but neither are we so far off. Our professional elites have spent the last half-century arguing over 262 management methods, as if these were the on/proper areas of political interest. We could bring ourselves to think of reason as merely one of several management techniques and as something separate from the democratic process, our understanding of the situation would be quite different. In truth, if there are solutions to our confusion over government, they lie in the democratic, not the management, process. And essential to this is the reactivation or destreamlining of the assemblies. The re-establishment of true popular gatherings is one of the few easy actions available to the citizen. All it would require is a realization in the public mind that the decision-making process, that is, the process of creating national policy, is profoundly different from the administrative process. The two have no characteristics in common. One is organic and reflective. The other is linear and structured. One attempts to waste time usefully in order to understand and to build consensus. The other aims at speed and delivery. One is done of the people. The other is done for the people. A great deal would follow naturally from the re-establishment of this distinction. Citizens would take a greater interest in their assembly, and this would give courage to the representatives. They, in turn, would feel strong enough to establish a more independent relationship with the government, even in the parliamentary context. This would remind the ministers that they themselves have been victimized and made to feel permanently inadequate by the imposed religion of administrative competence. Only the most insecure of public men could believe that there is real value in mastering briefing books, covering for administrative error, and living in a world of banal secrets which any child could see aren't worth keeping. Instead, they could be delegating to their employers and concentrating on the development of real policies. The most difficult part of the adjustment would be getting rid of that sense, intrinsic to rational systems, that everything public must run smoothly. For example, that nuclear accidents can only be incidents. Or that artificial public calm will prevent public panic, and that calming lies are therefore necessary. Or that policy must emerge mysteriously and fully formed from committees of ministers, whose very existence is often secret. Why should policy appear like a phoenix from the fire, as if it were the natural and inevitable product of a rational process? This phoenix is now so much a part of our lives that it has become as dull and as tasteless as a battery hen. The proper debating of policy is not smooth. Words are not air. Talk is not a waste of time. Arguing is useful. And speed is irrelevant unless there is a war on. The political class would have to get rid of the fear of verbal disorder which the technocratic classes have instilled in them. In all probability a different sort of individual would then rise to public office. 263. This, however, is not the direction in which we are headed. Instead, the assemblies are becoming the boutiques of special interest groups. 9,000 lobbyists are now registered in Washington. Their job is not to sell the representative on their client's goods. It is to buy the representative's vote in return for local jobs, campaign contributions, promises of income on retirement, and, in the worst of cases, payments here and now. Had John Tower become the American Secretary of Defense in 1989, his confirmation would have been an accurate reflection of reality. The former senator from Texas, a major armaments manufacturing state, was a former chairman of the Armed Forces Committee, an ex-Senate lobbyist who earned $750,000 in a single year on commissions from arms manufacturers, and a close supporter of George Bush. 16. Had his nomination been confirmed, his title could quite properly have been changed from Secretary of Defense to Secretary of Procurement. There is, as Jefferson said, nothing so afflicting and fatal to every honest hope as the corruption of the legislature. And, indeed, the world of experts, whether they are public servants, businessmen, or professors, has used this visible corruption as evidence of how out of date democracy is. The American Congress is so profoundly a part of the lobby system that, while persistent bad publicity meant the senators couldn't avoid voting against the confirmation of John Tower, neither could they attribute their vote to the real reason, his corruption. The debate began on a high note. Both senators and the press questioned whether a lobbyist for arms manufacturers ought to be the Secretary of Defense. The senators then shied away from the essential issue and instead focused in on whether Tower drank and fornicated too much to hold the job. The ex-senator's relationship with the corporations was not profoundly different from that of other senators. It was just that he had gone a little too far. He had drawn attention to himself and therefore to the general situation. He was sacrificed so that the others could continue. And yet there is little secret about what they do. The statistics are declared and published. Democratic Senator Lloyd Bentsen, for example, the former vice presidential candidate, got $8.3 million for the 1988 campaign from political action committees. 18 PACs are organized lobby groups. In 1993 President Clinton named him Secretary of the Treasury. It was only around the turn of the century that the rise of pro-Zionism and a growing belief in the extended rule of law identified public corruption as a specific evil to be eliminated. And most of it was rapidly eliminated. However, almost as fast, the structures and assumptions of the modern, rational state simply amended themselves in order. 264. To legalize, formalize, and indeed structure all the old forms of public corruption right into their normal procedures. There has always been corruption in public affairs. But never, not even in the worst decades of the 18th century, was it legalized in such logical detail that corruption could spread quite openly throughout the entire system. In all probability one of the principal reasons for this new development has been the gradual loss of the elected assembly's real power to the executive, the bureaucracy, and the judiciary. With the assemblies denied the ability to serve the public interest properly, it was only a matter of time before they would find other interests to serve. For that matter, it was only a question of time before the great organized interests outside the democratic process noticed that the parliaments were profoundly idle, humiliated and discontent. Their meeting could not have been more natural. The conversion or return of parliaments to lobbying centers has more to do with an elaborate void seeking a new role than with the venality of individual men. Now they have that new role and, with it, a new importance. At the same time they have abandoned all pretension of practical democratic leadership and left government in the hands of rational structure and of the executive branch. In fairness, the requirement that lobbyists register in Washington may have seemed at first to be a way of limiting the influence of organized financial interests over the people's representatives. In reality it formalized the role of business inside the democratic process. And since there is always a temptation to make more money than legally permitted, this massive regularization of criminality has simply pushed the illegal activities closer to the heart of government structures. The savings and loan scandal is a prime example of this. Of course, popular mythology has it that influence peddling is at its worst in the United States. But then nations have always comforted themselves by giving foreign origins to venereal diseases. The same is true for political corruption. The Canadian government, in its rush to become a mirror image of its southern neighbor, has now followed the disastrous American path of formalizing the lobbyist's role. The British, thanks to their abhorrence of formal structures, have been able to do the same thing without any question of principle being asked. Year by year the number of company directorships and consultancy contracts picked up by sitting British MPs, including ex-cabinet ministers, continues to grow. Only the most stringent adherence to hypocrisy allows people to avoid pointing out the obvious that putting an MP on your board or giving him a contract is buying yourself a lobbyist in Westminster. 19. The difference between this and the old British rotten borough system is that MPs used to be bought before their election. Now they are usually not purchased until their market value can be established. In France the single administrative 265 elite has occupied the three seats of power: bureaucratic, political, and business. There is therefore no need for one elite to lobby the other. They are, like the Holy Trinity, alternately, and at their own bidding, three separate bodies or three in one, indivisible. Indeed, civil servants throughout the West have now caught on to the financial possibilities inherent in their public role. As with the politicians, this often begins with small kindnesses from lobbyists' lunches, dinners, a case of wine at Christmas, invitations to the country on weekends or to shoot game in season. But in general the real plum comes with retirement, which is increasingly taken early so that the newly private citizen can lobby. The senior British civil servant, for example, now counts on getting directorships and even a chairmanship of a private corporation when he retires. As Anthony Sampson has put it, by his mid-50s he will be searching anxiously for directorships with which to round off or to crown his career. 20. How can this not be having an effect on his commitment to the public good during precisely those final years when he is in senior enough positions to have an effect on policy? Can the Secretary of Cabinet or the Permanent Secretary at the Treasury be consciously or unconsciously thinking only of the public's interests when he is already surreptitiously job hunting in private industry? In short, public servants are cashing in on their years of employment by the state. It would seem, in fact, that their obsessions with modernization and efficiency have brought them voluntarily to the same view of public service to which many elected representatives have been indirectly driven by the emasculation of the assemblies. But these are merely signs of the confusion within the system. Corruption of the public system follows quite naturally from the maze of private industry fads which have been sweeping Western governments for the last 3 decades. Privatization, no hiring, efficiency devices. In themselves these and others have been sometimes marginally helpful, sometimes marginally harmful. But the general introduction of industry standards into the public domain has had a disastrous effect on an already confused situation. The imposition of short-term profit methods in an area which is only indirectly and in the long run profit-oriented could not possibly have worked. Expecting business methods and market forces to do the job of government when business and the market fought desperately against every humane and social accomplishment of government over the last 2 centuries, makes no sense at all. The public interest and the profit motive may be made to cooperate through wise political leadership, but they are not interchangeable. They are nevertheless being treated as if they were. What this implies is that the public does not believe that the governmental structures work. But then the politicians and the public servants don't believe it either. 11. 3 short excursions into the unreasonable eye. The received wisdom about bureaucratic inefficiency is that governments are too big. Size has been identified as an evil, a promulgator of indolence, waste, and confusion. There is no historic proof for this. Both the Roman Empire and the Roman Church functioned perfectly well under those conditions. Gigantic trading companies have functioned smoothly since the Hanseatic League in the 14th century, and not primarily because of the profit motive, but because everyone was clear about what they were there to buy and sell. With a clear belief in the purpose of an organization, bodies of any size seem to find a reasonable way to operate. What, then, are the origins of our incorrect assumptions linking government size with inefficiency? The explanation might well be the unidimensional style of modern structures. These structures do not appear to be simple. Often they seem incomprehensibly complex. That is only because the rational approach requires that everything be laid out in a logical manner. Large organizations often are not suited to this rigorously skeletal approach. Hurrying to force them into a logical outline has the effect of destroying their natural impetus and tying everyone up in relationships instead of letting them act. Modern structure also assumes that all functions are alike, therefore, all functions may be modernized. By modernized is meant subjected to universal standards of organization and efficiency. This inevitably involves the measurement of production, of profitability, a belief that lean is efficient, a belief that employees weigh down production. But some functions are profoundly manual or profoundly mechanical. To modernize their structure is to render them inefficient. And some functions are properly labor-intensive. To attempt to modernize them through leanness will simply make them ineffective. Some functions are not meant to be profitable. They exist to lay the groundwork for the 267 profitable functions of others. These non-profit functions of the state, such as transportation and communications, make it possible for the citizen and the economic structure to carry on their business. To the extent that making either transportation or communications profitable harms the state's basic infrastructure, the citizen's ability to operate at full capacity is also harmed. Nevertheless, the marketplace measurement of profitability has been applied to the American, Canadian and English rail systems and to the American and Canadian postal systems. This includes the assumption that competition will improve service in communications, a devotion to computerized methodology, arguments in favor of lean manpower, and calculations of new investment versus possible financial returns. As a result, Canada, once owner of the most complex rail structure in the world, is busy shutting it down, while the remaining trains are being shaken apart on medieval railbeds. The United States, driven by the same theories, destroyed its system before anyone else and is now trying to put it back together. As for Britain, much of its population has no choice but to use the trains. If they could avoid them, they would. The more these systems decline, the more the economists and planners say that they can but go on declining. They assert that there are a shrinking number of potential passengers and a lessening need for rail transport. The reality is that the transport experts have decided rail transport is outdated. Their investment in new equipment is therefore almost negligible. In order to cover their losses, they raise the cost for the passenger, while offering fewer and fewer services. They have created a self-fulfilling prophecy. The British, for example, invest on a third of what the Germans spend per passenger kilometer. And they compensate for the resulting decline in users by charging 1/3 more per kilometer traveled. The Germans, on the other hand, like the French, continue to treat their rail system as a fundamental need, adhering to the 19th century idea of a national and eventually continental infrastructure, which requires massive investment without any rational plan for a clear financial return. As a result, they have maintained a large staff at all levels. They continue to take the old-fashioned view of customer service, of cleanliness, of maximum number and therefore maximum choices in the use of trains, of good food and of reliability. They have spent money and employed people to ensure that these goals are implemented. They have developed the best technology in order to produce the fastest trains in the world, capable of doing more than 260 kilometers per hour. They are building new railbeds to ensure that the passenger gets a perfectly smooth ride. The result is that passenger service is growing. The trains are full. In France, property values in the countryside are rising according to their proximity to fast train, TGV, stations. Busy. 268. TINES is attracted to provincial towns served by the TGV, thus helping decentralization. The balance of payments is helped by the money not spent on imported fuel for less fuel-efficient transport systems, such as cars and airplanes, and by the sale all over Europe of railway technology. The essence of this success is that the entire sector was treated as providing an essential public service, therefore worthy of the best high technology in the context of a labor-maintenance and investment-intensive industry in which making a profit was secondary. The example of the postal systems is even more blatant. The more the United States and Canada modernize or rationalize their mail deli / the less mail they can deliver at a slower rate to fewer places, / increasing irregularity and at both greater expense and higher cost to the user. Why? Because no systems analysis can justify mail deliveries 6 days a week. Nor delivery to rural areas. Systems analysis tells us not to deliver to private doors. It tells us to leave mail in grouped boxes, which the public must walk to, whatever their age and whatever the weather. The British and the French have done none of these things. Instead, they have continued to offer the fullest, fastest, and most accessible services possible. 2 deliveries a day in Paris to even the most inaccessible door. Flawless delivery time. They have turned post offices into 10 most varied communication centers possible. By offering more and better services, they have encouraged people to use the post office. Resulting customers make the whole process more and more viable. Meanwhile, in Canada, in order to cut employment costs, post offices are being closed. The postal service is being franchised to variety stores as a sideline. These offer little more than stamps. They also cut the public off from their public servants in the post office. The question of employment is particularly interesting. Humans deliver mail. If you reduce costs by reducing employment, you undermine the system's performance. This sets in motion the spin towards shrinking services. Systems analysis doesn't understand this because it is busy trying to make each element of government service profitable, without realizing a public service is not a separate, private corporation but part of a whole which is the entire public structure. If the profitability of a service were to be measured accurately, it would have to take into account the effect of that service on the lives and businesses of the population. It can't be denied that employees are expensive. Their wages and social costs must be borne by the post office, which is the state, which is by extension the tax-paying citizen. But unemployment is also expense. 269. Civ. The same state has to pay for the unemployed person by contributing to his or her social security. Keeping someone unemployed can easily be as expensive as employing them, since one must add to social security payments the cost of administering that service. The expert's answer is to apply artificial and narrow employment cost calculations and therefore to dismantle such programs. But this creates chronic poverty, which, quite apart from the moral question it poses, also costs the state a great deal. Whatever surrounds the poor, property, consumption, education levels, law and order, health levels, declines to their level and creates new expenses for the government. And while employment has its costs, it also adds to productivity. Unemployment is entirely an economic negative. If the employment of a man or woman makes the mail system work better, for example, which in turn strengthens the communications networks, which in turn boosts commercial activity, then the cost of those jobs is in itself a profit. North American post offices ought to be busy hiring more employees. They should be building more post offices to get closer to the public and installing new communications services in order to make themselves as useful as possible by keeping up with technology. they should be dreaming of armies of men and women carrying mail wherever the public wishes it. Instead they dream of a mechanized service in which the public receives as little as possible but comes to central depots to collect mail from a box. As so often in the late 20th century, words are used as nonsense. Economists repeat endlessly that the age of the service industry is upon us. But to serve, after all, means to provide services to another. And yet in the most basic services, which have traditionally been the responsibility of the state because they have been considered to be part of the musculature of the civil body, we now seek profit above all and, if possible, that the served should serve. There is a whole series of governmental and paragovernmental services in which the assumptions of modern management are quite simply wrong. In education, is it cheaper to keep a teacher unemployed or employed? All the costs must be calculated, not just salary. The cost to the state of that teacher's own education, for example. And the increased value to the future economy of the education given to a child in a class of 20, or better still 10, rather than the current 30 or 40. And the cost to the state of rampant illiteracy. All the Western nations now admit that their universal education systems are not working. They are all searching for new grand remedies, most of which have to do with reforms in structure, method, and content. But education quantity and quality is above all the result of teaching. And teaching requires teachers, the more the better. A national education strategy may sound reassuring, but without more bodies a strategy is just a strategy. 270. The same sort of arguments can be made about road building and maintenance, ferry services, healthcare, environmental costs, libraries, public transport, and university-taught advanced technology. However, the current attitude towards general economic troubles is to tighten the belt. Printing money is indeed inflationary. But investing in areas which will not respond to the treatment of lean reorganization, because the profit they offer, while indirect, is essential, is just as real a form of efficiency and creativity. The current idea of profit and loss completely misses this larger sense of what constitutes profitability. Worse, it doesn't admit that different T/Ps of organizations respond positively to fundamentally different management assumptions. The businessmen, who are now constantly being called in to advise governments, miss these differences. And yet private corporations are often extremely flexible in their own attitudes towards efficiency. The criteria used by large corporations in their corporate acquisition policies, their debt policies, their remuneration policies for employed executives, their long-term planning policies would be considered scandalously inefficient, cavalier and amateurish if they were used by governments. That doesn't necessarily mean that the corporations are wrong. What it means is that they are insisting upon imaginary corporate standards of profitability and efficiency from government which they wouldn't dream of applying to themselves. As Maurice Strong, the environmentalist, businessman, and Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, has pointed out, the most successful international organizations are the multinationals. Why? Because they simply adapt their needs and standards to wherever they are functioning at that moment. One, they have made an economic virtue out of size and, when it comes to organization, out of flexibility and imagination. They have, in effect, invented new ways to count. These are probably inappropriate to public management. What they demonstrate, however, is that government should not be a prisoner of pedestrian economic clichés relating to size, efficiency and value. Like the multinationals, government must invent new ways to count. 2. The remarkable ineffectiveness of our governments in managing international economic cooperation over the last 20 years, as well as the unraveling of the revolutionary international accords and structures of the 1940s and 1950s, must be put down to the internal failure of national structures. The systems managers ground to a halt on their own territory, where they had all the levers in their own hands. Confused by their inexplicable failure, they pushed their problems out into the international sphere. There they were able to act with an irresponsibility. 271. Which would have been impossible at home. The inequality of the players and the absence of strong structures and effective enforcement agencies permitted them to do what they wished in search of short-term gains. They had to destroy international stability and, in particular, international financial stability. The United States, given its great natural strength, was able again and again to shift its problems over its borders. The 1961 launch of international arms consumption, largely in order to balance the trade deficit, the 1973 encouragement of a first oil price rise in order to help the Iranians pay for their pro-Western armament program, and the subsequent attempt to wipe out the enormous oil price increases through the use of general inflation were all the insane acts of rational men who had come to the end of their tether. These decisions were no worse than, for example, those of the Western Europeans to replace their old working class with a new lumpen proletariat of third world laborers. The record is littered with economists and technocrats of the day, socialists, conservatives, and liberals explaining the brilliance of this plan. That it would lead to a racial crisis within 20 years was not in their briefing books. Nor were the results of the race to sell arms to the Third World, into which they leaped as fast as the United States. Nor are the consequences of an organized European overfishing policy in the Atlantic reserves a policy which is still in effect. The single most selfish and destructive Western economic act of the last 40 years remains, however, the unilateral American decision in 1973 to break the post-war agreement on pegged currencies as an easy way to deal with its international deficit. At the time this was euphemistically called a conversion to floating currencies. Then as now there were experts who justified it with great flurries of figures. However, the reality was that it meant a return to international financial anarchy. It was the ensuing chaos which made the European monetary system, the snake, a necessity. The import-export balance, the deficits, the inflation needs of the United States, whipped each of the European currencies up and down in an uncoordinated manner, wreaking havoc on their industrial production, competitiveness, and trade. The wild fluctuations in currencies and commodities which the Nixon policies invited drew the business community's eye gradually away from solid industrial investment to the roulette wheel of paper manipulation and paper profits. This created a business atmosphere dominated by reorganizations, mergers, and takeovers, none of which contributed to new production. The whole process made real economic growth almost impossible to achieve. In practical terms, the 1973 decision destroyed the unity of the industrialized nations. By playing national problems ruthlessly against those of allies, Washington created three rival blocs. This meant that 272. Japan was freed to play its own game. As for the European community, its members abruptly realized that their only real option was to succeed as a community. From a psychological point of view, the Europe of 1992 was born in the currency float and oil price rise of 1973. And with each unilateral economic or military initiative taken by increasingly nationalist American governments over the last 2 decades, there has been an almost immediate reaction to further strengthen European unity. When one watched the community walk into the 1989 GATT meeting in Montreal with a single voice and walk out in protest against American demands, it was clear how far things had gone and how superficial, for example, the theoretically close links between Thatcher and Reagan really were. The international monetary disorder did eventually force the creation of the Group of Five, G5, which subsequently became the G7. This committee of the 7 leading industrial powers was a desperate attempt to limit the damage caused by the multilateral roller coaster and to forge at least minimum economic links among them. The striving for a common European financial policy is another more limited attempt to do the same thing. But the small size of these groups, the tensions within them, and the informal nature of the G7's operations, indicate that few countries are willing to tie themselves down again so long as the inward-looking management structures, which each has now been obliged to impose upon itself at home, make the profit-loss results of any international agreement so unclear. As a result, we are all still strapped into the great economic roller coaster, which continues its violent ride. it is difficult to approach the question of substantive change in our society in a sensible manner. Those who enter public life, and are therefore responsible for dealing with change, have more often than not become obstacles to, rather than facilitators of, open debate. The modern politician, cut off from so much of the real action and driven by a highly honed but aimless desire for power, presents himself increasingly as a consumer good. Among the early models of this product was the urbane British Prime Minister of the early 1960s, Harold Macmillan. Grandson of a crofter and beneficiary of a new fortune made by his family in publishing, he had married a duke's daughter, adjusted his manner upwards to conform with that of the ruling caste, and worked hard to leave the impression through world-weary diffidence and dry humor that he was a lot smarter and a great deal more in control of events than he actually was. His successor, the Labour leader Harold Wilson, devoted himself to tuning his accent and manner downwards and was careful always to 273. Sound less intelligent than he was. He also kept a pipe in his mouth, unlit, as a sort of rumpled, populist symbol, which his manner of dressing confirmed. The prop became the man, a comfy, trustworthy fellow who smokes a pipe. This image had nothing to do with the man. Son of an industrial chemist and himself a product of Oxford, he stayed on there to collaborate on the Beveridge Report, which laid out the technical structure of a future welfare state. He was the wartime director of economics and statistics in the civil service and originator of the labor blueprint to nationalize the coal industry. In other words, he was a state-of-the-art technocrat. What's more, once in power he fiercely controlled, wherever possible, media reports about himself. This was possible in large part thanks to his ready use of Lord Goodman, one of the country's leading legal figures. Of course, politicians have always used props. This was part of a tradition which had more to do with theatrics than with camouflage. Churchill and Roosevelt were among the last major examples of the old cavalier approach. Capes, siren suits, bevies of wartime uniforms, outlandish cigarette holders, cigars, and hats. Considering that one of them was more or less obese and the other a cripple, they used their bodies and their faces in a seemingly endless variety of ways. Their physical attitudes immediately conveyed to the public a political intent: glares, belligerence, laughter, fury. Their speech combined the patrician with the populist thanks to a direct and pared-down elegance which revealed the force of their propositions. All these mannerisms demonstrated the fact that both men were nonconformists in pursuit of change. Their range of theatrics didn't have the same function as the single, fixed image does for the breed of politicians which arrived on the scene in force with Macmillan and Wilson. These new men were seeking a role in or behind which they could function for life. The image was for the vote. Thus disguised, the politician could serve whatever interests he thought appropriate. Those of the Churchill-Roosevelt school used their props to illustrate and sell their policies. The modern politicians use theirs to disguise their ideas and activities. One consequence of this is that the politician now tends to wear a single sort of suit. The cameraman will discover him always, everywhere, looking like himself thanks to a simple, familiar image designed for the viewer. The only question is whether that image has been wisely chosen. Will it wear well as he ages and progresses in his career? Or will it reveal itself as too regional or tied to a period or a cause? The aim is to find an all-purpose image, smooth and meaningless, which can survive happily in all times and under all circumstances. With the growth in political public relations sophistication, most images now come in two parts, statesman and populist. Formal and informal. Giscard's single. 274. Breasted, grige suit versus his gray flannels WFTH V-neck sweater. Reagan's presidential suit /Ayres's his cowboy outfit. Carter's off-the-rack single-breasted suit against his blue jeans. The politician who dares to present himself today through more than two images is extremely rare. My feeling is that more than two would confuse the public. For an actual illustration of the situation, one need only compare the contemporary generation of politicians in France with President Mitterrand, a survivor from 2 generations before. Mitterrand has a fine-tuned presence, which turns on literacy and great intelligence, set against a background of mystery. His dark, extravagant hats and cloaks are intended to link him with Leon Blum, the first socialist prime minister, who was a romantic figure in the first half of the century, a poet and a duelist before becoming a government leader. Mitterrand was in the resistance, was involved in still unexplained incidents during the Algerian War and has written many political books in a romantic, civilized style. A psychiatrist might well say that these hats and cloaks are also symbols of the mystery in which Mitterrand has always wrapped himself in order to avoid being pinned down by short-term politics. The new generation in France has neither mystery nor literacy. Efficiency is represented by a grey suit, so they wear one, thus blending in with the bureaucrats, who wear the same uniform. They are all conforming to the original Jesuit premise that simple dress should be worn not in humility but in the interests of anonymity. In place of mystery there is power and secrecy hidden behind the predictable diction and clothes of the specialist. Most of them still daren't smile in public for fear of confusing their image with that of an actor or a singer, which would prevent their being seen as statesmen. Meanwhile, even Canada, which thought itself immune to packaging, has twice chosen, in Brian Mulroney, a politician delivered in a cellophane wrapper of frozen superficiality. He is to be found alternately singing when Irish eyes are smiling while publicly hugging his wife and children, or dropping into a grave, double-breasted whisper to play the man of state. Of course, it is the United States which dominates the Western imagination and which has set the pace by producing bevies of construct-a-kit presidential candidates, as if the goal were perfect presidential plastic. Robert Dole, Senate Minority Leader and a former vice presidential nominee, is an intelligent man who has done enough things in his life to prove that he exists as a real person. But he has a stormy character and this has worked very much to his disadvantage. As a result of being a wounded war hero, he has a withered arm. Physical deformities now tend to be seen as sinister rather than admirable. The world of images, like that of the Catholic priest or the absolute monarch, seems to require a minimum level of physical perfection. The 275. Catholic priest must be physically perfect because deformity implies some dark intervention not unrelated to cloven hooves. The king must be handsome and brave, so that his subjects may bask in his glory. The modern politician must be perfect, that is to say, perfectly inoffensive. He therefore concentrates on the removal of bumps which annoy. Dole was covered with them when he launched himself into the 1988 race for the Republican presidential nomination. He hired a consultant, Dorothy Sarnoff, to help redefine his image. During the campaign, Ms. Sarnoff volunteered the following to an interviewer when she was asked if Dole had changed: "Of course. I changed him. He was the best student I ever had. A nice man. I took away his snide." Another advisor, John Sears, architect of Ronald Reagan's primary victories in 1980, added that, "Mere competence is not going to get you the nomination. If Bob Dole can convince people he has a vision that's credible and that's better than the other candidates, he'll be nominated and elected." 3. The word vision seems out of place in such a statement. But in Sears's mouth, vision becomes one with image, while still suggesting statesmanship and magnanimity. He uses vision to mean image the way some people use the loved one to mean the dead. A few words and an inoffensive smile. A kinder, gentler America. No policies attached. No indication of how and when. Just a soft, bumpless label which reflects the mood of the day. Mr. Dole failed, but the interesting thing is that Ms. Sarnoff and Mr. Sears felt free to talk in such a way in public, for quotation, during the campaign. The general term for this is personality politics, which means the exact opposite of what it says. It mainly involves creating personality where there isn't any or controlling and disguising personality where it is too real. And even then these manufactured personas may fail absolutely because they are ill-chosen or incompetently exploited when dealing with the real world. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that modern politicians avoid whenever possible unstructured encounters with reality. They attempt to limit their visibility in public and before the press to manufactured events, which are meant to provide facsimiles of reality. Meaningless telephone to the ear and minor hat photos have grown into major industries for politicians and advisors. But these are only the still shots of a far more complicated business. What matters are complete manufactured events which have symbolic value and are both plotted and scripted. For example, George Bush began his presidency by walking down the hall to call on his vice president. This event was officially announced before it happened and was intended to demonstrate that the president had full confidence in Dan Quayle, who was already being criticized as a lightweight. Nothing actually happened to 2I6F1 Mr. Bush in the hallway, and nothing in particular was said in Mr. Quayle's office. No doubt the vice president got up from behind his desk, came forward and shook the president's hand. It was a symbolic *it. The president had honored the vice president by going to him. The lives of 12 elected presidents and prime ministers are blocked out with these sorts of representative simulations. Some of them are quite extraordinary. Mrs. Thatcher's appearance at the local funeral for the village victims of the Lockerbie air crash was intended to demonstrate her sympathy for the suffering of ordinary citizens. This came at a time when most citizens seemed to feel that she and her economic policies served only the rich. The de rigueur trip of every Western leader who visits Southeast Asia to the Cambodian border refugee camps indicates humanitarian concern, while the Cambodian troubles have stretched on for more than a decade in large part because the West has ambiguous attitudes towards the different players. These and hundreds of other minor events are played out every day. They are the equivalent of royal movements, or rather of the protocol appropriate to Ruritanian royalty. But the actors in these cases are not fictional princes from a light romantic novel. There is also a whole industry of pretend events which are not even symbolic. President Reagan's salutes are still the reigning example of these. As commander-in-chief, it was entirely proper for him to receive the salutes of the nation's soldiers. Why he, in civilian dress, should have saluted them back isn't at all clear. But for him to salute political gatherings and television cameras was worse than meaningless. To do this on his last appearance before a Republican convention made a mockery of his responsibilities as commander-in-chief. The salute, after all, is one of the few symbolic gestures which does mean something. It represents the link of obedience between those who command and those who are willing to risk their lives if so ordered. In the last days before President Bush's inauguration, the White Louse revealed the exact events which would take Ronald Reagan out of the presidency and out of town. After the inauguration, President Bush would accompany Mr. Reagan to a helicopter on the Capitol grounds. As Mr. Reagan entered the helicopter, he would turn at the last moment and salute President Bush. The press reported this planned scenario faithfully so that everyone would watch for it. Mr. Reagan's salute seemed to be a vague combination of John the Baptist christening Christ in the River Jordan and of General Douglas MacArthur, who was fired in 195 from the Korean War Command, closing his subsequent dramatic self-defense before a joint session of Congress with the line, "Old soldiers never die, they just fade away." Had President Bush not responded with a salute, the symbolism would have been debated all over. 277. Washington. A calculated insult. A declaration of independence. A betrayal? The Washington Post was able to report the next day, Mr. Reagan, on the steps of the helicopter, saluted Mr. Bush, who was on the steps of the Capitol. Mr. Bush then saluted back. 4. But that week had been full of images and sounds which bore no relationship to reality. In President Reagan's farewell address he had insisted on the effect that his 8 years of government had had on the world. And something else we learned: once you begin a great movement, there's no telling where it will end. We meant to change a nation, and instead, we changed a world. Countries across the globe are turning to free markets and free speech, note the order, and turning away from the ideologies of the past. For them the great rediscovery of the 1980s has been that, lo and behold, the moral way of government is the practical way of government. 5 days later, the American Department of Justice released the result of its internal investigation, which concluded that President Reagan's friend, Edwin Meese, while serving as U.S. Chief Legal Officer, had breached federal ethics standards on numerous occasions. He had engaged in conduct which should not be tolerated of any government employee, especially not the Attorney General. 6. A few days later, one of the worst financial scandals in modern French politics erupted, involving close friends of President Mitterrand and insider trading. The first to resign was the Minister of Finance's Chief of Staff. A few days later, the British government began lying to its public on a daily basis in order to cover up the scandal involving an epidemic of salmonella poisoning from eggs. The reason seemed to be fear of a collapse in the sale of eggs. That same week, the ongoing massive mafia trials in Italy backfired with a series of acquittals which were followed by suggestions of improper interference in the judicial process from obscure powers, thus confirming that organized crime was more influential than ever in Italian business and government. In the same month, a Swiss minister had to resign over political financial charges. A political corruption story took on major proportions in Austria, and in Athens the Koskotas scandal exploded again, involving the corruption of a personal friend of the Greek prime minister, soon to fall himself. Meanwhile, ministers and senior officials in Japan continued to resign over a case of industry corrupting public officials. Those involved included ex-Prime Minister Nakasone, known as the most Americanized of the Japanese leaders. And a few weeks later, the American Senate confirmation hearings of ex-Senator Tower would begin, thus. 278. FT highlighting the growing legal, as opposed to illegal, corruption of the people's representatives. Within a year, Reagan made a personal visit to Japan on behalf of a Japanese corporation. For the use of his immense prestige, he charged $2 million. He had, after all, walked away from Washington with a 68% public approval rating. 7. The only possible conclusion is that the American people believed his image and disbelieved events, believed a projected reality and disbelieved an observed one. When the Iran-Contra hearings seemed to show that the president didn't know what was going on around him, the aging actor strung together a series of symbolic acts in order to demonstrate that he was in charge. The scenario called for the president to go to the Pentagon, to walk through the corridors, to meet with the chiefs of staff, to consult with them, to walk on farther in order eventually to hold a press conference on the results of his consultation. Every step of the way, photo opportunities were organized. Images were created and transmitted. There is no question that, as a product of the remarkable Hollywood B-movie myth-making school and subsequently of television product advertising, Reagan was well trained to increase the already wide gap between illusion and reality in public debate. In fact, this is a talent which he seems always to have possessed. In his presidential memoirs, Where's the Rest of Me?, he talks of his wartime experience making training movies for bomber pilots as if he had actually been a combatant. He doesn't actually say it, but that is the impression left. Mr. Reagan's professionalism permitted him to create images which were particularly galling to honest and competent critics whose grasp on a catastrophic reality seemed to carry no public weight against his imaginary victories and reassuring images. There was some tendency on the part of the responsible practitioners of public debate, politicians, journalists, and intellectuals to conclude from this that there was a problem with the citizen, who seemed unable to grasp the obvious difference between reality and advertising. The problem may have been the public's, but it was created elsewhere and there was very little a citizen or even groups of citizens could do about it. As for the press, the public's principal source of more or less detached information, they have never been in such a difficult situation. In terms of imagery, it is almost impossible for them to come up with pictures which reflect political realities. Public figures simply do not offer exposed flanks. Even George Bush has little difficulty in presenting helpful images. The Iraq War provided him opportunities to simulate the grandiose and the historic. But not long after his inauguration, the following item was to be found in newspapers around the world, in this case the London Times. 279. President Bush went for a spontaneous 2-mile walk through bitter cold in his little hometown of Kennebunkport, Maine, with his wife Barbara and his dog, Millie, to buy razor blades at a local chemist shop. His press secretary was not given advance notice and had to dash to catch up with the president, who kept warm for his weekend walk in a furry hat. 8. What was Bush doing? He was symbolically and spontaneously demonstrating that he is a regular kind of guy who doesn't have a swelled head. The contrived nature of the event makes it impossible to know whether this message is accurate. More to the point, it is difficult to see its relevance to Bush's official functions. The relevant point is that those who hold power bombard the media with these segmented, artificial images which, although false, cannot be ignored because the actors really are the government. By filling the public place in this way, they have deformed, if not actually drowned, reality. It is almost impossible in such an atmosphere for the press to help the citizen take part in an open debate on public affairs. The government won't debate. Communications, in its mind, means controlled presentations of governmental policies through the intermediaries of imaginary personalities and false events. 12. Everything in the West is secret unless there is a conscious decision to the contrary. Our civilization, which never stops declaiming about the inviolability of free speech, operates as if it distrusts nothing more. This taste for the hidden has not played an accidental role in the distortion of practical democracy. Both experts and heroic leaders have found secrecy to be their natural ally. The word secrecy itself has become one of the most popular of the 20th century and been elevated to the same verbal pantheon as management, planning, systems, and efficiency. But secrecy alone among these is not a new obsession. Sun Tzu was giving advice 500 years before Christ on its military uses. He made a great deal of the role it could play in winning wars fast and without heavy costs. The Chinese character he used to indicate the concept of secrecy represented the space between two objects, that is, the intent was to divide the enemy through the use of foreknowledge. One Sun Tzu was very precise about the whole business. He laid out 5 different sorts of secret agents, each with a specific use. For example, inside agents, enemy officials paid to betray, double agents, enemy spits paid to betray, and expendable agents, those deliberately given false information. The key to all 5 uses lay in his idea of secrecy as a tool to be used specifically, in other words sparingly, to accomplish specific goals. Secrecy itself was not a general condition. Things were open by nature because there was nothing innately secret about them. Therefore the careful and limited use of restrained information and of deception could be very effective. Sun Tzu's insistence that, to be successful, secrecy must be a narrow means and not an end in itself was not an ideal intended for everyone. The means only worked if there was a justifiable end and a moral purpose guiding the way. He who is not sage and wise, humane and just, cannot use secret agents. Or again, only the enlightened sovereign and the worthy general who are able to use the most intelligent people as agents are certain to achieve great things. This is not idealistic moralizing. Sun Tzu was a practical man who constantly differentiated between the illusion of success and real success. 281. Our understanding of secrecy is very different. The rational revolution left us with the conviction that truth is a fact or a compendium of facts. This has grown into a way of life, an integral part of Western civilization which now turns on structures and expertise. Most individuals with some expertise or authority work within these structures and therefore have control over an element of modern truth. Their responsibility is to facilitate the functioning of their part of the system. Doing that successfully amounts to compliance. The only individual power available to them involves obstructing where they are employed to facilitate. Obstruction within complex structures takes the form of retention, most often, the retention of information or expertise. Secrecy, therefore, is not at all what the security laws suggest, a specific matter which involves hiding sensitive bits of information in the national interest. And yet we are fascinated by state secrets. We imagine them to be of great importance. As they grow in numbers, so do the threat and excitement provided by our enemies, who attempt to discover these valuable truths. This is the musical comedy side of secrecy, because state security and spying are the least important aspects of the whole system. We can reasonably imagine most states having 2 or 3 specific worthwhile or valuable secrets. But all the rest are artificially held back. At the root of that withholding lies our real problem, which is that reason by its nature encourages every citizen to use secrecy as a tool of personal power. This phenomenon is not endemic in Western society. Throughout the Middle Ages we were organized in such a direct manner between the extremes of feudal contractual relations and those of brute force that there was no room for the privacy or layered structures which would permit the development of secrecy into an important social weapon. Medieval society was a rude world in which all basic human acts were also public ones. It was a world which confused the necessary with the licentious. It was reason which introduced the idea that man was more hidden than apparent and, as always in the development of rational thought, Machiavelli was the pioneer in this area. The courtier, backroom manipulator, and corridor manœuvrer argued that there was much to conceal if a man wished to better his rivals. Machiavelli was followed 6 years later by the well-meaning Erasmus, who became the most influential scholar and humanist of the Northern Renaissance. These 2 men appeared to be headed in opposite directions. Erasmus was arguing, among other things, for Christianity to turn away from dogmatic theological disputes and back to the simple message of Christ. His critical approach undermined the truisms of medieval scholasticism and opened the way for the Enlightenment. And yet, he was also the father of middle-class conventional morality. 282. 1. Erasmus celebrated public discretion, which was intended to curb the licentious by curbing the public style of the individual. It is bad for your health to retain urine, but honest to release it secretly. Certain recommend to the young that they hold back a fart by tightening tin muscles in their backside. Well, it is also bad to make oneself sick in trying to be polite. If you are able to leave the room, you must release the wind outside. If not, you must cough as in the old precept, use one noise to hide another. 2. Isc one noise to hide another. This practice would become a trademark of the educated man. Machiavelli and Erasmus were not so very far apart in their view of the individual. At the core of the new behavior lay an approach which could be called either discretion or secrecy, whether bowels were being emptied or governments manipulated. This theme of the secret heart ran throughout the growth of reason. From what these and other philosophers were saying, the Inquisition was reconfirmed in its long-standing belief that all men were concealing something. Their rational conclusion had been that truth could be revealed by the simple act of posing questions. Questioning could, of course, be carried out without the crutch of torture. On the other hand, torture ensured an answer. And a truism of reason is that to every question there is an answer. The answer. Therefore, the true answer. Loyola, coming hard on the heels of Machiavelli, was more interested in structuring the questions in order to get the appropriate true answer. He mastered the technique of discretion, that is to say, deceit in the service of God, and went on to raise this deceit to the level of a fine art in the techniques of organization and argument. Richelieu xk these ideas and further developed them in the service of the nation-state. He made the possession of knowledge into his most valuable weapon, knowledge received before others received it, knowledge intercepted without the sender or the receiver knowing, knowledge held back, perhaps forever, perhaps for future use, knowledge used opportunely to defeat others or to convince the king, false knowledge, such as invented facts or manufactured quotes or slander or self-serving good news, spread in order to aid his cause. All this was built upon an unrivaled continent-wide network of informers and spies. The art of purchasing informers was one of his great contributions to modern government. Ultimately, the art of the secret, combined with the advanced role played by the courtesan, replaced intelligence with cunning as the most important characteristic for those who hope to gain positions of public power. One of the first men to recover from this obsession and to reapply. 283. Common sense to public service was the British diplomat Sir William Temple, who was also Jonathan Swift's patron. Temple pointed out that the credit derived in negotiations from truthfulness was more useful than the suspicion aroused by cunning. 3. He used this approach while negotiating the marriage in 1677 of Princess Mary with William of Orange, who later became Mary II and William III. This arrangement had precisely the announced and the intended effect. First, it loosely allied Britain with those European nations which had embraced the Reformation, thus stabilizing the moderate religious position of Anglicanism. Second, it diverted England's dynastic quarrel away from the two opposing schools of absolutism and towards a more contractual and limited interpretation of monarchy. Much of the careful moderation which for the next 2 centuries was associated with and admired in British politics was derived from that arrangement. This should be compared with Richelieu's brilliant, cunning, secret negotiation 50 years earlier of Spanish royal marriages for Henry IV's son and daughter. Richelieu wanted a reasonable settlement with the French Protestants and feared the Spanish Catholic influence inside France. He tried to neutralize that element by pairing the French royal children with the Spanish. And so in 1615, the future Louis XIII was married to Anne, the daughter of the Spanish king, and Elizabeth, Louis's sister, to the future Philip IV of Spain. On the surface this was meant to reassure the conservative forces in France and to unify Catholic Europe. In reality Richelieu believed that by this double stroke he would transform Madrid from a meddling enemy into a manipulable ally. Somehow it never struck him that those 2 marriages and the children they produced would generate a logic of their own. Within a decade they had resulted in the exact opposite of what he intended. Instead of neutralizing the Catholics and bringing the Protestants into the mainstream, he had created a situation which led eventually to the revocation of the Edict of Nantes and the expulsion of the Protestant community. The profound confusion produced by this successful use of secrecy on a matter central to the state started France off on a schizophrenic course between state reform and religious power from which it has not yet entirely recovered. The separate school crisis during Mitterrand's first presidential term was in some ways still a distant echo of the confusion created by Richelieu's Spanish marriages. The government was trying in the early 1980s to strengthen state education by weakening the financing of private Catholic schools. Centuries of revolution and political reform had still not managed to separate clearly state and church, and in the late 20th century the government failed yet again. The philosophers of the 18th century had attacked secrecy and 284. Ft. Cunning, just as they had attacked Mackey of High and the Jesuits. But so tang as tlu /equated open truth with reason, they were attaching themselves to a system which carried secrecy in its heart. In 1787 Jefferson wrote to Madison from Paris. VND say, finally, Heather peace is best preserved by giving energy to the government, or information to the people. This last is the most certain, and the most legitimate engine of government. Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. Enable them to see that it is their interest to preserve peace and order, and they will preserve them. One's approach was meant to be opposed to that of Alexander Hamilton's Federalists, who took a more expedient and elitist view. Jefferson reiterated his commitment to an open and straightforward approach in his first inaugural address, the diffusion of information and the arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason. The Federalists had held great power for 12 years and their methods had led to serious corruption and profiteering. The new president immediately wrote to his Secretary of the Treasury. Our predecessors have endeavored by intricacies of system and shuffling the investigator to cover everything from detection. I hope that we shall go in the contrary direction, and by our honest and judicious reformations, bring things back to that simple and intelligible system on which they should have been organized at first. What Jefferson missed was that reason itself had created the intricacies of the system. Rational elitism, which gave power to those who had earned it, benefited the self-serving moneyed class. This was an adjunct of Alexander Hamilton's belief that the state could be stabilized /ementing federal financial institutions to the rich, whose prosperity would then depend, as James Flexner has put it, on federal authority. It was this Hamiltonian spirit, so close to the European rational approach, which was to mark the government of the United States over the long term, an enthronement of the heroic, financial opportunism, and an optimistic vision of what the possession of office could accomplish. Tower was needed in order to build perfect systems. The joint worship of heroism and power could be counted on to obscure the machinations of self-interest and deform the intent of the public will. Jefferson's own idealized devotion to an imaginary sort of reason prevented him from seeing that much of his own labor was actually driven by honest common sense. From the very beginning of responsible government it was clear what rational systems would do with information, the release of which would 285 not be to their advantage. What no one could have imagined was that a system in which selected information was consciously kept back by those in power would gradually become a system in which only selected information was released. The point is worth reiterating. At the end of the 18th century, everything was public knowledge except that which was consciously held back. By the second half of the 20th century, everything was privileged information except that which was consciously given out. Had so many dangerous secrets come into being? Would it, for example, harm an Englishwoman or her nation to know the names and responsibilities of her own government's cabinet committees? Or to know which of her elected members are on them? Or ought a citizen to know whether radiation is dropping upon him? The citizen's life is filled with thousands of these unanswered questions. It is not that there are more secrets today. The nature of a secret has simply changed. In its purest form it was and still is information which, in the wrong hands, could damage the state. But very few bits of information can do that. States can be damaged by such things as the exhaustion of specific resources or changes in technology. More often than not, the problems of a state relate to the refusal of local elites to do their job, that is, to provide competent leadership and to protect the interests of the population as a whole. This includes improperly managing resources, failing to adjust to changes in technology, or simply losing interest in leadership and management. Exploiting the pleasures of power without assuming the accompanying responsibilities is the most common means by which established elites inadvertently destroy their own nations. But none of this has to do with secrets. Periodically a secret can be useful. The place and time of a military attack, for example. Perhaps the size of a military formation at a certain moment in a certain place. But that kind of information doesn't stay secret for very long. Besides, the nature of a defense is not necessarily a secret, since knowledge of it may be a deterrent. As for knowledge of new weapons, this has rarely helped the other side. Military history, as we have seen, usually gives quick victories to the best commander, not to the largest army or to the best equipped or to those armed with secret weapons. The reality of spies who betray secrets is nevertheless dramatic. Betrayal is a central theme in all civilizations. It is as disturbing on the personal level as on the public because it is always the result of a personal choice by the betrayer and is therefore felt personally by the betrayed, whether an individual or a population. 286. However, no equation links this deep sense of betrayal with the relative importance of specific secrets. Even a case as infamous as that of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg demonstrated this ambiguity. Americans and communists, they delivered nuclear secrets to the Soviets, for which they were arrested in 1950, put on trial, convicted and, alter a worldwide controversy, executed. If everything said at that time about ideology, loyalty, patriotism, and betrayal is put aside, what remains is the secret itself and an estimate of its value. Nuclear fission was discovered late in 1938 in Germany by Otto Hahn, who split the atom at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. This was neither an isolated nor a secret discovery. It was part of a long-term process spread throughout the West and, within a month of Hahn's breakthrough, it was being openly debated at the Fifth Washington Conference on Theoretical Physics. Fear of Germany's head start pushed a number of scientists to press Allied governments to move faster. The most famous among them, Albert Einstein, also a friend of Hahn and a former director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, was encouraged by other scientists to take the lead. He agreed to write to President Roosevelt, calling for a concerted scientific effort. The eventual result was the Manhattan Project, which produced the first atomic bomb. This success was in part the result of an international concentration of scientists in the Allied camp. However, the Germans had also failed to exploit their head start, and for several reasons. The Nazis decided that the nuclear domain involved impure Jewish science. They had also lost a number of their key scientists, both Jewish and anti-Nazi. Finally, the practical outcome of nuclear research was still uncertain, and scientists are unlikely to make promises to governments which may well imprison or kill them if they fail to deliver the appropriate results. The race to produce the first bomb was therefore largely imaginary. Nor did secrecy play a useful role. Voltaires dropped the first nuclear bomb on Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, that is, 6.5 years after the first breakthrough. Many of the scientists who developed the bomb advised against dropping it, because they said that very act of exploding the bomb would give the Soviets the few remaining facts they needed to catch up. But if the So/ICE were that close, then the difference between dropping the bomb and simply explaining enough about it to create a sufficient fear would have been marginal. 4 years after Hiroshima, the Soviet Union tested its first bomb. That was in 1949, the year before the Rosenbergs were arrested. What difference, then, did their betrayal make? 6 months? A year? 2 years? It now seems unlikely that anything very useful was handed over. Certainly the Rosenberg secrets did not alter the outcome of a war. 287. Or change the balance of power. And yet this was one of the most important betrayals of the century. No other military development could rival the nuclear bomb in importance. As for civil secrets, they aren't really secrets at all. They have more to do with negotiating techniques than with security. Sir William Temple demonstrated that the best deal is one that makes sense and looks good out in the open. Secrecy is only useful in selling a bad deal, and those rarely hold after the fact except as complex deformations of real ity. There are no more secrets today than there were when Sun Tzu wrote. What we do have now is a worship of the idea of secrecy. The brief vogue of existentialism in the middle part of the 20th century illustrates precisely what has happened. A philosophy which declares that people will be judged by their acts could not possibly survive in the West. We believe that people are what they know and can be judged by their power, that is, by what they control. In a society based not upon action but upon systems, our place within the system determines our importance. The measurement of our power is based upon the knowledge which either passes through our position or is produced by it. One of the truly curious characteristics of this society is that the individual can most easily exercise power by retaining the knowledge which is in his hands. Thus, he blocks the flow of paper or of information or of instructions through his intersection to the next. And with only the smallest of efforts he can alter the information in a minor or a major way. Abruptly he converts himself from a link into a barrier and demonstrates, if only to himself, his own existence. The principles of Erasmus and Richelieu have been carried to such a preposterous extreme that the encouragement of such retention has become a religion of constipation. It's worth pointing out in passing that when you go beyond the Judeo-Christian rational civilization, actual physical constipation ceases to be a cultural phenomenon. The most obvious reason is that toilet training outside the West tends to take positive, reassuring, even pleasant forms, as opposed to our controlling and disciplining approach to what we see as an unpleasant function. 5. In Buddhist and Confucian societies, the idea of power through retention also disappears. The concept of the secret still exists, but in a different mode and not as a central theme. Even the Islamic world, which rises out of the same religious roots as ours, has drawn different conclusions and gone off in another direction. The first victim of the Western system, in which everything is secret. 288. Unless there is a conscious decision to the contrary, is the citizen, who is after all also a creator of secrets. The simple mathematics of this S\stem are that the individual can control a small slice of exclusive knowledge, while the rest will be hidden among the rest of the population. The generalized secret has introduced such a terrible uncertainty into our society that citizens' confidence in their own ability to judge public matters has been damaged. They constantly complain that they don't know enough to make up their minds. They have a feeling that the mass of information available would not be available if it were truly worth having. The result is a despondent mental anarchy which prevents them from actively using the considerable powers democratic society has won. They are convinced that essential information is being held back. The reality is that more than enough information is available on most subjects, and our difficulty is therefore making sense out of the shapeless sea of facts in which we often seem to be drowning. Governments use the weapon of quantity as often as the weapon of retention in order to sell their point of view. Factual attacks from the outside can be neutralized by a volley of governmental facts. Governments and large corporations always have more material than their critics. That is one of the privileges of power. They also have access to captive research institutes and bevies of independent professors, who are kept on contract to provide supportive studies and statements. How is the citizen to choose among so many true statements? The factual snow job is one of the great inventions of the late 20th century. Our curious obsession with secrets, in a world where the real problem is keeping one's head above the flood of facts, has encouraged a generalized fantasy life revolving around spies and plots, as if only the convoluted had value. In a way, the Le Carresque school is merely a continuation of the old obsessions with popish plots, Jewish conspiracies and Masonic cabals. When Joseph Conrad wrote the first spy novel, The Secret Agent, he made it clear just how petty, abasing, and fundamentally irrelevant the whole business was. G.K. Chesterton made fun of secret agents and terrorists in The Man Who Was Thursday. And Graham Greene carried on this understanding that the secret services are filled with third-rate men chasing third-rate secrets. But the public sees it all quite differently. Living in organizations in which knowledge is power, they must treat the secret as a cult. The fictional spy is thus a glorified reflection of the citizen James Bond on F.L. Good Day, George Smiley on a bed. The great fictional archetypes have always reflected the chief concerns of their society. The Lancelots and Quixotes carried dreams of physical valor and justice. Our archetypes struggle in mazes without exits. They often lose and never really win, because the nature of the battle isn't clear. 289. 3z Most people, upon hearing the word intelligence, would think of the CIA before they would Einstein. This is not a minor matter of linguistic evolution. Intelligence, after all, was one of the central concepts of the rational revolution. In this new and better world, men were no longer to be rewarded for their bloodline or their physical strength. The age of reason was to be the age of men using their intelligence to improve society and the state of man. The rational vision of government was tied to this. It is therefore astonishing that in English the word intelligence should gradually have come to stand for the manipulation of secrets. In 19th-century dictionaries, there is no hint of the new meaning, apart from the word intelligencer, meaning one who conveys information. But with the rise of modern war and the parallel rise of the staff officer, the cult of secrecy invaded the idea of intelligence. This first became obvious at about the time of World War I. After that its evolution went so fast that when the historian Asa Briggs edited a new encyclopedia in 1989, he gave two definitions of equal length to the word intelligence, one tied to the positive, optimistic gathering and use of knowledge, the other to the retentive, negative use of secrecy. 6. Exactly the same evolution can be found in French, in which the word renseignement was first tied to knowledge and to the imparting of information. Gradually it has come to imply the gathering of information in order to retain it. The effect of this burgeoning secret world upon our society has been destructive. A single example is sufficient. The Pentagon has been and remains profoundly divided from within, not by rival ideas but by rival sections seeking increased power. One of the most effective weapons they have is to withhold information from each other. This has been a constant factor in the failure of such military expeditions as Grenada and the Iran hostage expedition. The responsible people are quite simply not told what they need to know. This leads to failure on the ground. The subsequent investigations and explanations are invariably secret, because public disclosure theoretically would not be in the public interest, that is, it would damage the careers of those involved. The problem of retention is so great that today 3.5 million Americans must be given various levels of security clearance in order to keep the system functioning at all. In 1989, a normal year, the U.S. government created 6.8 million new secrets. 7. In Britain, even the curators of public museums are bound by the Official Secrets Act. Talking to the public puts them technically in breach of it. Again in 1989, the Victoria and Albert Museum restructured the responsibilities of its curators. Many protested. The museum invoked the Official Secrets Act to prevent their airing their disagreement. 8. 290. Knowledge retention has become an integrated characteristic of modern struyers and is central to their immobilization. The premise of a one-onal system is that by organizing and training in great detail it will be possible to determine events. Accustomed to being dominated by tyrants, nature, and the unknown, man will suddenly have the power to use organization in order to become the active director of his own destiny. From the earliest example of professionals, the staff officers onwards, the expectation was that structure would be used to change circumstances. But the circumstances of war turned out to be unpredictable and stubborn. Those of civil government, involving millions of citizens spread over great distances and carrying with them a variety of long-established interests, are even more surprising and immovable. The modern manager has had great successes and great failures in his attempts to change circumstances. His structures fly over the heads of civilizations rather than interacting with them. The result is that the success rate is higher when dealing with radical changes. Coming out of revolutions, wars, or economic disasters, the structuralists are able to impose whole new patterns. The disappearance of the kings and the arrival of democracy provided grounds for massive recreation. The disasters of this century, created in large part by the rational approach, also created a need for massive societal change which, again, suited the creative side of large structures. Now, however, the West is bunged up with these organizations and is attempting valiantly to make massive longer-term programs function on a day-to-day basis. When a new idea comes along, it either tends to be supported or opposed for structural reasons. And structures have a natural tendency to say no, because a new idea disturbs. Not in the old way, in which habit, lethargy, and established interests always tended to say no. That sort of blockage was concrete and identifiable. Now new ideas are rejected because they disturb organization. In this way energetic new ministers filled with good ideas will be rapidly deflated and co-opted to the conviction that new is impractical. The difficulty today is that government is constantly called upon to deal with real, practical problems: employment, pollution, inflation, productivity, financing of social services. At the same time there is a long list of critical items which for decades have escaped practical attention. Knowledge of the situation has been widespread for years. General agreement on the seriousness of the situation has reached the level of the popular cliché. And yet the entire established structure of official science, public administration, and corporate management on 291 consciously ignores the situation or actually works to discredit what it knows to be true. The massive destruction of forests by acid rain, and the crumbling European cities because of leaded gasoline are two very simple examples. The solutions are practical and imaginable and have been a long time. Instead, the American government has persisted for years, in asserting that there is no solid proof of a link between acid rain and L-E death of forests. The United States has glanced away from their own New England states and Canada towards the Midwestern industrial states, which said that smokestack modernization would bankrupt them. And so a 5-year study was proposed to look into the matter. When popular pressure in the late 1980s, which the authorities identified as irrational panic, reached a dangerous level, the government offered a series of half measures. These were proposed not as part of an admission that the problem existed but as a political sop. The basic denial continued. For years the authorities and the experts in Britain and France fought desperately against unleaded gasoline. They did everything they could to discredit the environmentalists, calling them ignorant, childishly emotional, and subversive. When, in the late 1980s, it was no longer possible to go on ignoring the problems of lead pollution, the two governments set about arguing over the level of response necessary. This process lasted a year. At the EEC level, many of the members were worried about the increase in oil import costs that lead-free gasoline would involve. Their economists told them this would have an important impact on their balance of payments. In the end, all the governments compromised in favor of a gradual lead reduction program, which will cost each country thousands of times more in damage to buildings and health than it will in oil imports. The destruction of buildings, damage to statuary and long-term illness, however, are not part of the annual balance of payments. In order to maintain the fiction that their compromise is the correct one, the majority of EEC governments have been ready to prosecute member governments, such as the Dutch, who are unwilling to wait for clean gas. The Dutch said their cities and countryside were dying. The EEC replied that the strong Dutch environmental control regulations constituted unfair competition barriers to the other community members. The very idea that environmentally sound regulations could constitute unfair trade barriers to environmentally unsound products is an indication of the Alice in Wonderland mentality among Western elites. The point of these well-known examples is that, whatever the merits of each case, modern structure responds to its own errors by a refusal to admit error. It responds to failure by a denial of failure. The system could prove that it does work by simply responding to problems with an 29-2 F open mind, rapidly and positively, eager to find solutions. Instead, it automatically goes into a defensive pose, throws out diversions intended to slow criticism, then spends time and money to prove factually that there is no problem. As a final ploy, it will attempt to gain time for new ploys by agreeing to negotiate. If even this fails, the system will drop its on-end position, grasp that of the other side and treat the new position as it were an absolute truth always known. The explanation for such odd reactions to rather straightforward problems is that systems are constructed from an assumption of correctness. They are built backwards from this assumption. There is no room for error, except through some properly laid out procedure. That is why the system is unable to simply assimilate all the obvious factors before coming to conclusions. Thus acid rain may lead to the destruction of trees, but it doesn't fall into the same process as the decline of the Rust Belt states. And leaded gasoline may harm agriculture and stone buildings, but it doesn't fall into the same process as trade balances or competition regulations. The officials in charge of all these procedures are decent people. It's just that there is no room for them to use their common sense. And from the structure's point of view, when there is an error, it is the error which is in the wrong. I.e., temptation to use secrecy is now so great that it has become one of 10 prime skills of the leading courtesans. Presidential and prime ministerial advisors specialize in this commerce. Sir Robert Armstrong was famous for his secret manipulations. Henry Kissinger reveled as much in the wiretapping of rivals as he did in his secret Chinese negotiations and his SECRET Cambodian operation. There is nothing wrong with a few overblown egos puffing themselves up with secret games, providing this affects no one else. The real problem with the system is that it encourages the private inversion of public policies without anyone else having enough information to protect the public interest. During the 1960s and early 1970s, local hill tribes in Southeast Asia agreed to give their military services to the war against communism in return for the use of U.S. planes. They wanted the Americans to transport opium for them out of the hills and into the hands of heroin wholesalers. The American officers in the field were not ideologues. I.e. organized this deal because it solved their military problems in a difficult situation. Some officers on higher levels or in the security service must have known about it, because the process of transfer and placement went on without any new officers expressing shock. When 293 ever hints of this organization leaked out, there was an automatic denial. When everything was eventually confirmed in a carefully documented book in 1972, the authorities were horrified. 9. Of course they were horrified off the record. There was never an official admission of what had gone on. Nor was there any attempt to explain how officers sent to fight for freedom had become drug dealers to advance the good cause. The question is interesting on a human level, but it also reflects how much difficulty sophisticated structures using secrecy have in maintaining a policy direction, let alone a moral standard. That particular secret was worth keeping, from the point of view of those involved, because it contained a terrible and inexplicable truth. The more typical situation today is quite different. Now that every pencil has become a national secret, the majority of the people in theoretically sensitive positions are very low on the salary scale. Many of them are simple computer operators. They probably realize that what they are handling is not earth-shattering, despite being classified as secret, top secret, or whatever. They also know, as case after case in England, France, and the United States has shown, that almost any old piece of information has a market value several times their own salary. The Ronald W. Pelton case in 1986 was quintessential petty larceny spying. Pelton, salary $24,500, a national security agency, NSA, technician, sold a banal bit of information to the Soviets for $35,000. He did this by telephoning to the Soviet embassy from his office. In a high-security building, all external calls are automatically recorded. The NSA security system was so overburdened by the simple process of digesting the information collected in this way that it was weeks before anyone focused on the call. Weeks again before they managed to identify the voice of the caller. Then Pelton was dragged into the public light as a traitor. Traitor is a grand word for a man of below-average intelligence, confused about his hopeless personal finances, who gives in to the temptation to make a few bucks out of banal information. 10. Clearly the scale of crimes has lost all meaning. In the same period Edwin Meese, the Attorney General, walked away free having, as his own department concluded, engaged in conduct that should not be tolerated of any government employee, especially not the Chief Law Officer of the United States. Meese was cleared on a technicality while Pelton was imprisoned on principle. And that is as it should be in a society where security and secrecy have little to do with content and everything to do with structure. Petty larceny spying is just a sidebar to this structural phenomenon. The computer maze which increasingly dominates all information, from the most banal to the most complex, is part of a seamless whole. While every individual may try to control his little package of knowledge, a 294 determined gatherer of intelligence can penetrate almost anywhere. Between the civil and the military sectors there is no longer any real division. Governments may push the definition of restricted or secret information further and further outwards, but they cannot cut themselves off from the electronic structure which has become their means of contact with the outside. Increasingly the cases of military and industrial espionage which are uncovered turn on the impossibility of closing electronic doors. In other words, through our obsession with secrecy and retention, we uselessly obstruct the functioning of our society, while those who are actually in the business of gathering information illegally can do so without much difficulty. These mountains of information which must be retained have made the fortune of people in the shredder business. Private companies now send fully equipped trucks, manned by security-cleared employees, from office building to office building. The men go in to gather bags jammed full of secrets. These they carry downstairs and outside to the parking lot, where all is shredded on the spot. I.e. individual, never without resources, has reacted in some countries by fighting for new laws which offer the citizen the right to know. But these laws merely confirm the principle that everything is secret unless specifically decided otherwise. The citizen will know only what he specifically asks. Indeed, the right to know laws encourage increased retention of information. They drive the experts to use greater cunning to register their information in more disconnected ways, so that when it is fished out it will give away as little as possible of what else is in the water. In that sense the countries with right-to-know legislation are not as far as they think from places such as Britain, where the belief in secrecy still grows unchecked. When Lord Stockton, chairman of the British publishing house Macmillan and son of Harold Macmillan, protested against the passage of a new, more inclusive Official Secrets Act in 1989, he said that now the mechanisms of tyranny are inbuilt in our society. 11. He regretted that Britain had learned nothing from the more open approach of Canada and United States. But the differences are more apparent than real. In 198-C Canada enacted an Access to Information Act which now draws more than 10,000 requests for information per year. And yet in its annual report of 1991, the Federal Information Commissioner appointed by Parliament accused the government of hiding information in a manner which bordered on being anti-democratic and of treating openness as an alien culture. 12. There are endless simple methods for any government to get around access to information legislation. The simplest is to formally classify the information in question at some level of secrecy. All Western governments now routinely classify planning documents, whether they relate 295 to culture or fisheries, as secret. The most famous modern example of this was the Pentagon Papers. In June 1971, 7,000 pages of American government documents and analyses covering the preceding quarter-century of Vietnam policy making were leaked to the New York Times. They were all classified secret. Many inside journalists and the paper's own lawyers were against publication. The lawyers felt so strongly about the need to respect the Secrecy Act that they walked out on the newspaper, which then went ahead and published in 9 installments. President Nixon and the government structures did everything they could to stop them. A court order blocking publication was followed by the most important press case in U.S. history, which finally ended in the Supreme Court with a victory for the Times. It is probable, given the current justices of the court, who are much more sympathetic to the desires of authority, that were the Times to plead a similar case today, it would lose. In 1989, Erwin Griswold, who as Solicitor General had presented the original case for the government, wrote that he had never seen any trace of a threat to the national security from the publication of the papers. 13. Access to information laws amount to little more than legislative maneuvers that open or close peepholes. They do not change the basic assumptions of a rational society, which are, only through the control of knowledge can a man define his own existence, only by a judicious holding back of what he knows can he prove that he matters. Such massive retention has played a role in our society's inability to debate problems openly and to act upon them. Take Mrs. Thatcher, for example. She is perhaps the most perfectly modern public leader yet to have appeared anywhere. Her ability to combine hectoring with an absolute assurance of holding truth made her the mistress of retention. It was often felt, even by her admirers, that she used the methods of a nanny, but why should that be surprising when nannies are responsible for toilet training and general social retention? The nanny may be outdated as a social institution, but she is perfectly adapted to the governing of modern democracies. It was mesmerizing to watch Mrs. Thatcher pursuing escaped secrets around the world as if she could force them back under cover. A relatively harmless book called Spy Catcher by a retired, second-level, ex-secret agent called Peter Wright was published in 1987. She, the Prime Minister of a functioning democracy, chased this one-week tabloid wonder from country to country in an attempt to have seized and banned what had already been read by everyone who was interested. 14. Or again, following a television documentary on the shooting in Gibraltar of 3 IRA terrorists by the British SAS, she insisted that the journalists either did not know the facts or had ignored them. The television network felt obliged to carry out an inquiry. The resulting 296-2-SNT work report by well-known conservatives exonerated the journalists. She rejected the report and insisted that the program had been unfair. Her attitude was that only the responsible authorities can know enough to say, what is the truth. The point of these two almost comical examples is that the official SCNTS acts or Western countries have gradually been brought into line with tin sophistication of modern management structures. These laws are no longer simple mechanisms for punishing treason. They have been given real teeth, that is, whole new rows of teeth with a detailed administrative bite designed to match the massive but intricate growth of artificial secrets. The practical result is that governments now have greater legal control than ever before over the information which the public needs to clarify how they are governed. Almost a century ago, on December 22, 1894, Captain Alfred Dreyfus, a junior officer in the Central Bureau of French Military Security, was court-martialed for treason and sent to prison on Devil's Island. The handwriting on a piece of paper found by a cleaning woman in a waste paper basket in the Sermon military attaché's office had mistakenly been identified as belonging to Dreyfus. The bordereau, as this scrap of paper was known, contained information of troop movements. The evidence against Dreyfus was contradictory. However, he was Jewish at a tune of growing anti-Semitism and therefore made a convenient scapegoat. The army did everything it could to cover up the weakness of its case, and an officer called Major Henry fabricated additional false evidence. Nevertheless, information continued to leak out, and late in 1897 the real culprit, Count Major K. Sterha/Y, known to be a gambler, a womanizer and heavily in debt, was publicly identified. Émile Zola, the most popular novelist of the day and an outspoken advocate of social and political reform, chose that moment to enter the debate. With the question of guilt settled in everything except legal form, he felt able to concentrate on the horrifying use of Dreyfus as an excuse for anti-Semitism. La vérité est en marche, he wrote, et rien ne arrêtera. Iut is on the mark and nothing can stop it. Esterhazy was put on trial and, in a travesty ol justice, acquitted. Dreyfusards were now doubly outraged. Zola wrote an intentionally libelous letter to the President of the Republic and published it in Reorges, Lemonceau's newspaper L'Aurore under the title J accuse. This forced a libel suit against Zola and put the Dreyfus case back into flue courts. Novelist was sentenced to a year in prison and fined 3,000 francs. However, he had fled to London before the trial. 297 was over and waited there for the boil to burst. His use of the courts had done the trick. He was able to go home 11 months later when Dreyfus was given a new trial. Though its outcome was still short of clear acquittal, the President of the Republic pardoned Dreyfus. He was reinstated in the army, promoted and went on to complete a respectable but rather ordinary career. This was perhaps the most important political and legal battle over a question of secrecy and treason to take place in any modern Western nation. Its outcome eventually led to the breaking of military power and the strengthening of civil structures. The debate stretched on for almost a decade and divided the nation. Were Captain Dreyfus to be convicted and imprisoned for treason today in Paris, London, or Washington, his defenders wouldn't have a hope of reversing the verdict. The various official secrets acts would prevent them from taking up the case in a serious manner. In Britain, the mythological home of fair justice, Zola would today be silenced by the law from the moment of his first intervention. Were he to persist, he might well be tried himself in a secret court, this being a matter of state security. Were he to succeed in using the libel laws, he might well find himself bankrupted by both court costs and an order to pay several £1,000,000 to the libeled parties. In fact, examining the Western countries one by one, there doesn't seem to be any case since that of Dreyfus, with the possible exception of the Pentagon Papers, in which popular forces were able to take on the state security laws over a major issue of unjustified secrecy and win. Definitions are simple yet central reflections of society. They are the elements upon which everyone consciously or unconsciously agrees, the givens which precede all conversations and actions and laws. Under the old regime of church and monarch, truth was defined as an absolute. The early men of reason disturbed the status quo by questioning that definition. They pointed out that it involved an arbitrary absolute. They didn't question the idea of an absolute truth. They concentrated on creating rational methods for discovering it. In that sense, truth became relative for a time. You have the right, Diderot wrote, to expect that I shall search for the truth, but not that I should find it. 15. The simple pleasure of this honest search removed the emphasis from the need to find truth, which depended, perhaps more than ever before in history, upon common sense. And even as the desire to find absolute truths regained momentum, it did so through a relative process. The mid-18th century English definitions of truth illustrate this. Johnson defined it as honesty, reality, faithfulness. Chambers, in his Encyclopedia, or Universal Dictionary, which later inspired the Encyclopedists, put it that truth was a term used in opposition to falsehood and applied to propositions which answer or accord to the nature and reality of the thing. The basic French definition of truth in the 19th century Literary Dictionary ran as follows: a quality by which things appear to be what they are. Litera, like Johnson and Chambers, W as trying to be reasonable. See Ampere their careful restraint to Noah Webster's brand new 19th century definition: truth, conformity to fact or reality, exact accordance with that which is, or has been, or shall be. Or to the contemporary Oxford definition, in accordance with fact or reality. Or the American Heritage, consistent with fact or reality. Or the Petit Robert. Knowledge which conforms with reality. That to which the spirit can and must give its agreement. The knowledge in question, of course, is factual knowledge. The use of the word must summarizes 10 new attitude. 16. Truth today is as much an absolute as it was in the 15th century. Then as now the greatest power is the one that enables the holding of truth. The heart of our absolutism is the fact which we must all accept as the guarantor of irrefutable veracity. And now that truth is a fact, it is not surprising that facts have become like rabbits, user-friendly, prone to copulation, rapid multiplication and jumping about, to the point where the planet lies meters deep beneath their hopping mass. Nor is it surprising that as a result truth has become as arbitrary as paper money in an inflated economy. I.e., same truth alters endlessly according to the choice of facts. That choice is in the hands of every expert, of every individual who controls a lilt or SI-NS a letter. Finding themselves with the power of truth in their hands, is it surprising that they retain it? This is their personal version of the schoolboy's dream of doing the one thing which even Merlin and Lancelot could not, pulling the sword from the stone. Every man now has a weapon, secrecy, that can give him some protection against other men's absolute truths. It also gives him self-pride. Secrecy has become the device which tells man he is worth something. I.e., negative, retentive, constipating refusal to reveal, to act, to cooperate, is the key to rational man. Truth today is not so much fact as fact retained. This is not to say that we truly believe even the great spy scandals to be important. A few seconds of introspection are enough for anyone to fix the real role, for example, of Philby, Burgess, and Maclean in the decline of Britain. They had none. 20 years of regular betrayal at the highest levels were virtually irrelevant to a nation which was collapsing for concrete reasons. 299. And so we do not worship in any profoundly divine manner the spies of l'Équerre or the athletics of Bond. Any more than we are deeply scarred by actual spy scandals. They are the miserable little fates diverse of our century. On the other hand, their very lack of real importance has freed us to treat real and fictional spies as the romantic model of modern civilization. They have replaced the old models of courage and chivalry. Given that there are no real secrets, those betrayed by Philby are, to all intents and purposes, as important as those each citizen retains. Our obsession with secrecy and plots is therefore not aimed at opening the curtains in order to let in light. Rather, we are wallowing in the dream that our personal limited powers of retention belong in the same category as those which occupy the front pages of the press. There was a subliminal identifying shiver of pleasure when Robert Calvi was found hanging by the neck from London Bridge. When Senator Joe McCarthy pointed his finger, there was an unconscious sensation that he was pointing it at each of us. When Guzenko came forward in disguise to spill the beans in public, individuals imagined themselves beneath the white hood, revealing all. 17 Colonel North's popularity stems only in part from the fact that he was attacked for defending a certain vision of the American dream. Just as important was his willingness to risk all by adopting the most secretive of methods. We do not follow the trail of mystery in search of the truth, but in search of the confirmation that mystery exists. These imaginary secrets are titillating because all of us are bearers of fact and therefore control secrets. 13 The secretive knight. In defense of the technocrats' addiction to secrecy, it must be said that they have long found comfort in their view of science as the miraculous knight of reason. Science led the way in the battle against the forces of darkness. Discoveries were celebrated as if new territories had been won on the road to a place of eternal light where knowledge would reign. And yet these very real advances in the uncovering of nature's secrets seemed increasingly to create a world which escaped the control of society. New knowledge and new positive powers in the hands of man seemed inevitably to be matched with new inaccessible elites and a new sophistication in the arts of violence and destruction. Science, the miraculous knight, has consistently resembled a splicing together of Merlin and Lancelot. The former was part prophet, part magician, born of a devil and a virtuous maiden, at one with the laws of nature and therefore able to exploit them. He secretly prepared Arthur to become the perfect king in his hour of destiny. In part because of his immortality, Merlin can be alternately a symbol of freedom or of enslavement. Lancelot, on the other hand, was the greatest of Arthur's knights, the model of chivalry, bravery, and fidelity. But he also carried with him the secret of his adulterous love for the queen, a betrayal which negated all of his qualities. He twice caught sight of the Grail, lent his impurity caused him to fail at the last moment, and eventually it was that impure secret which brought on the war that destroyed the Hound Table and caused Arthur's death. And so the servant of the greater good inexplicably destroyed it, just as the miraculous Merlin, uncoverer of perfection, inexplicably was unable to understand the forces he was releasing. The great scientific revolution in which we are still engulfed began in 1543 when Copernicus published On the Revolution of the Celestial Spheres, laying out a theory in which the Earth revolved around the Sun. From then on all progress seemed to be a victory against established authority and official ideas. Interestingly enough, the opposition to Copernicus was firmer among the leaders of the Reformation, beginning 301 with Martin Luther, than it was in Rome, where Pope Clement VII gave approval for an earlier version of the Revolution to be published. However, when Galileo published his Dialogue on the Chief Systems in 1632, clarifying and actually proving Copernicus's argument, he was put on trial by the Inquisition and forced to recant. It seemed clear from then on that scientists had embraced the ultimate virtue. They did not appeal in their arguments, as the 20th-century mathematician and humanist Jacob Bronowski has put it, to race, politics, sex or age. They resisted every form of persuasion but the fact. One truth was their guide in a world where everyone else was led by interest. Francis Bacon's social model of a dictatorship led by scientists, as laid out in New Atlantis, must be seen in that context. His idea of a nocturnal council of senior scientists, who would decide in secrecy what to do with the new knowledge and how much to tell the population at large, was the beginning of a debate which is still with us. As suited the mind of a courtier, Bacon opted for secrecy and manipulation in the best interests of the public. But the more general view among scientists has always been that secrecy has no place in their work. To the contrary, theirs is a permanent and open debate around the world, a republic of science, as Michael Polanyi put it. In the free cooperation of independent scientists we shall find a highly simplified model of a free society. Or as the nuclear physicist Robert Oppenheimer wrote, one thing we find throughout the house, there are no locks, there are no shut doors, wherever we go there are the signs and usually the words of welcome. It is an open house, open to all comers. 3. Of course, the situation is not quite so simple. The Republic of Science does exist in the exalted sphere of pure research. Not only secrecy has no role, neither does social interest. Virtue at this level is the investigation and revelation of the laws of nature. The line between this disinterested work and applied science is theoretically clear. In practice it is confused. Many scientists find themselves on both sides. Once across on the side of application, a whole other set of rules applies. Application involves the interests of race, politics, sex, and age, just for a start. Non-scientific choices must be made. Secrecy becomes a tool of the knowledge holder. It is the confusion over how to deal with crossing the line from theoretical to practical science which so troubles the scientists. If, once across, they surrender all power over knowledge, they quickly find themselves forced by public and private authorities to do things which disturb them for non-scientific reasons. The virtue found in theoretical work is the disinterested purity of the laws of nature. However, human civilization is always interested, and all choices surrounding scientific application eventually touch moral questions. A very different sort of 302. F7 virtue is involved, and the scientist is faced with the impossible task of satisfying both. His contradiction has been gradually obscured by a third and arbitrary value, the virtue attached to all progress. In order to establish this, the inevitability attributed to theoretical science is arbitrarily extended to applied science, thus eliminating the possibility of making practical choices through public mechanisms. Common sense can tell us at any time that no application is inevitable, or that civilization must decide had it wishes to do with a breakthrough of science. However, in the rush and disorder of the scientific revolution, very few choices have been made by society. Theoretical research may well be open and disinterested, but it also deals in areas obscure to the citizenry. That obscurity has somehow set the tone for all levels of scientific work, thus making any sensible intervention by the citizenry virtually impossible. In spite of this, there was a widespread feeling until the arrival of nuclear power that the force of science, in the words of André Malraux, could not turn upon man. For the Western world abounded in paintings and statuary which celebrated the good wrought by science. One of the most absolute of these evocations is the 1899 statue of Nature uncovering herself before science, by the French artist Louis-Ernest Barrias. There she is in the Great Hall of Fates in the Orsay Museum in Paris, a voluptuous, life-size woman sculpted out of marble, onyx, lapis lazuli, and malachite. Her wonderful shoulders and breasts are bare. A scarab beetle at her waist holds together with its claws the drapery which hides the rest of her. The scarab is knowledge. No doubt the sculptor meant us to feel that, with a little coaxing, the beetle would release the cloth, revealing, as it slipped away, the most secret and intimate parts, that knowledge could and would reveal all secrets, if we befriended it. With the help of knowledge, men would penetrate the secrets of nature and the world. And yet the beetle was in a position to play it either way. By simply using its little claws to keep the veils in place, knowledge would gain great power. Science, with the aid of the beetle, could explore every orifice of nature, giving itself orgasmic pleasure along the way, but deal out to the public only that information which suited it. Few men like to share a mistress, but they do like everyone to know that she is beautiful and gives pleasure. Although the idealized 19th-century love affair between man and the secrets of science was passionate, very early on there were doubts about the innate goodness of such progress. Frankenstein's monster was the most popular example. Mary Shelley's story of the struggle between science and humanism was written in 1818. Frankenstein, the optimistic scientist, creates his ugly monster and educates him with Goethe, Plutarch, Milton. The monster, however, cannot live without 303. Love, and so becomes a reluctant murderer. The drama ends in Antarctica, where Frankenstein dies and his monster wanders off alone into the snow in order to do the same. By mid-century the philosopher of art, John Ruskin, was writing of modern science such things as, it gives lectures on botany, of which the object is to show that there is no flower. Or again, there was some excuse for your being a little proud when, about last 6th of April you knotted a copper wire all the way to Bombay, and flashed a message along it, and back, but what was the message, and what the answer? Is India the better for what you said to her? Carrot. Of course, it could be argued that Ruskin was responsible for much of the romantic overstatement which allowed many writers and creators to surrender in their ongoing battle for a public voice and retreat into private places and subjects. His basic contention, that progress was not of itself good, became the contention of many of the creative, unscientific minds. They assumed, following Ruskin, that if not of itself good, then progress must be of itself bad. And so they fled away to the safer ground of private questions, on which so much of the 20th century's creativity has taken place. But Ruskin was himself one of the great revolutionary theorists of art and architecture. He helped civilization to see in a new way, and in so doing helped to release a fresh burst of creativity which spread from Dante Gabriel Rossetti, William Morris, and the Pre-Raphaelites to George Eliot, Walt Whitman and Marcel Proust. The instinctive leaps in his theory resembled those of theoretical scientific research. A century later, Bronowski was examining the same question. Is there any difference between the creative acts of the mind in art and in science? He argued that the discoveries of science and works of art are both explorations, in fact, are explosions, of a hidden likeness. 6. It was not this sort of creativity which bothered Ruskin, who was also an accomplished geologist, but the seeming impossibility of having any control over the direction and speed of subsequent applications. In truth, if there had been a divorce of science from art, it was an unwilling separation, forced by the absolute doctrine of structure and progress. Ruskin was astonishingly modern. His theories of beauty led him increasingly to political radicalism. His attacks on the mindlessness of applied science were tied into his attacks on social and economic structures which actually promoted human suffering and the destruction of beauty, whether natural or man-made. 7. As for the general public, by the middle of the 20th century, its unquestioning confidence in the innate good of science had worn thin. What remained was a profound, inexpressible need to go on believing that science must be allowed to unfold, that nothing was more reprehensible than even a hint of resistance in the face of scientific progress. 304. Higher can multiply the smallest doubt at terrifying speed, and to question is to doubt. To doubt is to fear. To fear is irrational. To be irrational is to embrace ignorance and emotional instability. And before you know it, you are a Luddite. As a result, whatever fears are felt, our attitude towards science is that whether pure or applied, it is a single force which must be allowed to move forward. The word forward no longer makes any sense to us, but then many of our difficulties lie in these language traps. A civilization which moves massively in any direction without conscious self-control is in disordered flight, as if pursued by enemy hordes. For example, over the last 2 decades we have become used to frightened groups who belong to what is called the right, urging upon civilization a general flight into the past. At the same time, the inaccessible, almost mystical religion of progress through science has enforced a flight forward into unknown futures. As for the scientists, the vast majority of whom continue to believe in the inviolability of progress, they still do so with the driven purity of terrorists. Indeed, their devotion to the need for physical change reassures us that our society is not in confusion or bogged down. The few scientists who learn to doubt and dare to do so publicly, are usually discredited as being unstable by the majority of the scientific community. From time to time, a scientific leader will find the right words with which to question our society's assumptions. The Nobel Prize-winning chemist, Jean Polanyi, calmly persists in a campaign for common sense to be applied to the development of knowledge. The progress of science, he argues, has its own logic, which you ignore at your peril. 8. He is not suggesting that attempts should be made to restrain pure science, but that society, with the aid of scientists, must develop mechanisms of choice which apply common sense, public interest, and morality to the development of scientific breakthroughs. The prime example of the seemingly uncontrollable relationship between research and development was the investigation which entered its final stage with Einstein's theory of relativity in 1905 and culminated with Otto Hahn's splitting of the atom in 1939. The first application was the atomic bomb. The scientists who produced that explosion felt themselves obliged to discuss, in secret, as the times required, the implications of their work. These discussions produced a report which was delivered by hand in June 1945, a month before the first atomic bomb test, to Henry Stimson, the American Secretary of War. 305. In the past, science has often been able to provide new methods of protection against new weapons of aggression. But it cannot promise such efficient protection against the destructive use of nuclear power. The protection can come only from the political organization of the world. Among all the arguments calling for an efficient international organization for peace, the existence of nuclear weapons is the most compelling one. We cannot hope to avoid a nuclear armament race either by keeping secret from the competing nations the basic scientific facts of nuclear power, or by cornering the raw materials required for such a race. The race for nuclear armaments will be on in earnest not later than the morning after our first demonstration of the existence of nuclear weapons. The Frank report was received and put away, to be ignored by the political and the administrative structure. The nuclear physicists who signed this document were in the unusual position of inventing a process whose full consequences were immediately foreseeable. Their call for common sense before the bomb was dropped can be seen as a cry of desperation. Because, from the moment of the explosion, a new profession could not help but be formalized, that of the scientists trained and employed to further develop the greatest weapon ever invented. That profession would have a structure linking it to the structures of the state. And the whole thing would be buoyed up by a self-justifying logic. Only in those last days before the explosion were the inventors both conscious and free, a combination which, as the book of Genesis established some time ago, brings on expulsion from the Garden of Innocence and an admission of the evil within each individual. In the Frank report, the scientists were attempting to take responsibility for the unacceptable application of their inevitable invention. That is the optimistic interpretation. A more cynical view would be that they were declaring pure science to be an innocent participant in the whole affair and shifting responsibility for any application to the politicians. But it was the finest scientists of the century who in the first place had encouraged the politicians to build the bomb or had themselves agreed to build it. Einstein, Leo Szilard, Niels Bohr, James Frank, J. Robert Oppenheimer and dozens of others were involved. All considered themselves to be humanists, and many were pacifists. Their call in 1945 for nuclear restraint by the politicians was sincere, but was it honest? Einstein, who wrote to President Roosevelt in 1939 encouraging him to build the bomb as fast as possible in order to stay ahead of the Germans, said after it was dropped, "If I knew they were going to do this, I would have become a shoemaker." If Einstein did not understand 306. The process of development and did not allow the public to understand it, what responsibility was he taking in his letter of 1939? To put it crudely, just because Einstein thought himself a nice guy doesn't mean he was. The real problem is that during 400 years of scientific revolution, the continual message has been that invention and change are virtues. Rational virtues. As for the dividing line between the inevitability of pure science and the choices theoretically presented by applied science, no attempt has ever been made to formalize the crossover point in coordination with the development of a public process of choice. Only the scientists have had any hope of identifying that line before, during or after it is crossed, as the Manhattan Project demonstrated. It would be unrealistic to imagine that the line could ever be perfectly clear. However, the Republic of Science could improve this situation if it recognized a second obligation, equal to that of open debate among experts, that is, an obligation to help the citizen understand the choices at stake. This would involve refusing the comforts of exclusive language and exclusive dialogues with the power structures. In other words, for the first time in modern history, to develop the idea that society, with the help of the scientist, has a brief to alter the progress of progress. And yet, as John Polanyi points out, most scientists continue to remain silent because they regard themselves as too poorly informed to make a contribution outside their narrow fields. In a world of expertise and competing structures, they, the mythological experts, are indeed ignorant about the political and economic structures which administer society. When the occasional scientist does actually speak out, he is more often than not mercilessly martyrized. The example of Oppenheimer is wired into the collective memory of the international scientific community like an illuminated cross that flashes on whenever they are tempted to convert their scientific expertise into public morality. Oppenheimer was the physicist chosen to direct the Manhattan Project. Neither before nor after Hiroshima did he doubt that it was man's highest function to know and to understand the objective world and its laws. However, he found the division between knowing and applying increasingly difficult to deal with. From the Frank report on, he grew reluctant about further development of the bomb. He gradually applied what could be described as scientifically informed moral or humanist standards in order to put a brake on the nuclear military program, for whose future he was still partially responsible. As a result, he was caught up in the net of McCarthyism and treated as part of the communist scare. This led to his removal from positions of responsibility. Only then did he seriously carry his campaign for the moral application of scientific knowledge outside the circles of scientific and political power into the arena of public debate. 307. 2. Our civilization detests the expert who gives in to generalized free speech. Public comment by an individual speaking outside his area of expertise, or even attempting to draw wider conclusions from his specific knowledge, is seen as a dangerous victory of emotion over professional competence. It interferes in the domains of others and it suggests that structures are inadequate. The words of a writer or of a journalist are relatively harmless. They come from the margins. But a proper expert, who is therefore a full participant in society, is attacking himself when he attacks others. As for critical public comment by an individual on his own area of expertise, that is almost worse. He is betraying the secrets of his confrery. Expertise and structure thus succeed in silencing most serious public debate. In the world of science, the modern secret finds its full worth. Knowing and understanding are the qualities of rational man which permit him to act. But the scientist retains that knowledge. He holds it back. Not in its details. Those are handed over to companies and governments. But he holds back any configuration of those details which would allow the citizen to understand. When faced by questioning from non-experts, the scientist invariably retreats behind veils of complication and specialization. Of course it is complicated. But there is no other profession in which the sense of obligation to convert the inner dialect into the language of man is so absolutely absent. Through this form of secrecy, the scientist makes it impossible for the citizen to know and to understand and therefore to act, except in ignorance. At its best, thanks to solid common sense, human ignorance may still attain the level of decent humanism, at worst it is emotive and fearful. In any case, both humanism and emotion will be discounted by expertise. The nuclear industry has become a microcosm of all the protective superiority and secrecy attached to scientific knowledge. In France, for example, the decision was taken by the administrative elites, in the late 1950s, to reduce oil imports by converting to nuclear energy. Some 70% of the country's needs are now satisfied by nuclear reactors. Soon the figure will be 80%, as 20 more plants are added to the existing 40 and fast breeder reactors come fully on stream. Between the introduction of the original plants and 1986, there was not a single nuclear accident in France. Its elites were thus able to boast at home and around the world of their system's superiority. Like the systems of other countries, it was being sold on the international market. The other builders of nuclear plants, the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Japan, the Soviet Union had not had many accidents, and most of those were described as mere technical incidents. In 308 general, this appeared to be a safe industry bringing much needed energy to those who lacked oil and coal. For decades it was unsullied in the public mind. This was the future of technology, clean, silent, invisible, as opposed to the dirty, noisy, obtrusive methods of the 19th century. The sense of purity was such that the scientific myth of moral change for the good of mankind was given a whole new boost. The public good was here synonymous with applied knowledge. Young scientists around the world dreamed of joining the nuclear sector and doing good, not unlike the young men who once dreamed of following Saint Francis. They were not seeking great fortunes on the backs of others. They weren't becoming property developers or currency speculators or leveraged buyout manipulators. They were choosing public service, which, if not so sacrificial as joining the early Franciscans, was nevertheless neither selfish nor self-interested. And what was true everywhere else was particularly true in France, where the industry's record was perfect. A national consensus, ever more solid, reflected the confidence of experience and, inevitably, the confidence born of necessity as the country became increasingly reliant on the nuclear grid. Nuclear scientists had once worked for a future dream. Now they defended a national system. Then, in 1986, came the accident at Chernobyl. The leak had been so bad that it was first detected outside the Soviet Union when the alarm systems inside Swedish reactors went off as if there were a local disaster. All of Europe went on radiation alert. In the weeks that followed, it became clear that there had been massive contamination of food products across the continent. Milk and cheese were destroyed in most places. Italy destroyed its vegetables and kept children indoors. Contaminated animals were killed and burnt. Curiously, France alone seemed to have been spared by the winds bearing clouds of radiation. Life went on. Milk, cheese, vegetables, and animals were eaten. As citizens looked at the daily maps of radiation movements in their newspapers, they could not help but be confused by the Cartesian elegance with which the winds carried contamination to the north and to the south, leaving a neat hole in the middle large enough to accommodate France. As it turned out, there had been no stupidity or political manipulation. The French nuclear scientists were simply so used to protecting their citizens from the moral dangers of knowledge improperly understood that they had extended the same protection to the Russians. This protective impulse might be called the conspiracy against panic. Rational man's greatest fear remains that the citizen will fall back on his baser instincts and act rashly. Reason over passion. Reason over fear. Reason over panic. Above all, modern man must remain calm. Interestingly enough, in those countries which dealt most openly. 309. With the dangers of the Chernobyl accident, the citizens took their right to panic to heart. They listened carefully to all warnings and advice. They did not eat what they were told was dangerous. They did not complain about lost crops. They kept their children indoors. No one ran amok in the streets. They used their common sense to panic with dignity. And when, in France, the knowledge began to filter through that they had been treated like children, the citizens reacted with a certain anger. First, French lamb was rejected at foreign borders as toxic. France's experts blamed this on foreign ignorance. Then even French herbs were turned back from Japan. The international press began to concentrate on the refusal of Paris to admit that something serious had happened. Gradually the French citizens' confidence in the nuclear system was shaken. In the weeks that followed, the revelation of undeniable deceit forced a certain openness upon the experts. Suddenly, nuclear reactors, safe for 30 years, began to have accidents a half dozen in the next 12 months. Then accounts of earlier accidents began to leak out. On April 4, 1984, at Bugey, which lies in the intensely cultivated and heavily populated area between the Swiss border and Lyon, the official unpublished report had said an incident of this gravity has not been met with before on a heavy water reactor. A supplementary failure. would therefore have led to a complete loss of electrical power, an unmeasurable situation. The failure of the valves to close would have led to an additional degeneration of the incident towards a situation difficult to control. 10. The scientist responsible for this report no doubt feels that the subsequent leaking and publication of his words was a betrayal. He would probably say that if read by untrained, uninvolved outsiders, the report could be used to create a narrow and sensationalist picture of the truth. As for the truth, that is a vast intricate thing which an outsider could not possibly understand. The average person, if called upon to listen to this explanation, would sense beneath the scientist's words an anger beyond any rational explanation. The source of this fury is the scientist's, and above all the nuclear scientist's, belief that he is Merlin/Lancelot, the miraculous servant of the future. Suddenly, ordinary people everywhere are accusing him of endangering their lives. The beloved child reacts to the questioning of his actions as though his motives, that is, his moral judgment, were being questioned. He responds with the weapons he most despises. He reacts with fear, with hatred of the outsider. He lashes out. He conceals. In fact, he does the very thing he keeps saying the ignorant public will do if they are not carefully handled. He panics. And having been nursed upon the abstract, he panics badly, without common sense or dignity. This makes it impossible for society to deal calmly with the problems which arise from his labors. In 1987, constantly high levels of radioactive contamination were registered on a beach near the Dounreay nuclear plant in Scotland. IHE's levels were confirmed by separate expert measurement. In fact, the responsible scientists did not deny the findings. However, the plant was scheduled for expansion. Studies and hearings were underway. The same responsible scientists refused to take the beach contamination levels into account in their studies of safety standards. One had nothing to do with the other. 11. It was as if they had been presented not with facts but with disloyal information which had inexplicably gone over to the side of darkness. Repeated leaks at the nuclear plant of Pickering in the suburbs of Toronto, surrounded by 5 million people, are consistently described as technical problems. In the post-Chernobyl period, a documented public report in Canada threw doubt on local nuclear safety standards. The Canadian government reacted by instructing its Crown-owned Nuclear Reactor Development Corporation to re-examine those standards. Instead, the corporation explained at great length that re-examination was unnecessary because the public report was based upon unfounded fears. The refusal to entertain doubt seemed to be absolute. The scientists within nuclear plants usually report incidents to their superiors. This is part of internal expert structures. For example, it is known that in 1986 there were 2,836 accidents in the 99 American nuclear plants. In 1987 there were 2,940 accidents in the then 105 nuclear plants. 12. The information blockage seems to come at the moment when the technical knowledge threatens to escape from the absolute control of the expert system. Over 28 years, reactor accidents at the enormous DuPont Savannah River nuclear plant in South Carolina were reported by the plant to the Regional Office of the Atomic Energy Commission, AEC. I has included a 1985 memorandum written by a scientist to his superior summarizing 30 reactor incidents of greatest significance. None of this was acted on. Nor was the information reported to the central offices of the AEC or to the Department of Energy. The information was kept secret. Those concerned pretended that nothing had happened. And yet they are not the sort of people normally thought of as belonging to the criminal element. They are quite probably good citizens. Loving parents who pay their taxes and take their children to little league practice or piano lessons. When the information finally came out, the Energy Department put the secrecy down to a deeply rooted institutional practice going back to the Manhattan Project in 1942, when security was all important. 13. But this hardly explains a decision not to report incidents to the Department of Energy. The 311. Department of Energy could hardly be called a foreign agency. Rather, This obsessive retention reflects a terrible confusion of expertise, self-worth, and morality. By treating the public as children likely to panic, the scientist can succeed in making them do just that. Witness the weeping and self-flagellation in British novelist Martin Amos's introduction to his book of short stories, Einstein's Monsters. Nuclear weapons make me want to throw up, they make me feel sick to my stomach. In the case of a nuclear war, I shall be obliged, and it's the last thing I'll feel like doing, to retrace that long mile home, through the firestorm, the remains of the 1,000-mile-an-hour winds, the warped atoms, the groveling dead. Then, God willing, if I still have the strength, and, of course, if they are still alive, I must find my wife and children and I must kill them. 14. Amos's hysteria gives comfort to the scientist and to the authorities. The expert feels exonerated in his withholding of knowledge, although Amos slipped into this frenzy only because, after 40 years of refusing to discuss nuclear power in a calm, open manner, the scientists have left the amateur no other style of argument. Curiously enough, such attacks simply reinforce the scientist's view that, while nuclear weapons are a necessary evil dictated by the needs of uncivilized man, nuclear power is a good necessary to the well-being of man. And yet the risk of a catastrophe is far more likely to come from peaceful reactors than from bombs. The weapons, after all, are dormant. Someone must decide to use them. Common sense and simple humanity protect us. The reactors, however, are constantly exploding. That is how they produce energy. All that stands between man and the unleashing of this force is the effectiveness of the machinery containing the explosions and the competence of those responsible for administering the plants. One thing we do know is that neither mechanical nor human infallibility has ever existed. Passenger jets crash. High-speed, high-technology trains crash. Dams give way. Bridges fall down. And there were 2,940 nuclear accidents in the United States alone in 1987 in only 105 plants. The late 1980s saw a breakthrough for sensible concerns over nuclear power. Britain, for example, has virtually abandoned the building of additional nuclear plants. But the way in which this happened shows that no progress has been made in bringing the secrets of science out into the open for public scrutiny. To the contrary, no public debate preceded the government's decision, not even debate among nuclear scientists. It was simply announced that the planned government privatization of electricity would not include the nuclear sector. Closer examination revealed that this was for two reasons. First, despite decades of promises to the contrary, nuclear power was still more expensive than old-fashioned energy sources. Second, the private sector was not in THIRD 312 scenes from D system that doesn't work estate in investing in such a risky sector. They were particularly disturbed by the risks and costs involved in dismantling old plants. Now here was there a hint that the public should be concerned by those risks or costs. Instead, the chairman of the Atomic Energy Authority repeated the standard arguments we have to demonstrate that nuclear power is not only safe but economic. There is no doubt that the public has been confused by press reports about the financial risk of nuclear power. 15. In other words, neither the nuclear scientists nor the government and business elites admitted anything. Instead, they stated that problems in the nuclear industry came from confusion in the public's mind, which is to say, from ignorance. One senses that what has happened in Britain constitutes only a temporary pause. The scientific community is still convinced that it must go on. It will, therefore, continue pushing inside the various systems until, one day, the British government will abruptly announce a new, improved program. This decision will seem to come out of nowhere, and yet the program will be born fully formed. One of the arguments which will make continuation seem to be inevitable will be that most other Western nations have not paused. France and Canada are plunging onwards. The United States will begin again the moment there is a new energy crisis. Only Sweden appears to have made a definitive decision to denuclearize. In the spring of 1991, the 5th anniversary of Chernobyl, the industry began a concerted international effort to sell the public on its new safety standards. 16. The interesting questions in this debate are the simple ones the experts avoid. Why should the public submit itself to uncertain risks? What right do the scientists have to impose their timetable on the general population? Why are the scientists so panicked by the fear of moving carefully? Why do they feel obliged to flee so erratically into the future? There is little difference between the nuclear scientist's moralistic prevention, through the retention of knowledge, of proper public debate, and that of scientists in other areas. For example, every year there are 2 million cases of human poisoning through contact with applied pesticides. 40,000 of these are mortal. Pesticides have poisoned water tables throughout the world. In 1987, the main rice-producing area in Italy was obliged to truck in drinking water for the farming families. Rice, of course, is grown in flooded fields. The farmers had poisoned their own water tables. The effect on the rice produced is another question, which the farmers themselves wouldn't want to discuss. In southern Europe there is an epidemic of microscopic red spiders which attack crops. These spiders are a side effect of advanced 313. Chemical anti-mildew treatments. A number of European studies have identified a sharp rise in terminal diseases among early middle-aged farmers and have linked this to intensive chemical farming. The University of Guelph has tied the sharp rise in Parkinson's disease to an element in chemical fertilizers. There is also a sharp growth in human immunity to antibiotics. For example, in 1960 only 13% of Staphylococcus infections were resistant to penicillin. In 1988 the figure was 91%. In part this has been traced back to overuse of these drugs, which has also led to epidemics of such diseases as meningitis and gonorrhea. Numerous tracing tests have also followed part of the problem back to the feeding of antibiotics to cows, sheep, pigs and chickens to prevent disease and stimulate growth. 55% of American antibiotics are used on farm animals. In a phenomenon called jumping genes, the bacteria are now developing defense mechanisms faster than the scientists can come up with new treatments. In a related development, the feeding of hormones to animals has been forbidden in Europe. This was a political victory over the local hormone experts, who deny any side effects, as do their colleagues in the United States. The appearance of salmonellosis inside fresh eggs was first seriously noted in the United States. In the 9 years from 1979 to 1988, the recorded incidence multiplied six-fold. Dr. Douglas Archer, director of the Microbiology Division of the Food and Drug Administration's Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, confirmed in December 1988 that the cause was the battery hen advanced production method. A month later a British cabinet minister, Edwina Currie, spoke publicly of this problem and was forced to resign. 17. These random examples are relatively straightforward. The refusal of most organizations to admit that there is a problem when one does arise, let alone do anything about it, could simply be put down to corporate interests. Nothing is neater than to blame human greed. However, most of the corporations involved are run by managers, not owners. Many of these managers are scientists or engineers. Most are technocrats of one sort or another. And beyond them are gigantic reserves of expertise in universities, hospitals, and institutes. The vast majority of these honorable scientists either cooperate with the problem denial process or simply remain silent. They seem unable to step back from progress in order to disapprove specific advances. Thus the pesticide poisonings are blamed on incorrect use by the farmers. Water table contamination cannot be specifically linked to agriculture. When, in January 1989, it was revealed that the pesticide levels in water processed by 4 UK water authorities were above what common market health standards allowed, the reaction of the authorities and the government was childlike. They said the EEC level was too low. They said this was bad news for consumers, who would have to pay more if the strict regulations were complied with. There wasn't a hint of concern over possible health implications. The red spider epidemic is blamed on incorrect use of the anti-mildew products. And the spiders are seen as a technical incident which is being dealt with through the creation of additional chemical treatments. There is an absolute denial that chemical fertilizers cause any diseases or have any effects on such things as water systems. And yet the water in apparently pristine lakes in Canada can no longer be drunk unfiltered. The government warns against eating too many fish caught in these waters. Oysters and mussels from beds in unpolluted areas off Europe and North America suddenly poison people. The problem is rarely admitted to be local. The poison has been carried into the area by a current. Not a serious word is said about the millions of tons of agricultural runoff, which is one of the causes of the tragic change in all these waters. It is denied that antibiotics survive through the food cycle. Each example of tracing is treated as incidental. Rather than re-examine its liberal use of antibiotics, the scientific community flees forward, discovering cures for calamities which its previous cures have caused. Not only do the North American creators of hormones for animals deny there are any risks, they claim that the European ban is a ploy by protectionist governments against competitive foreign products. They are terrified that the European precedent will help anti-hormone pressure groups in the United States. The European hormone producers side with the Americans and have created a pressure group called European Enterprises for Animal Health. The name is a perfect example of the dictatorship of vocabulary carried to the point of nonsense. They have appropriated SPCA sentiments for the name of an organization devoted to the chemical fattening of animals for slaughter. Annual analyses of the cost of organic grain farming versus chemical grain farming in the United States show that the organic system is now marginally cheaper. The production costs are the same, but the chemical farmer must pay for his expensive chemicals. Despite these facts, the scientific community remains united with the corporate structure in denigrating what they define as a non-scientific approach. Why something that works better, has no negative side effects and costs less should be eliminated on the basis of devotion to what is seen as modernity is not at all clear. The modern devotion to efficiency evaporates the moment the proposed method does not complement the methods in place. In 1989 a remarkable breakthrough was made. The American National Academy of Sciences announced the results of a long study which established that organic farming was as productive if not more productive than chemical farming. They are now recommending that 40 years of government policies promoting modern agriculture be reversed. This revolutionary announcement was greeted with silence. 315. From the scientific community. Nor did this news roll across borders, causing great discussion in the rice region of northern Italy or the intensive market garden area of southern France or in England, which prides itself on having the most modern, industrialized agriculture in Europe. Again, the question which the scientific community shows little interest in asking or answering is why the public should be submitted to the risks without its understanding or consent. The 35 chemical products which go into the production and preservation of a modern apple may or may not present a risk to public health. But why was the use of these insecticides, artificial fertilizers, fungicides, and preservatives rushed ahead with? Why was there no time to publicly consider whether this was the right road and whether the citizen wished to travel down it? The parliamentary systems demand that a government justify its actions in public. The scientific community has changed our life more in this century than any parliament, and yet it feels obliged to justify nothing. As for the scandal in early 1989 over whether British eggs contained salmonella, the process involved might easily have been mistaken for satire. First, no reference was made by scientists, politicians, or journalists to the fact that this is a problem in all Western countries in which advanced industrial methods are used to raise chickens. Second, the crisis immediately fell to the lowest level of nationalism. British eggs are good. Overnight every hen was waving a Union Jack as Mrs. Thatcher stood up for working chickens. Third, the minister who dared to speak the truth was left in isolation by the scientific community, in order to give the impression that she was hysterical, that she had panicked. Fourth, having gotten rid of her, the responsible officials took partial measures just enough to prevent panic, which confirmed that the minister had been right all the time. Attitudes towards science have seemed to be changing over the last few years. The sudden rise of the Green movement to a level of political importance imposed on the politicians, the bureaucrats, the businessmen, and even on the scientists a more careful agenda. However, the victories being won for environmentalism are taking place almost exclusively in the political arena. This demonstrates the muscles democracy is capable of flexing. But there is a great distance between showing biceps and changing a society. For the latter, one must win over, change or destroy the system. At this point neither the scientific community nor the bureaucrats nor the business managers have shown any major signs of responding to the new political signals. There has been a response which implies acquiescence. Environmentally sound paragraphs are now inserted, along with other motherhood issues, into the speeches of politicians and 316. FT corporate leaders. Deprived of their exclusive vocabulary, environmental-oriented political parties such as the Greens have already begun to founder on the complexities of modern politics. And the few real changes to have been made are concentrated in narrow areas where there are political points to be scored. The British government calls for environmental responsibility while attempting to keep the quality of municipal water at as low a level as legally possible. The American government is concerned about deforestation in Brazil while its own emissions of carbon dioxide are growing taster every year faster than the world's growth rate. The Canadian government bangs on about the dangers of acid rain while closing its eyes to the equivalent of desertification through massive deforestation. And no existing structures have engaged in any sort of discussion with those who question the wisdom of following applied science blindly into the future. If one listens attentively, there is at best a sullen silence. The problem is not green or anti-green any more than it is environmentalists versus capitalists. The problem is a whole approach to truth and knowledge retention and power which goes far beyond these movements. The green approach deals with an important slice of the scientific problem, but only a slice. Environmental risks are a result of the problem but are not the problem itself. If the scientific administrative structure were somehow to be won over to the Greens, it would be just as secretive, retentive, and sure of itself as ever. From the self-evident truths of nuclear energy as a beneficial social good, we would pass to the self-evident truth of generalized non-development. I.e., psychological effect the rational approach produces in people stems in part from the confusing of such words as modern and good. These belong together as little as back to nature and good. The public knows that absolutes have no place in process, but our society offers us no ls lore questioning or rejecting with common sense. The comic level to which this descends can be seen in the mythology surrounding French wine. The romantic image of a plump old Venerin, working with his gnarled hands on the vines, is central to the pleasure of drinking wine. Along with it come other images which have to do with past glories. Henry IV drank only Neut St. George's, Chambertin was the favorite wine of Napoleon. And yet there is a professional and public conviction that wine produced other than with modern methodology would be undrinkable. If you say to a Frenchman, "This is organic wine," he will roll his eyes. But organic wine is simply wine made more or less as it was for Henry IV or Napoleon, that is, as it was before two late 19th century revolutions, the arrival of phylloxera, which wiped out the vineyards, and the introduction of the scientific sugaring of pressed grape juice, known as chaptalization. The 317. Organic producer macerates the grape juice longer with its skin and pips. The resulting wine is held longer in wood casks and kept longer in the bottle. Its stability, body, and taste come from itself. Modern wine tends to be filled with sulfur, chemical stabilizers, fungicides, beet sugar, and alcohol additives. These elements, not grape alcohol, are the cause of most hangovers. Contemporary wine doesn't taste anything like Henry IV's Neut St. George's. It is forced, matures quicker and dies faster. Like nuclear reactors, modern wine is part of the secretive promise of our society. R14. There is a curious conceit in the West that our leaders are the product of chance or accident. We therefore tend to complain in an oddly disinterested way about those we place in authority over us. Stranger still, when faced by public needs, problems, or crises, we have a tendency to expect the almost instantaneous appearance of leaders who are appropriate to the situation. The reality is that leaders are rarely produced by either events or accidents. They tend rather to be the natural product of long-term structures and of a civilization's gradual evolution. The citizens' choices are often so limited by these trends that they find themselves obliged to light wars under the leadership of social reformers, as was the case in Britain, France, and the United States for most of World War I. 60 years later, the economic collapse of 1973 found the United States in the hands of a pure politician, devoid of financial common sense. France and Britain were then led by technocrats, whose tools were primarily administrative. Germany alone of the Western nations had a competent economist in place at the right moment, and that for reasons unrelated to the immediate crisis. These missed rendezvous are often used as evidence to support the modern truism that democracy is an unwieldy and ineffective way to govern. A more honest and accurate argument would be that democracy is increasingly crippled by the acceptance of rational methodology in the selection and selection of leaders. These leaders are then inappropriate to the democratic process and actually undermine it by working against its inherent needs. From our conversion to reason, two types of leaders have emerged: the rational prince and the hero. I.e., Prince remains true to his origins. He was very much the creation of Machiavelli, and then of Loyola, Bacon, Descartes, and Richelieu. Modern leaders are not eager to claim these ancestors. Nevertheless, it was Machiavelli's rational prince who multiplied and occupied the positions of administrative power so effectively that he was soon spreading out into politics. The politicians themselves then began to imitate the 319 methods of their employees, thus obscuring the natural and profound enmity between democracy and rational management. As a result, the development of the citizens' democratic reflexes was constantly sabotaged, and the development of the idea of the democratic leader was alternately blocked and deformed. The general frustration created by these obscure battles eventually produced a new type of leader, the hero. He was a facile combination of the democratic and the rational approaches, simultaneously popular and efficient. He was popular thanks to the combining of the majesty proper to kings with the worship proper to God in order to twist public opinion into adulation. He was efficient because his power left him free to administer without social restraint. Unfortunately, this joint solution was a betrayal of both public opinion and public administration. All heroes, it rapidly became clear, were the enemies of the public interest. And the key to their power was a talent for using effective violence against the citizenry when necessary. Even the hero who used his power to do good was merely preparing the way for another who would do evil with greater ease. The perplexing question this raises is how a civilization, which emerged from the destruction of the absolute power of kings and churches, in the name of such things as liberty and equality, could have become devoted to such a cult. Stranger still, it was clear from Napoleon on that only the rare individual could become a real hero, capable of the superhuman feats and weaknesses which destroy the power and self-respect of the citizen. The continued growth of the heroic option therefore meant the development of a third and more easily attainable leadership type, the falsely heroic leader. These people might rise to power through violence, in imitation of the real hero, or through the established methods of democratic society. But they would deform that process by using heroic imagery and promises of heroic efficiency. The overall effect has been that our society now finds itself dominated by the occasional terrifying real hero, scattered between bevies of false heroes, most of whom have managed to use the electoral system, and a whole range of unelected rational princes, the leading examples of whom preside over our legal codes. None of these three categories is easily controlled, because their power is the fruit of a profound rejection of the democratic relationship. Princes. On October 13, 1761, a 30-year-old French Calvinist, Marc-Antoine Calas, hanged himself in his father's shop on the Rue de Filetiers in 320 scones from a system that doesn't work fi on louse. 1. In order to protect his son's reputation, Jean Collas, who was a leading textile merchant, tried to hide the suicide. The tensions between the town's Catholic majority and Protestant minority led to the growth of a rumor that Jean Collas had strangled his son after discovering that he was about to convert to Catholicism. The merchant was subsequently arrested and a protracted trial followed. He was condemned HRST by the municipal magistrate and later by the Parliament of Toulouse. On March 10, 1762, he was executed by being broken on the wheel, a method which involved stripping the victim naked and tying him with arms and legs spread eagled to the flat of a large wagon wheel, high was laid on the ground. 1 or 2 men then set about smashing his joints and bones one by one with a metal bar. Having been made pliable, the arms and legs were then woven through the spokes. Finally the wheel was raised up to a vertical position and the victim left to die in agony. Collas died protesting his innocence. Such a condemnation also meant that his family lost their civil and property rights. 12 days later Collas's widow went to Voltaire and begged him for help. He was then 68 years old and Europe's most popular playwright. Already one of the most famous men of his day, he was a leading gadfly in the continent-wide agitation for political and social reform. A permanent threat of imprisonment in France hung over his head. He had recently fled the service of Frederick the Great of Prussia and settled at Ferney, an estate perched prudently on the French-Swiss border. From there he lashed out in all directions at those who caught his attention. Voltaire's first reaction to Madame Collas's plea was that her husband had been guilty. His horror of organized religion made him believe the worst of all sects. However, he investigated the case and became convinced that a great injustice had been done. He wrote to his contacts in Paris, ministers, courtiers, parliamentarians, asking them to intervene. They weren't interested. This was a turning point in Voltaire's life. Perhaps the most important. He had never had a great philosophical scheme. However, he passionately desired reform, and his already long career had been made up in good part of looking for the right way to force the hand of governments. He had been a courtier and a royal advisor, a playwright, and an historian. 3 years before he had taken up a specific human rights cause, involving 6 brothers whose inheritance had been stolen by the Jesuits. He now took personal charge of the Collas case and began pouring out a torrent of words in all directions. In the process, Voltaire virtually invented the idea of public opinion and demonstrated how it could be marshaled for a good cause. Instead of arguing from a high plane as the other 18th-century philosophers habitually did, he came down to the realities of human life. As a 321 result, he developed the idea that specific, heart-rending cases could be converted into great battles which would set standards and force widespread reform. More important, he concentrated on the law, on legal reform, and on the fairness of its application. Of course, Voltaire wasn't the first man of letters to seek social reform through legal reform. Jonathan Swift had taken on endless cases in Dublin in the first half of the century. Voltaire, who was a great admirer of Swift, had spent 3 months in the same house with him more than 30 years before during his English exile. His later concentration on satirical political novels, pamphlets, and poetic attacks owed a great deal to Swift. And Henry Fielding had begun his attacks on the law with a trilogy of plays in 1730. In 1749, by which time Fielding was a lawyer and a justice of the peace, he published Tom Jones, a novel that was in part a demonstration of the need for legal reform. Voltaire used the English model and English thinkers throughout most of his life as the political example to be followed. However, the Collas case was something new. Within a year Voltaire had turned it into the talk of Europe. The misfortune of Jean Collas began to take on mythological proportions. Voltaire kept up his assault. It took 2 years to force a judicial review of the case. And on March 9, 1765, 3.5 years after the execution, the 40 appellate judges of the town hall of Toulouse unanimously exonerated Collas. Every man and woman in Europe could see and feel that justice had been done. The pattern had been set for the great populist legal battles, which in our century would produce the Dreyfus case and Watergate. As for Voltaire, he was no longer seen as a political gadfly. He was now the defender of cause and therefore the defender of justice. He went on to take up a stream of other cases over his last 20 years. The rule of law had thus been fixed in the consciousness of the citizenry as the most reliable tool for controlling leaders and achieving both political and social justice. Only a few years before, the ideas of Montesquieu, a senior judge turned writer, had quite naturally been addressed to other members of the elites. Now even the complex and highly intellectual message of the encyclopedists had a populist reverberation they themselves didn't quite understand. Their arguments in favor of a strong monarchy bound by an inviolable legal code suddenly caused others to wonder why, since the legal codes were to be inviolable, the monarch had to be strong. That refrain had a longer history in England, but there it took on a new amplification when King George II's refusal to act in a law-abiding manner provoked American gentlemen including landed gentry and city merchants into revolutionary action. It became clear during these and other debates that the new rational 322 ft public man was meant to be first and foremost a lawmaker. This was to ensure the reign of justice, which was generally understood to mean the exercise of authority in the maintenance of right. 2. The importance of lawmaking was confirmed by the Napoleonic experience, which demonstrated that, even when a hero was in power, rule by law was to be second only to military glory. While Napoleon was busy conquering Europe and violating the citizen's most basic rights, he was also putting his name, with the accompaniment of great pomp, to a new revolutionary legal code. It has been central to his heroic myth that he be given credit for writing, if not all, certainly a great part of the Napoleonic Code. He was described and depicted staying up for entire nights to dictate the new standards of justice. In reality, most of the code had been in preparation before his rise to power. A committee of great legal thinkers then gave it shape. Napoleon made some late drafting amendments and, to his credit, enacted the whole package. Whatever the historical truth, the idea had been established that, while heroes might seize more arbitrary power than an absolute monarch, they did so on behalf of the citizen. That idea is still with us. Implicit in the new, popular crusade for lawmaking was the question of form and style. The rule of law meant that the actual formulation of the laws must be clear. Without clarity there could be no general understanding among the citizenry, and without understanding, no sense of whether right had been maintained. It has taken 2 centuries for that clarity gradually to disappear, while the law has grown to become a force in itself rather than an extension of representative decision-making. The swelling mass of legislation processed by our assemblies has to do increasingly with administrative methods rather than the enunciation of policy. Most of the laws relate to technical aspects of the system's development. And the sheer weight of the laws makes actual governing almost impossible. With very few exceptions, neither the elected representatives nor the citizens understand the legal structure. The last 100 years, our thin legal codes doubled their thickness, then tripled, then quadrupled. As justice took hold in detail, so it seemed to become more demanding, and so further legislation was required. Along the way something peculiar happened. Our languages gradually proved themselves incapable of absolute concepts. The propositions of justice laid out in the 17th and 18th centuries had seemed perfectly clear. The subsequent inability of legislators to write legal sentences which could capture these propositions was, at first, blamed on incomplete policy decisions. By the late 1950s, this excuse was wearing thin. Each new law, no matter how well drafted, failed to achieve the marriage of principle with application. Further laws were required to plug the holes which inexplicably appeared or to 323. Extend the regulation to areas inexplicably excluded. And each additional law created not fewer but more holes. As the tapestry of the different Western legal systems grew in complexity, so each became less like a fireman's blanket and more like a crazy fisherman's net, which allowed all sorts of fish through big and small, depending on such factors as intelligence, luck, and money. Criminal law, for example, proved itself not too bad when it came to dealing with amateurs, pretty hopeless with small-time thieves and unable to touch the professionals. Tax laws soon had many major corporations paying less than any employee working on their assembly line, because the corporations could take advantage of hundreds of provisions related to tax loss, special investments, write-offs, and shelters, while the employees had their taxes simply deducted at source. The legal profession began expanding by leaps and bounds in order both to plug these multiplying holes and to exploit them. Today there are 350,000 lawyers in the United States, 25,000 in Washington alone, where they devote themselves to governmental structures. In France, the argumentative onus and inquisitory role in law is only partially entrusted to lawyers. Magistrates, notaires, and the Conseil d'État, a bureaucratic corps devoted to cases which pit the public against the administration, account for a large percentage of legal activities. In spite of this, the number of lawyers has approximately doubled over the last 25 years from 10,000 to 20,000. There have been equivalent increases in most Western countries. Swelling national legal codes represent only a small part of their work. Administrative regulations are equally important, as are new areas in multinational law. For example, the law of the European Community is now as important as that of each member state. Thus, in the growing maze of technicalities, a cat-and-mouse game began between opposing armies of lawyers, whether struggling over criminal cases, corporate takeovers, taxation policy, environmental standards, or thousands of other personal, private and public issues. Only the sides they represented made them opponents. Their skills were the same. Their methods came from the same source. The sides, however, were not equal. Those writing the laws couldn't possibly keep up with those legally breaking them, because the legislator must obey his own rules. As for the mass of lawyers working against the public interest, whether for criminals, corporations, or individuals with a personal agenda, they were restrained only by the technicalities and so kept a constant lead over the legislators. The critical mass of laws and the intricate struggle surrounding them began ineluctably to transfer real power from the people's representatives to those who interpreted the legal code. When it came to creating policy, the interpretation of law gradually became as important 24 as tie of legislating it, then more important. Whatever the constitutions of the nations may say, the reality today is that judges and courts are more important legislators than the elected representatives. His is the third element in the decline of the elected assemblies. Just as parts of the representative's power have gone to the executive and to the administration, so another part has gone to those who argue and apply the law. As the lawmakers have declined, the law itself has grown into a seamless structure. Like administration, it has become both a substitute for policy and a body on whose back policy can be made. The fixation of most 18th-century thinkers on inviolable legal codes was produced by two factors: their desire to end the intolerable rule of arbitrary, absolute authority and their belief in some sort of social contract. Their assumption was that this contract would automatically encapsulate and defend acceptable social standards. John Locke's Social Contract had been published in 1690, just 40 years before Voltaire's exile in England. For most people, Locke seemed to have swept away the authoritarian origins of contractualism in the philosophy of Hobbes. Locke's approach was more flexible. And properly controlled authoritarianism didn't bother the proponents of reason. The rational, contractual approach to law seemed to them to provide guarantees for justice. Even so, to a minority these dreams of justice, rendered absolute by the application of unfettered intelligence, seemed dangerously dissociated from the realities of human society. Rousseau, for example, reacted by attempting to reattach the new legal concepts to their roots, that is, to humanity. I refer to morals, customs and, above all, belief. This feature, unknown to our political theorists, is the one on which the success of all other laws depends. In the 1950s that idea was still being expressed by Learned Hand, the greatest American judge of his day and a constant advocate of social justice. Surrounded by the explosion of regulation, he wrote, "I often wonder whether we do not rest our hopes too much upon constitutions, upon laws, and upon courts. These are false hopes, believe me, these are false hopes. Liberty lies in the hearts of men and women. When it dies there no constitution, no law, no court can save it. For this same ethos, balancing legal codes with a moral center, had been perfectly expressed at the moment of America's creation, when Edmund Burke rose in the House of Commons to speak against his own country's opinion and state interest by seeking justice for the revolutionary cause. It is not what a lawyer tells me I may do, but what humanity, reason, and justice tell me I ought to do. 5. Burke approached the American Revolution in exactly the same way. 325. That Voltaire had approached the Calas case. He sought justice in a specific case, believing that any victory over the details of evil would eventually defeat it in general. But as the web of legal statutes has grown, so the chase after specific justice has, like democratic consultation, become more of a release device than one which leads to general solutions. These focused quests, particularly when they are successful, now often result in even greater injustice. Watergate was an apparently successful quest for greater honesty in American presidents and their entourage. Instead it became a manual for the use of a subsequent presidency, which engaged in far greater dishonesty without the president or his popularity being touched. The general reaction, to legal complexity and the resulting obscurity that encourages legalistic manipulation, has been a growing desire for freestanding laws, that is, laws rendered inviolable by a Bill of Rights. Where such bills already exist, as in the United States, the drive has been to strengthen them. This curious movement was created in part by the abdication of the confused and frustrated political classes. If a Bill of Rights would ensure the justice they no longer felt able to create themselves, then why not surrender some of their theoretical powers to a document which could? The perceived success of the American Bill of Rights lies at the origin of this argument, which has recently been successful in Canada and is steadily growing in England. Lord Scarman, for example, one of the 9 law lords and chairman of the Law Commission for 7 years, eventually came out in favor of a British Bill of Rights. When times are abnormally alive with fear and prejudice, the common law is at a disadvantage. It cannot resist the will, however frightened and prejudiced it may be, of Parliament. 6. But how successful has the American Bill of Rights actually been, and in comparison to what other system? Despite U.S. power and riches, no developed country suffers from greater economic and human rights disparities or has higher levels of criminal violence. 40 million Americans are without any access to health care. Racial slums are abandoned by the authorities. In Los Angeles 70,000 young belong to street gangs which murder some 380 of their own every year, as they have each year for the last decade. 7. A higher percentage of the national wealth is in the hands of a smaller percentage of the population than in any other Western country. There are 25,000 murders a year, a figure which grows to new record levels every 12 months. To this should be added 1.5 million violent crimes per year and 12.3 million property crimes. Only the United States among the Western countries has permitted the return of vigilante groups to help in the maintenance of public order. There is no other way to describe the guardian angels who first gave themselves to the New York City subway system and are now patrolling a growing number of neighborhoods. For the constituted O. 326. Authorities to permit their presence, and the public to welcome it, is to concede that the legal system doesn't work at any level, from the policeman on his beat to the Supreme Court justice. It was the Bill of Rights itself, as interpreted by the Supreme Court, / made slavery legal in the Dred Scott case of 1857. That same Bill of Rights negated the results of the Civil War by making de facto slavery legal in the form of segregation thanks to the court's decision on Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896. Indeed, that same Bill of Rights ended de facto slavery with the Brown v. School Board decision in 1954, only after great internal debate among the judges. In 1905 the court approved the exploitation of workers, women, children, and immigrants, thanks to Lochner v. New York. It continues to find women unequal to men, in such cases as Bradwell v. Illinois or Hoyt v. Florida. In Korematsu v. LSA, it also approved the removal by the executive of the constitutional rights of the American Japanese after Pearl Harbor. His is not to say that legislatures are incapable of acting badly. Over the question of Japanese rights in 1941, the parliaments of both Britain and Canada were guilty in the same way as the American Supreme Court of racism combined with financial opportunism, that is to say, the removal of rights, internment, and forced disposition of property. The point is, however, that the Bill of Rights gave no extra protection, nor did the wisdom of the judges. Still more important, these policy questions central to morality and humanism, central to the very nature of the citizen, were decided by an appointed body. The elected representatives thus escaped all responsibility for decisions which were essential to the moral and physical well-being of their electors. Worse still, so did the citizen. Our confidence in the courts, when coolly examined, turns out to be confidence in the judges. It is a confidence based upon a reassuring /ision. Unlike most others who pronounce in the public domain, judges appear to offer, and to deliver, clear and definitive answers. Justice according to law is a coin which, when tossed, does not rest on the rim. It comes down head or tails, it is clear who has won and who has lost. Judge Ives his reasons, pronounces the result and withdraws to the chill and distant heights. Lord McCluskey, the senior Scottish judge, gave this description in 1986. Judge Learned Hand put it that the judge's authority and immunity depend upon the assumption that he speaks from the mouth of others, so he must present his authority by cloaking himself in the majesty of an overshadowing past. 9. Montesquieu was the senior judge in Bordeaux in the early 18th century. He described the situation in his limpid manner. When I visit a country, I don't examine whether the laws are good, but whether they are executed, because there are good laws everywhere. 10. Or again, Lord McCluskey, the judge hears both sides. He passes all the material over. 327. His own well-calibrated mind satisfies himself how the law applies to the established facts, and pronounces judgment which determines the rights and liabilities of the litigants. 11. All this makes the judge sound very much like someone we know. A mythological figure. A disinterested servant of power and justice. One who is indifferent to lobbying and independent from the opinion of the majority. Who tries to decide with the general good in mind. He is, of course, the prince. Machiavelli's prince, but also every man's ideal prince. He is the gold friend of Anglo-Saxon literature. He is Solomon and Henry IV, Le Bon Roi and other just kings. He is, above all, the long-lost benevolent despot of the philosophers of reason. He is Frederick of Prussia, Catherine of Russia and Christina of Sweden as Descartes, Grimm, Voltaire and Diderot had hoped to mold them. He is the Prince of Reason. That being so, the judge is precisely what the descendants of reason technocrats in all their forms have always wanted. Perhaps more important, he is precisely the sort of individual that they have labored to make our entire civilization feel it ought to want. And in a sense they are right. If we are to have a civilization of systems so complex and unending that they avoid all normal control devices, then we also need a tyrant, benevolent and fair, who will simply say, when the system gets out of hand, that one do. Stop it. But what would be the point in accepting this sacrifice of democratic rights if the legal system and its control devices don't work? The evidence is strong that they don't. Judges have great difficulty in composing fair and clear judgments. The citizen is being squeezed out of his role as jurist. The system seems unable to judge fast enough to keep the system up to date. And worst of all, the law and its officers are capable only of prosecuting the crimes which hardly matter. The major crimes escape them entirely. First, there is the question of the judge's ability to judge fairly and clearly. The citizen might be reassured by the fact that Western courts have made a series of generous judgments over the last 30 years. However, that is a short period of time. And even in this new age of justice, their calls have been close. Between 1974 and 1984, 20% of the judgments of the American Supreme Court were by margins of 5-4. In 1987, Justice Lewis Powell retired. Of 41 cases decided by 5-4 during his last term, he cast the majority vote 33 times. He was key to decisions on both abortion and affirmative action, although he did not always cast a reform vote. His successor is less generous in spirit. As a result, in early 1989, the court began to reverse 528 Italy on affirmative action in a series of decisions such as Ward's Cove Packing / Antonio. Most of these Supreme Court votes were also by 5-4. One, according to the late reforming Justice Thurgood Marshall, the legal interpretation of the court has now come full circle, back to the situation before Brown v. Board of Education began the desegregation process in 1991. The political reversal of the court majority was complete. Thurgood Marshall became so frustrated by yet another right-wing decision that he resigned. The case in question reversed by 6 votes to 3 earlier Supreme Court decisions on the admissibility of unrelated information in murder trials. 13. No doubt Justice Marshall, then aged 82, was particularly distressed by the knowledge that the pattern of future decisions was established for the next 2 decades. He described the situation in his dissenting opinion. The real question then is whether today's majority has come forward with the type of extraordinary showing that this court has historically demanded before overruling one of its precedents. In my view, the majority clearly has not made any such showing. Indeed, the striking feature of the majority's opinion is its radical assertion that it need not even try. Renouncing this court's historical commitment to a conception of the judiciary as a source of impersonal and reasoned judgments, the majority declares itself free to discard any principle of constitutional liberty which it has previously recognized or reaffirmed. In a separate dissenting opinion, Justice John Paul Stevens wrote that today's majority has obviously been moved by an argument that has strong political appeal but no proper place in a reasoned judicial opinion. Both justices thus invoked reason and, indeed, Thurgood Marshall opened his moving dissent with the charge that power, not reason, is the new currency of this court's decision-making. On one level this is perfectly accurate. However, if you take a longer, historical view, it was the rational conviction that justice can better be accomplished by judicial administration than by democratic politics which first opened the door to the use of executive power to deny justice by determining nominations solely on the basis of ideology. After all, a Bill of Rights, which can be manipulated for lengthy periods through the appointment for life of 111 removes the responsibility for specific political changes from tin democratic process. And Chief Justice Rehnquist, in his majority ruling in the same 1991 case, quite happily said that adherence to the precedents set by the court's previous decisions is the preferred course, however, not when a decision is perceived as unworkable or badly reasoned. 329. And that is where arguments about the nature of justice approach reality. President Reagan, his Attorney General, Edwin Meese, who escaped on a technicality from prosecution by the courts, and his supporters always saw the political return of the right as happening in 3 stages: first the creation of an accepted philosophical position, then the winning of the presidency, and finally the rolling back, on all fronts, of the liberal conquest of the last half-century. 14. That rollback could only be accomplished in the Supreme Court, which is why the most important decisions of President Reagan's 2 terms were his court nominations. It took only 8 years to rebalance the Supreme Court in favor of the right. President Bush's nominations have created a large majority. A justice usually sits for at least 10 to 15 years. That is, 2.5 to 4 presidential terms during which he is responsible to no one except his own interpretation of the law. The justice is therefore a powerful policymaker. This is by no means limited to the United States. In Canada, which recently gave itself a Bill of Rights, the now retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Brian Dixon, pointed out that he and his colleagues were now the final arbiter of many of the major social policy questions confronting society. Dixon added, "It is power unsought." 5. Indeed, 2 justices have already had to resign, unable to bear the strain of this new responsibility. And yet the power of judges is seriously hampered. They may not choose problems for consideration. They must wait for them to come to the court. They and the nation may have to wait 10 or 20 years for the definitive case in any area of concern to reach one of the Supreme Courts. It is thus a dangerously passive way to create policy. Perhaps more telling for the citizen is the reluctance of the judges to assume this responsibility. They are themselves exposed to public judgment when they themselves feel only partially responsible. They know that our society did not begin its modern period on an understanding that the judge would be prince. They feel used by the system, like reluctant Caesars, manipulated by their praetorian guard. The citizen's role in the burgeoning legal process is limited to jury duty. This has been absolutely central to the Western idea of fair justice. However, it never goes beyond the first level of trial. Appeals court proceedings are the exclusive responsibility of judges. And as the power of the courts grows, so the role of the jury keeps on shrinking, particularly in the common law countries. The administrators of our legal systems have been working for some time to narrow the public's role in the meting out of justice. They seem to feel that law has become too complicated for untrained jurists to understand. Juries are therefore now considered unnecessary in an increasing number of trial categories, particularly in Britain. And the powers of juries, where they do exist, are 330. F. Increasingly limited. Even the principle of a unanimous verdict has been put aside whenever possible. The idea of being judged by the unanimous decision of one's peers is one of the last areas in which humanism outweighs logic. The juror brings common sense to the court, a factor which is implied by the phrase reasonable doubt. That doubt provides the citizen far better protection than any Bill of Rights, and yet it is slipping away without a murmur of protest from the public. When, in 1972, the U.S. Supreme Court abandoned the fundamental principle of jury unanimity for state trials in their decision on Apodaca v. Oregon, Justice Thurgood Marshall wrote in dissent, "Today the court cuts the heart out of two of the most important and inseparable safeguards the Bill of Rights offers a criminal defendant, the right to submit his case to a jury and the right to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The skeleton of these safeguards remains, but the court strips them of life and of meaning. The court asserts that when a jury votes 9-3 for conviction, the doubts of the 3 do not impeach the verdict of the 9. But we know what has happened. The prosecutor has tried and failed to persuade these jurors of the defendant's guilt. In such circumstances, it does violence to language and to logic to say that the government has proved the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt." 16. Put another way, our elites do not trust our judgment. The experts who have influence on law reform, whether inside the bureaucracy, the law societies, the courts or the influential law firms, will never put it that way in public. Instead, they argue that the present system is awkward and old-fashioned. The rational argument, as always, is for efficiency. Perhaps these arguments would be acceptable if they carried with them a conviction that the result would be a wider application of greater justice. Even on the technical front, efficiency reforms have not solved any problems. The process of justice falls farther and farther behind the event which provokes it. Between the charging of an individual and the final resolution of the case, 1, 2, 3, even 4 years may go by. If the charge is a serious one, the existence of everyone involved will slip into limbo. The delays now associated with justice send a signal to all citizens: they cannot rely on the legal system to protect them, because involvement with the courts will be a destructive, not a protective, experience. Those responsible for law reform deny none of this. They say it is. 331. Proof of the need for more drastic reforms. But their earlier changes have now been in place long enough to bear responsibility for a worsening situation. No doubt there is an urgent need for massive reform. but there is nothing to suggest that the efficiency sought by official law reform committees in every Western country can solve our legal problems. This sort of reform seems to be little more than tinkering. The more fundamental problem is that the statutes cannot deal with the agility and imagination attached to major crimes because our legal systems are designed to deal with specifics. And specifics for the intelligent are like obstacles on an obstacle course. The difficult spots are highlighted. You go around them. Periodically, however, even the intelligent make mistakes. They become overconfident or overintelligent. They become carried away by a lax or corrupt political atmosphere or by an overheated economy. And so they get caught. From the public's point of view, these captures appear to be serious assaults by the legal system on corruption and criminality in the elites. In reality, they are almost accidental events. For example, the recent assaults on insider trading, involving such people as Michael Milken in the United States and Ernest Saunders, former chairman of the scandal-ridden British company, Guinness, merely remind businessmen that that is how all intelligent trading is done. This is an extension of the obstacle course phenomenon in which, for example, new taxation regulations immediately cause an explosion in creative accounting until a way around is discovered. The American Justice Department recently finished a 3-year investigation of General Dynamics Corporation in search of evidence that the company had defrauded the government during the building of nuclear attack submarines. They succeeded in finding evidence that the company may have falsified information about submarine delivery schedules and cost overruns, but the department lacked an identifiable party to charge. Since the Navy had acquiesced in General Dynamics' activities, it would have had to be included in the charge. The Department of Justice was reluctant to charge the American Navy. This was the second incident over which the department had considered charging General Dynamics. In 1986, while the investigation was going on, the company received $8 billion in further defense contracts. 17. The possibility of intentional massive fraud, by a key defense contractor with the acquiescence of the American Navy, is of national importance and constitutes a major challenge to the maintenance of public justice. But these sorts of events, or rather non-events, are considered so normal that they cause not a ripple in the sea of public debate. The General Dynamics case didn't even get onto the important pages of the newspapers, nor was it dealt with by the frontline journalists of national affairs. What other explanation can there be for such public 532 ft indifference than that citizens no longer believe their legal system can work, and what the citizen will put up with rarely remains an urgent matter for the politicians and the press. On the rare occasions when criminals belonging to the elites are brought to court, the circumstances always suggest that somehow a profound error has been made and that the accused, although perhaps guilt, really ought not to be there. In 1986, in the Place Athénée Hotel in Paris, a rich American businessman fired 5 shots at the vice-président of the Franco-Arab Chamber of Commerce, seriously wounding him. Their argument was over a $3 million commission owed to the American, Taj Jamil Pasha, for a turnkey factory contract in Germany. Jamil was released on bail of 800,000 francs, $160,000. He returned to France for the trial 3 years later. The judge treated him with great respect, referred to his career at the very heart of big business, and freed him on payment of a fine of 42,000 francs, $8,000. He can return to France whenever he wishes. The preceding case in the same courtroom involved a young Moroccan accused of trying to hold up a hotel with a pellet gun. He asked for bail. It was his first encounter with the law, and he had already been held without bail for 9 months. His request was refused and he was taken back to prison. He seen as not very different from that in London in 1988, when well-known city banker, Roger Seelig, arrived in court to deny the 12 charges brought against him by the Metropolitan Police Fraud Squad in connection with the Guinness case. He was freed on bail of £500,000 paid by 2 successful businessmen, Sir Terence Conran and Paul Hamlin. The general feeling in the business community about the charges arising out of the Guinness affair was that, whatever had happened, It had all been good business. The charges were therefore unfair. Selig was preceded in court by a man accused of eating a £3.95 pizza with the intention of not paying. The accused was sentenced on the spot to ISO or 7 days in jail. Having been short £3.95, he was unlikely to have 50. Selig went on to do something quite unusual. He conducted his own defense. Early 1992, some 4 years later, the legal process had worn him down. The judge discharged the jury because of serious concern over Selig's mental and emotional health, and he found himself free without any clear legal statement being made on his case. 18. It could be argued that the poor have always gone to prison and the rich gone free. In the Jamil case, the court reporter of Le Monde was reduced to quoting La Fontaine, according to whether you are powerful or miserable. 9. Equally, kings or law courts have traditionally reached out from time to punish a few of their elite who have become too big for their boots. Louis XIV made Fouquet, his superintendent of finance, into an example. Today's courts have chosen Bosky, Saunders, and a few others. There is no question of justice being 333 applied to all who may have transgressed. The courts can't handle the flow of petty criminals and murders. What would they do with half the business leadership of the 18 developed countries? This is not to suggest that the social disparities in Western society are now as great as they were in the 17th century. Or that justice is now as violent as it once was. Sentences were far more widespread and violent than ours, but, on those occasions when aristocrats and burghers did come to trial, justice was often as violent for them as it was for peasants. The question here is whether the institutions of reason have improved the equality of justice. It could probably be argued, given the decline in the incidence of treason, religious conflicts, and political divisions, that the ratio of convicts from the elites to those from the poorer classes is now lower than it was under the absolute monarchs. Moreover, there have been profound changes in the nature of major crime over the last half-century. It is a truism that the Italian mafia has a major role in Italian banking and business and in the largest political party, the Christian Democrats, that the offshore banking havens, such as Bermuda, the Turks and Caicos, the Bahamas and Hong Kong, which are used by most major multinationals to reduce their tax bills, are also used by organized crime to launder their income. Most major international banks have branches in these havens. That is merely a fact. It is a truism that American banks have been penetrated by organized crime, along with whole industrial sectors, particularly the entertainment industry, Hollywood and film distribution in particular. That is one of the explanations for the exorbitant costs involved in making American films. The charges of criminal activities against the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI, in 1991 should be seen as an exceptional occurrence brought on by the uncontrolled and extreme activities of the bank. The possibility of $15 billion in concealed losses and widespread involvement with Secret Service agencies was bound to attract attention eventually. The BCCI is, however, not an exception in its contempt for national laws. Its carelessness will provide a rare opportunity to examine relatively common banking procedures. The drug trade, once the family business of a few Sicilians, has now taken on gigantic multinational proportions, involving Chinese and Latin American organizations as well as the Italian. Drugs rate today as one of the largest international currency earners. All this escapes our system of justice. The authorities are reduced to humiliating seizures of a few kilos here, a few kilos there. Occasionally, there is a big haul, which usually consists of a few hundred kilos, that is to say, of nothing. No more than 10% of the estimated annual drug trade has ever been seized. And when a theoretically important criminal figure is arrested, it is with the greatest difficulty that the government gets a conviction or a long sentence. The 25,000 man. 334. FT American expedition to Panama, resulting in 400 deaths and hundreds or millions of dollars worth of economic damage, was mounted in the name of justice to shut down a major cocaine network by overthrowing General Manuel Noriega. He was overthrown, a friendly government was installed, and the drug business went on undisturbed. As for Noriega, he and his lawyers spent the subsequent years running circles around, or rather through, American law. The end result was a conviction, but the process of appeal will drag it all on for several more years. Drugs aside, our authorities have failed to understand how money moves and agreements are made. Our legal codes search for proof of misdemeanors in the forms of contracts and the physical exchange of goods for currency. Organized crime operates without contracts, without paper, without borders. Multinationals use contracts, but these may be in any jurisdiction, including offshore havens. Our legal codes and courts are virtually irrelevant when it comes to organized crime. But they are equally irrelevant when it comes to regulating multinational corporations. The point is not that there is a moral equivalence between drug cartels and multinationals, but that our laws are meaningless when it comes to international operations, whether criminal or corporate. When the scandal surrounding BCCI's operations exploded on July 5, 1991, one of the clients named, among the drug lords, dictators, terrorists and gun runners, was the CIA. Almost immediately, Richard Kerr, the deputy director of the CIA, confirmed that the agency had transferred substantial amounts of money through the BCCI, that the bank had been involved in illegal activities such as money laundering, narcotics and terrorism, but that the CIA had used the bank not in any illegal way. 20. This raised two questions. What does the CIA understand legal to mean? And, more to the point, given that this statement may well be accurate, what do the functioning elites of the West understand by legal activity, as opposed to legal theory? Kerr made his statement while speaking to a school civics forum. The difficulties into which our legal system seem to be slipping have provoked renewed debate over the nature of law. Curiously enough, most of our experts, both liberal and right-wing, have fallen back on the argument that law is rooted in contract, the contract of the individual with society and, on a more banal level, the endless contracts which make society function. Many of them argue, as does the American John Rawls, that the principles of justice are not evident in our common sense. 21. He therefore seeks an agreed social contract. This approach might make sense if there was some hope that these contracts, high and low, could be enforced and in a manner which reflected their social intent. If not, then in place of a common sense understanding of 335 law and of social standards, all we have is a morass of meaningless technicalities open to exploitation by experts. There are few areas which remain reasonably enforceable. Divorce and murder perhaps retain the greatest clarity. But once we leave the specific, we discover that the whole system turns in spite of our continuing 18th century obsession with absolute justice on the assumption that the law will work because it is in some way an expression of the citizenry and the citizen therefore believes in it. The reality is, however, that the creator is increasingly the expert. And the citizens' roles as legislator and jurist have faded, so they no longer feel directly involved. When contemporary legal wisdom speaks of law as contract, one is tempted to reply that the power of money, legal and illegal, thinks that contracts are a joke, both the contracts of the individual with society and those of the legal codes. They are playthings to be manipulated by professionals such as lawyers, who are trained to do so. These people use or misuse common sense and make the governments of the world look like children. Besides, at the heart of justice must be the citizens' belief in the laws they obey and their collaboration with the authorities. The actual statutes do not exist because everyone would act in a criminal manner without them. They are there to lay out general social standards and, above all, to deal with a small minority who have always rejected responsible behavior. There is an assumption in any social contract that the constituted elites are protectors for better or worse of that social agreement. The idea that a civilization could function with its elites as the principal abusers of the contract is impossible. And yet that is precisely what we have. In many ways, With its ineffectual complexity, law has become like court etiquette of the late 18th century. Each man goes through the motions of acquiescence. Then those with power of any sort go away and do something quite different. And the judges preside over these formalities like rational princes who have neither the paternalistic authority of an absolute monarch nor the populist authority of an elected leader to ensure that the social contract is respected. Heroes. The sudden appearance of the hero at the end of the 18th century came as a shock to a civilization in full and relatively optimistic mutation. Bonaparte seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Neither Philos 336 offers nor those in authority knew on it to make of him. They didn't understand how he could be an invention of the rational revolution. And yet they could see him being admired and eventually worshipped as the natural son of reason, the liberator of peoples, the lawgiver, the administrative reformer, the patron of sciences, the modest ruler, always in simple uniforms, who made no dynastic claims for preferment and sought to create a meritocracy. In the future society they had imagined, however, none of these qualities fitted naturally together with military coups, dictatorship maintained by violence, permanent censorship of free speech and therefore of writing and thinking, the emasculation and eventually the destruction of responsible government, the glorification of an individual, military adventurism, and the institutionalization of profiteering for those in power. Somehow Napoleon had effortlessly introduced both of the above lists. Perhaps it wasn't surprising that this new hero escaped understanding. In fact, the implications of the heroic phenomenon still have not fully sunk into the consciousness of Western society. We simply accept that our expert elites prefer dealing with judges and courts rather than politicians and parliaments. The people's representatives themselves have been so discouraged by their inability to keep up with the great search for absolute answers and the rush to efficiency and modernity that they have gradually given over many of their responsibilities, that is, the power of the people, to the various administrative elites and to the judges in particular. This loss of practical democratic power has pushed the politicians to bolster their position by concentrating on personal appeal. That is to say, they attempt to lead through personality, a phenomenon usually known as personality politics. These phrases have a vaguely amusing ring about them. They are reassuring. They imply that nothing more is at stake than a bit of ego from inoffensive politicians. This is so misleading as to be false. Personality is a pleasant way of describing the Napoleonic method of managing the public, and from his reign onwards, it developed into the principal public tool of the new heroic dictators. What is it then, precisely, that contemporary politicians in democratic societies are attempting to create by using this method? Not personalities. They are attempting to turn themselves into freestanding public objects which require no supporting walls or cables such as party, policy, beliefs, or representative responsibilities. They wish to transform themselves into this freestanding monolith so that the public will come to them in admiration, without intermediaries or conditions. Not admiration of anything in particular, such as policy or action. Just a warm, imprecise admiration tied to personal characteristics, being tough, for example, or loving or caring or familiar or awe-inspiring. The politician attempts to create a sense of well-being or dependence in the citizenry. 337. In short, they wish to become heroes. Not real heroes, who claw their way to the top in the tradition of reason's first monster, Napoleon. They will settle for an imitation heroship, in which they are worshipped for their appearance. Modern politicians are to Napoleon what Louis XVI was to Louis XIV. The sight of a quail or a Mulroney dressed up for the grand role does add comic relief to public life. And yet, as NAFTA pointed out in Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain, the insipid is not synonymous with the harmless. 22. The popular success of such consciously constructed personalities may have something to do with the remarkable self-discipline they need to make themselves over in the heroic mode. Self-discipline has not been seen as a great virtue by citizens of the West over the last few decades. In the 1950s and 1960s, it was popularly assumed to be a preference of the right, and this misapprehension remains in the political debate. But nothing could be less disciplined than the New Right, with its romantic mythologizing of freedom, equality, and individualism in order to obscure such practical policies as the legalization of dishonest speculation through financial deregulation. The New Right is even more undisciplined than the liberal middle classes, which have redefined personal freedom as the privilege not to give of themselves when it comes to protecting or advancing the public good. Throughout the West they have gradually withdrawn from public life, claiming that politics is too damaging to their private lives. These lives tend now to be devoted to careerism, travel, holidays, sport, exercise, and the caressing of a private state of mind which might be described as an obsession with their personal well-being. For both the New Right and the middle-class liberals, individualism has come to mean self-indulgence. Such a childlike approach to the role of the citizen has allowed them to invert logic in a remarkable way. The public servant, police officer, soldier, tax collector, health authority who is paid by the citizen, now becomes the enemy of the citizen. This transformation is, in part, the result of individuals feeling that they have lost control of the public mechanism. But what is self-discipline in public life if not working to ensure that one's beliefs have some effect? The tendency among Western elites is rather to evade paying taxes wherever legally possible and to pay the remainder resentfully, taking government services for granted, while grumbling about them and looking upon public servants and public services as money and time wasters. Thus our elites sink into precisely that childish, irresponsible mold which a technocratic society assumes is the real character of every citizen in a democracy. Should we be surprised, then, that the dream of the hero still roams so freely through the Western imagination? The hero incarnates self-discipline. Like the suffering Christ, he is disciplined on behalf of the populace. So long as he is there to protect them, the citizenry may. 338. Ft continue to be childish. The hero has the mythological power to assume responsibility toward our rational structures, while giving flight through his own personality to all our romantic fantasies. The rational idea that society is perfectible can also give him the right to use violence. This chastising, punishing hero first appeared during the French Revolution with the Jacobins under the leadership of Robespierre and Saint-Just. The immediate and effortless marriage which they accomplished between those avenging powers normally associated with the Old Testament God and the new high rational expectations imposed on each citizen should have given an early warning of the dangers inherent in heroic leadership. Instead, the physical elimination of impure citizens has become a recurring theme. This sort of extremism had once been proper to the defense of religious doctrines. In the 20th century, we have seen heroic leadership on the right and the left justify the taking of lives on the basis of everything from racial purity to economic and social methodology. Only heroes are strong enough to establish a virtuous society through bloodletting. Whether paternalistic or avenging, the heroic argument is that the public stage remains chronically empty. Therefore only extraordinary leadership can save the day. This is the standard justification for a coup d'état in the public interest. Perhaps the earliest example of the rational coup was Oliver Cromwell's dismissal of the Rump Parliament in 1653 with the aid of his soldiers and a populist slogan, "You have sat too long here for any good you have been doing. Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. In the name of God, go." He, the virtuous leader, claimed to speak for the people better than the people's representatives. His actions brought about a political, economic, and social revolution. However, because they were encased in strong Puritan themes and because the British monarchy was subsequently restored with most of its superficial trappings, the historic image of these events has been confused. It was left to Bonaparte, with his military investiture of the elected assembly on 18 Brumaire, to crystallize the idea of the hero's virtuous obligation to carry out a public interest coup against the people's representatives. What have you done with that France which I left you in full expression of its genius? I left you peace and I come back to find war. I left you with intones and I return to find defeat. I left you the millions of Italy and I return to HND laws of pillage and the people in misery. What have you done with 100,000 Frenchmen I knew, my companions of glory? They are dead. This cannot go on. 23. The modern false hero tends not to lead troops into elected assemblies, however, he has retained all of the hero's themes, the incomp. 339. Tense of the assembly, the chronically empty public stage, the need for extraordinary and virtuous leadership. Virtue is regularly redefined to reflect fashion. Sometimes it refers to honesty, sometimes to personal virtue, sometimes to devotion to the people's welfare. Over the last 20 years, it has tended to refer to the virtue of personal enrichment. Politicians know that if they can only get up onto the public stage and stay on their feet, they will be able to give the impression that they are filling the stage by the very presence of their personality. Of course they will not be filling it, and so the heroic mythology of emptiness will stay in place, thus making their presence seem even more essential. This conundrum is to the 20th century what the indivisibility of the Holy Trinity was to the Middle Ages, or the nature of predestination to the Reformation. As always, the successful installation of an unsolvable paradox at the heart of public affairs means that those who hold power can find justification for almost any sort of action. The very survival, in the heart of modern false heroes, of the themes established by Cromwell and Bonaparte means that the social forces which originally produced this phenomenon are not dead. Just as one hero once drew forth another and the emergence of heroes prepared the way for false heroes in their image, so the disappointment provoked by these superficial imitations may in turn encourage the emergence of another real one. The popular mythologies of television, film, videos, novels, comics, and advertising are now given over to unnamed strangers who ride into town, or to little guys who become champions against all odds, or to wise visitors from other civilizations, or to solitary soldiers who defeat armies. Ronald Reagan struck gold with the repeated invocation of his own line from a movie about Notre Dame football coach Knute Rockne and his dying star player, George Grip, hero of the turf, whose last words to his teammates were that they should go out and score. Win one for the Gipper. Caught the essence of our wistful obsession or belief that we are, in Leon Bloy's words, always waiting for he who will come. That the language is insultingly hokey only makes the phenomenon worse. The obviously ridiculous has somehow become palatable. Part of our difficulty in maintaining a sense of the dangers implicit in heroes, whether true or false, comes from the separation of the heroic from the hero. Rarely has there been such a complete divorce of a word from its meaning. Born as it is of courage, heroism turns on self-sacrifice and humility. It is a sacrifice which comes with no guarantee that the gesture will help anyone. And as the military example shows, only rarely does heroism bring victory. The hero's survival is an accident, because the essence of the heroic act is submission to unlimited risk. In other words, the heroic act is perfectly irrational. The rational hero, on the other hand, is ego unchained, God on earth. 340. T. The golden calf, whether a general, a tennis player, or a politician. He is the colossus whose shade eases the uncertainty of all those who gather below. He is the emanation of the dreams of those who crowd together at his feet. He is their unearned and unattainable expectation. He hero is thus the great destroyer of individualism. In this era, which we claim belongs to the individual, we dreamily watch and admire bevies of heroes in all domains in a way no civilization has ever done. Settembrini, in The Magic Mountain, is perhaps the greatest evocation of the man of reason. He considers himself an individualist. But, as the questioning voice of the ordinary man in the novel points out, to be that, one had to recognize the difference between morality and blessedness, which Settembrini certainly doesn't. 24. It was their inability to recognize that difference which caused the disciples of reason, while in the very process of creating the new moral individual, inadvertently also to create a new version of the blessed one they thought they had just finished striking down. In effect, they had combined the mythological powers of the knight, the monarch, and the deity to produce a new earthly divinity. For 2 centuries now we have been living with the rational hero. Born fully formed in the person of Napoleon, he sprang out of the confusion which swept Europe at the end of the 18th century. Napoleon was finally dethroned in 1815 and died 6 years later in exile. 2 decades after that first burial in St. Helena, organized mythology caught up with the phenomenon. The German philosopher Hegel had already written of world historical figures who break the established mold and change history. But it was the Scot Thomas Carlyle who laid out in 1841, the year of the triumphant return of Napoleon's body to Paris, a complete concept of the modern savior in his book on heroes, hero worship, and the heroic in history. His approach was fawning, indeed worshipful. And with phrases such as the strong just man, he successfully inserted this new invention of rational dictatorship into the age-old mythological structure of heroic leadership. Suddenly the likes of Napoleon were being represented as natural descendants of the earlier hunter, warrior, and martyr heroes, who had played a practical and often essential role in their simpler, more direct societies. It also followed that the new rational hero was a necessary type of leader. Generations of historians have quibbled over the details of what is the properly heroic role for modern leaders, but they have left in place the assumption that modern heroes are part of a single evolution through history. As a result, for the last 150 years, every revolutionary, general and beer hall conspirator has been able to invoke an 341 texts running from Julius Caesar and various barbarian tribal leaders, real and imaginary, such as Vercingetorix, Sigurður and Siegfried, to chivalrous knights, Joan of Arc and frontier Indian fighters. 7 years after Carlyle's malevolent contribution, the first major false hero appeared. He was Napoleon's nephew. A physically awkward weakling and an incompetent conspirator, who tended to panic under stress, he had neither talent nor experience on the battlefield. He managed instead to wrap himself in his uncle's Caesarian aura and to pass himself off as a dashing and romantic leader during the presidential election of 1848. His principal contribution to the heroic profile was a genius for public relations. Thus he replaced his uncle's practical skills with the illusion of those skills. It could be said that he invented the idea of the hero as actor. In 1851, he used his power as president to carry out a coup d'état and a year later was emperor, all this again in imitation of his uncle. Napoleon III subsequently made a fool of himself on the battlefields of Italy, where he abruptly abandoned his Italian allies because the sight of blood had upset him. In 1870 he was decisively defeated by the Prussian army and crept away to exile in England. Nevertheless, the manner in which he had initially taken power, the subsequent 18 years of highly visible grandeur and his squashing of practical democracy with massive programs of administrative reform and public works all combined to create the model for future false heroes. Napoleon III had been defeated by the genius of the Prussian Chancellor, Bismarck, and by a relatively new Prussian general staff. 18 years later these servants found themselves serving a new emperor, Wilhelm II, who was bombastic, of limited intelligence and filled with self-confidence. He was given to dramatic gestures, dressing up and stridency. His misfortune was that his royal powers were severely constrained by a reasonably buoyant democratic structure and impressive social institutions. He dreamed of stripping all that away to return to the absolute power of his ancestor Frederick the Great. However, Wilhelm didn't resemble Frederick, who had been an austere, withdrawn and almost monk-like individual, endowed with military genius and boundless intellectual ambitions. Wilhelm's actual role model was the modern hero, as defined by Napoleon and imitated by Napoleon III. In their style, he solved his political problems by carrying out what amounted to a coup d'état from within. In 1890 he fired Bismarck, installed servile chancellors in his place and gradually destroyed all limits on his own personal power. He then reigned as he wished for a further 28 years. Curiously enough, he was bolstered in his approach by Max Weber, the leading German thinker of the day, who opposed the Kaiser's methods but wrote continually about the revolutionary role played in history by charismatic heroes. Only the disastrous greater than 42T reality of World War I was able to cut through the illusion of Wilhelm's leadership. In the meantime other, lesser sorts of false heroes had been popping up throughout the West. Comic opera conquerors like General Boulanger, Mystical generals like Kitchener, whose aura disguised limited talents, a slow and therefore barbarous general like Ulysses Grant was able to gather the Caesarian mantle convincingly enough around himself to win the American presidency. Equally incompetent staff officers, such as Foch and Haig, later covered their bureaucratic methods with dashing attitudes, thus transporting the false hero into the realm of absolute internal contradiction. It was, however, only in the 1920s and 1930s, 115 years after Napoleon, that two false heroes were able to perfect the imitation of the real. Of the two, Hitler was the more astonishing phenomenon. What our civilization has retained from that experience is not what it pretends to have retained. On the surface we remember Hitler as a monster and tell ourselves that men like him must never again come to power. In reality, however, we have noted that he was highly successful. A small, ugly, illegitimate, lower-class, failed painter rose to a glory not seen since Napoleon Bonaparte. And yet Hitler did not rise to power by defeating Germany's enemies. He wasn't even a particularly skilled conspirator. Instead, like Napoleon III, he combined a genius for public relations with the phenomena of secrecy and police power, which had been slowly developing since Machiavelli, Bacon, Loyola, and Richelieu. Hitler T.X. the science of obscure manipulation to new heights of professionalism, while disguising its shabbiness behind his public relations screen of heroic glory and purity. Here, truly, was the little guy who became a champion against all odds. He was the ultimate illusion. Here, if you put aside the specific events of his career, his racism, his violence, his mental instability is the model which has been retained by the image makers of today and indeed in rational civilization. For example, if one compares the public style of contemporary political leaders with that of democratic politicians before World War II, they have very little in common. The old politics tended to be dowdy. It tended towards groups of men on podiums behind long tables engaging in lengthy political evenings. There was a reassuring middle or lower middle class air about most of democracy. Even the rising forces of socialism adopted those conventions and concentrated on issues as opposed to leaders. At its best the style was slow and dreary. At its worst there was an atmosphere of smoky rooms, corruption, and ward heeling. The contemporary political style only begins to make sense if it is compared to the Hitlerian method. We have become accustomed to the high, Spartan podiums from which a single, dramatically lit leader speaks while 343. Surrounded by a darkness in which large crowds have been assembled. Modern political conventions or rallies are primarily derived from those of Nuremberg. We now accept as normal the spectacular and officially joyous celebrations, involving massed flags, music and projected images of the leader. In day-to-day life that individual is now routinely and alternately presented as a withdrawn, august figure or, at the other extreme, a man of the people engaged in direct populist encounters. Between these two images lies the reality of democratic politics. And yet modern leaders carefully avoid being seen in protracted serious conversations or negotiations with lower-level public figures. Increasingly they avoid those encounters even behind the scenes. Lower-level officials are sent to represent the leader, who is held back for essential or scripted sessions. At public meetings 40 years ago, leaders tended to sit out on stage along with the other speakers, waiting their turn. Now they are kept out of sight and marched in heroically at the last and most dramatic moment. In their other role, as direct representatives of the people, they are shot, as if from a mystical cannon, directly into shopping malls or fish factories or barbecues where the hands of the people can be shaken. This high-low imagery is tied to the conversion of the leader into some sort of sexual image. Various methods are used. For example, there is the pre-rational religious and monarchical equation of power with potency, which Napoleon used so effectively. There is also the suggestion perfected by Hitler of restraint or self-imposed purity to illustrate a personal sacrifice in the service of the public. Some or all of these elements can be found in the political campaigns and governing methods of most contemporary politicians. It cannot be said that these are merely superficial deformities. The process of election and the government's ongoing relationship with the population are both central to the democratic system. What then, are we to make of the modern heroes who sincerely attempt to serve the public good? Perhaps the simple answer is that they are not modern heroes but belong rather to a pre-rational tradition. This does not mean that their actions will be understood in a pre-rational manner. Instead, they will find themselves in constant conflict with society's expectations of them. For example, even fanatically honest men have found it almost impossible to resist the deifying needs of our times. Garibaldi was probably the most famous man of the mid-19th century. Brilliant guerrilla fighter, champion of just causes around the world, the man who made United Italy a military and emotional reality, advocate of reforms which have only recently become realistic possibilities, he found himself constantly at the center of change. He also felt constantly obliged to flee public affairs and take refuge in isolated places in order to resist the personal implications of his heroic activities. 25. 344. The son of a fisherman in Nice, he began a confused naval career by serving various powers on the Mediterranean. This culminated with his participation in a Republican mutiny against the King of Piedmont. Garibaldi was 27. His flight led to South America where, for 12 years, he joined and eventually led rebellions against Argentinian and Brazilian dictators. By 1848 he was back in Italy and began in earnest his struggle for Italian unity. He was neither a nationalist nor a patriot as we now understand those terms. He did not believe in the absolute virtue of nation-states or racial groups. He saw them only as interim tools for achieving social justice. By justice, Garibaldi meant such things as worker rights, racial equality, religious freedom, female emancipation, and the abolition of capital punishment. This meant that although he was struggling on the same side as King Victor Emmanuel of Piedmont and his prime minister, Count Camillo Cavour, Garibaldi didn't hesitate to attack them whenever they left the path of justice. His was above all a populist voice, raised to defend the interests of all people. On the other hand, each time his military genius gave him power, Garibaldi promptly handed it over to constituted authorities. The most famous example was his 1860 lightning conquest, at the head of 1,000 red-shirt volunteers, of the large Bourbon kingdom that stretched from Naples to Sicily. No sooner had he made himself dictator of the two Sicilies than he handed the whole territory over to Piedmont in order to force the creation of a united Italy. He then withdrew from the public fray to his simple house, out on the island of Caprera, between Corsica and Sardinia, from which he emerged periodically over the next 22 years to fight for various reforms. Garibaldi, whatever his eccentricities and impossibly elevated standards for public action, never took advantage of his military successes and the public's adulation in order to advance his personal interests or to seize power. It is sometimes argued that he was outmaneuvered by venal politicians. But that is a point of view which primarily reflects the thinking of our civilization. We expect a hero, however noble his cause, to seek power. In truth, we require him to want power. The reality is that, although Garibaldi raged against the politicians' manipulations, he refused to play their games and left them free room to maneuver. His refusals were not feints designed to strengthen his future position. Given the obsessions of our times, they simply increased his aura as a hero approaching divinity. And so Italy is filled with hundreds of thousands of relics left by the great man in his passage from town to town. In the Municipal Museum of Cremona, for example, like pieces of the cross, a few objects under glass are tied together with a red ribbon. These include a splinter from A.D. X. R. in his house on Caprera, along with a piece of granite and dried flowers from his tomb. Beside this is another glass case, containing what? 345. Appears to be the dried baby finger of a martyred saint. It is a cigar butt which the hero had smoked in Cremona. The object is carefully labeled by hand. Avanzo di un sigaro che G. Garibaldi fumarà sul terrazzo il 5 April del 1862, raccolto e donato al Museo de Giovanni Bergamaschi. These relics lie about Italy like a promise that the hero will return to earth. Thus, while Garibaldi resisted all the worst temptations of rational society, his example couldn't help but create the hope that another hero would follow who would be the best of men. A leader who could carry the dreams of the people but also make them work. In other words, someone who could fill the mythological role of Carlyle's strong, just man. That hero appeared 40 years later in the person of Mussolini, who was Garibaldi's exact opposite. The expectation of rational society is that the hero will assume power. Sooner or later someone with his own agenda comes along and does just that. At the heart of the problem is our idea of the individual who is the best. It is a concept which damages our general understanding of what civilization can accomplish. Attempts to do better or to widen our knowledge in the arts or science or elsewhere are often described as the pursuit of excellence. This is a practical, indeed a humanist approach towards civilization. The search for the best, on the other hand, is an abstract and arbitrary business, which has its origins in warrior societies and idol worship. The man who is the best in whatever domain, is in effect, hero for a day. A society which mistakes the worship of the best for the pursuit of excellence will have difficulty focusing on established precedent and established procedure. These are swept away in the emotion of the heroic. And so, acts which are unacceptable in a democratic society, false heroics, for example, or the manipulation of institutions, even of the elected assembly, become mere transitory problems when a leader successfully assumes the cloak of the hero. In the circumstances it seems to be a small price to pay. And so, before the advancing hero and false hero, the morality and social conventions of democratic society fade away. There is nothing in official Western dogma which identifies the heroes, false heroes, and princes, particularly the princes of law, as important. 546. FT factors in our civilization. Laws, constitutions, open and free elections, responsible assemblies, and governments, all these are intended to determine the rules by which we govern ourselves and are governed. RHE control of the leader by the citizen is not, however, primarily dependent on laws and constitutions. These are theoretical expressions of a relationship. The reality of rational structures imposes a bureaucratic or an emotive relationship. Citizens inevitably find themselves in a pyramidal relationship to the prince. Structure and expertise guarantee the prince's superiority. The hero, true or false, good or evil, governs thanks to an emotive trick, in which he is not chosen as an integrated, practical element in society, but is anoint as a mystical leader. The anointment may well take the form of a vote, but then Napoleon demonstrated from the very birth of the hero that voting in an heroic context will negate democratic common sense. There is nothing original about a civilization which celebrates and maintains a fictional self-portrait for its own reassurance. Rome maintained the fiction of a republican citizenry defended by an all-powerful Senate long after the emperors were in control. Most European countries continue to think of themselves as the product of racial and cultural unity, when they are generally patchworks of conquered tribes and defeated minority cultures. The United States thinks of itself as the prophet of egalitarianism, when it is among the least egalitarian of the Western nations. None of this is of great importance so long as the state continues to function in a reasonable manner. There is, however, a very immediate danger when a civilization is unable to recognize the nature of its leadership and to understand its origins. This invites unattainable expectations and a profound misunderstanding of the mechanisms by which orders are given and obeyed. The result is a tendency to swing erratically from manic and manipulable optimism to confused disappointment and pessimism, from adulation for those in office to contempt. In the absence of a commonly held sense of what constitutes the clear, fair, and successful exercise of power, the desire for something mystical called leadership grows into a haunting and hypnotizing refrain. In the process the citizens lose their self-respect and sense of direction, thus acting in the immature manner that the princes and heroes expect of them. 15. the hero and the politics of an Easter morning. One man became the envy of the human race. It was not so much the rising as his advanced knowledge that he would rise which made all so envious. This underlying myth of Western civilization remains central, even in a largely post-Christian era when such questions have slipped increasingly into the subconscious. Time, after all, is the essential human condition, and the knowledge that it will one day cease to pass is the essential human fear. It is not dying which upsets the individual but ceasing to exist. We assume that accepting death on Calvary, while difficult, was made easier by the knowledge that it was, after all, only a 3-day affair. For other men and women, death remains unacceptable because of the surrounding uncertainty. If only this uncertainty were removed, says an officer in War and Peace, his men would go into battle without fear. Even if the answer to the question were that after death there would be nothing, the fear would have lost its power. And this despite our uncertainty having been transformed into the certainty that we are, after all, in Martin Luther's words, just so much excrement passing through the rectum of the world. There is a general and pervasive pattern to the way men meet the problems of meaninglessness and uncertainty. They create ever more intricate societies to soften the blow of death by simulating a physical and social eternity on earth. Fighting against death, Camus said, amounts to claiming that life has a meaning. Unfortunately, it also reveals a fear that life does not have a meaning. Men who thrust themselves into the leadership of these societies betray an exaggerated determination to deal with that anxiety. Unlike normal citizens, who carry on this struggle in the bosom of their families or of their limited communities or within their own hearts, the public figure deals with death out on the public stage. While our equipment for seeking immortality consists of our families, beliefs, and ca. 548. Freers, the public man's equipment consists of us. That he wishes to live in this WA/ tells us something about that man, and therefore about the direction in which he might try to lead society. The argument that religions and indeed societies are no more than calming devices for anxiety-ridden mortals is a little too easy. On the other hand, the promise by Christianity, Islam, even Buddhism of some sort of life after death, must have calmed the populace and thus made governing easier. While rebellion or revolution are the reactions of the cornered animal, belief in any sort of afterlife removes this need. In the West, of course, God has been dead for some time. What remains is religion as social belief, which is at best a moral code and at worst social etiquette. A real belief feels to the believer to be a natural state and does not respond to questioning. That is one of the reasons we have so much difficulty dealing with the Islamic world. They don't want to discuss fundamentals. They are not interested in a rational analysis. They believe the way we once believed. Not only do we find this incomprehensible and frustrating, we also find it troubling, because their certainty is a reflection of our own past. We and our leaders have been surviving for a while now in societies which do not have any escape routes through belief from anxiety. This may be one of the explanations for the childish hysteria of the last few decades over economic management theories such as nationalization, privatization, and free markets. The death of God was supposed to release mankind from absolute obsessions, so that we could give ourselves to rational analysis. Instead, the new structures have simply taken the old absolute obsessions which were tied to the soul and applied them to our economic lives. For example, the free market may be a good, bad, or insufficient idea, but, in any case, it is just a crude commercial code. Now it is regularly equated with or given credit for or even precedence over the freedom of man. But the freedom of man is a moral statement on the human condition, both in the practical and in the humanist sense. To equate it with the school of business is to betray a certain confusion. An unconscious unease. /C have, in effect, replaced beliefs with systems, and this has created a new kind of calming device which proposes eternity on earth. The web of Western rational society offers the individual a fixed place as an /PERT in a self-fulfilling and apparently eternal structure. The very lack of clarity, the lack of clear goals and conclusions, the very ease with which the structure weaves endlessly about us is what makes it resemble the eternal bed of nirvana. While many complain that they feel trapped in the maze of modern civilization, their complaints rise out of the emotional comfort of that stability. The leader is the one static element in society. He is the one who, whatever the civilization, must deal with his personal insecurity through 349. Interplay with the people he leads. If there is any difference between running our society and running another, it is precisely the formlessness of ours. The maze may offer the reassurance of the eternal, but unlike earlier societies, rational structures make it almost impossible to give a sustained direction to the civilization. Seen as a whole, Western society is profoundly inefficient. Those who lead it cannot help feeling that it lacks an inner tension. They want to push it about, to reorganize, to make it respond to needs. They wish to lead, and to do so they feel they must put tension into the organism. The leader carries all of our confusion with him as he attempts to climb above society in search of a clear view which would indicate the right direction. There, on his imaginary mountain, he stands alone, suffering the personal anxiety of freedom. He watches us dancing aimlessly below, half struggling with mortality in our comforting maze. He can see we have a certain reassurance, lost in our earthly eternity. But how is he to get his own reassurance if he cannot make all of us and the structure itself respond to his efforts? Leaders have always suffered from these anguishes. Hadrian, trying to make sense out of a tired Roman Empire, or Pope Paul III, faced by the confused interests of the Church during the Reformation, must have felt the same. Today's leader, operating in the late age of reason, has a particular problem. There has never before been anything as complex as our society. The leader quite naturally feels that he somehow hasn't climbed high enough, a bit higher, and he will finally be able to make out the pattern. But all the constraints on modern leadership, proper to the parliaments and the administration and the courts, are there precisely to prevent him from climbing too high. The fear of failure will inevitably come over him, the fear that if society refuses to respond, his life will have no meaning. And the greater that fear, the more likely he is to mistake himself for a composer gazing down upon us as if we were random notes waiting to be composed. If he has great talent, even a narrow genius for military affairs or histrionics, he may create for a brief moment what he and the population believe is music, a sort of mystical sound which seems to rise out of eternity. The deeper he can penetrate into the animistic roots of any society, the more he may convince its citizens that this music will capture as much of the future as it has released of the past. And in that moment there will be a fusion between the populace and the leader. That fusion is like a Zen moment, instantaneous and eternal. Long after it is over, the individual will remember what it was like to be part of eternity. As for the particular Napoleon who composes the tune, he is given the impossibility of using the word God in the modern world, a hero. But the individual, by giving himself to this moment and to the hero, 350, betrays himself utterly. These experiences of satisfaction through ecstasy seem inevitably to lead civilizations deep into a sea of injustice and often of blood. That is why justice is not about fulfillment or rising to heroic heights, but about restraint and careful attention. The philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries thought that the message of reason was precisely such restraint. But while they've held back the satisfaction of the ego with one hand, they dealt out the explosion of egocentrism with the other in the form of the mythological hero, the god of reason. The Middle Ages had offered the leader and his subjects quite a different view of eternity, perhaps because of the plague sweeping across Europe and the repeated breakdowns of order, with armies of mercenaries constantly on the move like human shadows of the Black Death. No other age has laid so much stress on the thought of death, Erik Erikson wrote. An ever-expiring call to memento mori resounded through life. One death was placed before each person's eyes in a sustained and graphic manner which we cannot imagine. Die was to escape out of a violent world of sin and temptation into the hands of God. The methods ensuring escape were clearly laid out, including detailed remission procedures if a rule were broken. Even methods which would put a man farther on the credit side were carefully elaborated for the simplest of minds to follow. They were like riders on an insurance policy for entrance to paradise. The growth of indulgences eventually destroyed the credibility of this whole process, even lore the most credulous of men. But in the earlier stages, they had believed. These medieval attitudes contrast sharply with our own. We have fewer plagues but more wars and of a far bloodier nature. Our approach is to hide death. It is another of our new secrets. There is absolutely no general conviction that death is something to be faced. Instead, we place our quest for eternity on the material level. Life is devoted to working, preparing, saving, driving ourselves towards something undefined. The process of our movement through the system gives us the sense of being somehow here forever. Since our age is technological, most people add to their material obsession a devotion to defeating disease. In the background lurks the idea of immortality. If 5 years can be added to a life, why not 10? And if 10, why not? The culture surrounding old age has been changed to the point where its vocabulary is filled with the promise of a new youth. Phrases such as the Golden Age have emerged to obscure the realities of physical decline. Charles de Gaulle, as always out of step with the conventions of his time, said old age was a shipwreck. Of course, the individual must attempt both to survive and to make use of that survival. It is the obscuring of the inevitable process which is so 351. New and so peculiar. Not only, it seems, should we not prepare our minds for termination, we should, as the moment approaches, create a whole new set of illusions in order to avoid the relevant thoughts. The modern hero's power comes from this obscuring of our mortal destiny. We live a half-lie, and that opens even the most sophisticated among us to the kind of elementary emotional manipulation which would have been laughed off the stage in a more direct civilization. When President Reagan stated in 1982, "We have never interfered in the internal government of a country and have no intention of doing so, nor have ever had any thought of that kind," people did not break into titters of embarrassed laughter and say out loud, "Hey, we've done it 48 times in Central and South America alone." Instead, they said to themselves, "Yes, we are a good and freedom-loving people." The Grenada operation came shortly after. When the socialist President Mitterrand converted France's electoral system to proportional representation in order to divide the right by enabling a neo-fascist party to win seats in the assembly while claiming that he was doing this to strengthen democracy, very few people were outraged. After 2 years of social disarray as a direct result, he was re-elected with a strong majority. When Brian Mulroney stated that President Reagan was his close and good friend and thus susceptible to his influence, people didn't howl with amusement and nudge him. "Brian, he has trouble remembering your name." What is going through the minds of these leaders and citizens? Clearly there is some collusion. Neither side is lying, because the element of deception is missing. Self-deception, then. But the actions in these episodes don't have the ring of self-deception. They are too open and guileless. Is there a flaw, then, in their memory patterns? Certainly the manner in which the Western individual remembers does seem to have changed. There are now 2 kinds of memory. One is related to structures. Each structure is self-fulfilling and self-perpetuating. The memories they produce are therefore internal, logical, and unattached to the outer world. The other sort is eclectic, one-off memories. People, places, events. This is the memory of a McLuhanesque world in which there is no sentence structure and no order. The mind soars and dives, like a gull over a vast municipal garbage dump. What is missing is linear memory, that is to say, the historical view. We may remember the event of 2 days ago, but cannot remember the passage of the 2 days. All words are neither true nor false without this linear pattern in the mind. They are merely words, well or badly said by people who are liked or disliked. Without an ordered memory, civilization is impossible. The weight of the words, their value, and even the sentiments attached to them are lost. 352 nt work. The leader on the mountain, anguished by his own uncertainty, sees all of this. He feels the weightlessness of words. He notes the loss of memory. These two things together translate into a withering of the citizen's ability to judge clearly. This makes it more difficult than ever to govern well. On the other hand, it becomes far easier to compose dances of confusion and darkness. Dances of the hero's ego. The citizens are not without defenses. Their common sense remains intact. They can simply refuse to respond to the worst forms of leadership. They can imprison the leader in a frustrated limbo by limiting their relationship to the level of parity. But in such an aura of confusion, society is always seconds away from not dancing at all, or from dancing to the tune of a leader who has the full genius of the dark side. As a child, Adolf Hitler had wanted to be an architect. He carried a small museum of his adolescent architectural projects about with him all the way, in fact, to the besieged bunker where he committed suicide. He spread the idea of architectural grandeur throughout his Reich. But from the very beginning of his political ambitions, there was a destructive drive which people couldn't make any sense of. They attempted to explain his characteristics analytically, as if they were dealing with a normal person who suffered from specific flaws. He was anti-Semitic, he wasn't a Democrat, he frenetically flipped between charm and fury. Because this was the very first unleashing of a hero both complete and false, they didn't think to look upon him as a wholly imaginary being. The manner in which he was conceived, as a single deformed reflection of the German people, designed to exploit their desperation, escaped the parameters of established political thinking. His destructive drive grew as the 40s progressed, displacing his creative, architectural persona. Albert Speer, who had been in charge of the German war industry, tried some 20 years later to rehabilitate his own reputation by claiming that he himself had managed to delay the release of Hitler's destructiveness until the last days of the war. He was deliberately attempting to let the people perish with himself. He no longer knew any moral boundaries, a man to whom the end of his own life meant the end of everything. Speer's analysis was almost perfect. It wasn't defeat, however, which pushed Hitler to an apocalyptic vision of himself. The final solution had been decided in January 1942, long before the tide of the war had turned. And the massacre of the Slavs, to make room for Teutons on the lands east of Germany, was already underway. It was Hitler's success which allowed him to give into his own sense of his powers, or, rather, of his rights. 353. And when the tide did turn against him, that sense was simply aggravated. To maintain the energy of the constructive hero is a tiring business. Creativity is limited by time and by effort expended. It is constantly reliant on others. It is not so different from the godlike act of creating children. This can be done, slowly, by animal methods involving 9 months of natural development and a commitment to 20 years of training. The process is serial and limits the quantity. The satisfaction is greater for a woman than for a man, who contributes only a bit of liquid for a few seconds and can never even be certain that the drops involved were his own. For a dozen years Hitler harped on about the importance of architecture and pored over ambitious drawings. He had absolute power over planning and spending, as well as having an architect, Speer, as his chief economic advisor. And yet only one of his great building projects was completed, a new Reichstag which was scarcely used. Destruction is the other power of God, equal to creation in many ways. Above all, it is easier and faster. Between creating life and taking it away, the hero invariably settles for the latter. It is, if nothing else, more immediately satisfying. Hitler came to see himself as embodying all of the German civilization, not just the government, but the race, culture, history, and mythology. Therefore, when he ceased to exist, all would cease. There would be no eternity after his departure. Erikson said of Hitler that he had an almost pitiful fear. That he might be nothing. He had to challenge this possibility by being deliberately and totally anonymous. His actions in earlier life, and only out of this self-chosen nothingness could he become everything. Allness or nothingness, then, is the motto of such men. 3. In this context, concepts of morality disappear. The hero takes everything upon himself and removes any need for society's definitions of guilt or of the inviolable rights of individuals. Jean Genet, a convicted murderer turned existentialist philosopher and writer, carried this idea to its maniacal conclusion. In The Thief's Journal, he wrote, "Acts must be carried through to their completion. Whatever their point of departure, the end will be beautiful. It is because an action has not been completed that it is vile for. It follows that actions are the only possible expression of the self. There is nothing beyond the self. And the more intense the act, the greater its beauty. The most beautiful act, therefore, is murder. It is indeed the greatest act. Having killed God, man must replace him. And there is no easier way for a man to prove himself God than by taking another man's life. If there is a God, Nietzsche cries, how can one? 354. Tolerate not being God oneself. And if there isn't, the same assumption of divinity is even more necessary. In theory, the hero may choose between creating and destroying. In practice, destruction is the only realizable choice. In Genet's play The Balcony, men come to a brothel where they can pretend to have the function they have always wished to have. This is the ultimate statement on rational structure and man's reduction to a functionary role. Dressed as judges, generals, and bishops, the brothel's clients talk of mirrors that glorify, of being reflected ad infinitum. They are delighted to be the reflection of someone else's eternity. The main character in the play is the chief of police. He controls everything, but no one knows him. He is the rational man of power, operating efficiently behind the scenes with such tools as secrecy and manipulation. No one has ever come to the brothel asking to play him. His only desire is to be a source for other people's reflections. He lives for that day. And when it comes, he says, I shall be not the 100,000th reflection within a reflection in a mirror, but the one and only, into whom 100,000 want to merge. He will then go and rot in people's minds. While waiting for that day, he builds himself a fantastic tomb, hollowed out beneath a red marble mountain, with rooms and niches and, in the middle, a tiny diamond sentry box. He will bury himself there for eternity while the reflecting world revolves around him. Some 1700 years ago, during the period which lasted from the loss of belief in Roman deities to the victory of Christianity, there was an explosion in the number of gods and spirits competing to fill the void. In the 19th century, while Christianity tried desperately to recover from the effective death of God, there was an explosion in the worship of an endless panoply of saints. The hero has multiplied in our day with that same assurance disguising confusion. And our endless reaffirmations of individualism on closer examination reveal themselves to be little more than the terrible confusion of individuals seeking to find their reflections in role models. These political and military leaders, terrorists, capitalists, medal winners, and stars are arranged about us in an unconscious hierarchy of heroes who dominate our imaginations and hopes to an extent that we can never admit. Tenet's fanciful idea of an eternally reflecting tomb has already been constructed wherever a hero has survived long enough to be succeeded by reflections. Generalissimo Franco had a shaft dug to the exact center of an inaccessible mountain. There a 70-meter-long granite gallery of cathedral proportions was hollowed out. It took thousands of Civil War prisoners 10 years to fulfill his dream. The whole mountain was surmounted by a 500-foot-high steel cross. Franco lies. 355. Exactly below the shaft, in the center of the tomb. His friends from the Civil War, his primary reflections, lie buried around him. Napoleon's tomb in the Invalids is based on the same principle. Mere humans stand in the Church of the Dome on the austere white floor, bare of all seating and decoration, and look up at the most beautiful dome in France. Around them in a circle are chapels containing the tombs of Napoleonic and more recent French marshals. Directly below the dome, a great marble well has been hollowed out and lined with a dozen enormous statues of victories. In the center a massive, curving tomb of red porphyry holds the body of the original hero. Like Egyptian pharaohs who lived forever, he is encased by several coffins, tin-sheeted iron inside mahogany, inside 2 layers of lead, inside ebony, inside oak. And all those in the marble mass. He lies as if at the vortex of a cosmic cone ascending into heaven. This is not so very different from the case of the 20th century's 3 great stuffed men. The idea of publicly displaying these theoretically dead revolutionary leaders may or may not have been their idea. The cooperation of their immediate successors, that is to say, their immediate reflections, was in any case required, and they did indeed arrange for the embalming and enthronement of their heroes. Are there particular Godhead characteristics to be noted in their appearances? Lenin's shedding beard and ever more waxy complexion are hardly impressive. Mao's obesity is a serious impediment to credible immortality. When he comes into view, there is a momentary pause while the Peking crowds are caught between a giggle at the thought of the taxidermy involved and a respectful gesture appropriate to the Buddha. He lies, after all, at the center of a great mausoleum, whose floor plan is copied exactly from that of a Buddhist temple. He lies where the Buddha ought to be sitting or lying. As for Ho Chi Minh, his asceticism was an example to all heroes hopeful of preservation. The moment he comes into view again, the layout is that of a temple. The Hanoi crowds are awestruck. His skin lies like prosciutto upon his bones, as if he had not died but been hung and slowly dried. He appears to be napping. His specially built mausoleum is the most impressive building in the otherwise dilapidated city. There is a 4th communist leader on display, perhaps the most evocative of the contemporary heroes. Georgy Dimitrov may or may not have put a match to the Reichstag in 1933. He was put on trial for doing so and, although acquitted, became Hitler's excuse for shutting down the pretend world of democracy and entering into the eternal void of his 356 own ego. Dimitrov survived prison during World War II and went on to become Stalin's reflection in Bulgaria during the late 1940s. He did for Bulgaria what Hitler did for Germany: he liquidated democracy. In 1949 he died. Stalin offered the Bulgarians the use of his official embalmer, the one who had done Lenin. Mr. Sparsky, the taxidermist, was the first of a new priesthood, empowered to confer immortality. His work on Lenin was an historic act. His work in Sofia on Dimitrov confirmed a modern principle. That principle first emerged late in the 19th century, when the well-preserved bodies of a number of early Catholic saints came to the attention of Rome's mythological machinery. Soon the bodies of other long-buried or even lost saints began popping up throughout Christendom. As if to counter the growing rumors of God's death, they were all put on display in churches. The sight of these demigods, miraculously preserved, as if ready for bodily assumption on the day of judgment, was intended to help win people back to the Christian idea of immortality. The Church didn't stop at that. It sensed that the technological 20th century would turn upon concrete proofs and so set about stuffing and displaying newly dead saints. Here isn't much difference between Saint Vincent de Paul, suspended in glass over the altar of his church on the Rue de Sèvres in Paris, and Lenin, Mao, Ho, or Dimitrov. All 5 must have known that, as heroes, something like external exhibition awaited them. However, Saint Clare, the friend and supporter of Saint Francis of Assisi, would have been horrified to think that 600 years after her death in modest simplicity and absolute acceptance of mortality she would be dug up and put on show in the crypt of her church. Marble steps have been laid on top of her rough stone so that the public may climb down in glory to a double-barred grille on the other side of which she lies. A nun, whose face is hidden by a thick veil, repeats endlessly, "Il corpo vero di Santa Chiara, this is the true body of Saint Clare." Clare would probably say so what? And make them rebury her body. She would be doubly horrified to discover that the chanting nun feels that she herself exists in part because Saint Clara's body is there. The nun would be upset if someone pointed out to her that she was acting like a communist. As Lore the Lower embalmed revolutionary heroes, the spectacle they have become might embarrass them on an intellectual level. But we can be almost certain that it would give them great subconscious satisfaction, at least as much satisfaction as Napoleon and Franco would get from their own idolatrous display as Christian altars. All of these men operated in the age of the hero, and they are among the happy lot to have become officially immortal. To become a hero is to accept. 357. If not desire, that the people will want your immortality. Of course, if they decide they no longer wish it, you may be abruptly mortalized and shoved underground forever or for a time. Lenin is now entering that dubious phase. By all the historic standards of earthly deification, the citizens who pass before such altars can see that their great man is a god. The message which the authorities intended to send, by laying out these men exactly as they have, is perfectly clear. Beyond that, the public may or may not think that the hero is a satisfactory guarantee of immortality. He is, however, a rare concrete indication of its possible existence. As a result, the edge of death is theoretically softened for the millions of individuals who are exposed to these one and only heroes on display or encased in marble whose reflections they might wish to become. The democratic process offers no equivalent softness. Participation by the citizen in a democracy is a down-to-earth business which has very little to do with grandeur and heroism. But our complex rational systems draw individuals into fixed positions as experts. The reassurance felt by belonging in this way contradicts the very idea of participatory democracy. Political initiative therefore shifts over to the leaders, and they in turn encourage the ever more passive individual to dream. Heroic leaders always encourage the people to dream, as if the capacity to dream were a positive political attribute. In truth, it has more to do with unleashing our fears, which then swell into the limitless realms of fantasy. And yet, when we look at our own leaders, they don't resemble the Hitlerian hero. These are not Napoleons marching across Europe. But the methods they use and their assumptions are those of the hero. False heroes, no doubt, but they manipulate the tools of power in a parody of greatness. Most of the time there are no public indications of this peculiarity. Then abruptly, during the 1991 Iraq War, they all slipped effortlessly into the bellicose overstatement of hard, bitter war leaders. To dismiss this as inoffensive is to miss the point. Our rational structures are not carrying us slowly but surely towards balanced, open and straightforward leadership. Instead, they carry us ever deeper into a world where the assumptions of leadership may lean towards parody, but the parody in question is that of the hero. Asterisk. 16. The hijacking of capitalism. When I use a word, it means just what I choose it to mean. Humpty Dumpty. Nowhere has the role of Lewis Carroll as linguistic architect of the 20th century been more apparent than in the world of big business. Nouns, verbs, and adjectives are flung about with great enthusiasm, anger and sincerity, leaving mythological trails so evident that not one of them needs to be explained. Capitalism, free enterprise, risk, private ownership, all these phrases and many more, when heard or read, produce a nod of instant understanding and either approval or disapproval. Thanks to this clarity, we have been able to carry on an endless public debate over what form modern society should take. Should we release the creative/selfish forces of free enterprise? Or should we protect/coddle/free the citizen in the face of the challenges/dangers of risk? These questions have been further simplified by a tendency to use interchangeably the phrases free world and free enterprise. George Bush, and Ronald Reagan before him, spoke of free markets and free men, in that order. While some Western leaders are more discreet in their wording, not many of them, even the socialists, would give much energy to disagreeing with the principle. Such whirling about of rootless words has created the illusion of a real debate. And that illusion is so convincing that we rarely examine exactly who is arguing with such fervor in the name of capitalism. The curious thing is that very few of them are capitalists. Instead, there are bevies of corporate managers, financial speculators, and service providers. Still more curious, if you begin to question them, you discover that they are horrified by the personal commitment and personal risk which is central to capitalism. They are, in effect, the prophets and defenders of an economic system which they reject. 359. What we have done in the West is throw three elements together as if they were part of a natural family: democracy, reason, and capitalism. But they are not even natural friends. The businessmen who speak so aggressively today in capitalism's defense are, in reality, the product of its defeat by reason. This product is by no means unidimensional, however. The speculators, for example, are a sign of reason's failure. The service providers seem inoffensive enough. All they do is fill a void in our economy. The danger lies in our believing that they are a new solution, rather than another sign of our problem. As for the managers in capitalists' clothing, they are not entirely a disaster. After all, during the period of their rise to power, we did establish some sort of general social compromise, shaky and uneven though it is. However, the gap between the capitalist illusion and its reality is now so great that the practitioners and indeed the civil authorities have difficulty making economic decisions in a sensible manner. Their problem begins with the democracy equals capitalism equation. Running democracy and capitalism together as a single idea is a wonderful Marxian joke. That is to say, in the tradition of the Marx Brothers. Neither history nor philosophy link free markets and free men. They have nothing more to do with each other than the accidents of time and place allow. In fact, free enterprise worked far better in its purer state, when it operated beneath friendly, authoritarian government structures. Unquestioned political stability suits the embracing of financial risk. Authoritarian governments can ally themselves to money without fear of conflict of interest. They can do things faster. Compromise less. Democracy, on the other hand, is subject to ongoing political and social compromise. It tends to want to curb activities of all sorts, business-related or not, in order to protect the maximum number of people. Thus capitalism's moments of greatest glory were under the benign authority of early Victorian England, before universal male suffrage and before child labor laws, work safety regulations, the right to strike and contractual employment. It flowered under Louis Philippe, the businessman's king, who even dressed like a company president, and again under Emperor Napoleon III, who removed the universal male suffrage which had been established by the short-lived Second Republic. It did well under Kaiser Wilhelm II, who cut back on the liberal reforms of his father and of Bismarck. The last Russian Tsar presided over the greatest expansion of free enterprise the world has ever seen. And in the United States, capitalism was healthiest and happiest in the period before white male universal suffrage in 1860, and then again in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when large segments of the population were without a vote because of the waves of immigration. Even after becoming citizens, these newcomers remained politically docile during the long process of integrating their particular community into the J60F mainstream of society. American capitalists were at their most dissatisfied from the early 1930s to the 1970s, the period when there was the most active participation by the citizenry in public affairs. In spite of a prolonged economic crisis, business interests have been happier during the last 2 decades than at any time since the day before the collapse of 1929. This happiness coincides with a decline in the percentage of voter participation to levels not seen since the arrival of male universal suffrage. Nor is this pattern limited to the West. The most vibrant new centers of capitalism to appear over the last few decades are Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, and Korea. All 4 are governed through sophisticated and cooperative authoritarian systems. Widespread confusion between the freedoms proper to democracy and those proper to capitalism further confirms that business leaders no longer understand their own ideology. And yet the credo has been public knowledge for several centuries. Capitalism involves the use of capital, not simply its ownership. You cannot own an abstraction. Only the owning of something renders capital concrete. Property, for example. Or a factory. Gold for a long time seemed interchangeable with capital, but it was in reality a concrete good which came to be the measure of capital because it was portable. However, the ownership of something thanks to the transferal of capital is not enough to make the owner a capitalist. After all, the ownership of inanimate objects, such as land or buildings or gold, existed long before capitalism. Those who increase their capital by trading in such commodities are merely speculating on the value of goods. To make money out of an increase in their value is not a capitalist act. Capitalism is the ownership and use of the concrete but dynamic elements in a society, what is commonly known as the means of production. A capitalist is someone who produces more capital through the production of the means he owns. This necessitates the periodic reinvestment of part of the capital earned into the repair, modernization, and expansion of the means. Capitalism is therefore the ownership of an abstraction called capital, rendered concrete by its ownership of the means of production, which through actual production creates new capital. However, capitalism as conceived today tends to revolve around something called the profit motive, even though profit is neither a cause of capitalism nor at the heart of the capitalist action. Profit is a useful result of the process, nothing more. As for the ownership of the means of production, this has been superseded by their management. And yet, to manage is to administer, which is a bureaucratic function. Alternately, there is a growing reliance upon the use of capital itself to produce new capital. But that is speculation, not production. Much of the development of the means of production is now rejected as unprof. 361. Idle and, frankly, beneath the dignity of the modern manager, who would rather leave such labor and factory-intensive dirty work to third-world societies. Finally, the contemporary idea of capitalism grandly presents service as its new sophisticated manifestation. But the selling of one's own skills is not a capitalist art. And most of the jobs being created by the service industries are, with the exception of the high-technology sector, descendants of the pre-18th century commerce in trade and services. The service industries cannot even claim to be at the creative end of capitalism, that is, the front end, which converts abstract capital into production. Instead, they live off the results of capitalism. Politely put, they are the tertiary sector, which, in simple terms, means they are economic parasites. The consultants, public relations advisors, financial advisors from bankers to brokers and all the other expert mercenaries are new versions of the courtesans who hung around the kings and nobles. The master of royal fireworks. The concierge, official candle lighter. The mistress of the bedchamber. The money lenders. Mixed into these service industries are those who speculate in goods. The property developer and the owner of large commerces are the most prominent examples. The property developer existed long before capitalism and will exist long after. He is usually linked to financial institutions, which deal in the abstractions of capital, or to those which administer inanimate goods, such as notaries or government departments. Donald Trump and Robert Campo existed in the Middle Ages and in the 19th century without being considered capitalists. Solvent or bankrupt, they are not capitalists today. On August 13, 1987, the New York Stock Exchange celebrated 5 straight years of strong growth. The Dow Jones average had risen 245% since 1982. The London Stock Exchange 300%. The Toronto Stock Exchange 200%. The Paris Bourse 300%. And the Tokyo Exchange 1800%. In that same period, real economic growth in non-financial, that is to say, capitalist areas had been minimal. Unemployment, already high, had continued to rise to record levels in Europe, had dropped a bit in Canada and quite a bit in America. The American improvement had depended on a willingness to ignore the lowering of employment standards and the use of part-time labor to count as full-time labor. To put it bluntly, in the 1930s, women who took in washing to get by were not heralded as job creation success stories, but our service industry economy measures differently. In that same period, the debt crisis put most Western banks into technical bankruptcy. The number of American banks to actually go bankrupt rose every year to a 1987 record of 208, the highest since 1933. 10% of the remaining banks, 1,500 out of 15,000, were on the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation's list of troubled. 562. FT institutions. A whole category of smaller financial institutions, the thrifts, or savings and loans, were virtually bankrupt. Annual business bankruptcies continued to rise throughout the West, setting new records every year. The only production sector to show serious growth was armaments, non-capital goods which do not themselves create further production. National debts continued to soar, currencies to fly up and down. The trade in real goods was so troubled that the GATT, General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, talks were stalled and most nations were turning towards protective measures. And yet the stock markets continued their record rise. The purpose of a stock market is to provide a regulated forum in which current owners of the means of production may either sell to new owners by putting their own shares on the market or expand their means of production by raising additional financing through the issuing of new shares. A rise in the market should be a sign of the rising value of the means of production, thanks to increased sales and new investment. Neither of these things happened between 1982 and 1987. And yet, enormous sums of capital poured into the market. Where did the money go? It seemed to disappear into some sort of paper printing maze in which managers and speculators chased each other around in a directionless circle with nothing in mind except control of the management levers and the maximization, indeed, the artificial creation of profits. It was perfectly appropriate that the American Secretary of the Treasury, the German Minister of the Economy and both the Canadian and the French Ministers of Finance during much of this period were ex-stockbrokers or ex-merchant bankers. And that the star, of what many people came to see as a generalized, irresponsible American corporate managerial style during the 1980s, was Ross Johnson, a particularly close friend of the Canadian Prime Minister. One modern capitalism could justify this general situation only by claiming that the maximization of profits is at the heart of the process. But if maximized profits really have become the justification for the existence of a capitalist economy, then services and financial speculation really are the new capitalist enterprises. And if that is the case, then capitalism, which was one of Western man's greatest innovations, has been debased into a fancy version of old-fashioned speculation, in the tradition of the South Sea Bubble and the John Law inflationary bust. When Black Monday, the crash of October 19, 1987, came and nothing particularly dramatic happened to Western society, it did indeed seem that capitalism, in its modern form, had become so divorced from the means of production and obsessed with paper profits that it had also become irrelevant to the real economy. 363. Perplexed by the apparently unsolvable nature of various economic problems, the citizen turns to the capitalist in search of some explanation. The capitalist inevitably chides him for failing to use his initiative and for not working hard enough. This lecture is followed by the invocation of a personal moral rigor which turns on risk, competitiveness, market forces, and individualism. Finally, he refers the citizen to his government, as the party responsible for inflation, unemployment, stock market crashes and restrictions on each man's freedom to act. The citizen turns to go as instructed, but as he does his eye is caught by something strange in the capitalist's appearance. This, he suddenly realizes, doesn't look like a man in command, an owner, a risk-taker. He does indeed project assurance, but there is no fire in his eyes. He is too sure of himself to be really responsible. And his clothes are too uniform for an individualist. There is no edge of creativity about him, nor the wear and tear of having built an enterprise. His words are too much part of a universal patter on free enterprise and the profit motive. Suddenly, the citizen understands this is not an owner of the means of production. This is an employee in drag. He is chairman, president, chief executive officer, chief operating officer, he is anything he wants to call himself, but he doesn't own the place. He has been hired to do this job. He has a contract guaranteeing him employment under set conditions: cars, first-class travel, pension plans, holidays, club memberships. He is an MBA or an engineer who has a stock option for 2,000 shares paid for by the company. Even those aren't his. They're just a legal way to save him years of tax on extra income. He'll sell the shares on retirement and walk away with the cash. And if, for some reason, he were fired, his contract would include a settlement provision to make him a reasonably rich man. If the citizen were to insist on meeting the real capitalist, the owner, he might find himself being humored by the chairman, who would insist that the owners are just stock speculators. Besides, there are 173,000 of them. If asked how, then, this modified capitalism can control and give direction to the managers, he might launch into a long explanation of the role played by his board of directors and his annual meetings. The citizen realizes immediately that the annual meeting is a toothless affair. Because of the impossibility of assembling the 173,000 shareholders, management will exercise the majority of the votes. As for the board of directors, the game is more subtle. Most directors are nominated indirectly by the management. Most directors take on the job not because they wish to control the company. 364. But because sitting on the board is prestigious. It gives them good contacts, extra power around town and extra income. They do not devote themselves to ensuring the company is making the right decisions. They keep their eyes open for basic errors. More important, they watch for opportunities for themselves, not so much of the insider dealing sort, but more subtle opportunities. Service contracts, for example, which might be given to other companies they are involved in. And even if they did wish to be diligent, how would they do it? The management accompanies each resolution presented to the board with thick briefing books. These resemble the briefing books prepared for government cabinet committee meetings. These company briefs have been prepared by dozens, perhaps hundreds, of experts on the proposed matter. What is the director to say? Whatever it is, the management will have a reassuring answer. 4 or 5 managers will be board members. If national assemblies, with the authority of universal suffrage, are unable to control governments despite the glare of public debate, and cabinets are unable to make government structure move, despite the prodding of parliaments, how could a few part-time directors succeed, when limited to private debate and deprived of even the organized support of the shareholders? Besides, management works very hard to turn directors into captives. They are paid quite handsomely. The fees in the United States are now between $30,000 and $50,000 a year. And the more money the directors will take, the more the managers can pay themselves. There are also all sorts of perks. Meetings in agreeable places. The cost of bringing spouses thrown in. Presents from time to time. Access to the company's services, whatever they might be. Banking institutions almost routinely offer their directors access to Swiss or other offshore accounts. The offer is not illegal, but the director's use of it will unavoidably be. The director who takes up the offer thus forfeits any right to make trouble on the board. He becomes a member of the club. One of the boys. And the bank management has enough information on his private affairs to control him if necessary. The assumption that board members exercise effective authority over corporations is one of the central fallacies of contemporary capitalism. The board of directors was never designed to be a control unit representing 173,000 shareholders. It was designed to be a gathering of all or most of the owners. As such, it was a body of real authority. One or more of the director owners was almost certainly running the company. That sort of situation still exists, but it is limited almost exclusively to smaller corporations. Free enterprise throughout the West is dominated by employees, more and more of them products of business school training or an equivalent. Like bureaucrats, they do not lean naturally towards the 365 inventive approach, neither inventive investment, nor developing goods, nor winning markets by selling goods. They specialize in developing systems within which they can operate and in producing tight programs which are modeled upon the case study approach. They are invariably eager to change circumstance and to force it into a set pattern. An individual who stands out, disagrees or takes risks is a danger to such systems and is effortlessly, unconsciously sidelined. The top management of large Western corporations and multinationals has been chosen by the system because systems have an inbred logic for their mediocrity. There are exceptions, of course. But there are exceptions to everything. André Malraux described the early stages of this phenomenon half a century ago in Man's Fate. Geysers, the Shanghai manager of a French-owned company, explained his position: modern capitalism is much more the strength of organization than that of power. 2. These managers have no power of their own. They play the corridors the way eunuchs once played the maze of alleys in the Forbidden City. Their interest lies in career advancement, and this can best be done by delivering immediate proofs of success. Their management style is therefore based upon rapid returns. The quarterly report syndrome is proper to this approach. There must be constant and immediate signs of success, and these must be structured in order to encourage the stock market and to throw constant sops to the board of directors. Long-term planning, basic and long-term investment, both to improve the established production and to create new production, are the last thing they want. There are managers who wish to stay with a company, in which case they are stolid and terrified of risk. There are managers who fly upwards from company to company, keeping one step ahead of their own activities. They need immediate results. Neither of these types is interested in the aggressive exploitation of the means of production. Neither sort is attracted to the production of things nor to their sale. Things are concrete. Managers, by nature, take what can only be called an intellectual approach. Reason is their sign. They can know and explain without touching. To touch is to slip down into a lower world. It is almost as if they fear the reality of capitalism, fear that the dark, satanic mills might take hold of them and squeeze out their illusions of grandeur, leaving them prisoners of the means of production for the rest of time. No doubt they sense accurately that the reality of the factory world is not easily susceptible to abstract manipulation. A great deal has been said about the inflexibility of Western industry when faced by that of Japan or of Korea or of other new capitalist nations. In rather the same way that the staff officers, who ran World War I, blamed their disasters on the old army class, so the technocrats. 366. Symbols of the future, have managed to blame the failures of Western business on the old industrialists. But the old owner-managers of the West haven't been around for decades. At most there are a few pockets of survivors here and there. It is the technocrats, the MBAs in particular, who have been so lacking in flexibility that they have ceded much of the Western means of production to the other civilizations. And it is they who have taken the success of these other cultures as a proof that Western capitalism had to die and be reborn in a clean, urban, non-industrial form. The lesson they have drawn is clear: if lesser civilizations will assume the hands-on work, the more advanced West can concentrate on working with its brain. Thanks to the proliferation of business schools, this self-interested approach has almost instantaneously been converted into a philosophical rationale. Rosabeth Moss Kanter at the Harvard Business School writes as a leading thinker of the post-entrepreneurial company, as if this were an intended and welcome result of business evolution. She sees companies marrying the best of the creative, entrepreneurial approach with the discipline, focus and teamwork of an agile innovative corporation. She writes confidently of the coming demise of bureaucracy and hierarchy. 3. Ranter's critique of the big, old American corporations is in many ways accurate. But the changes she imagines are dependent on the fact that much of the entrepreneurial and unbeatable competition from the Third World owes its success to social injustice. This does not seem to have made an impact on the intellect of management thinkers or of managers in general. In their exciting role as capitalists, they talk endlessly about the innate value of competition. To be competitive is their equivalent of morality. They treat competition as if it were a universal value enshrined within a single definition. Thus they miss the essential relativity of competition. Of course, a nation which uses 19th-century social standards as a basis for industrial production will produce cheaper goods than one which uses middle-class standards. But even the rolling back of social policy sought by the new right in the United States and Britain will not reduce production costs to third-world levels. For example, heavy industries, such as steel, have been hard hit by Korean production. In 1979, the American industry employed 435,000 people. 10 years later, it employed 169,000. Why is Korean steel so much cheaper? Before the recent worker protests, Koreans were putting in the longest average work week in the world, 57 hours. In return, they've earned 10% of a Western salary. Since the Korean cost of living is quite high, the workers live in slum conditions. Unions have been virtually banned and strikes forbidden. The work conditions are reminiscent of 19th-century England. In 1986, 1,660 workers were killed on the job, 141,809 were injured. 367. Given the modern manager's devotion to an international standard of competition, the effect of the marginal improvement in social conditions brought about in Korea by persistent and violent street demonstrations has been to weaken Korea's attractiveness as a capitalist producer. The citizen who listens to the modern rhetoric of free markets and free men would assume that a bit more social justice and democracy are good things. The cause of Western civilization has been advanced. The manager, however, sets aside rhetoric when it comes to specifics. From his point of view, Korea is now less competitive. For those companies that wish to sell in the North American market, it is now far more competitive to produce goods by using the Southern American states and Northern Mexico in tandem. Social standards in the American South were never high, but they are now being institutionalized at a low level by industrial investors in search of cheap, unsecured, and unprotected labor. A few hours farther south, across the border, is a massive assembly area called the Maquiladora Zone. The Southern American states function at half the wage levels of the North, of Canada, and of Europe. The Maquiladora Zone functions at mid-19th century levels of child labor laws and factory safety regulations. Wages are a tenth those of the developed world. Dangerous chemicals and explosives can be processed there without the expense of protection for the worker or the environment. A product manufactured between Tennessee and Mexico is now more competitive than one manufactured in Asia. The effect of this tandem is to put downward competitive pressures on the northern United States, on Canada, now linked southward by a Continental Economic Integration Pact, and on other countries who wish to compete in these markets or to compete with their exports. The Maquiladora experiment has been so successful that corporations have pushed the American and Mexican governments towards a full-scale economic pact. The Mexicans hope that this will lead to an influx of capital, new jobs, and an improved economy. But the interest of the investors is primarily in cheap, unsecured labor and unregulated industrial production standards. Why would sophisticated, technocratic employees seek aggressively to destabilize the structures of their own countries in order to give comfort to the sort of social systems which their fathers rejected as criminal less than a century ago? And why would they or we entrust any part of our fundamental needs to unstable societies which have not yet gone through the economic and political turbulence which surrounds most industrial revolutions? No doubt the managers in government and industry looked at their flowcharts and thought there was no other way. It apparently did not occur to them to question the effects of this strategy on their own society. 368. F*IE have been comforted by a seemingly endless parade of business school professors and economists who spend large parts of their lives on contract to corporations in one way or another. These men have pro/KLCD an intellectual rationale for economic masochism. At the heart of their analyses one inevitably finds the marketplace. Any integrated view of society, social concerns, morality, democracy, and indeed capitalism is necessarily pushed to the margins. This theoretical marketplace and the accompanying theoretical competition, which is required by anyone who wishes to survive in it, have both been defined by such people as Michael Porter in a manner which assumes the end of any evolved social contract. Porter is a professor at the Harvard Business School, the author of several books on competition, and is having an important effect on business and government in several countries. 6. The complexity of the financial formulas and mathematical models which he uses suggests that a sophisticated advance is being made in business methods. In reality, what Porter and many others are recommending is a return to savage economics. Beneath the patina of their highly professional approach is a deep pessimism about the ability of civilization to determine its course. It follows that we must passively subject ourselves to market forces and reserve all our sophistication for reacting to these brutal natural forces, rather than act to control or direct them, even if the result of such passivity is the destruction of our society. Curiously enough, the arguments used by these economists and business school thinkers not only obscure the underlying economic effects, they are also extraneous to the corporate life of endless meetings, aimed more at gathering information to be used against those who know less than at actually doing something. There is only so much time and lore and executive, much of it goes to seducing protectors, inserting oneself into the system, building fortresses of additional structure and initiating plans to be led out through the structure. The comedy of corporate life, unrelated as it is to corporate production, has been widely satirized. The manager is willing and even eager to put the advances of Western society at risk because he is not anchored by reality. He doesn't own. He isn't real responsible. He doesn't like the concrete of capitalism. His world is an abstraction. Without the anchor of reality, he has no idea of how far to go. A capitalist monster of the 19th century might or might not have been held back by the public consciousness that he was responsible for what he did. The more he acted against the perceived interests of his own society, the more his reputation suffered. To the extent that his ambition was to rise in society, he might eventually have reined himself in the Andrew Carnegie manner, and attempted to counterbalance his reputation by doing some good. The manager, on the other hand, deals in capitalist theories, not capitalism. By abstract. 369. Standards. The Mexicans are more competitive than the Germans. He presents this truth as an inevitability. There is a frigidity or, again, an asexuality in the way he insists that destiny is the slave of theory and he with it. In many ways he resembles an 18th-century nouveau riche bourgeois trying to pass himself off as an aristocrat. He goes further than any duke would go in his mannerisms, his clothes, and his snobbery. The manager is the bourgeois gentilhomme of capitalism. These peculiarities appear in even the most solid of corporations. Boeing, for example, is not only the largest constructor of planes, it has been probably the best. This quality was rewarded by great success, to the point where the company sold $30 billion worth of airplanes in 1988 and still had 1,000 back orders. To meet this demand it went on a massive hiring binge, to the extent that some 40% of the workers soon had less than 2 years' experience. There was enormous pressure on everyone to keep the assembly line going and going fast. The result was an abrupt drop in quality. Crossed wires on warning systems. Crossed wires on fire extinguisher systems. 30 cases of backward plumbing. Engine casing temperature sensors installed in reverse order. A disintegrating wing flap on a plane's first day of service. Metal fatigue disintegration of a 737 in flight. Disintegration of part of a 747 in flight. The U.S. Aviation Agency began reviewing Boeing's assembly procedures. 7. Why did the executive employees of Boeing not realize that their production pace was too fast? Why do they still maintain that it is not too fast? A reasonable executive would conclude that the company would do less harm to its own reputation by limiting production than by turning out craft of a lesser quality. Why do they feel that speed and quantity are paramount? Why do they think that precision work can be exponentially multiplied? Driven by an abstract logic and obsessed by maximizing profits, they seem unable to pace themselves, even in one of the finest high-technology corporations in the world. Neither the system nor the managers possess the restraint proper to common sense. One of the most obvious innovations of the managed corporation has been the division of currency into two sorts: apparent money and real money. Apparent money belongs to the corporation but is used by the employees, directly or indirectly, for their personal lives. Real money actually comes out of the individual's pocket. Some people have only real money. Blue-collar workers, for example. Or the self-employed. Or writers and painters, apart from the odd grant. The executive classes of the West, particularly from industry, but 370. Increasingly from government, live large parts of their lives on apparent income. They eat, travel, phone and drive without even considering real cost, because that cost is limited only by their professional level. It is difficult to imagine a quality urban restaurant which does not earn at least half its income from apparent money. At lunchtime, the figure would be closer to 100%. City hotels would be empty without the corporate managers. The quality car market would shrivel away without the company car. Sports clubs would be bankrupt without company memberships. A whole category of more expensive air travel, executive or business class, has been created for managers who have not quite reached the top. If there are any real capitalists on board, that is, those spending their own money to do business, they may well be in the cheap seats. There is no way of calculating the costs to the corporations and therefore to the shareholders, who are, after all, the owners of the corporations of this apparent money. The manager's official perks or expense accounts are a small part of the total. The rest are integrated into the self-justifying management method of the corporate structure. Apparent money does not double executive personnel costs. The figure is more likely to be 3 or 4 times the real salary level. In terms of financial costs to the shareholder, the industry manager is out of control. The more he profiteers from his company, the more he feels and indeed declares himself to be a capitalist. The further he moves up the corporate ladder, the more he spends apparent money in quantities which bear no relationship to the interests of the company or to the needs of the business he is doing. The size and contents of specific offices, for example, are only details of the size and architecture of corporate buildings. Does the decision to cover a new company headquarters with marble, for example, relate to corporate needs or to management's ego? The very shape of office towers is now routinely altered to pump up the executive's false sense of importance. Capitalists have corner offices. More and more office buildings are therefore built, at considerable extra cost, with zigzags in their facades. As a New York architect put it, the more corner offices you can claim to have, the more marketable a building becomes. 8. At this very moment, tens of thousands of employees are flying above in corporate jets. This is as it should be if these private planes are helping them to do more and better business. The likelihood is that they aren't. I hear are rarely such imperatives of split-second timing in big business. In fact, there usually isn't much of a rush in the completion of big deals. They tend to be rather slow and complicated. There are certainly no real production requirements forcing the executive up into a Learjet. The commercial system is perfectly adequate for a corporate timetable. There are between 20,000 and 60,000 business aircraft in 371. North America. A small jet sells for between $3 and $20 million. This does not include such costs as pilots, insurance, landing fees and fuel. It is as if these men believed that moving faster, seeing more people and going to more meetings replaced the real process of industrial production. Perhaps their panicked rushing about is an attempt to simulate economic growth. Our attitudes towards growth are at the heart of the present dilemma of industrial society, the businessman and environmentalist, Maurice Strong, has written. This is the disease which has spread through the body of modern technological societies. 9. Our obsession with profit has driven us to fall back on the idea that rapid growth is a characteristic of capitalism. It is true that the technological advances of the last century led to great growth. The gross world product has increased 21 times since 1900, the use of fossil fuels nearly 30-fold, industrial production 50 times. 10. The resulting goods were consumed by both a dramatic rise in general standards of living and a population explosion from 1.6 billion to 5 billion in 80 years. That most of the production came from the West further exaggerated the effects of this growth. We sold our products to the whole world in return for their cheap natural resources. These combined circumstances created a run of exceptional profits. And so in the subsequent era, our own devoid as it is of linear memory, the business community began to treat fast growth and massive profits as basic characteristics of successful business, when it was, in reality, a short-lived anomaly. The developing world's population continues to grow in a way which impoverishes rather than enriches them. The population level of the West has paused at saturation level. Our production needs can't help but pause as well. This is only a catastrophe if capitalism is treated as a machine which must produce constant and giant profits. Were we to return to more standard expectations, we would find it easier to accept modest returns. The riches of the real capitalist, the owner-manager, came from his ownership and his reinvestment in that ownership. He devoted himself to production. He did not necessarily seek to increase his profit every year. Given low inflation rates, he was quite happy with a return of 5 to 7%. What he did seek was stable markets for his goods. Nothing returns to what it was, but it is important to understand the desire for solidity of the average real capitalist in order to judge better the frenetic and aimless leaping about of the modern manager and speculator. These managers have now convinced themselves that profit is the essential nature of capitalism and that they are the new capitalists. From there to a disassociation of corporate profits and managerial inconic was but a step. Over the last decade, senior managers have assumed all of the capitalists' robes and begun openly to pay themselves as if they were the owners. Thus, at a time of falling real incomes throughout the West and ongoing battles against wage increases from fear of renewed inflation, the senior management has been doubling and tripling its take-home pay. In Britain in 1988 alone, top managers received a 31.5% increase. And that was after adjustment for inflation. At the middle level in the same year, the increase was 4.7%. 11 in 1990, in Britain again, the old and solid Prudential Corporation lost £300 million in a single venture and was forced for the first time in half a century to cut its reversionary bonuses to pensioners by 8%. At the same time, its chief executive received a 43% wage increase, £3,000 additional per week. The equally respectable Norwich Union had an unprecedented loss of £148 million in the same year. This was matched by a 23% wage increase for the chief executive. At Rolls-Royce, the chairman, Lord Toombs, took a raise of 51% at a time when 34,000 of his workers were being threatened with dismissal unless they signed new contracts giving up their right to pay increases. 12 company after company, throughout the West, is now paying its chief employee over $1 million a year. Apparent income, involving perks, share schemes and management style, will multiply these sums several times. In other words, the manager has entered so deeply into his imaginary role as a capitalist that he mistakes his personal profit for that of his company and mistakes the shareholders' prosperity for his own. Lore those who manage and do not own, there is nothing so disturbing as the sight of one who does. The company owner is a reminder of the manager's false pretenses, a reminder that the latter has hijacked the occupation of the former, then deformed it to suit his own more comfortable needs. The logic of the times has had something to do with what has happened to our economies, but the new elites, industrial and governmental, have also played a great role. They have created both market conditions and regulations which discourage private ownership and small businesses, while favoring the growth of large, anonymously owned companies. Those who do create companies find it difficult in the current atmosphere to grow beyond a certain size without ceding to the buyout opportunities offered by the large corporations circling around them. It isn't simply that the private ownership of larger companies has become structurally difficult. It has also become unfashionable. The 373. Hundreds of thousands of small businesses in which owners labor to make real money are looked upon by financial institutions, corporations, and bureaucrats with superior bemusement. The world of big business is one of anonymity. The executive does not actually touch money. He exercises his profession. At that level, the owner finds himself isolated, treated as a rather simple oddball whose corporate structures are not complex enough. His desire to control his means of production in such a personal manner throws doubt on the stability of his ego. The important modern capitalist does not stand out. He blends into the structure. He is not an individualist. This fashion is so hypnotizing that owners dream of becoming rich and successful enough to sell their company to a corporation and so, at last, to become a senior executive, that is, an employee. Vignerons in Burgundy have what comes close to being an ideal life. Their work covers almost every area of expertise. They must be highly sophisticated farmers, talented chemists, company managers, public relations spokesmen, and efficient salesmen. They work indoors and out. They are tied to both local traditions and international commerce. Few producers have more than 30 hectares, that is, some 60 acres of vineyards. With that they are millionaires, richer than most corporate presidents. Some years will be wonderful and others disastrous, but the stock of aging wine in their cellars will give them financial stability. It is one of the most agreeable, varied, and remunerative small businesses in the world. And yet, in family after family, the children, on inheriting, rent out their vineyards on long leases and go off to become corporate employees, teachers, or civil servants. To be employed, even with a lower potential income, is to be respectable. To work for oneself is looked down upon. There lie two of the central characteristics of the modern capitalist. He wants to belong. He talks a great deal about his individualism, but nothing frightens him more than independent action. He is profoundly conformist. Second, he flees responsibility the way European aristocrats once fled their estates for the royal courts, as if it were beneath their dignity to actually run something. This flight from responsibility is also a flight from imagination. Imagination is at the heart of practical competition, that is, seeking to create both better products and new products. Attempting to sell the unknown is an area laden with risks. It is also one of the principal arguments used in favor of capitalism that the buyer may choose and do so from the widest array of goods. There is no denying that our economic system does try to produce the 374 maximum quantity of goods. But it is not interested in exploiting the variety of tastes which exist in the population. Nor is it particularly interested in the quality of goods. The main desire of management is to minimize both risk and long-term investment. Central to this is a fervent belief in economies of scale. If the foibles of varying tastes were humored, corporations would have to develop more and therefore smaller product lines. Instead, they create blunt-edged products which can be aimed down the center line of established taste, thus flooding the marketplace with enormous quantities of almost identical goods which are pitted against each other in areas of relatively established demand. The battle of the marketplace cannot turn, then, on the public's comparison of products. Instead, it revolves around invisible organization strategies and visible packaging and publicity. This battle of quantity without variety can be seen in any sector, from high technology to basic manufacturing, from VCR systems, computers, and cars to the simple selling of socks. A visit to any sports store in Europe, North America, or Australasia will produce the impression that dozens of distinctly different socks are on sale. A difference in price will indicate variation in quality. Packaging and labels will tell us that these socks are for tennis while those are for jogging. The colors and shapes of the packages will tell us that the contents are exciting. Images will suggest that the wearer already has or soon will have muscles. The labels will remind us of worldwide advertising linked to the fastest man or the richest champion. But inside the packages, everyone will be selling one of two basic models. One will be short and destined for tennis, jogging and so on. The other will be long and destined for downhill or cross-country skiing and other winter sports. The weave of all the short socks will be virtually the same. The artificial content will be either 100% or approximately 10%. The long socks will have the same percentiles but a heavier weave. The short socks will usually be white, perhaps with stripes around the top. There will be some color choice in the long socks, perhaps because snow sports call for a contrast. Only in the odd, museum-like shops here or there, behind a modest facade, can proof be found that variety and quality exist. Without a hint of packaging, dozens of distinctly different sports socks weaves, materials, colors, lengths will appear. Interestingly enough, a price comparison with the mass production shop will show that quality and originality are often cheaper than mass production. Economies of scale are somehow not necessarily economic when they hit the store counter. Is this because of the costs of packaging and of supporting a corporate structure, with its managers who do not actually contribute a great deal to the production of socks? Or is it a phenomenon of competition in a sphere artificially? 375. Closed by the demands of mass production and mass distribution, what they used to call an oligopoly. Socks are a simple example of how the marketplace offers greater and greater quantities of increasingly similar products. The electronics industry follows exactly the same pattern without a hint of embarrassment, perhaps because its products are the inventions of this era. In its case, the packaging will be the product's actual casing. In this way, modern capitalism has inverted the purpose of practical competition. The drive to create different products which compete, thanks to various qualities, for the public's attention, has been replaced by the drive to differentiate virtually identical products in the public's eye through a competition between appearances. In this atmosphere of homogenized quantity, integrated structure, and glorified senior-level employees, it is only natural that smaller companies suffer. But the principal drive against them has come from within the management of the large corporations. Their own lack of interest in long-term investment, risk or, indeed, products is what pushes the managers to seek organizational ways of creating growth. The most obvious solution is to buy the product-making capabilities of others. These mergers and acquisitions simulate growth by devouring someone else's creativity. And since large umbrella structures seem inevitably to smother, rather than kindle, originality in an acquired company, there is a continual need to acquire more and more. As with Dracula, there is never enough blood. The current free market mythology tells us that those are the breaks. Capitalism is tough. The weak die. The strong survive. The highest bidder wins and, anyway, small units are no longer profitable. What we are witnessing, according to our managerial capitalists, is a healthy weeding of our overgrown garden, a rationalization of the Western economy. Unfortunately, this hyperbole bears no relationship to what is actually happening. The large corporations have in reality become the equivalent of deposit banks. They are perceived as centers of measurable value in troubled times, rather as gold once was. They own property and have such things as production capabilities, trained employees, and established markets. This solidity attracts not only shareholder support but also that of governments. It is a support which comes regardless of efficiency and profits. Among the tens of thousands of corporate bankruptcies since 1973, very few have involved large structures. It is the smaller, risk-oriented 376 scenes from a system that doesn't work companies which have been going under. They had no layers of protective fat and so a decade of high interest rates destroyed them. Those who held their lifeline, the banks, did them few favors. High interest rates did contribute to a temporary and superficial slowing of inflation, but they also changed the capitalist terrain so drastically as to make a normal economic recovery almost impossible. First, the message sent out via the inflation figures was totally inaccurate. Only a narrow slice of visible costs is measured in our tracking systems. The various consumer price indexes and other measuring the /ICEs do not cover what is really happening. Indeed, in many ways real inflation is higher now than it was in the 70s. As a result, the balance created by monetarist policy is so artificial that the moment growth does increase, so does the measured inflation. Immediately, back up go the interest rates and down go growth and job creation. Using high interest rates to strangle narrowly defined inflation now resembles bleeding a patient to reduce his fever. It does temporarily do just that. But the patient's problem is not the fever. It is a serious infection which is producing the sweat and the high temperature. In ignorance of that, the doctor keeps on opening veins until the patient dies. The effect of our anti-inflationary policies over the last 2 decades has been that while the smaller, lean, and aggressive companies have been going bankrupt, the large, fat, lazy, directionless corporations have been getting through all right. The banks have lent them money at favored rates. They themselves have been printing money on the public exchanges. And the governments continue to treat them as parapublic lies. One can hardly blame the politicians, who are terrified by the idea of large corporations closing. The arrival of large groups on the unemployment market is a demonstrable sign of failure in economic management. What's more, when the managers lobby governments, they arrive as important contributors to the party in power. They also talk the same language as the civil servants whom they wish to influence. And so it has all been a neat and tidy operation coordinated by managers in different private and public sectors. Capitalist creativity has been discouraged and financial manipulation encouraged. This starvation campaign has left the fat slightly thinner, having converted some of their flesh into cash. Now they are beefing themselves back up by picking over the carcasses of the young and lean. In 1984 alone, $140 billion were spent in the United States on mergers, acquisitions, and leveraged buyouts. By 1988 this was almost $300 billion, with 3,310 companies involved. In the United Kingdom some £150 million a year was spent on corporate acquisitions before the crisis of 1973. This figure then rose steadily to £5 billion and has now jumped to £15 billion. The inevitable passing of the leveraged buyout as it first appeared does not 377 represent a change in the situation, but rather the passing of a particular tool for speculation. For example, worldwide merger acquisition transactions had risen to $375.9 billion in 1988, involving 5,634 deals. Then came the collapse in the speculative market. And yet the figures in 1989 were only marginally down, to $374.3 billion involving 5,222 deals. 13. The public perception is that most of this activity is the work of speculators like T. Boone Pickens and the junk bond kings. Not at all. The speculators are merely reflections of the managers. It was the management of big business which brought on the growth of the speculators in the first place. They were like blind pigs gorging themselves as they wandered aimlessly over the countryside. It was easy pickings. Popular imagery has the loyal management attempting to fight off the greedy speculators. Of course, in some cases this is true, but in most cases they fight because they fear their jobs are at stake. In general, however, management has stopped lobbying for controls on the speculators because they have joined forces with them. What could be better, one wonders, than managers buying out their shareholders? They are at last becoming real capitalists. Owners of the means of production. Owner-managers. But that is not what is happening. Their ownership is based entirely on a debt load which is out of all proportion to the company's equity, often 5 to 10 times equity. They have replaced a responsibly based ownership of shareholders with the sort of debt-based ownership which brought about the Great Depression. It is a world in which the managers of one large company take runs at the managers of another, usually somewhat smaller company. According to abstract theory, it is all a fair game. In fact, what the managers are doing is damaging the corporation which they now own by loading it up with debt in order to finance their takeover of it. The more productive the company, the more often it will be worth taking over. Many companies have been acquired, twice in a decade, some 3 times. And each time the purchaser's costs are rolled yet again into the accounts of the purchased. American corporate debt is now some $2.2 trillion. It has almost doubled in 5 years. Interest payments on this amount absorb 32% of America's total corporate cash flow. This figure does not include the $1.1 trillion of outstanding debt in the private financial sector, that is to say, the capital sums raised by financial institutions, mainly through corporate bonds and short-term corporate paper for their own use. Nor does it include the $1.17 trillion outstanding in the non-corporate sectors, most of which are in the service industries. In other words, a great deal more than 32% of corporate cash flow is absorbed by interest payments. And yet business leaders have been mounting continual attacks on 378. FT the government debt load, which absorbs only 15% of the annual tax receipts. In Britain, the corporate sector spends some 11.5% of its income on interest payments. The government spends 10%. Little of this corporate spending is investment in corporate production capabilities. It is simply the printing and spinning of paper money. In 1984, the same year that $140 billion was spent in the United States on mergers, acquisitions, and leveraged buyouts, $78 billion worth of equity actually disappeared from the corporate world. 14. The motive which drives the large corporations on to devour the small has nothing to do with capitalism. Their public relations departments will come up with self-congratulatory phrases, such as that of Philip Morris when it took over Kraft for $13.5 billion. We believe the combination of Philip Morris and Kraft will create a US-based food company that will compete more effectively in world food markets. 15. The reality is that these enormous financial deals are not related in any way to the use and development of the means of production. They are related to a general management structure in which ever more abstract financial methods give the impression of growth. The problem is not simply one of specific pro-business governments serving specific business interests. It is more a logical outcome of the management methods which have been developing for a century. As in other sectors, a perfectly rational system is far more easily abused by the dishonest than used by the honest. In this specific case, by allowing the uncontrolled development of financial manipulation, the authorities have released, for the first time since 1933, the full forces of irresponsible speculation. A like confirmation that this frenetic activity is illusory can be seen in the real growth statistics of Western economies. They have been shrinking since the 1960s and, during this last decade of deregulation, have continued to shrink. The simple truth is that the production of a tractor is the result of men who know about tractors actually producing them and then selling them to men who actually use them. Financial planning and management methods are, at best, marginal facilitators. The essential skills of capitalism are concrete. The rest, as they used to say, is fancy talk. A part of that fancy talk has involved arguing that mergers would create diversification and diversification would provide stability in tough times. It would also widen the circle of experience within a single organization. The reality has been that the experience is not used. Instead, management feels obliged to design ever larger structures which can deal with all this variety in a homogenized manner. Everything must fit in, and on paper it does. As a result, the central managers know less and less about what the company actually does, while those with concrete experience and concrete responsibilities are squeezed into corporate models which have nothing to do with their production. Those 379 who don't know, institutionalize their power. Those who do know, live in fear of losing budgets and jobs. Senior management and their doctrinal advisors in the business schools have noticed, unavoidably, that these methods are not working. Their response has been threefold. First, to shut down production in areas in which they cannot compete. As pointed out, this involves turning whole production areas over to third world countries. Second, to move into those third world countries in order to take advantage of local social and employment standards, that is, to undermine the Western social consensus by relying on early industrial societies. Third, to reverse the process of the last 20 years by splitting their corporations into semi-autonomous operations or by selling off chosen sectors. These semi-autonomous operations give the managers all the tools of independence except the essential ones. As for the selling off of complete sectors, it simply brings most of those units full circle, that is, back to being smaller, specialized, independent companies. In the process, however, they have been saddled with two burdens of debt, each in the amount of the company's value. The first was imposed by the takeover company at the time of the original purchase. The second was imposed on the managers by that same owner who now wished to be bought out. Finally, there is the fourth solution, which is to attempt to bring the magical production methods of the East to the West. The East in this case means Japan, and it must be said for the Japanese option that it is at least constructive. It also has the exotic charm which always disarms adults when they express a desire to learn. Of course, in the 1960s and early 1970s the same Japanophiles now proposing the Eastern option were teaching their students, or declaring through business organizations, that the Japanese had not gone through a proper industrial revolution and instead had arbitrarily stuck industrial production methods on top of a medieval paternalistic social system. This was socially impossible. Therefore it would inevitably produce a revolution, and then the whole edifice would come tumbling down. Today Western economists and business philosophers call this piggybacking of the industrial on top of the medieval, the Japanese miracle. The religious image is suitable. It coincides with their own conversion on the road to stagnation. These are the voices of big solutions, and so now they talk endlessly of production teams and worker participation and company loyalty. Why a Western white or blue-collar worker should be interested in loyalty, participation, and teamwork is not clear when the units they work for are disposed of by management or speculators with an indifference reminiscent of the slave trade. And if they are loyal and their teamwork does lead to success in the marketplace, their unit will probably be loaded down as fast as possible with 380 DOEIF work debt in order to finance some other unrelated managerial maneuver. Illusory are indeed many ways to manufacture and sell an identical object, and there have been endless discussions about participatory capitalism, right here in the West, going all the way back to 1799 when Robert Owen, a highly successful owner of cotton spinning mills, bought the new Lanark Mills in Scotland and organized a model community based on the principles of mutual cooperation. His work strengthened the cooperative movement, which spread in many separate directions, for example, to Bismarckian Germany and much later to Gallian France. According to the Swedish historian, Håkan Berggren, it also went by another route, via the Manchester School of Liberalism, to inspire the Swedish idea of social democracy. There is, therefore, no need to look to Japan, which has indeed found a solution half medieval, half post-industrial, and quite particular to their society. What our thinkers miss is that the West's problem is not one of production methods. Of course, these problems do loom in the factories. Factories are concrete operations where problems cannot be disguised. But the problem itself is largely in the management structure and in the management. If they wish to look to the East, they should note that Japanese companies are scarcely organized at the top. In their system, most of our management would be out of a job for the simple reason that they are irrelevant to the research, creation, and production of goods. Doing away with themselves and their systems is not among the options being considered by management. Nevertheless, the refusal of the means of production to respond to abstract systems does present a Prob 1 cm. One of the solutions management has found is simply to decide that, as economies evolve towards higher levels of technique and education, so they will evolve away from production and into the heavenly spheres of service. The future of civilized man, therefore, lies in the Sen-ice industries. Before entertaining an idea so warm and attractive, it is worth opening a contemporary dictionary, for example, Oxford. Service, from the Latin servitium, slavery. the condition, status, or occupation ol a servant. Beneath the word service and belonging to the same word family are serviceable, servient, servile, servility, servitude. A philosopher of management would reply yes, precisely. In the future, civilized man, buying his less sophisticated, messy goods such as steel from less developed societies, will have at his beck and call. 381. The service industries of his own country. But the professor has confused his modifier. The primary servitude of a service industry is not to the public but to real industry, that is to say, to the industries which increasingly produce goods under the political controls of lesser civilizations. What is this servitude? Quite simply, service industries only have a market as long as real industry continues to supply basic goods at an acceptable price and in a market where the public can afford to buy them. Those three criteria must be satisfied before the public can turn, with whatever remains in its pocket, to purchase service industry goods. The present disorder in Korea shows just how delicate such a servitude can be. It also reminds us that such a relationship assumes our acceptance of and financial support for the social systems in that country. Even Akio Morita, the founder of Sony and thus the man who had led the way in humiliating Western managers, rejects the view that service industries are the wave of the future for developed economies. He believes that economic growth requires a flourishing industrial base that can produce real added value. 16. Closing the dictionary and opening any history of civilizations, the curious reader might consider the characteristics of societies in decay. At the meeting point between their rise and their decline, societies, or rather the elites of societies, always discover that it is beneath their dignity to continue to do the concrete things which caused their rise. And so they set about organizing their lives in a manner diametrically opposed to that which created their civilization and therefore justified its existence. However, they invariably retain the original supporting vocabulary and mythology of their rise, as if these talismans will protect them. In embracing the world of service industries, we abandon the foundations of a middle-class society devoted to the work ethic and driven by a flawed, often hypocritical, but nevertheless real belief in some sort of human equality. As if the name Karl Marx had never been heard, we throw ourselves into demonstrating the core of his analysis. While the substructure of a society is rotting away, the superstructure continues to prosper, living off the decay below. But when the substructure is finally gone, it is only a matter of time before the glorious surface crashes down under its own weight. Businessmen and economists argue that it was essential to turn towards service industries because these were areas of new growth. Had they continued to concentrate on the traditional areas, then manpower savings through modernization would have created a permanent unemployment crisis. This is not entirely false. But then, neither is the portrait of our society, as one faced by an urgent choice over the direction to take, entirely true. Nor is the description of the service indus. 582. FT tries as the natural creators of new employment based on anything more than abstract logic. The most interesting of the service areas, the high-technology industries, are the least labor-intensive sector in the economy. 70% of the manufacturing costs of a semiconductor microchip is knowledge, that is, research, development and testing. 12% is labor. In the case of prescription drugs, 15% is labor and 50% knowledge. What's more, these technologies are using less and less raw materials. 25 to 50 kilos of fiberglass cable can transmit as many telephone messages as 1 ton of copper wire. And those 50 kilos of fiberglass cables require only 5% of the energy needed to produce 1 ton of copper wire. 17. There is nothing wrong with these savings. To the contrary, they suggest that we might be nearing the end of the terrifying multiplications of industrial activity whose effect on the earth is just beginning to show. The point is that the serious service industries are not going to be massive creators of solid employment. Indeed, they should not be put in the service category at all. Inevitably though, the high-technology industries are invoked whenever the service sector is being worshipped. The suggestion is that computers, software, and advanced communications are typical of our service-based future. The reality is that they belong to the manufacturing process, where they are essential in such areas as research, development, design, production, and sales. As Akio Morita points out, these elements cannot be separated out to be kept in the developed world, while manufacturing is moved to the third world. Why, then, have Japanese corporations apparently gone the same way as those of the West by building factories in such places as Mexico and Thailand? The answer is that their overseas production is not the result of a decision to divide the industrial tasks. Japan consciously maintains a complete domestic structure. Foreign factories primarily reflect the success of their international sales drive. They may benefit from lower production costs abroad, but if domestic employment began to suffer, it is probable that overseas production would be cut back. The point is that the Japanese do not accept our revisionist idealizing of the tertiary sector. The original idea of service industries included anyone who did not manufacture a product, that is to say, a capital good. Thus teaching and communications fell into the category. Many of these professions are now yield public services, but if they form or help people, they are indeed making an indirect but essential contribution to production. In any case, it isn't these basic public service areas which are in expansion. Governments everywhere are trying to cut them back. Here are also services which are not considered industries because 383. Our obsession with profits seems to eliminate them from what we call the economy. In general, these fall into the categories of charity and culture. As Maurice Strong puts it, most of the valid needs as yet unsatisfied are of a non-material nature. 18. Why anyone believes that these services ought to be in a volunteer structure is not terribly clear. Is getting meals to old people who live in isolation less important than making golf balls? Everyone will answer no. Why, then, treat the former as after-the-fact voluntary work and the latter as an essential industry? The answer is that our managerial elites have adopted the Andrew Carnegie conviction that great inequalities between men are essential to competition and to capitalism. The main category of service industries, in which most job creation takes place, is that which creates and satisfies artificial needs. This consumer industry explosion has generally been described as the inevitable product of a successful, rich, and comfortable society, which already had all it needed. The next step was to create things it didn't need and to create actual services whose very attraction was that they were not necessary. These services and service objects, divorced as they are from utility, were free to grow, multiply, and build upon each other, creating their own self-contained justifications for existence. They could seize upon the minutest detail of clothing, hair, skin, sound, sight, housing, sport, food, transport, and build it up into a Baroque cathedral of elements, style, complexity, and apparent need. There would be nothing particularly wrong with this if Western civilization, particularly that of the modern era, had self-indulgence as its goal. A glance at our history indicates the opposite. A glance at our contemporary situation indicates that while the area of greatest economic expansion is in the services of self-indulgence, growing percentages of the population are slipping back into pre-20th century poverty. And there lies the real paradox of modern capitalism. It is masterful at producing services people don't need and in large part probably don't want. It is brilliant at convincing people that they do need and want them. But it has difficulty turning itself to the production of those services which people really do need. Not only that, it often spends an enormous amount of time and effort convincing people that those services are either unrealistic, marginal, or counterproductive. Never have our skills of organization been so developed, never have our desires for the accumulation of objects and comforts been so realizable, and never have events seemed so difficult to control. In other words, a rational economic structure finds it very difficult to give people what they really want because real human demand does not follow a fixed pattern. Giving people what they want is inefficient because it is irrational. On the other hand, it is efficient to give people what they do not want, because an artificial sales structure can ensure some rational buying patterns. It is as if we are becoming what we originally set out to destroy. The elites of societies at such a highly evolved stage have invariably gathered into their hands sufficient real power to be able to betray the intrinsic line of their own society. They may utterly betray it while singing the sweetest lullaby to the contrary. While singing their hearts out for capitalism, competition, and hard-won success, they may devote themselves to the employee's life, well-paid and self-indulgent. The texture of our reigning mythologies is so thick that no one can see what is actually happening behind this intellectual and emotional camouflage. Elites take criticism very badly. They immediately respond that the critic is on the side of the enemy, the left, the foreign rival, the forces of communism or any other handy ideology. But do the elites, with all their competence and power, actually believe that societies can be destroyed by anyone except those who lead them? The farmers, the factory workers, the ordinary civil servants, the lower or even middle-level employees simply do not have the power to destroy or even to alter a society's direction. It is the elites who lead the way, and the history of past civilizations is that the elites, at a certain point, cease to fulfill their obligations and begin to indulge themselves. The Roman farmer-soldier citizens began importing wheat and hiring barbarians to fight for them. The European aristocrats abandoned their land and regiments and went to court, where they became well-dressed hangers-on and manipulators. And now our owner-producers are leaving ownership and factories and are becoming the hangers-on of urban comfort and excitement. The modern manager is indeed an urban phenomenon. Preferably the city in question is New York, London, Paris, Toronto, Frankfurt, Milan. There he finds concrete daily proof of his own value by simply observing himself within the urban corporate structure. His hands are K and he meets only people like himself. The industrial worker is a distant image, as dirty as the farm worker was in the memory of a noble landowner at the court of Louis XV. The manager has no need to know such people or to go where they are. Often he has himself arrived from there, which heightens his desire not to go back. His Gucci shoes are proof that he has not just arrived from Essen or Baie-Comeau. What's more, he is also the prime believer in the advertising and the unnecessary services generated by his class. He buys the clothes, the cars, the makeup, the holidays, the sports equipment, the property, the pools, the tennis club memberships. Even armaments are built by the industrial managers for the consumption of the governmental managers. Needless to say, none of these people want to live in Pittsburgh. 385. Hamilton, Leeds, Lille, or anywhere except in the handful of great urban heavens. This drainage of the undesirable parts of nations has created enormous social and economic shifts. The only counter-shift has come from the managerial need to be served by a weekend haven, as well as by summer and winter holiday installations. Thus whole sections of the West are given over to pure consumption during short periods of time, Friday night to Sunday night or July and August, for example. The rest of the year they are virtually idle. One of capitalism's greatest problems is that factories are less and less to be found in large urban centers. These companies cannot be well run by remote control. And the managerial class does not want to live where the factories can be found. Of course, some managers will live in these places, even good managers. But the pool from which they must be plucked is a birdbath compared to the ever-swelling sea of the urban managerial class. And if this class will not live in these places, then they are places which will continue to be drained of their activities. The conformism of our business elites is such that they will only go where they can find quantities of their own kind. England has suffered more than any other country from this rush of talent towards a single city. The immediate and distant descendants of the men who actually made England the Midlands industrial middle classes are jammed into central London, trying to be merchant bankers, advertising executives, and head office managers. The Midlands cities suffer from many things, but beneath their problems of equipment, labor, and markets lies the simple fact that those who can afford to go to London do. There they devote themselves to being gentlemen, a word, like so many in this century, which implies one thing and means another. In this case it involves an education, accent, and manner of dressing which suggests some sort of long-established social standing. In reality it means membership in the new managerial class, particularly devoted to service industries which pretend to produce but don't. After 15 years of general economic crisis and depression in the West, the business classes are larger and richer than they have ever been. The standards of living of the population as a whole have been declining, while that of the managerial class has continued to rise. There is a shrinking of the middle class in the United States, but that represents precisely the ejection of those in the old middle class who have not managed to convert to the newer, managerial class model. Looking at the fate of the owners and managers of free enterprise over the last 100 years, it would be difficult to argue that they have. 386. RT suffered in the social democratic state. In fact, it would be impossible. And yet it is worth thinking about the development over the last 100 years of social legislation, work codes, financial market standards, emission codes, and taxation policies. Is there a single example in any Western country of business in general reacting positively to the creation of fairer standards? And, when what are called pro-business governments have come to power and proceeded to lower the legislated standards of corporate behavior, is there a single example of business in general feeling that these standards have been lowered far enough? Is there a single example of management feeling that independent public comment on the way businesses conduct their business is fair? A single example of forestry replanting obligations being low enough? Of social security payments being low enough? Of allowable industrial emissions into the air or the water being high enough? Of workers' rights of any kind being restricted enough? All this could be interpreted as the normal give and take of free societies. But societies do not grow and flower simply on the basis of guerrilla warfare. The idea contained in the concept of a society, especially in a democratic or a free society, is that the participants are in general agreement and are willing to cooperate. The business community, and in particular the managerial class today, seems to see itself as a privileged partner who may withhold cooperation at its sole discretion. The labor movement often takes the same sort of attitude. But unions are just a creation of the business community. They are an exact reflection of the corporate mentality. If they are selfish, it is a selfishness proportionate to their employers. A union can only react to situations it finds. So when someone like Arthur Scargill, head of the British Miners' Union, creates such disorder that it is clear he has quite another agenda than the settling of specific grievances, it may be true that he is out of control and dangerous. It is also true that he is the creation of long-term unsatisfactory attitudes among mine owners and managers. That he appears when that may no longer be the case merely demonstrates that history works slowly and that reflections may appear after the original mirror has been broken. Quite simply, the union leaders have learned a great deal from the management's non-cooperative approach towards society. There is a worrying self-satisfaction about the idea that capitalism is always the enemy of fairness. Is it true that the business classes have always stood united against reform and social cooperation? Clearly not, since the reform parties throughout the West were financed and sometimes led by members of those classes. Not only the British Liberal Party in its glory, but the Labour Party after it, was supported by men from the Great Midlands industrial families. So were the Democratic 387 Party by the American equivalent, the French radicals and even socialists, the Canadian liberals and so on. Today few members of the business classes work within the reform parties. Fewer and fewer, in fact. These men appear to have moved increasingly to the sort of social refusal you would expect from a 19th-century robber baron. Their opposition to fair social standards is virulent. You have but to question them on visiting day at their child's private school or as they come out of their large houses with 2 or 3 cars in the drive. Each will tell you in an excited manner about the destruction of initiative and the pulling down of free enterprise. No matter how pro-business the government in place, he will talk about left-wing government policies. He will seem to have no inner vision of himself as a high-salaried and well-protected tenant of a business bureaucracy. Instead he has dressed himself up in his mind to play the role of Andrew Carnegie, the great capitalist, just the way Carnegie must have played himself. As the scene ends, he leaves you behind on his lawn and drives away in the company's Mercedes to his salaried penthouse corner office in heaven. The question recurs, what makes him act this way? He himself doesn't seem to know. He has been handed the carcass of capitalist mythology and been left to do something with it. Rather than admit to himself the limitations of his own power, it is only natural that he should choose to dress himself up in the full regalia of the rampant capitalist. The real owner of real production facilities is the one far more likely today to be interested in social consensus. Without it, he has a great deal to lose. The technocrat's refusal to be a cooperative partner in the establishment of public morality suits his temperament perfectly. He likes to create the context and set the rules before he agrees to play. In society this is impossible. The relationships are too complicated. He therefore switches into his natural mold, which is defensive, and uses his detached cleverness to maneuver his way through convention and law, cutting as close to the letter of permitted action as possible. The contemporary cliché has it that the Nietzschean hero is a rebel against systems. But here it can be seen just how like Siamese twins the hero-technocrat relationship is. Morality is the herd instinct in the individual, Nietzsche wrote. 19 The hero shows his amoral individualism by setting his personal moral agenda and imposing it. The corporate executive, being but an employee, demonstrates the same amoral individualism by defining the greatest good as the ability to manipulate systems. When a fraud involving £215 million was discovered in the UK corporation ISC Technologies, the chairman of the parent company, Sir 38SFT Derek Allen-Jones, stated that the problem hadn't been picked up at first because £105 million of the total had been siphoned off through offshore companies. Transactions with Panamanian, Liberian, and Cayman Island companies are quite usual in business. 20. In other words, the company was quite used to the idea that the government and the citizenry could legally be denied corporate taxes through offshore mechanisms. Subsequently, certain managers had found a parallel way to remove money from the company. The difference was that the corporate cheat was legal. Moreover, this sort of legal cheat was so widespread as a way of doing business that it had become quite usual. The illegal cheat was a rare, one-time affair. It is this cleverness which a whole new generation of owners and managers, especially from the exploding service industries, has discovered and accepted as the norm for business attitudes. Their own service industries being so artificial, they have been able to grasp this cleverness and manipulate it into a means for making considerable amounts of money. There is very little distinction between avoiding the letter of the law and evading the law altogether. When a clever man is operating in the heat of the action, there is no difference at all. Those on the left, whose opposition to capitalism is ritualistic, of course protested this sort of activity. Unfortunately, the battles they fight generally have little to do with the events taking place. At the 1978 World Socialist Congress, a resolution was passed which began. The Socialist International is fully aware of the growing importance of multinational corporations within the world economic order and of the urgent need to control the activities of these organizations. Such controls can only be effective if better information systems on multinationals are developed. 21. Lint all the information was and is available. If anything, we know too much. In their desire to see the multinational as a premeditating monster, they were missing the very essence of the animal, that it has no particular direction or desires. It is moved only by the needs of its organization and by the narrow ambitions of its managers. The multinational is like a centipede, which moves across borders with the ease of a structured blob. Because of this, the employee of the multinational can be seen as the perfect international citizen. The adjective a national would probably be more appropriate. Already some economists are describing him as the harbinger of a future world in which all artificial barriers to the movement and commerce of man will have been swept away, taking with 389 them the narrow, destructive selfishness of the nation-state. Who better to lead the way than the international manager, who has no axe to grind and just wants to do business? The idea certainly has its attractions. However, the malleability of the multinational executive has its origins not in open-mindedness but in indifference. He is perfectly willing to agree with local politics if they agree with him. Equally, the moment they no longer suit his purposes, he feels free to subvert them. The power of his corporation will no doubt have permitted it to forge an important place in the local economy, often by buying up or smothering smaller national or regional competitors. To his own corporation's opposition to local policies, the manager may well be able to add that of his company's friends, fellow multinationals, banks, international credit organizations and even other governments, particularly that of its home country. The issue at hand may be anything: taxation levels, pollution controls, employment standards, reinvestment policies, R&D obligations. In annoying a multinational subsidiary, the local government will be creating for itself enemies that stretch far beyond the policy in question. And if that government holds firm, the manager and his corporate subsidiary may simply walk away to some other local situation which suits them better. What's more, the subsidiary may have created such local socio-economic tension that other multinationals will follow. They will leave behind an economic void which may contribute to the eventual fall of the recalcitrant government. The manager and the organization to which he belongs are perfectly disinterested players. In their hands the idea of the public will withers away. Social unity in any size community is based, after all, on the ability to accept not getting what you want. A desire to free man from the narrow-based interests of nationalism is no doubt a good thing, but freedom is also an agreement on how to share responsibilities. The nation-state is just one of man's many attempts to deal with that idea. Now organizations such as the EEC are attempting to widen the definition by establishing common standards among groups of nations. The multinational, with its national managers, is an attempt to escape any responsibility, thus retaining the power to treat each community according to the corporation's interests. And yet the multinational is not quite so indifferent as it pretends to be. Even a centipede has a general program in life. Even the most intricate system must satisfy itself. And the core of that system is in head office. It is the interests of the head office managers which decide the general flow of investment and of capital. When head office is in New York, most of the board members will be American, as will most of the senior managers. They may buy and sell internationally, but they wake up on East 76th Street. Their primary concerns are those 390 ft which surround them. Their first political thoughts are for the country in which the corporation is based. This will not stop them from playing off the policies of a nation in which they have a subsidiary against those of their own country. Their use of cheap third-world labor to force down Western standards is a typical example. The end result, however, is not to give power to the subsidiary. Even when called upon by headquarters to appear threatening, the subsidiary is the passive element in an international structure. In the old colonial manner, local elites are hired to ensure local cooperation. The local authorities can but see themselves as the passive receivers of investments and jobs. You can always tell, from the form that economic discussions take, whether you are in a place which is at the center of multinational structures or at the end of an extended loop. The further you are from the center, the closer to the beginning of the discussion the word jobs will appear. Jobs are the passive element in industrial activity. They are received as the result of a process which begins elsewhere with such things as capital investment, R&D, industrial planning, and markets. The idea of capitalism as a venture within society or between societies based upon cooperation and mutual profit is thus absent from the multinational model, and increasingly it is absent from the smaller managed corporations. Precisely that cooperation has made Japan's success possible. All the Japanese particular peculiarities, which we are now attempting to imitate, are merely consequences of that cooperation. That is why our efforts to imitate them resemble parody more than they do reorganization. You cannot have a Friedmanite view of market forces or a business school idea of business as structure and then expect to benefit from the cooperative methods proper to the Japanese or to the Swedes or even to the Koreans, to take three very different examples. The market approach and the cooperative approach are mutually destructive. A few years ago, a full-page Gulf oil advertisement appeared in many newspapers. Promi is no four-letter word. It doesn't represent ill-gotten gains. Profit isn't the result of ripping off the consumer. Profit is what a company works with. It's the money we use to find or develop energy. Following the 1973 crisis, Western governments had desperately sought a way to deal with the economic catastrophe created by their 391 dependence on OPEC oil. They finally decided to leave the corporate part of the price increase in the hands of the Western-based multinational companies responsible for transporting energy. These corporations could then reinvest their new riches at home or in stable countries outside OPEC, with the aim of discovering and developing a guaranteed energy supply for the West. Their reward for acting as good citizens was that they would make a big profit out of the reinvestment. This was a leap of faith on the part of the citizenry and of their governments. They would have been perfectly justified in taxing away these massive windfall profits, which were bringing the Western economy to a halt. What is more, the lead-up to the crisis had been filled with events which indicated that the oil companies ought not to be trusted with the public interest. For example, only months before the crisis, the Canadian oil companies, largely American-owned, had told the government that national reserves were enough to last a century. They said this because they wanted permission to export across the border to the more profitable American market what reserves they actually did have. When the crisis came, the declared national reserves turned out to be imaginary, and Canada found itself a prisoner of both foreign supplies and the priorities of foreign oil companies. The managers had simply lied behind a screen of misleading statistics. It was not that they had been forced to choose between the interests of their shareholders and those of the citizens in their country of operation. Rather, they had chosen freely to make additional profits for their shareholders, which required endangering the fundamental well-being of the citizenry. A second example affected the United States itself. In 1972, the companies agreed that some $4.50 a barrel would be enough to ensure adequate exploration and production for the domestic market. 22, that is to say, $4.50 would pay for exploration and ensure a healthy profit. A few months later, the crisis struck and OPEC raised the price, not to cover new costs but to increase profits. Abruptly, the American companies discovered that they had underestimated the costs of exploration inside the United States. Instead of $4.50 a barrel, they could squeeze by with $10. Then it was $15. Then $20. In the case of each price increase, the justifying technical arguments were so watertight that no reference was made to the very recent cost-related lower price. Some people assumed that the companies were making up for the hard struggles of earlier years by claiming their just reward. But most of these multinationals had been around for half a century. The days of risk were far behind them. They functioned more as oil banks, buying up the discoveries of the wildcatters, who risked their shirts on a daily basis. Between 1968 and 1972, the 7 major U.S. oil companies had already accumulated net profits of $44 billion. In the same period, they 3/T had paid less than $2 billion in federal tax, an effective rate of 5%. When the crisis struck, they were already rich beyond the dreams of most corporations. I.e., Western governments decided, nevertheless, to entrust the companies with the gigantic new profits. In the first year of the crisis, their worldwide earnings increased 71%. Their net profits were $6.7 billion. They had paid $642 million in taxes. Texaco, for example, earned $1.3 billion after taxes. Exxon, $2.4 billion. 23. At this point, Western economies were plunging into the abyss. The companies immediately began reinvesting their profits. But not in oil. Mobil bought Montgomery Ward, the department store chain, net worth $8.5 billion, and in the same period took out full-page ads. Why are you so suspicious of large corporations? Sun Oil bought the stop-and-go grocery chain. Shell went into plastics, Exxon into copper mining, while mounting a reassuring ad campaign. You don't have to fear us. Part of the problem of the liberals' dislike appears to be snobbery pure and simple. As the money rolling into their pockets further crippled the West, the corporations were able to buy companies at depressed prices. Insurance companies, medical supply companies. Gulf tried to buy Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey Circus. Others discovered box manufacturing, timberland, General Forest Products, more department store chains. By the early 1980s, they had 25% of the listed resource chemical companies: copper, lead, zinc, silver, gold. They had also taken over a majority of the largest American coal companies. Their first management initiative in this sector was to cut back production in order to get coal prices up. This was done in a nation already desperate for energy. By the end of the 1970s, they had 14 of the 20 large coal reserves, 2 of the 3 top uranium producers, and 3 of the 4 large uranium reserves. 24. Atlantic Richfield had a more concentrated strategy than the others. IA bought up surface coal mining reserves throughout the Midwest until they were the largest player. And then, without rushing to develop these resources, they began lobbying Washington to switch American energy dependence from oil to coal. Their argument was that domestic coal reserves were sufficient to provide long-term stability. They also argued that the market price for this coal would have to be the world price equivalent of an OPEC barrel of oil. They knew that surface coal is almost as cheap to mine as sand on a beach. So did everyone else in 393. The energy sector. The potential profits were therefore unimaginable, even by oil crisis standards. The reason Atlantic Richfield was so eagerly lobbying Washington, instead of just going ahead and using its capitalist skills to mine and sell coal, had to do with physical infrastructure. There wasn't one for the distributing or burning of coal. What America needed in order to embrace the Atlantic Richfield strategy was coal pipelines and new coal burning plants. Any innocent who had been listening to the free market rhetoric of the oil companies would have imagined that Atlantic Richfield had already formed a syndicate with other coal-producing companies, so that they could all borrow against their future gigantic earnings in order to finance and construct this infrastructure. But that idea wasn't even entertained. Instead, the entire infrastructure was to be built at public expense. As for the windfall profits which the industry in general was receiving thanks to the oil price rise, some of them were indeed being reinvested in new energy development, not nearly enough, however, to eliminate the West's dependence on foreign oil. And so, like babes in the woods, governments and their citizens slipped towards the next oil crisis, which shook them more than the first. These legal but dishonest actions by the oil companies are considered to be among the great exploits of modern capitalism. Their complex ruses were admired by other business sectors and raved over by stockbrokers and merchant bankers. At first glance it would seem that such an attitude was in direct contradiction of the principles of reason. After all, in the original encyclopedic, Diderot began the entry on the immorality of richness: the means for enriching oneself may be criminally immoral, although permitted by the law. 25. Of all the integrated energy corporations involved, only 1 or 2 were owned or controlled by an individual or by an identifiable group of individuals. The mass of unnamed shareholders at no time pushed their companies to so betray the public trust and damage the fabric of the state. Like most stock market investors, they were in the passive position of watching their money grow or shrink. It was growing, and so they were glad. They did not really consider the implications of that growth on their own society. The entire direct responsibility for carrying out what may have been the most irresponsible private economic act of the century lies with the managerial class, who are the flower of methodology and the children of reason. 17. Inflation has always meant flatulence. The 17th century expanded the meaning of the word, beyond the blowing up with and expelling of gas, to include such attitudinal derivatives as bombast and pomposity. It was only in the 1860s that inflation focused itself on economic phenomena. This was not brought on by a revolution in the world of finance. Money has always been like a gas, which alternately rose and fell, poisoned and induced flowers, was opaque and then clear, sweet-smelling, then noxious. With hindsight, the 19th century clarification that uncontrolled money was nothing more than uncontrolled farting therefore made perfect sense. From that moment on it became almost impossible to confuse inflation with growth. And yet, that is precisely what businessmen, economists, and bankers have insisted upon doing over the last 30 years. Just as our structures and elites prefer corporate manipulation to real production, so financial manipulation comes more naturally to them than the creation of new capital. The result has been the gradual conversion of our economies into myriad new forms of inflation, most of which are not measured by our many measuring institutes. Much of current economic argument turns upon levels of measured inflation which reflect the small potatoes of national economies. They do not reflect what is really happening. And so to all appearances, we do not inflate. Instead, behind an insistent discourse about sophisticated populations, post-industrial economics, post-entrepreneurial corporations, and service industries, we create offshore funds and uncontrollable offshore currencies, such as the eurodollar, which grow according to their own logic. We run virtually uncontrolled money markets within our own borders. We permit highly leveraged buyouts. We allow takeovers to be financed by the privately initiated printing of money against the value of the target company's assets. We create false capital through the providing of imaginary share. 395. Vices, particularly that of selling arms. We allow the uncontrolled printing of money through such devices as credit cards. We allow banks to service their bad debts through the issuing of new shares, thus permitting the public exchanges to be used not to increase capital through debt, but to cover disintegrating capital through more debt. The list of monetary devices is endless. Most economists would protest that while these activities may or may not add to the atmosphere which creates inflation, they are not in themselves inflation. They think that if you want to know what is happening to the economy, you can limit yourself to the Consumer Price Index or the GNP Price Index or other highly specific indexes. But if these are sufficient, then why can we no longer have growth without an immediate explosion in measured inflation? The answer is that we are not experiencing real growth. And why do we have increasing prosperity at one end of society with increasing poverty at the other? Because the creation of wealth is now dependent on financial manipulation by a small percentage of the population and not on production by an integrated society. And why are we constantly being told that a fall in general standards of public service and/or standards of living is now essential to economic well-being? Because financial manipulation creates profits but adds nothing real to the economic wealth of the society. These abstract methods are so widespread and sophisticated that, as in the 1980s, they can create the impression of general prosperity when the reality is one of continued decay in both economic and social infrastructures. Our elites seem often to be the most perplexed by the inability of their systems to create real wealth. But, then, they are themselves the product of the rational system and not its creators. They therefore live in the profound expectation that their methods will work. Their isolation from reality is such that they believe their systems can produce growth where in the past only inflation has grown. We are money makers, not thing makers. Jim Slater, English merchant banker and the father of modern inflation, declared 2 decades ago, not long before he crashed, bringing down banks and corporations with him. Along with others like Sir Arnold Weinstock and Lord Stokes, he had declared himself to be a force of modernization and efficiency, a claim which had been accepted as truth by the British financial establishment. 1. Slater had been trained as a company accountant. He had a natural talent for stock market manipulation. In 1964 he created Slater, Walker Securities and set about buying companies priced below the value of their property and parts, carving them up and selling off everything. 596. F** concrete until only a shell remained. He and his imitators had soon destroyed hundreds of integrated engineering and production corporations because these could easily be sold off for cash. And cash could then be played with. They were engaged in the dismantling of the British economy for personal profit and pleasure through inflationary financial manipulation. Slater claimed that he was releasing productive elements caught up in hidebound conglomerates. In fact, studies of industrial reorganization in that period show that there was no benefit to the released companies. Slater, Walker rose to fame in part by continual lending or investing of its own money in one or another of its own companies, thus manipulating their share values. Jim Slater, young, slim, and engaging, was soon considered to be the greatest financial wizard the city had ever known. In 1969 he began to sell off his assets to deconglomeratize. He announced that cash was the optimum investment and turned his attention to areas more directly related to cash property speculation, financial management, and investments in Hong Kong. This cash religion encouraged other banks to overextend themselves, pumped up property speculation, and drove corporations to a point where 27.5% of their net cash flow was going out in interest payments. And yet that terrible figure was still 5% lower than the 32% currently being paid out by American corporations to cover their debts. Nevertheless, it was an unheard of level for the times, and, when the first crash came in 1973, the unconventional inflation of the British economy meant that it was harder hit than most. Even Jim Slater's wizardry couldn't maintain the illusion of his own empire. He chopped and changed through 1974 and 1975, only to be left with almost valueless remains. His operations were subject to a multitude of investigations, all of which could easily have been carried out years before when he was apparently successful. In late 1975 he was forced out of his own company, a discredited man, and the pieces were picked up by another market player, Jimmy Goldsmith. Some time passed before the British and other Western governments realized that they were failing to escape from their generalized state of depression. The habitual correctional devices weren't working. Their recession to this failure resembled that of a manic depressive. That is, they began a long crusade against classic inflation, driving up interest rates and thus killing real investment, driving up unemployment and thus putting a strain on social services. This crusade went on and on. We are still on it. Somehow, no matter how draconian the measures taken, we never managed to cut off the inflationary fat, clearing the way for healthy, non-inflationary growth. In absolute contradiction to this depressive anti-inflationary crusade, WC went on a parallel, manic financial binge. Consciously or uncon. 397. Seriously, we began to lift restrictions and to lower standards throughout the financial sector, thus freeing the profound forces of inflation. Of course, no one was permitted to play directly with the traditional governmental inflationary control tool money supply. This and the area of wage and price increases were roped off, so to speak, and kept under obsessional public scrutiny. Social justice, economic growth, the fear of nuclear war and various other themes retreated into the background as the West hovered over the monthly, weekly, sometimes daily, movements of inflationary charts. 0.1% movement up or down could cause a generalized shudder. Public life seemed to have been reduced to statistics. Elections were fought over fractions. Meanwhile, every other potentially inflationary area was gradually being opened to marketplace manipulation. General economic activity was drawn towards the financial sector by this explosion in ever less regulated activities. Inventiveness concentrated itself on the creation of new, immeasurable financial abstractions built upon abstractions, forms and levels of leverage which made the standards of 1929 seem almost responsible by comparison. By the mid-1980s, even before the Big Bang, the annual value of transactions in the London financial market was $75 trillion a year. That is more than 25 times the total value of world trade, which was $2.84 trillion in 1988. Foreign exchange speculation in major world centers was $35 trillion a year, 12 times the total value of world trade. These transactions represent no concrete activity. They are multiplications of paper which have no beneficial effect on economic activity. Thus, the city in London may prosper and cohabit quite happily with general economic depression in the rest of Britain. The degree to which governments have become addicted to the easy pleasures of this speculation could be seen in Britain's reluctance to put the pound into the European snake, and indeed into the European monetary system, both of which are attempts to develop monetary stability in a large but realistically manageable geographic area. 3. The official British argument against participation has been that the snake might limit the government's ability to set policies appropriate for competition at home and in the world. One of the unspoken reasons was that membership in the snake might eventually limit the city's ability to speculate in currencies. The gradual conversion of the city to the snake came as they realized that speculation would not be limited. In this context, the traditional definitions of bank exposure no longer mean very much. Writing in 1873, Walter Bagehot said of reserves, "The amount of that cash is so exceedingly small that a bystander almost trembles when he compares its minuteness with the immensity of the credit which rests upon it." 4. Bagehot's minuteness would seem enormous today. For example, in the mid-1980s, the American Merchant 398 Ft. Bank Lehman Brothers had a capital base of $270 million. It had a daily exposure of slow billion. This floating speculation in bonds and securities is done by numbers men on computers. Convention calls them bankers, but they are merely technicians, whose training resembles that of a clerk and whose talents parallel that of a racetrack bookie. They have no experience away from their screens, no understanding of the industrial activity the illuminated numbers represent. Worse still, they have neither responsibility for nor a sense of the effect that their enormous transactions might have on society as a whole. As early as 1984, men such as this were trading $4.1 trillion in a single New York merchant bank, First Boston Corporation. That was more than the total American GNP. The golden word which has permitted all of this is deregulation. The United States, followed by the entire West, has raised this flag in the name of the spirit of initiative. There is no doubt that a half-century of administrative structure building aimed at repairing the injustice, instability, and damages created by 19th and early 20th century free markets had gone too far in certain areas. But the reaction to this overregulation has borne no relationship to the real problem at hand. The result has been the return of antisocial freedom, the freedom to act irresponsibly, to speculate and profiteer, not just over stocks but over money itself. The problem does not lie only with specific fashions, which may be short-lived, from currency swaps, junk bonds, financial futures and options to stock index futures, which require a down payment of only 6%, leveraged buyouts and over-the-counter equities, whose real value is unclear and thus open to speculation and arbitrage. Nor are these fashions as short-lived as they sometimes appear. In an economy so distanced from reality, forms of speculation no longer disappear simply because they have been exposed as of dubious value. For example, junk bonds have gone on after their disasters of the late 1980s and now represent more than a quarter of all corporate bonds rated by Moody's. Nor are these dangerous phenomena limited to the United States. Japanese regulations permit leverage based on 5%. British corporate debt has risen from £10 billion just before the first crash in 1973 to £53 billion in 1988. One might suspect that this was a creation of the inflation-infected 1970s. But official inflation seemed neither to encourage nor to discourage corporate debt. Things got even further out of control during the 1980s. The whole process was fed by minor finance companies, which under stricter regulations would be considered marginal, if not criminal. With deregulation they became banks. And the large deposit banks, seeing the enormous paper profits made by these little speculators, leaped down into the gutter to play the same game. The overall picture is what Keynes would have called a casino society. 5. 399. And that is now one of the determining activities of our economies. The truth is that annual growth in the U.S. economy after inflation has steadily shrunk as deregulation has proceeded, 4.2% during the 1960s, 3.1% during the crisis-ridden 1970s, and 2.1% during the theoretically prosperous 1980s. In Canada, despite its wide and solid social protection net, the number of people living in poverty grew in this period of deregulation from 14.7% in 1981 to 17.3% by 1985 and continues to grow. 6. On Wall Street, on April 24, 1987, a rock band appeared on the floor of the American Stock Exchange to excite brokers with its music. The Hard Rock Cafe restaurant franchise was going public. The appearance of that band on the trading floor symbolized the service industry mind, the role of hype in a deregulated marketplace, and the idiotic joy which always appears in moments of economic anarchy. What is consistently fascinating at such moments is the self-contained, self-absorption which comes over first traders, then businessmen, then the public and their government. Everyone starts to believe that what is happening is real. Speculation is transformed by a wand into investment, and investment is safe. But most incredible of all is the abrupt illumination that money is something, when everyone knows perfectly well that it is just a notion, not even an abstraction, because we are unable to agree permanently what it is an abstraction of. The best we have done is to find workable arrangements. This seems to work most successfully and for the longest period of time when there is some conservative relationship between real labor/resources/products and the quantity of money available. Within those limits, a reasonable Keynesian and a reasonable monetarist are not very far apart. But people have difficulty remaining reasonable over abstractions. Instead, they get so used to their arbitrary definition of the abstraction of money that they decide it is both real and absolute. Our particular difficulties rise out of reason's natural preference for abstraction over reality. The result is quite revolutionary. We have formalized speculation into a rational system. And yet, if there is one lesson in history, it is that inflation and depression follow on the heels of an economy which gives itself over to speculation, particularly speculation on debt. Contemporary monetarism, despite its narrow obsession with money supply and classic inflation, has produced the greatest debt levels of modern history, accompanied by onerous or impossible burdens of interest. Odder still, while the monetarists remain obsessed with the state's indebtedness, they are indifferent to unprecedented corporate and personal debt levels. In fact, the corporations are more strapped than governments by their interest payments. Interest, whether paid by governments or companies, is a basic form of inflation, but governments 400 retain other mechanisms, such as law and regulation, for encouraging economic activity. While the British government is myopically paying out its debt, the British citizenry, for the first time in history, is spending more than it receives. Its debt load has doubled over the last 6 years. In the absence of real growth, corporations and individuals can only hope to repay these debts through continued inflation. Or they can default. The level of both corporate and personal bankruptcies continues to grow throughout the West, reaching historic levels each year. Now, in the early 1990s, it is 3 to 4 times higher than it was in the early 70s. The Third World debt load is part of this same process. Rarely has there been a financial obligation more evocative of the inflationary spiral built by level upon level of debt. The process of its creation is worth repeating. The United States pushed the oil states, principally Iran, towards unnecessary consumption, much of it military. Iran pushed OPEC for oil price increases in order to pay for its consumption. The West then printed money to pay for the oil. The oil states had to send that money back to the West to pay for goods, in large part service industry goods, particularly arms, and to deposit it in a safe place. The Western banks then owed this money to the producers, principally the Iranians and the Arabs. And as it was on deposit, they also owed them interest. The Western economies being stagnant, because of the oil price rise and the resulting paper money inflation, the banks found it handy to lend part of their enormous new deposits out to the Third World. The theory was that so much cash would speed development, thus creating a new market for unwanted Western goods. This didn't help the developing countries, however, because their economies had been paralyzed by the same oil price increases, as well as by the decline in commodity prices caused by the collapse of Western economies. So the banks lent them more money to support the original loans. The more the West lent, the less the Third World could pay back. As it now stands, many of them cannot even service the debt without bankrupting themselves, causing civil disorder and destroying what little social stability they have. See, literally the money is lost. However, our governments and banks have now spent a decade twisting and turning, forcing the debtors through stricter economic hoops than any Western country has imposed on itself. And when this produced no repayment, but instead exacerbated local poverty and suffering, our solution was to lend yet more money, thereby creating yet more unpayable debt. We then began forgiving a few $100 million here, writing down a few more there, rescheduling anything that seems on the verge of becoming what it actually is, a bad debt. One international conference has followed another as we have attempted to maintain the illusion of viable loans. When James Brady, 401, the American Secretary of the Treasury, proposed an integrated plan for dealing with the situation, there was a sigh of relief in sensible quarters and anger in much of the banking community. But the Brady plan didn't even go halfway towards dealing with the problem. It was a quarter step in muffled boots. The publicity surrounding these debt restructuring plans is such that people tend to imagine the problem is now being dealt with. In fact, the Third World debt did not shrink and indeed continues to grow. The fear rational structures have of recognizing reality, calling it reality in open, public terms, and dealing with it as reality is so deep set that even steps in the right direction must be disguised as something else. Were any citizens to settle down and listen to what our economic spokesmen are actually saying about the Third World debt, they would be astonished. The only possible conclusion they could draw is that our structures and/or our elites are mythomaniacs. That is, they are compulsive mythologizers. But this need to describe reality other than as it is, that is, to lie compulsively, is merely a facet of the rational conviction that man can and will change circumstances to suit his own plan. The more abstract our economies, the easier it is to believe that imaginary financial situations can be endlessly manipulated. There is, however, nothing in history to prove that this is so. During the 6th century BC, the people of Athens fell slowly into troubled times. The city was dominated by the Eupatridae, the aristocracy of birth, who controlled the government, owned most of the land, and used its power to drive the poorer farmers into debt during bad seasons. The Eupatridae acted as bankers. When the farmers were unable to meet the interest payments on their debts, they were reduced to the state of serfs on what had been their own land. Some were sold into slavery. A serf or a slave was, needless to say, no longer an Athenian citizen. This debt situation spun further and further out of control. Faced by an impossible division between rich and poor, resulting in economic instability and the risk of revolution, the desperate Athenians called Solon into public office and gave him full powers. 20 years earlier, he had already served as archon, the annual chief ruler. He was also Athens's leading poet. He used his poetry to set examples and to create political drive. His message was constant, moderation and reform. He was as opposed to revolution as he was to tyranny. This sense of moderation is important to understand in light of what followed. Already the unpayable debts and the growing inequalities had pushed him to write. 402. If public evil enters the house of each man, the gates of his courtyard cannot keep it out, it leaps over the high wall, let him flee to a corner of his bed chamber, it will certainly find him out. The atmosphere in which he took power was not so very different from the one we know today. The same manic-depressive mood lay over the society. The draconian financial/legal policies of the depressive rulers were based on Draco's original legal code. The manic counterweight revolved around the uncontrolled activities of the rich. Solon's first act on taking power was to redeem all the forfeited land and to free all the enslaved citizens. This he did by fiat. That is to say, he legislated immediate default. The Athenians called it the shaking off of burdens, but in practical terms what he had done amounted simply to ripping up the debt papers. In his own words, he had uprooted the mortgage stones that everywhere were planted and freed the fields that were enslaved before. Having released both the people and the nation from their paper chains, he was able to re-establish the social balance. From there he went on to create a code of fair laws, in place of Draco's, and to lay the foundation for a democratic constitution. Athens immediately began its rise to glory, spewing out ideas, theater, sculpture, and architecture, democratic concepts and concrete riches. All this eventually became the foundation of Roman and indeed of Western civilization. Today we cannot move a step without some conscious or unconscious tribute to the genius of Solon and of Athens, a genius unleashed by defaulting on debts. Henry IV was probably the greatest king of France. His road to the throne was long and expensive, winding as it did through a civil war which raged across the country. When he was finally upon it in 1600, the country lay in ruins and the government in debt to the amount of 348 million livres, a colossal sum for the time. Henry's chief minister was Sully, who to this day is considered one of the finest and most careful of public servants. He first refused to pay the interest on the debt. Then he negotiated the rates down from those originally agreed. He refused to meet the payment schedules. One way and another, he as good as defaulted. Within a decade he and Henry had rebuilt France. In 1789 Jefferson wrote from Paris to James Madison about the principle of debt, applying common sense to reality. Today names such as Brazil or Peru could be substituted for that of 18th century France. 403. Suppose that Louis XIV and XV had contracted debts in the name of the French nation, to the amount of 10,000 milliards, and that the whole had been contracted in Holland. The interest of this sum would be 500 milliards, which is the whole rent roll or net proceeds of the territory of France. Must the present generation of men have retired from the territory in which nature produces them, and ceded it to the Dutch creditors? No, they have the same rights over the soil on which they were produced as the preceding generations had. They derive these rights not from them, but from nature. They then, and their soil are, by nature, clear of the debts of their predecessors. 7. Throughout the 19th century, the loans which financed large American capital investment programs, mounted by private consortia, were continually defaulted on. The history of the American railroads is a history of default. More specifically, the history of American capitalism is one of default. This happened in a spectacular manner during the panics of 1837, 1857, 1873, 1892-93 and 1907. None of this reneging happened in the civilized manner organized by a Solon or a Sully. Rather it involved a panic and a crash, which created massive bankruptcies, which in turn wiped out massive debts. Because of the disordered way in which each ripping up of obligations came, the result was always a short period of widespread depression before the cleansed economy took off again with renewed force. In the panic of 1892-93 alone, 4,000 banks and 14,000 commercial enterprises collapsed. In other words, the non-payment of its debts was central to the construction of the United States. The difference between Henry IV and the American railway crashes is one of method, not content. The Great Depressions of the last 150 years can be seen as the default mechanisms of middle-class societies. Depressions free the citizens by making the paper worthless. The method was and is awkward and painful, particularly for the poor, but it destroys the paper chains and permits a new equilibrium to be built out of the pain and disorder of collapse. One of the most surprising innovations of the late 20th century has been not only the rationalization of speculation but, beyond that, the attachment of moral value, with vaguely religious origins, to the repayment of debts. This probably has something to do with the insertion of God as an official supporter of capitalism and democracy. There is a tendency to assume that the German thinker Max Weber made sense of all that in the early years of the 20th century with such books as The Protestant Ethic and The Spirit of Capitalism. Weber described the rise of capitalism as both an initiator and then a product of the Reformation. The result was the bourgeois businessman who, as long as he remained within the bounds of formal correctness, as long as his moral conduct was spotless and the use to which he put his wealth. 404. F** was not objectionable, could follow his pecuniary interests as he would and fee that he was fulfilling his duty in doing so. But Weber also pointed out that the success of capitalism led to an abandonment of Christian values and became the pursuit of wealth, stripped of its religious and ethical meaning. He described the resulting high capitalism as a mundane passion resembling sport. What's more, he specifically exempted the usurers, military contractors, traders in offices, tax farmers, large merchants, and financial magnates from his Protestant capitalist theory. The simple truth is that the collecting of interest on debts contradicts the entire history of Christian doctrine. It is not a matter of fair versus unfair interest rates. To lend money for profit was and remains a basic venal sin. In this sin of usury it is the lender who is in the wrong. The borrower has weakened in a moment of need and the lender is exploiting his weakness. This theme has reappeared constantly throughout history to justify not only default but often the confiscation of the lender's goods and sometimes his life. Christianity was by no means alone in its attachment of sin to lending. The money lender was most definitely not on the fast Buddhist track to nirvana. Muslim lenders, at least in theory, were risking death. And it was clearly laid out in the Torah that Jews should not charge other Jews interest. 9. European anti-Semitism was often rationalized by the immoral status of lending. But Jewish banking power was largely a self-fulfilling prophecy for Catholic states. In some cases Jews were forbidden any other occupation. By borrowing from individuals unprotected by the official racial or religious organization, it was all the easier for Christians to default. A little religious excitement would do the trick. Or a periodic pogrom. Or simply, in the case of kings, a refusal to pay, leaving the Jewish lender with no legal recourse. By organizing European society so that Christians could borrow from Jews, the Christians avoided contravening Catholic law. And the Jews, by lending to Christians, were not in contravention of their own religious laws. In other words, both sides were avoiding divine retribution by means of a technicality. Of course, base anti-Semitism was attached to all this and it cannot be ignored. However, the list of unrepaid, jailed, exiled and hanged Catholic and Protestant lenders is so long that the default syndrome must also be looked at quite apart from religious and racial prejudice. The stark fact is that financiers have never had a respectable status in Western society, neither in its Christian nor its capitalist period. Bankers were never integrated as a class of worthy citizens along with burghers, merchants, and capitalists. They were never considered to be making a contribution to the social fabric. Interest paid them was always believed to be money for nothing and therefore both immoral and infla. 405. Shinari in the most basic sense. They have always lived on the margins of the law and of society. From time to time individual bankers were swept up into the mainstream and won power and glory. But the moment they were no longer useful, they were flung back into the gutter. Jacques Coeur, for example, rose through the tax farm system in Bourges in central France early in the 15th century. Speculation made him still richer and he put himself in the service of King Charles VII. Gradually he combined his Europe-wide financial empire with official functions: Minister of Finance, Royal Councillor, Diplomatic Negotiator. He financed the king's conquest of Normandy in 1450–51. Eventually the king and the great nobles were deeply in debt to him. He was conveniently charged with the murder of the king's mistress, Agnes Sorel, and imprisoned although cleared. He managed to escape to Rome. In 1716 a Scottish monetary theorist was given permission to try out his paper money system in France. The government was heavily in debt and John Law's inflationary method promised to solve its problem. By 1718 he dominated the royal treasury and the financial markets through a spiraling international speculation which was built upon the imaginary development of a colony in Louisiana. The frenzy reached its apogee early in 1720, then collapsed, forcing Law to flee. He died penniless in Venice. Very little changed over the years. In 1893 Émile Zola published his novel Money, in which he illustrated the methods of the financial markets and the moral opprobrium which fell upon the bankers of the day. His central character was a banker-promoter, Monsieur Saccard, who specialized in running up stocks which were issued on the basis of theoretical developments elsewhere, in this case, the Middle East. Because of the facility with which he makes money, he is the star of the financial world. As Zola points out, what's the point in taking 30 years of your life to earn a miserable £1,000,000, when in an hour, by a simple investment on the exchange, you can put it in your pocket? You become disgusted by honest savings, you even lose all sense of value. 10. Although Saccard's promotion eventually collapses, ruining hundreds of people, he simply begins again. People like Zola's banker-promoter were often very rich, but no one really wanted to know them or know too much about them. They were speculators, marginal, non-productive but always tempting. Our contemporary investment bankers, whom we celebrate as pillars of society and bastions of capitalism, are Monsieur Saccard's successors. The emergence of the banker and speculator at the top of our list of worthy citizens is perfectly rational. When a well-tailored, responsible-sounding vice president of a deposit bank makes an appearance, this general social promotion of money lenders seems to make sense because he is an executive employee, a technocrat, and an expert. The reassuring 406 sounds he makes cause the observer to forget the historic and indeed actual implications of treating him with such awe. It is far easier for the citizen to focus sensibly on those bankers who are still kept on the margins of society. At the mention of the name T. Boone Pickens, for example, the citizen can easily say to himself, now this is a speculator. But this speculator is supported by the most respectable New York investment banks, by precisely those well-tailored, responsible-sounding bankers who produce awe and respect wherever they go. And yet Pickens is, if anything, a more doubtful figure than the Monsieur Saccard of Zola's story. The respectable bankers are embarrassed by his crudeness and yet annoyed to find themselves mere followers in his financial games. The result is that they have taken up his methods while being careful to remain clothed in their own respectable appearance. The new respectability of bankers has added weight to the argument that paying debts is a moral obligation. And yet it is hard to forget that whenever a society has defaulted on a crippling debt, its economy has been the better for it, sometimes so much so that, as in the Athenian or American case, the whole fabric of the society was catapulted into growth and creativity. The Third World debt crisis is a prime example of economic common sense in conflict with structural morality. Since the early 1980s, people as varied as the former New Zealand Conservative Prime Minister Robert Muldoon and the British socialist economist Lord Lever have been calling for what amounts to a general default on the debt. 11. Their point was that it would be far better to do it fast and to clear away the paper chains than to go on constructing elaborate mazes of new paper, which have all the disadvantages of a default and none of the advantages. The new paper syndrome simply drains the energies of both the debtor and the lender countries for the sole purpose of protecting an illusion. No doubt the deed would already be done if our general deposit banks had not attempted to hide their original error by throwing the money of their small and medium depositors after that of the artificial oil profits. Besides, the general rise of debt and deficits has created an unspoken fear that ripping up the Third World notes might destroy the sense of moral obligation other debtors feel towards other debts. The Third World's paper obligations are, after all, only the leading edge of a Western civilization dependent, as it has never been in the past, on debt manipulation rather than industrial production for economic survival. Right behind the nations of Africa and Asia are those of Central Europe. 407. To say nothing of the Western governments themselves, the corporate world and even the individual citizens, all of them more or less chained up by their paper obligations. In fact, the sum which is destroying third world societies isn't really very significant by Western standards. At $1.2 trillion, the entire third world debt is less than the annual US government budget. The London financial markets, it is worth repeating, do $75 trillion worth of transactions per year. If the paper were ripped up today, without any agreement among the parties, the banks would have a bad year, but they wouldn't go bankrupt. In fact, the smarter banks have already written down some of the amounts they are owed. One of the things which stops us from doing it, with or without agreement, is the peculiar morality that public and private structures have arbitrarily welded onto the act of debt repayment. Tawney, in Religion and the Rise of Capitalism, pointed out that however badly medieval man did behave, he did so in a context which insisted upon his duty to alleviate the poverty of others and in full knowledge that the accumulation of riches was endangering his soul. The rise of the work ethic out of the Reformation changed all this, equating poverty with laziness and wealth with the idea of just rewards for hard work. 12. What followed was the unprecedented mistreatment of a large segment of society by a small segment. This social disorder was itself followed by the slow reintegration of the morality of social responsibility into Western society, that is, into the new nation-states. It was as if general common sense had extracted in extremis the best from the defunct medieval contract and then set about forcing it upon the new rational structures which were rapidly taking form. Our current attitudes towards debt confirm that we have moved on to yet another stage. Now social morality is subordinated to the efficient functioning of the system. In this stage the social contract is subordinated to the financial contract. The idea of morality has been so deformed that it is used as a simile for the efficient functioning of systems and, therefore, as a simile for the respecting of contracted debts. The result is that we are unable to use our common sense to weigh the poverty and suffering created by the debt against the relatively limited impact on the system of a default. And so, each time Mexico was considered unofficially bankrupt because of its inability to meet the interest payments on its debt, we felt obliged to offer a series of huge new loans. These were not designed to relaunch the Mexican economy. They were merely papers aimed at financing the Mexicans to pay the interest on the other papers which they already owed us. The advantage to Mexico was nil, to our banks, probably less than nil in the long term, because yet more unpayable debts were being created, to our society, certainly a lot less than nil. 408. Because it locked us further into a maze of artificial financial limits. And when a new Venezuelan government came to power in 1989 in an atmosphere of general hemispheric enthusiasm, the first Western act was to force an austerity program upon the president, with the intent of ensuring responsible debtor attitudes. When this program led to rioting and deaths, the reaction was twofold. First, American Secretary of the Treasury Brady proposed his quarter-step restructuring plan. The effect of this slow, negative process was to worsen the agony instead of resolving the problem. The Venezuelans themselves initiated a desperate conversion program. This involved giving ownership in parts of their national patrimony in return for canceling the paper obligations. The program bears an eerie resemblance to Thomas Jefferson's unnatural scenario, in which insolvent debtor Frenchmen would have to abandon their country to lender Dutchmen. Crises such as these are repeating themselves throughout the Third World. As the realization of the de facto default gradually sinks into the slow minds of the financial and economist communities, a curious response emerges. The Third World, they say, should stop blaming the Western bankers for its problems. The real problem is the absence of capitalism in its countries. The real culprits are therefore governments of the right and the left that try to direct their national economies. Of course, there is some truth in this. Throughout the Third World there is room for the releasing of responsible capitalism. But far more important are responsible agricultural programs which would encourage peasants to leave their hopeless urban slums and return to the land. In any case, responsible capitalism is not what most of the financiers and economists have in mind. Their imaginations are filled with the releasing of pent-up market forces. What they want is an industrial revolution which, like that of the West, must necessarily pass through the ugly, uncontrolled first period in which new industrial infrastructures are matched by social disruption and suffering, in other words, low wages, no job security and no environmental or safety regulations. No one puts it quite that way, but this is assumed in the argument. However, there is no relationship between the unleashing of capitalism and the unpayable debts. There was a relationship in their creation. The original debts were incurred in an attempt to industrialize the Third World through the unleashing of capital. The World Bank and Robert McNamara led the way, followed enthusiastically by the banking and economist communities. But the attempt failed and the debts then became the barrier to future economic activity, particularly capitalist activity. The debts came to represent the victory of rational paper illusions over real activity. The problem is not the refusal of governments to unleash capitalist forces. The problem is the impossibility of breath. 409. ing life into these countries so long as the unpayable debts remain in place. By confusing the continued smooth functioning of systems on the one hand with moral values on the other, our society loses its ability to examine and judge whether each structure has any useful value. The practical effect of our hypnotized state is to leave money lenders in charge of the economic and social agenda. The Third World debt is only a slice of this problem. The way we look at inflation and corporate financing is determined by the same confusion. Even government debt could be looked at in a different way and perhaps dealt with in a different manner if the nature of debt and of interest payments were examined dispassionately. If the importance of debt is reduced to its use as an abstract enabling device, then paper inflation, interest, and repayment can be handled in a practical manner. The hypnotic effect this uncontrolled paper economy has had can be seen in the world of corporate acquisitions. From the farthest margins of legality, a new kind of acquisitor advanced onto the respectable public stage in the early 80s. These men could be seen as a second generation of Jim Slaters. But when you examine a T. Boone Pickens, an Ivan Boesky, a Paul Bilzerian or a Henry Kravis, you realize that, while their technical skills are more sophisticated than those of the original corporate raiders, their intentions and social standards are actually far cruder. They seem to have evolved backwards, resembling, if anything, characters out of Zola. Their equivalents exist throughout the West, all united by a belief that capitalism is a paper transaction. They could be called the new inflationists. That society has accepted them so naturally seems to confirm our decision to normalize speculation as the leading edge of capitalism. And there can be no doubt that we have accepted. As early as 1983, for example, Pickens's epic run at Gulf Oil was backed by America's largest bank holding company, Citicorp. 13. That attempted takeover was played out like a parable of modern economics. On one side there was Gulf, the fifth largest American oil company, widely considered by the business community to be the perfect manager's operation. However, its return on capital for the preceding 5 years had been the lowest of the 14 major U.S. oil companies, its dividend growth the slowest. And it had a lamentable record when it came to discovering new American oil. The lethargy of the directionless, self-justifying, risk-fearing managers had finally become so great that they had stumbled into financial trouble and woken themselves up, so to speak, by falling over. As a result, they actually began making some personnel changes in order to give the appearance of trying harder. Given the wide shareholder base and the company's repeated failures, we are led by the theory of free enterprise to expect that a responsible segment of the owners would rise up and replace the entire management with a new team. Instead, Pickens arrived on the scene, having bought 13.2% of the company's shares, thanks to various forms of leverage. He was not an alternative to bad management. He was in the ball and chain business. What attracted him was that poor management had caused the share values to slide to the point where they stood at $40 versus the estimated $114 value of the company's assets. Mr. Pickens made no secret of what he intended to do if successful in getting control. He would sell off the company's oil and gas reserves, its only real assets, for a cash profit. In other words, he would strip the company. Of course, this intention was dressed up in technocratic verbiage, in order to imply the opposite. The reserves were to be spun off into a royalty trust. This would siphon off the company's earnings directly to the shareholder. The little shareholder would thus benefit from his investment. With a logic which would have confused Ignatius Loyola himself, it was explained that this removal of potential reinvestment capital would have the effect of increasing investment. The reality was quite different from these imaginative explanations. Pickens had created a situation in which he couldn't lose. Either he would force his way onto the board of directors and from there force the company to sell off its assets, giving him a cash profit. Or, having already driven up the share prices by making the market expect to sell oil, he would force the management's friends to buy his 13.2% of the shares for roughly the same cash profit. In other words, either he destroyed the company or he further indebted it. In both cases, the money generated would be pure inflation. What followed was a battle between a lethargic group of technocrats trying to save their jobs and a raider who wasn't interested in the industry or the company. His weapons were cash and the manipulation of the free enterprise system. The managers were armed with the full panoply of corporate and legal structures and regulations. The battle surged one way and then the other. Just as Pickens appeared to be on the edge of victory, the Gulf management discovered a technicality capable of saving their day. If a majority of shareholders voted to move the company to Delaware, local laws would permit management to refuse Pickens a seat on the board. The struggle veered onto new ground, a proxy battle leading up to this vote. Managers are always at an advantage in the manipulation of invisible voters, and they were able to scrape together a narrow majority. 411. The company decamped to Delaware, though nothing actually moved. It was a paper operation. In this battle between employed incompetence and irresponsible greed, there was no hint that the shareholders, the financial authorities, the large financial institutions or even the government had any sense that the free enterprise system was running off its rails. They all seemed to find the events quite normal. In fact, Pickens was backed by almost half the shareholders and by many of the most respectable financial institutions. His snatch and run technique was analyzed by all the public financial experts from the Wall Street Journal to the Financial Times as if it were a bona fide takeover attempt, rather than a simple stripping operation. Only a few years before, these people had treated Pickens as a charlatan. What had changed their minds? Before Gulf, he had made a much criticized snatch and run operation on the $4 billion oil company, City Service. This takeover bid had also failed. However, the aim of the operation had been achieved. He and his backers made a large profit. Because the mainstream definition of contemporary capitalism centers on the word profit, that made him respectable. Pickens is only one among hundreds of old-style sharks to have been welcomed into the mainstream of the American marketplace. Paul Bilzerian, for example, worth some $40 million, made a dozen or so runs at banal companies going innocently about their business before he was arrested. Hammermill Paper or Clewitt Peabody and Company would look up from their desks and shop floors, startled by an unusual sound. Suddenly, out of the night, a madman would come charging in, a great sword over his head, the blade glinting with menace. Needless to say, they either fainted or paid up. Bilzerian didn't even bother to invent justifications, such as Pickens's insistence that he is standing up for the little shareholder. If I were writing an article about myself, Bilzerian once said, I'm not sure I'd write a positive story. 14. Or consider the takeover of Beatrice, the consumer products giant. This unwieldy corporation was the creation of management men who had produced false growth through buyouts and diversification. In 1987 they, in turn, found themselves under attack from Kohlberg, Kravis, Roberts. Kravis used a tiny slice of equity $40 million to manipulate the purchase of Beatrice for $6.2 billion. 15 They then broke up the company and sold off pieces for about $3 billion. The whole process from the $40 million investment to the $3 billion wrecking profit took 16 months. Not a penny of growth was involved. Kravis claimed that he had done the economy a service by taking production units away from administrators and selling them to doers. Of course, there is an element of truth in this, the kind of truth which is produced by logic out of control. One group of technocrats, the management, had created a monstrous conglomerate, fomenting their sort of inflation in the process. A second group of technocrats, the takeover specialists, had come along to break it up, thus fomenting another. The purchasers of the units sold off by Kravis are now laboring under a whole new and unnecessary burden of debt, $6 billion worth. This debt has been added to the American economy. It frees no one and involves no investment in new production. The Kravis argument is sophistry intended to cover the reality of a purchase based on valueless junk bonds and fast speculation. Quite apart from the buy-sell profit, the professional fees included $10 million to Drexel Burnham Lambert for junk bond financing, $45 million to Kohlberg, Kravis, Roberts for putting the deal together, $33 million to three banks, Kidder, Peabody, Lazard, and Salomon, for advice. None of these fees relates to economic activity. If our system allowed for prosecution on the basis of the spirit of the law or of the spirit of capitalism in a democracy, Henry Kravis would be a criminal. Instead, his exploits are admired. This can only encourage others and make the producers of real goods feel that they are wasting their time. Specific blame for this situation is laid by many people at the feet of men such as Donald Reagan, who converted so much of the American public interest into a broker's dream world of commissions, commissions, commissions. This assignment of responsibility has the advantage of placing the problem in a specific country under a specific government. It is then possible to talk of Reaganism and the uncontrolled and irresponsible 80s. The reality is that the problems were not proper to the United States. Western economies, one after another, went down the same road. None of the highly educated elites, business management, government management, or economists in general rose in protest. As a matter of fact, those experts provided the rational structure and the vocabulary which gave the whole profiteering approach a socially acceptable appearance. No doubt the result was not exactly as they had imagined it. Perhaps THIRD in the authorities, along with the general public, were reassured in a Hild-like way by the revelation that some of these transactions had actually been illegal. The Boesky revelations, followed by those on Michael Milken, brought forth a collective thrill. In Britain there was a heave of self-righteousness over the Guinness case. The President of the French Republic went on television to muse about the nature of money and joined in the theoretical public soul-searching over the insider trading of his friend Monsieur Palat. Abruptly there was a general feeling that things had changed, that a 413 new, more responsible era had begun with the new decade. But what was this feeling based upon, apart from wishful thinking and the easy pleasures of a few high-profile fraud cases? There has been virtually no reform of the laws and regulations relating to financial transactions. A great part of what is technically legal in the marketplace remains economically irresponsible. At 25% of all corporate bonds rated by Moody's, the junk bond is very much an economic tool of the 90s. When one of the most exciting and profitable new international financial markets is consecrated to swapping third world debt among banks, it is clear that the investment houses have not rediscovered the virtues of financing new production. Kravis has left the bad publicity of the greedy 80s behind him and now offers a whole new approach to recycling his highly leveraged assets. An ever-growing number of American banks are either going bankrupt or being artificially maintained in existence by the Federal Emergency Bank Insurance System, which is itself effectively bankrupt. Meanwhile, Major new financial scandals appear at brief intervals. A series of linked stockbroker insolvency scandals erupted in Milan in 1991. Revelations of wrongdoing at the major American investment bank, Salomon Brothers, brought on legal charges and a major corporate shakeup. Warren Buffett, the clean financier brought in to repair the damage, immediately volunteered that the temptations and the rules remain as they were in the American system. And the people who attempt to behave badly seem to be getting away with it. The British Serious Fraud Office began an international investigation of the large leisure company, Brent Walker. Among other problems, £1 billion had mysteriously disappeared from their accounts in a matter of a few months. The result was 18 months of financial crisis followed by a major restructuring which involved 18 corporations. A series of Swedish finance companies collapsed in 1991, culminating with Gammelstaden. Weak regulations resulting in poorly secured loans were pinpointed by a government study. The ex-New York mayoral candidate, Rudolph Giuliani, in his days as a U.S. attorney, instigated many of the fraud prosecutions of the late 80s. He believes that the financial community has the ability to self-correct. 16. This implies that those under prosecution have deviated from general standards. That is incorrect. They are in the mainstream. The worst you could say about them is that they are swimming just ahead of the corporate average. In Britain, Lord Ruskill's committee report on fraud trails began as follows: the public no longer believes that the legal system in England and Wales is capable of bringing the perpetrators of serious frauds expeditiously and effectively to book. The public is right. 17. In New York, the quantity of insider trading violations has leapt up since deregulation. Even before Boesky, the SEC had brought 77 enforcement actions between 1982 and 1985. That is the same quantity as between 1934 and 1981. It is not that men are more dishonest. It isn't simply that deregulation has returned us to the atmosphere of pre-1929, although it has. These are both results, not causes. As Robert Lekakeman, then professor of economics at the City University of New York, said, the market is no more crooked than ever, but it's still less honest than Monte Carlo, because there at least you know how much the house takes. 18. In a study of young men caught in the Boesky scandal, Carol Asher found them to be from middle-class backgrounds, with average BAs but a subsequent degree from one of the best business or law schools. They had above-average salaries and were on the promotion track. Their colleagues described them as motivated, bright, conscientious, determined, intense, eager, entrepreneurial and very hard-working. 19. In other words, they neither needed to break the law nor were apparent law-breaking types. They were simply part of an overall economic atmosphere in which the definition of smart had nothing to do with social standards, because society had canonized structure and the manipulation of it. They were like most people on Wall Street or in the city or the bourse. Perhaps they had gone one step too far, even by the generally accepted standards. The product of this atmosphere has been a general concern about the decline in ethics. Business schools have rushed to create courses on ethical behavior. 20. But when the economic system has been abstracted from reality, there is nothing concrete upon which ethics can be judged. The result is a wild inflation in the definition of integrity. These flatulent ethics mirror our monetary inflation. An ethical decision taken under current business structures has no more reality than a real estate transaction in a monopoly game. Beyond these national and multinational manipulations of money and ethics, there is a whole parallel world which is entirely free from the need to manipulate because it isn't subject to any rules or standards. This twilight zone of finance, offshore, tax-free, unregulated, is so imaginary that it could be considered pure inflation. And yet, the elements with which this zone plays are drawn from the real economies of nations. The world of offshore funds, for example, takes us directly into the adventures of Zola's financier, Monsieur Saccard, selling the shares of his imaginary Middle East development on the Paris bourse, and of the great English crash known as the South Sea Bubble. The South Sea Company was founded in 1711 with the idea of trading in slaves in 415. Spanish America. In 1720, despite mediocre growth, the company proposed assuming the British national debt. Parliament accepted and the company's shares soared from 128 to 1,000 and then collapsed. Apart from all the people ruined, a subsequent investigation revealed massive public corruption. It was the same year as John Law's fiasco in Paris. Somehow the imposition of physical distance of borders and of seas between the investor and the investment has always given the investor a childlike confidence in his own judgment. Knowing that he cannot know what is really involved seems to make him more optimistic. Australian and Canadian mining stocks were sending shivers of almost erotic delight through the comfortable classes of Europe, such as the English gentry and the Parisian medical profession, as long ago as the mid-19th century. With some spare time and some spare cash, these same people still love to search desperately through their atlases for obscure settlements where gold or oil strikes have theoretically been made, while the shares run up and up. Before its spectacular bankruptcy, Dome Petroleum's mysterious Arctic strikes were the stuff of dreams in European country houses. 21 But this distant wish fulfillment has taken on a whole new abstract charm in the late 20th century. Offshore funds and the eurodollar market, just to name two, are previously undiscovered universes. Even an atlas cannot tell you in which country these operations take place, nor a planetarium upon which sphere. They reside solely in the human imagination. The Quantum Fund, managed by George Soros, is a good example of this new universe imagination. Soros has even written a book on his methods called The Alchemy of Finance. There is no more inflationary idea than the turning of base metal into gold. This he has apparently done with his fund valued in the billions of dollars. It is based in the Caribbean tax haven of Curaçao, thus escaping most Western disclosure requirements. He is among the most successful offshore money managers and revels in secrecy as he leaps from stocks to commodities to currency, and from country to country. 1 year gold is to be made in Finland, then perhaps in bananas, then in Deutsche Marks, then through the desperate Middle European governments. The trick to his success seems to be the speed at which he moves and the essential customer confidence in his skills. They must have confidence because they cannot verify his actions. But is it confidence in his ability to choose investments, finance them with a complex undisclosed system of debt and realize profits in an unexplained manner? Or is it confidence in a dream which is the essence of inflationary riches? Stocks and commodities have been wonderful sources of offshore manipulation, but nothing has been as exciting as currency speculation. During the last 15 years of floating rates, all of our private financial 416 F institutions, plus the entrepreneurial money men, like Soros, have been able to devote themselves to playing the numbers. The competing interests of various nations have permitted the currency market speculators to play one economy off against another, thus running the currencies up and down, while leaping nimbly back and forth to make a profit on both sides. Soros fondly remembers making the killing of a lifetime in 1985 by getting himself on the right side of the dollar's decline. His fund made a 122% return that year. Finance ministers, who are meant to devote their time and energy to creating a solid financial base for national administration and growth, are instead forced to spend a good part of their lives outthinking the currency speculators. It is difficult for them to keep a step ahead because the speculators' abstract approach has nothing to do with capitalism, growth, or investment. In fact, it doesn't have much to do with any economic factor. Currency speculation is the closest thing to a child's game that a grown man can play for a living. It is also the hardest activity for a single government to stop. And so the game of numerical abstractions goes on, unsettling incomes, production and stability. In the 17th century, Soros would have been hanged. Today, he is profiled in the International Herald Tribune and lauded for his talents. 22. So many kinds of inflation have now been invented that we do not have the tools to measure them. We are still far from even admitting to ourselves that they are inflation. Instead we stick stubbornly to our classic measurements based upon narrow lists of concrete terms. But why should the measurement of inflation be based upon the sort of items which our society now says are marginal in such a sophisticated world? If we have turned our main drive towards the service industries, of which financial services are a part, then the nature of inflation has changed and we must examine what we really think it is. For example, the credit card is a private means for printing currency which escapes any central bank control of the money supply. In the second half of the 80s, German credit cards multiplied approximately 5 times to some 5 million. From 1976 to 1988, the number of Visas and MasterCards in Britain went from 6.4 million to 24.5 million. For the single year 1987 to 88, British credit card spending grew 26% to some £8 billion. In France, there were 17.7 million cards by the end of 1988. In 1988 spending literally doubled in 12 months to 458 billion francs. The result of this evolution has been a massive growth in personal debt throughout the West. During the 1980s credit card spending multiplied 7 times in Canada. In 1988 alone Canadian credit card debt grew from $10 to $12 billion. 23. 417. Even in areas theoretically measured for inflation, the figures are deceptively low because they are not designed to reflect service economies. The increase in property costs, for example, will probably reflect only sales of new construction or rent increases in specific areas. Thus the 2 to 5% inflation figures which Western countries have been announcing do not include a full measurement of the tripling of most urban housing costs over the last 10 years. 24. Most consumer price index food lists are based on an assemblage of staples which hardly represent what people actually eat. The price of these staples moves far slower than the majority of foods, partly because they are staples and are not a growth area in consumption, and partly because the cost of staples is often indirectly controlled by general government programs, precisely because these areas do involve staples. Dairy, grain, and egg production are typical of this phenomenon. Or again, barometers such as the GDP deflator measure the price of output produced entirely inside the country. They don't deal with imports. Even the illicit drug trade must be seen as an integral part of this swirling inflation. Estimates put it at some $300 billion a year. Enough, the Japanese deputy finance minister says, to undermine the credibility of the financial system. 25. What, then, is one to think of the equally artificial arms market, 3 times larger than the drug market, with the added advantage of being both legal and secret? It appears nowhere in our monthly or annual inflation figures. And what about the very straightforward question of interest rates? We seem to feel that levels are now higher than necessary, although tolerable when compared to those of the late 1970s. But current rates are actually very high when seen in the context of successful earlier economies. From 300 BC to AD 100, the Greeks charged between 6 and 9%. The Romans ranged from 6 to 8% between 500 BC and AD 100. As the empire went into decline, the rates rose to 12% and after AD 300, went up still further. In the 18th century, British rates were around 6%, French 2 to 6%. In the 19th century, a period of strong growth, British rates were 4 to 5%, French, 3 to 6%, German, 4%, and American, 6 to 8%. And throughout most of the 20th century, until 1973, rates were around 3 to 6%. 26. For 20 years we have sometimes been below 10%, but more often above it. In general our rates for preferred customers are double historical averages. And the ability to print private money through credit cards has created a parallel interest rate which has been running between 15 and 22%. Third world loans and junk bonds almost all run at these levels. Common sense tells us that interest has nothing to do with real production or growth. It is an added non-productive cost, that is, Inflationary. Most of our economists 418 work remain convinced that high interest rates kill inflation, when the exact opposite is true. Nor do any of our official methods of measurement reflect the explosion in service industry costs. The current economic religion preaches the essential nature of service expansion. On the other hand, those who measure inflation apparently consider much of the sector to be non-essential. Hotel rooms, restaurant costs, upmarket clothes, and luxury and semi-luxury food costs have all been moving up on a regular basis at more than 10% a year. With the rise in two-job families, a whole series of services, which are still left out of most measures of inflation, have become necessary to many people, from prepared foods to laundry. These costs have almost all been rising at around 10% a year. The art market explosion, with the participation of everyone from highly conservative pension funds to marginal speculators, is merely a smaller version of the junk bond phenomenon, as is the market in luxury illusions. One hesitates to mention Judy Garland's little red shoes from The Wizard of Oz being auctioned off for $165,000, or bottles of virtually dead 19th century wine for tens of thousands, or the Van Goghs and Picassos sold for tens of millions. But these are part of a surprisingly large area in which objects of no value, or of a value which bears no reasonable relationship to the sums paid, have entered into the economy. Western civilization used to limit itself to one South Sea bubble at a time. And when it burst, we would settle down for a while, severely chastened. We now run thousands of bubbles concurrently, and the inflationary cycle is so strong that when one pops, the paper money immediately inflates a new one. The inflationary speculation of the financial sectors nevertheless dwarfs all the others. What is the difference between a Weimar banknote, a junk bond, and a deposit bank preferred share floated to cover non-recuperable loans? Nothing except appearance. All three are pure inflation. One indication of how far things have gone is the desire of business to see government intervene each time the situation gets out of hand. The willingness of governments to do so, despite a supposed devotion to market forces, shows that they realize just how dangerous the current system is. The irony of deregulation is that the more free business is given, the more dependent it becomes upon government as the savior of last resort. Financial marketplaces have never been capable of self-limitation except through catastrophe. One of our accomplishments was to regulate most of these explosions out of existence. Financial deregulation has reintroduced them. A well-trained city dog kept within set parameters can K after itself for a limited period in limited circumstances. An untrained dog shows more initiative but will inexplicably lick or bite children, run away, defecate on Persian rugs, demand endless scraps. 419. From the table and get run over. We have unleashed increasingly untrained dogs in highly urban settings. The regulatory authorities are therefore forced to stay on permanent emergency footing in order to avoid catastrophes, while these animals wander freely across intersections and through houses. Is it surprising, then, that inflation has dogged us for almost 20 years? Even the official sort, inaccurate and deceptively low, is constantly bubbling up, driven not by wages or wheat but by the multitude of inflationary elements we refuse to count. It is perfectly appropriate that the United Kingdom, the country that has most successfully reduced its national debt while sustaining for more than a decade a combination of extreme classic anti-inflationary policies with extreme deregulation, should today be the country least able to shake rising prices. The ability of governments in general to control their money supply as a means of controlling inflation is now virtually irrelevant. The money supply is as much in the hands of all these new indirect money printers as it is in those of any government mint. If the governments print, they are simply adding to the inflationary activities of private business. If, in an attempt to strangle inflation, they don't print, then they won't be able to pay their own bills. The current situation, in which governments stand as the saviors of last resort having abandoned many of their intermediate powers of guidance, actually breeds irresponsibility. And while government intervention late in the day prevents general calamities, it also maintains the fiction that the system is healthy. If the West were serious about inflation, it would have installed rigorous regulations to discourage the myriad new forms of speculation and accompanied this by interest rates of 5% or less. The effect would have been to discourage financial bubbles in the developed economies, while encouraging real investment in production, which translates into real growth. Solon, in the very act of laying the foundations for Western civilization, identified the danger areas public evil enters the house of each man. In a world of self-interest and self-delusion, he kept a measured view and a measured hand, treating debts with the same evenness that he treated justice. One of his aims was to demonstrate how each man might control the speculator within himself. Even-handed, careful, anti-revolutionary, viewing all individual action as part of a whole, he was perhaps the first complete man of reason, an early version of Pascal Pauli or Thomas Jefferson. And to demonstrate the dangers of believing in one's own rational skills, he completed his task and then left Athens for 10 years. In this way he avoided hero worship and the resulting temptation to hold on to power in the name of glory. His simple precepts are useful when thinking about government debt, corporate debt, futures, junk bonds, money markets, offshore funds, the 420. Speculation in capital goods, interest rates, imaginary services, and in general the increasing conversion of Western monetary structures into a type of financing which creates profits but not real wealth. These are abstractions upon the great abstraction itself, money. In Solon's clear and integral view, public evil has installed itself in every man's house. And it is comforting us with an inflation of self-delusion. Part 3. Surviving in Fantasy Land. The individual in the world of reason. Passivity is proper to domesticated animals. It can be imperfectly imposed on humans by threatening violence. It may be fully achieved by an all-encompassing system which defines existence. Consider your origins, Dante wrote. You were not made to live as brutes but to follow virtue and knowledge. Knowledge is neither information and expertise nor an instruction manual. It is an investigation of the human as a whole being in search of doubt, an unlimited desire to understand. The domesticated animal is unable to welcome doubt, let alone assume it. Human strengths, language, imagery, memory, character are therefore converted into burdens. These tools, which promise virtue and knowledge, become a fearful prison. 18. Or the victory of idolatry. There are differences between the late 20th century Western television viewer and the Paleolithic inhabitant of Lascaux in the Dordogne. The former sits in a half-darkened room, holding a remote control device. The latter was equipped with some sort of rudimentary torch while he stared at his cave drawings. These and other differences relate more to social organization than to the sensibility with which they see the images. If anything, the Lascaux viewers had a clearer, more conscious, and more consciously integrated concept of what they were seeing than we do today. Not that the 17,000-year-old paintings of bulls, horses, deer, buffalo, and men are simple or primitive. In fact, they are the products of accomplished craftsmen. We cannot know precisely what the cave dwellers saw in their images or expected from what they saw. Our guesses are based largely on comparisons with isolated civilizations which maintained until recently a theoretically similar way of life dependent on hunting, gathering, and stone implements. What we do know is that the phenomenon of the man-made image has always revolved around three interdependent forces: conscious or unconscious fear, which in turn is counterbalanced by some combination of magic and ritual. This is not particular to the West. And it is as true today as it was in the Paleolithic era. The list of fears which drive civilizations is endless. Fear of the unknown world outside the cave, outside the settlement, outside the country or world. Fear of being unable to survive because of hunger or enemies. Fear not of death, but of ceasing to exist, that is, fear that life is followed by a void. The cave dwellers seem to have conceived their animal images as magic traps which might give them control over their prey, in the same way that Christians would thousands of years later conceive many images of Christ or the Virgin Mary as miraculous. if successfully communicated with, these statues and paintings seem to give indeed, in many places still seem to give the supplicant some control over disease, poverty, or death. Just as the ritual used in order to communicate with these images was key to Christian miracles, so the same must have been true for the Stone Age hunters who prepared to seek out their prey. With time the relationship between fear, magic, and ritual has changed. None of our fears was conquered as civilizations became first sedentary and then urban. But doubt and anxiety over the most obscure of fears, that of an external void, grew in importance. And while magic has gradually retreated back into our unconscious, which does not mean it has disappeared, ritual has grown to take its place. In this civilization, in which God is dead, there is no clear sense that the high levels of endemic social doubt or angst or fear are an inheritance of the lost Christian promise of eternal life. Nor is there a recognition that the vast structural web of our society and the endlessly predictable images of television and film are successors to religious ritual. We have been confused in part by the rapid and revolutionary change in our official view of why images are created. Until the simultaneous beginnings of the Age of Reason and the Renaissance, this craft played a social, political, and above all metaphysical or religious role. From the 15th century on, in the wake of the final technical breakthroughs which made it possible to paint a perfect image, the idea of art began quietly to separate itself from craft. By the 18th century the divorce was more or less formal, although there have been regular attempts to reunite the two. In the early 19th century, museums were created for the sole purpose of aesthetic enjoyment. The idea that art is its own reason for existence has now been so firmly established that few people would question it. And yet it is improbable that the image, which has played a fundamentally religious or magical role for more than 15,000 years, could simply be freed of itself in the space of a few centuries to become a mere object of art. This is where the Western experience parts company with that of other civilizations. For the last 2,000 years, Christianity has presented and fought for a monotheistic, anti-pagan, anti-idolatry dogma. Those who view Christianity from the outside have always been surprised by the aggressiveness of these claims, because the reality of our worship has always contradicted them. The monotheistic argument, for example, was immediately negated by the division of God into a trinity. This idea of three in one or one in three was so complex that Christians themselves were constantly fighting over its meaning. The Virgin Mary was then given, to all intents and purposes, the status of a divinity, as were an increasing number of saints. In the opinion of everyone except the Christians, they had reconstituted a polytheistic religion. The concept of the pagan was even more confusing. It indicated someone who did not worship the true God. And yet the Muslims, who worshipped the same God as the Christians, used the same texts and adopted most of the same moral codes, were pagans, as were dozens of other sects who adopted minor doctrinal differences. Finally, no civilization anywhere in the world has been so resolutely idolatrous as the Christian. The need to create and worship images designed in our own likeness is a constant in the history of the West. It is a virtually unaltered constant from the Greeks through the Romans to ourselves, with only marginal variations in the panoply of major and minor divinities. In spite of Christianity's Judaic origins, the Church managed so successfully to circumvent the Old Testament interdiction on image worship that only the images of other religions have been defined as idols. 600 years after Christ, Islam was provoked in large part by uncontrolled Christian idolatry. The Church responded by categorizing them as infidels, non-believers. Some religious and social orders have avoided dependence on the image or even its use. From the West's point of view, Judaism is the prime example. Islam has been almost as successful, as have Shintoism, Confucianism and, for a long period of time, Buddhism. During the 19th century, Western colonial administrators were constantly coming across groups in Africa and Asia who avoided creating human likenesses and were highly suspicious of images. There was the standard cliché about the native who was afraid to be photographed because he feared the photographer would capture his soul. The reaction of a Lascaux resident would no doubt have been the same. This attitude actually makes very good sense. The native in question is an animist and does not believe in worshipping idols, but believes that everything, animate and inanimate, is alive. He is therefore an integrated part of the entire universe. He is unlikely to be frightened that death is a black hole leading to a void. Death simply returns him to the universe. The particularity of Westerners has been their obsession with presenting gods, through images, not as devils or animals or abstractions, but as human beings. The painter's role has always stemmed from that basic metaphysical and social need. The gods live forever and we are created in their image. These repeated identifying mortal imitations do not simply reflect our dreams of immortality. The image, in idolatry as in animism, is a magic trap. In the West, the painter's and sculptor's job has been to design the perfect trap for human immortality. As craftsmen, their efforts were aimed for thousands of years at technical improved new NTS. In the years around 1500, Raphael, Michelangelo and Leonardo made the final breakthroughs to the accurate representation of reality. There was, however, no accompanying metaphysical change. No heightened sense of magical power. The age of reason has since witnessed a long and confused decline of the image as a source of general expectation, a decline accelerated by the inventions of the photograph and the motion picture, television, and video. As expectations have dropped, confusion has grown. First, the confusion of a civilization without beliefs. Second, confusion over the significance of astonishingly perfected new images. As their technical power grows, the confusion they provoke also breeds distrust. The result has been a growing chasm between the image and society. The craftsmen artists have retreated onto a plane of their own. In their place as social participants we have two groups of image makers, the modern equivalent of the official artists, who receive approval from the museum experts, and the new ritualists, who produce electronic imitations of reality. What television and film have brought us is images realier than reality, and yet, images separated from belief in a society which for the first time in almost 2 millennia does not believe. The end of the age of reason is therefore a time in which the image is popularly felt to be false and yet also a time of idolatry, pure and simple. As electronic images have gradually slipped into a comfortable, highly structured and conservative formalism, our rational methods have been powerless to capitalize on what are, in fact, astonishing changes. A civilization of structure flees doubt. And so quite naturally, rational man has debased modern imagery into the lower ritual forms of a pagan religion. Almost all civilizations have had an obsession with the possible relationship between immortality and the image, but most of them have limited the hypnotic effect of idolatrous self-reflection. The Christians took the full power of the divine image from earlier religions, those of the Greeks and the Romans, and integrated that pagan divinity into their own. It is actually quite hard to blame the early church fathers for doing this. They were devout men but socially and culturally unsophisticated, almost universally from lower or, at most, middle-class backgrounds. Abruptly they found themselves thrust into the center of affairs thanks to Constantine's Christian-inspired conquering of Rome in 312. The civilization they were expected to run was dominated by the cultured, ancient, and sophisticated Roman aristocracy. Within a few years these simple priests were responsible for the theological anxieties. 429. Of all the citizens of the greatest empire ever known. With so much power to be exercised, their honest simplicity, which had attracted Constantine in the first place, became a handicap. How were they to capture the imaginations of such an enormous population, one which was devoted to a bizarre combination of rational Greek philosophy and Baroque idolatry? The easy answer was to integrate both of these elements into Christianity. This solution took on the aspect of official policy when Damasus became pope in 366. Rather than continue a failing effort to convert the Roman pagans to pure Christianity, he set about making the Church Roman. He brought in the ruling classes of the city, along with their Athenian philosophical background and their attachment to highly sophisticated imagery as a central characteristic of religion. Only a half-century later this approach was integrated into the intellectual mainstream of Christianity through the writings of Saint Augustine, who was then Bishop of Hippo in North Africa. On the subject of Christian art versus idolatry, he laid out a very fine difference between the two. God is not the soul of all things but the maker of all souls. 2. As so often when complex distinctions are applied to simple moral questions, the effect was simply to provide justification for de facto idol worship. This approach was doubly and permanently locked in place by the arrival on the papal throne in 590 of the great Pope Gregory, who popularized and universalized the message of the Church through a simplification of the Christian message and the embrace of magic and miracles. This he did not by rejecting the sophisticated rational idolatry of the preceding 2 centuries but by building on its profound assumptions. Finally, the devotion to magic and mysticism came to fruition in the middle of the 7th century when Eastern Christians, fleeing the Muslim explosion and its condemnation of idolatry, settled in Rome and took over the Church. Between 678 and 741, 11 of 13 popes were Greek or Syrian. Refugees from the East. They brought their obsession with miraculous images and relics. Cartloads of saintly thigh bones and pieces of the Holy Cross arrived in Rome. It wasn't long before images decorated the inside of each church and became the central focus for the parishioners' anxieties. If there was any doubt over the Western approach, it was removed during the iconoclastic struggle in the Eastern Empire from 726 to 843. Constantinople's attempts to eradicate the rampant use of images were constantly undermined by the Pope and the Church in Rome. This focus remained in place for 1,000 years until, that is, Christianity began to weaken beneath the pressure of a revived rationality. As the churches collapsed, the image was freed from their grasp. But it was not freed from divinity. We killed God and replaced him with ourselves. In the process man himself inherited the full, divine power of the idolatrous Christian image. The curious thing about the pagan heritage was its artificiality. Man had first to make the image, then believe in its powers. By comparison, the animistic native who believes that there is life in everything and that he is an integrated part of that everything holds an intellectually sound position. He is part of a concrete nirvana on earth. The Buddha added a wrinkle to this with his idea of a non-concrete nirvana. Man, he said, would have difficulty leaving this earth, but if he succeeded it would be an eternal escape. It's worth noting, in passing, the miraculous ability of Greek culture to stir in any civilization the deep, unconscious anxiety tied to fears of mortality, then pander to it with promises tied to idolatry. The Buddhists managed for centuries without statues of the Buddha. It was the passage of Alexander the Great through India that first tempted them down the ambiguous path of Buddha images which are theoretically respected, not worshipped in somewhat the same manner that statues of the Virgin were theoretically respected, not worshipped. As for Mohammed, he brought a clear description of paradise to the Quran. But for those that fear the majesty of their Lord there are 2 gardens planted with shady trees. Each is watered by a flowering spring. Each bears every kind of fruit in pairs. They shall recline on couches lined with thick brocade and within their reach will hang the fruits of both gardens. They shall dwell with bashful virgins whom neither man nor genie will have touched before. Virgins as fair as corals and rubies. And beside these there shall be 2 other gardens of darkest green. Each planted with fruit trees, the palm and the pomegranate. Which of your Lord's blessings would you deny? For it isn't surprising that this clarity should have been accompanied by a general ban on images. God had passed on the full details of heaven through his prophet. There was no room for humans to fiddle with his description. Strangely enough, Christ had spoken to roughly the same sort of simple desert people some 7 centuries earlier and done so almost entirely in parables. But at no time did he offer a hint of what heaven 431 was like. He said a great deal about who would get there and how, but offered not a single word on the place itself. The faithful Christian who looked for hints found instead. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, or, Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child, the same is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Or, a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. 5. If Mohammed passed on a detailed description of heaven, while Christ didn't describe it at all, this can only have been intentional on both their parts. And yet we are talking about the same God, the same prophets and the same heaven. Any explanation for the divergence would be mere speculation. If we take Christ at his word, he seemed to be suggesting a heaven not unlike the Buddhist nirvana. But the Christian success in Europe was unrelated to this suggestion. Instead, the very vagueness of Christ's heaven left the West free to continue its pagan devotion to the melding of the mystic with the concrete. It was through the image that this Western imagination had always revealed, and would continue to reveal, itself. Very little from the pre-Christian past needed to be changed. Even Christ's parables fitted neatly onto the foundations of Greek mythology and philosophy. The abstract simplicity of Christianity allowed its rapid assimilation into the image madness of Roman Europe. Christ's vague heaven was an apparently revolutionary new contribution. It formalized the nascent idea of immortality. But it was Roman Europe which converted that idea into a concrete image. And it was Europe Greek, Roman and barbarian which instilled magic into the immortal dream. Miraculous statues and paintings and objects were a gift from pagan Europe to Christ's lean religion. And from the bleeding statues of Christ and the healing images of the Virgin Mary, it was only one more step to the civil image as unconscious guarantor of human immortality. The power of the pagan image, whether Christian or post-Christian, has little to do with believing and a great deal to do with the myths and archetypes of Western man. A fifth-generation urban atheist is today as much a prisoner of these expectations as a medieval peasant once was. If anything has changed at all, it is that with the Renaissance, the Reformation, and the rise of reason, man finally learned how to produce not just images but the perfect images that he had always dreamed would carry great power. Faced by the impotence of this progress, he succumbed to confusion and to greater inner fear. Long before that, the Christian Church had set about developing Christ's heaven into a doctrinal, concrete reality. The Church paid 432 F** painters to illustrate the official heaven. These craftsmen were initiated into a complex protocol which indicated precisely where everyone would sit or stand for eternity. They formalized the idea that Christians would lie on clouds. The Church set the record straight over the exact manner in which decomposed bodies would be recomposed to perfection on Judgment Day. Again, they commissioned thousands of painters to illustrate this. As the old Roman aristocracy gradually disappeared, the role of illustration became more, not less, essential for both magical and practical reasons. Almost everyone, including the new and diverse, indeed fractured ruling classes, was illiterate. And while the priesthood could not read out to the public reassuring illustrative holy texts on heaven, as the Muslims could, they were able to bring the people into churches where eternity was demonstrated on all the walls. When, in the late Middle Ages, the Church began to use its definition of heaven as a corporate tool for fundraising via such things as indulgences, it damaged the credibility of its eternity. Subsequently, under attack for corruption, it began to slide away from its earlier commitment to a concrete description of heaven. The people in turn began to believe less. At first, with the Reformation, there was a move to create new Christian churches. But increasingly the Westerners reverted to a more properly pagan use of the image, a use which predates the conversion of Rome to Christ's cause. Today we are surrounded by millions of perfect, live images. The role they play is almost identical to that of the ancient idol, reassuring reflections whichever way man turns. What we have kept from the Christian period is the feeling that the painter and the image maker have the power to deliver a sense of eternity. The slow, difficult technical progress towards the perfect capture of the image came in a disordered manner over several thousand years, with advances being made here and there or simultaneously in several places at once. The most intense scenes of this struggle took place in northern Italy from the 13th to the 16th century. In Siena, for example, Each step of this creative explosion remains exposed on walls around the city like clues in an unfolding mystery. Until the early 1500s, painters were obsessed with technical progress. They had always struggled with problems, such as perspective, in the unconscious expectation that if the perfect image could be created, something magical would happen. And so, even before rational man got hold of the idea of progress, it had been hopelessly confused between a technical process and a moral improvement. 433. This does not mean that the need to progress was always felt to be a simile for the quest, as in the quest for the Holy Grail. Rather, it was properly understood as an administrative process, an advance or a progress over controlled territory. Monarchs, for example, made a royal progress across their own kingdoms. Good might come of it, or bad, or nothing, depending on the king in question and on what he wanted at that time. The contradiction between what we now expect from progress and what we actually get is no worse than that suffered by the medieval gentry and peasantry as they dealt with the passage of a royal party. For that matter, our confusion is not greater than that of the medieval painter. All the time he was desperately seeking technical improvements, there was proof in his own work that his most powerful paintings were not necessarily the most perfect and, therefore, not the most advanced. Duccio, for example, both progressed and was lost in the confusion created by progress. Between 1308 and 1318 he worked on the enormous front and rear of the Maist, the altarpiece of the Cathedral of Siena. The Maist consisted of countless small scenes on individual panels. Duccio completed each one before progressing to the next. In the process he made a series of technical discoveries unknown to any other painter. As he worked on a given panel, he was therefore obliged to notice that a few panels earlier he had made serious errors. These had not been errors at the time. It was only his own progress which made them into errors. Doors, for example, had been placed incorrectly so that figures could not come through them. A few panels further on in the series, there is another door. This time the figures inside the room have been painted so that they could have come through the entrance. All over the city of Siena, painters were grouped in the studios of different masters, learning from them, then going out on their own to add to what they had learned. One by one the technical secrets of the image were revealed. The final step of this progress can be glimpsed in the Piccolomini library. There in 1505 Pinturicchio began illustrating on the walls the glorious career of the Piccolomini family's Pope, Pius II. Pinturicchio had digested the technical lessons of those who came before him and had moved on to the point where the enormous mass of his images was so integrated by color and detail and by the relation of the animate to the inanimate that the viewer could feel the details about to be swallowed up by the whole. Clearly the master was on the edge of creating the miraculous perfect image. In the 9th mural, down on the lower left-hand side, Pinturicchio painted himself. And beside him is his student Raphael, who a few years later would solve the last technical mysteries of the image. He would. 434. Make the breakthrough and take the flat, painted image as far as it could go. Others will say it was Michelangelo or Leonardo who made the actual breakthrough. No doubt they did. So much time had passed, so much progress had been made, so many craftsmen had been thinking and working, that the last step could not help but be a mass effort. The question of perspective was solved and the perfect image created between 1405 and 1515, after thousands of years of craftsmen striving towards that moment. Perhaps Raphael was most often given the credit because he was the most unidimensional figure of the three. He was the painter's painter, not a randy egomaniac, like Michelangelo, as famous for his life as for his painting, nor a scientist, strategist, inventor of weapons and machinery, like Da Vinci, who also painted. Raphael resembled what the painter was to become in the Age of Reason, the invisible technocrat of images. With hindsight, he appears to have been the father of the artist, that is, of the man who painted to create beauty. But Raphael did not simply perfect the image. His greatest work was the frescoes in the Stanza della Senatura, rooms in the papal apartments of Julius II. Their theme was the justification of the power of the Church through Neoplatonic philosophy. Julius was surrounded by thinkers who had updated this original betrayal of Christian dogma so that it still made sense, that is, could be justified in the context of the humanist explosion of the Renaissance. But it was Raphael who had to turn this old internal contradiction into a unified image. The two most important frescoes were the Dispute and the School of Athens. It is not the detail of these scenes which makes them revolutionary, but that the thousands of years of search for the perfect image should have culminated in paintings which indisputably affirmed the marriage between the traditions of pagan idolatry and Christian immortality. With a vast flourish, Raphael completed the pagan Greco-Roman Christian integration and closed the circle begun by Pope Damasus in the 4th century. In any case, in 20 intensive years 3 men completed the miracle of the image. Paint became reality. The image became real as paint would ever make it. The relationship between the viewed and the viewer was finally perfected. The viewer was integrated into the viewed. He came to the framed image in search of his eternal prison. He came as a willing virgin to Count Dracula, expecting the image to drink from him and to live forever. This was a limited expectation in comparison to the Church's promise of paradise. A bit of paint on a wall was, after all, a modest view of eternity, as modest as sleeping in a coffin during the day and coming out only at night. The image, like Dracula, was also the final reflection, unable to give out life, just as the Count was invisible in a mirror. 435. So the viewer approached the perfect image in great expectation. He found a technical miracle. He found genius. He found emotion and beauty which seduced him in a way he had never been seduced before. But he did not find what he'd come for. This living reflection did not do to him what he had expected. Of course, like most metaphysical expectations, this one belonged in the realm of unformed yearning. There is never a blueprint for desire, and yet the perfecting of the image was one of the great disappointments of Western history. For some 20 years after Raphael's discovery, craftsmen celebrated their triumph with an outpouring of genius. But gradually the subconscious failure beneath this conscious success began to slow them and to darken their perspective. The viewer has only to watch Titian's opulence and sensuous joy gradually turn tragic. With no room left for progress, the image turned and dodged and circled back and buried itself like an animal chained to its own impossible promise, searching for some way to get beyond the mortality of the real. The conscious mind does not look at a picture with all these thoughts to the fore. It looks instead for beauty, shock value, or the reflection of something it knows. Human obsessions are not tied to practicality or proof or even to public argument. The impossibility tied to them is an attraction. And yet these obsessions almost always have practical secondary effects. They produce organizations, beliefs, objects, and ways of behavior. Society is in part the result of real needs such as military, economic, and social. But it is at least equally the result of unobtainable obsessions. So, while we may come to the image in search of Dracula, we find instead reflections of our reality social conventions, for example, such as power relationships, established beliefs, and patriotic emotions, or we may find images which reflect our expectations for justice or material comfort, or the picture may reinforce our prejudices. The painter reflects what society hopes he will reflect. If he inspires refusal or anxiety, then he is responding to something he senses in the social body. When Romanticism began to flourish in the late 18th century and the ego began to grow until it dominated public life, people abruptly found Raphael far too modest a fellow to have been the father of the perfect image. So they tended to fall into line with the description of the technical breakthroughs which had been provided by Vasari in his Lives of the Painters, written shortly after the actual events. In other words, they transferred the credit to an irresponsible, antisocial individualist, Michelangelo, a veritable caricature of the artist in the 20th century. If we were ever able to create a reasonable, open society, Leonardo would no doubt cease appearing to us as an overwhelming, almost forbidding, giant, and the credit would be switched to him. 436. Though Michelangelo came to represent the artistic type of the future, he was very much part of a society in which the craftsman was an integrated element. The painter was a craftsman and a guild member. In Bruges, the Flemish primitives of the 15th century belonged to the same craft guild as the harness makers, glaziers, and mirror makers. In Siena, their carefully dated signatures were followed by such declarations as Theodore Bartoli's Fiat Fieri Agilello made it proud. Their signature did not relate to ego, the way the modern painter does. To the contrary, they signed as guild members, confirming their role as craftsmen and taking public responsibility for their contribution to the community. The image, after all, had a public function. It was accessible to every element in society. You needed neither money, rank nor literacy to look at a painting or a fresco. As the painters inched closer to the perfect image, so society became ever more committed to having itself reflected. The donors of religious pictures had begun by having themselves painted discreetly into corners, often in little medallions. Gradually, they gathered the courage to insist on being integrated into the central structure of the image. Then abruptly, there they were, as large as everyone else in sculpture as well as painting. In St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna, the pillars are decorated with life-size statues of saints and donors mixed together. It became increasingly common in paintings to find donors kneeling before Christ at the end of a row which began with the apostles or the local saint. It wasn't long before the apostles were gone and the image was devoted to Christ, Mary, and the local Lord. Or the town council. Or the king. In paintings of the apocalypse, that is, of Judgment Day, the local burghers or lords were portrayed safely on the side of the saved as Christ cast others down. The point of this was not to impress the local serfs or whatever with the remarkable connections of their masters. Nor was it to prove publicly the holiness of these people. The point was that Christ was immortal and they were beside him. The image was like a negative of life, waiting to be developed by death. With ever greater frequency, the painter dressed the Savior, his family, and the saints in the latest fashion of the town where the painting would hang. This was not the result of ignorance over how they might actually have dressed. There were accurate, well-known images of biblical dress statues, mosaics, and bas-reliefs. Nor was this an attempt to popularize Christianity. Nor to modernize it. The religion was perfectly accessible. Its message may have been distorted in various ways by churches, but the message of suffering on earth, of resurrection, and of eternal life was perfectly clear. 437. If the Gabriel in Benedetto Bonfigli of Siena's Annunciation looked like a well-to-do dandy, his hair cut in the latest style with blonde curls, then the idea was that a contemporary image could be as eternal as an angel. The three wise men in Pietro Perugino's painting of the Offering all resemble princes out of Botticelli's Spring. The reason is the same. And in Medina, there is an extraordinary transposition of ordinary citizens into biblical saints. This large group of life-size terracotta figures by Guido Mazzoni and colored by Bianchi Ferrari in 1509 is in the Church of San Giovanni. The figures are taking Christ off the cross. Each of them looks as if he has just walked off the streets of medieval Medina in order to give a hand with the body. This dissolving of human actuality into the biblical promise of immortality goes beyond clothes and hairstyles. In the Duomo in Orvieto, Fra Angelico and Signorelli painted an apocalypse in which some of the figures step out of a fashion parade. But more important are the dead saved by the resurrection and coming out of the ground. They are skeletons, becoming flesh as they rise, and chatting with each other. The painter's attention to corporal detail is libidinous. Needless to say, it is also highly secular. These rising dead are the people. This is an illustration of precisely how they will be reconstituted. The citizens of Orvieto could come to the Duomo and count the muscles, measure the breasts, check the eye color. This is an image of themselves, resurrected in every detail for eternity. The point is made even more insistently in the Basilica of Santa Maria degli Angeli in Assisi, where the Maestro della Servanza painted a martyrdom of Saint Bartholomew in the early 1400s. On the left and right of the poor suffering saint, standing naked and bloodied. There is a line of Assisi burghers wearing fur-trimmed hats with long, wide tassels hanging down and flung elegantly over the opposite shoulder. These men are extremely well dressed for the 15th century. But they are inappropriately dressed for a martyrdom. The effect is that of a grotesque receiving line at a fashionable wedding. It is as if the sacred subject no longer matters, except by association. What matters is that the citizen is there, integrated with immortal people in an almost animate reflection. All of this maneuvering for the best spot on the wall abruptly lost its purpose once Raphael had created the perfect image and nothing magical had happened. The painters reacted by moving into overstatement. Even Titian's joyous outburst was an attempt to kick Raphael's reality into life through elaboration. More clouds, more people, more events. He was trying to take heaven by storm. When this failed, many painters turned from the grandiose to the intimate and took a run at eroticism. Cranach the Elder's Venus and Love is a cool version of this move, with the lady, neither mythological nor goddess-like, standing naked except for a fashionable hat. The look 438 surviving in fantasy carrot land in her eyes, coyly turned to the viewer, is clearly a sexual invitation aimed at any man willing to join her on the wall. This centerfold approach, to which Playboy owes a great deal, was so popular that towards the middle of the 16th century Cranach painted almost identical versions for admirers all over Europe. Bronzino's allegory Venus, Cupid, Time, and Folly dropped any attempt at coolness. It is one of the most erotic scenes ever painted. The skin of the lady, its soft whiteness is palpable. A thin, post-pubescent Cupid has slipped an arm around and beneath one breast to take the other between his fingers while his lips brush hers. She has the essence of female nakedness, her body turned to the viewer, her thighs about to part, exuding a mixture of placidity and expectant energy. It is difficult to understand why the British authorities periodically set about seizing pornographic films, when something as explicit as this is hanging in the National Gallery. From the body, painters turned back to society, but in a vague, uninvolved way. They began to redscribe the scenes they knew, this time with the full skills of perspective. They carried society with them in flights of fantasy, such as those of Fragonard, who attempted to make life better than it could ever have been with impossibly romantic colors in an edgeless, overflowing nature filled with opulent women and joyous couples. Or they used new gimmicks like de la Tour's concentrated light and shadow in an attempt to trick the image into animation. The English tried a naturalism which seemed to extinguish any barrier between the subject and the portrait. Gainsborough put Mr. and Mrs. Andrews under a tree with their fields behind. There they are as they really were, self-assured, boring, and pompous. They are almost alive enough to drone on about their distant blood ties to a duke or their GCXXL shooting. Other painters began to fall into producing unapologetic propaganda. They leaped onto the new hero bandwagon of the late 18th century and helped to pump up revolutionaries and generals. The greatest hero, Napoleon, had David, the greatest artistic hero worshipper, at his side, along with a flock of other painters, Gros, Regault, and two of David's students, Ingres and Gerard. They were often called romantics because of a style which married the highly personal and the grandiose. When applied to Napoleon and his empire, this revealed itself as a combination of base sentiment and idolatry. Their supportive relationship with those in power created the illusion that painters were still the community members they had always been, that David, in particular, was a modern version of the old burgher, guild member, craftsman of the Middle Ages. Not at all. He was a servant of power, not a constituent part. He made his own attitude towards Napoleon perfectly clear. In the past, altars would have been erected in the honor of such a man. 7. His paintings were those altars. In spite of his revolutionary politics, David developed no existence in his own right. 439. He developed instead into a worshipper. This demonstration of the painter as servant solidified the whole Beaux-Arts approach, which locked art into a narrow technical process. This was in turn limited to a narrow choice of classical subjects. In return the painter might gain false respectability not as a useful craftsman but as a delicate creator of beauty who needed protection from the real world. There are many explanations for the gradual separation of the craftsman from the artist and the accompanying loss by the painter of his role as a member of society. And yet it is hard to avoid noticing that the first signs of this division came on the heels of the perfection of the image. Throughout the Renaissance, the painter continued to think of himself as a craftsman. But the sense of his potential mystical powers, which society felt were dependent on his skills as a craftsman, began to evaporate the moment Raphael broke the technical barrier. The painter suffered from an unspoken social rejection which provoked his slow decline into artistry. The art historian R.G. Collingwood placed the beginning of the distinction between fine arts and useful arts in the 18th century. 8. Put another way, by the 18th century society was beginning consciously to doubt that art was useful. The craftsman become artist reacted to his forced marginality the way social outcasts often do. He stood on his dignity. As he was not wanted, he became grand. As his social standing dropped, he became nonconformist, individualistic, irresponsible, moody, bohemian. It was then that he switched his allegiance from Raphael to Michelangelo, an antisocial figure somewhat in the modern mold. But these new artists were gradually slipping towards a definition of beauty which, in social terms, meant irrelevance. They were no longer called upon to reflect society, and so automatically, nor could they criticize or propose alternatives with any weight. As art withdrew from society, so it came to be a form of simple refusal or of anarchy. And as the image lost its purpose, along with the potential for magic, so the artist began to slip away from it. Delacroix was among the first. In 1832 he escaped both physically and mentally from the Beaux-Arts dictatorship by going to North Africa. He came back with rushing, disturbed, impressionistic images, particularly of horses in battle. In 1849 he began 2 enormous frescoes in Saint-Sulpice in Paris. Much of what is to come later in the century can be seen there in his Jacob wrestling with the angel Gabriel. The light might have been by Monet. On the ground there is a hat Van Gogh could have painted. The Impressionist slide quickly turned into a stampede, and early in the 20th century the image had been rushed out of sight by abstraction. 40 years later, the perfected image reappeared in a series of new schools: realist, hyperrealist, natural realist, magic realist as the 440. FT artists made a strange attempt to create images more animate than those of the photographers and filmmakers of the 20th century. The effect was surprising, but still the magic eluded them. This flight from the image reflected a series of astonishing events. In 1839 the first photograph appeared. Delacroix was in full career. Gustave Moreau hadn't begun. Manet was 7. Cézanne was born with the photograph, Monet a year later. In 1845 the photographic plate was replaced by photographic film. 3 years later Gauguin was born, Van Gogh, 8 years later, Toulouse-Lautrec not until 1864. All of them came into a world awash with new, perfect images. From the technical point of view, almost any photograph was better than a Raphael or a Leonardo. And almost any idiot could produce one. In spite of this revolutionary change, the image itself still had not come alive. Instead it seemed to have retreated, yet again, just beyond the photographer's grasp. As the painters turned to abstraction, in denial of the image, or to surrealism, as if to mock it through the grotesque, it seemed as if, in their despair, they regretted even having believed that technical perfection was the secret to bringing it alive. And yet, there had always been painters whose power lay more in their mystical strengths than in their craftsmanship. And despite the 20th century's romanticization of the creative process, these mystics were as far away from the modern idea of the artist as they were from the medieval profession of craftsman. Even among the finest craftsmen, there was often an element of animist genius which overwhelmed and sometimes eliminated their skills. Duccio worked hard to eliminate his errors, but many remained. We can see these errors, but we can also see that the paintings are masterpieces far greater, far more touching, more alive, than thousands of paintings by other very good painters who did not make any serious errors simply because they worked a few years later. This is self-evident. But if the perfecting of the image was not essential to the quality or power of paintings, then the general and innate values of structure and expertise were actually in doubt even before the 17th and 18th centuries, when progress and reason blossomed as absolute, inviolable truths. What is at stake in the case of painting is not simply whether a lack of perfection may succeed where perfection fails. If that were the case, it would be enough to note the superiority of Duccio, Carpaccio, and Pinturicchio's flawed work over the technically perfect canvases of, say, Veronese, Fragonard and Rubens. Nor is the point that genius as it is now understood may be more important than skill. In fact, genius. 441. As it appears in the mystical strain of painting is a refutation of genius as the modern West understands it. This phenomenon isn't limited to a few oddball painters. Elements of mysticism can actually be found in even the most brilliant purveyors of skill and genius. What, for example, of Duccio and his doorway error in one of the Maesta panels? He solved that problem a few scenes later. With his new knowledge and improved skills, he could have gone back and corrected the doorway perspective. He didn't. Did he consciously decide that this incorrect image accomplished something he couldn't technically justify? Look, for example, at the angels he painted throughout the Maesta panels. They seem familiar. Timeless. They are curiously old-fashioned in comparison to the rest, and yet they are also curiously modern. A fire shoots out from them, like a jet engine propelling their bodies forward. This could be seen as a silly, literal interpretation of how angels fly. Yet somehow it isn't silly. They seem almost to be out of another painting, if not out of another world. They reappear in the work of other painters in an equally strange manner. Perhaps it isn't so surprising to find precisely the same mystical, angelic energy a century later in the same city in the paintings of Somma di Pietra. In Pinturicchio's frescoes illustrating the life of Pope Pius II, there is one scene in which all the cardinals are lined up before the Pope. They are crowned by the mass of their own hats, which sit like a gathered flock of snowy owls about to rush into flight straight at the viewer. They dance together on the men's heads, taking on peculiar angles and appearing to be 3 times bigger than the men who wear them. They are technically imperfect and yet the essence of the cardinals has been captured in their hats. Until Raphael, the mystic strand was usually buried in the work of mainstream painters. Whenever it emerged it did so within images commissioned by the church or the nobility or the town council or one of the guilds. Mysticism often appeared through the gap which remained between genius and incomplete skill. With Raphael that gap was filled. Over the next 4 centuries, the painters slipped away from society and the mystics gradually became a separable but minor strand in the background. The fact that they were irrational, antisocial in the conventional sense and therefore dangerous accentuated this marginality. Nevertheless, their paintings and objects continued to find a way to the public and to provoke reactions which society found disturbing. Mysticism was seen as the last refuge of superstition. This was confirmed for rational man by the existence of relatively crude religious images which continued to exert an irrational influence over people. Often this was indeed little more than superstition, based, for example, on some theoretically miraculous event in the past. Here and there. 442. However, there are images which have only to be looked at with an open mind to confirm that they do contain an active irrational force. The crucifix which spoke to Saint Francis, telling him to go repair my house which is falling into ruin, is a perfect example of this phenomenon. It is not the most beautiful of images. An unknown craftsman painted it around 1000 AD and the crucifix then hung in San Damiano, a small rural church. By the time Francis saw it, the church was run down, almost a ruin. He misunderstood the message, thinking it meant he was to rebuild the little stone building and not the Church of Rome. There is still a force within this image. Of course, the religious circus which now engulfs Assisi gets in the way. No one will ever be able to look at the crucifix in the way Francis did alone, in a run-down, rural church, that is to say, alone and at peace. Nevertheless, the force of the image can still be felt. The changed position of the mystic strain after the breakthroughs of the Renaissance can be seen as early as the pictures of the German Grünewald. He used the new technical progress where it suited him and ignored it where it didn't. His resurrection of 1515 for the Isenheim altar seems to be one with painters of the past such as Uccello, but also with William Blake in the 18th century and Dali in ours. Christ rises in a spray of colors which resemble an unreal burst of electricity. The soldiers guarding his body tumble away in an inexplicable manner as he rises. A century later El Greco was fully engaged in deforming reality, for example, in the opening of the fifth seal. The colors are seemingly uncontrolled. The bodies of the resurrected float in an imprecise and deformed manner. The picture is more an emotion than an image. The purely mystical strain of painting spread as the power of reason prospered. In fact, Heinrich Fiesli and William Blake worked while the waves of reason rolled high around them. In 1782, the year before Blake published his first book, Poetical Sketches, Fiesli's painting The Nightmare caused a sensation across Europe. He portrayed a woman dressed, but collapsed erotically over the end of her bed, bent backwards in an impossible manner. A small shadowy monster is crouched on her breasts. A maddened horse peers in through dark curtains. Fiesli's appeal to the non-rational made an enormous impact. William Blake's strange, disassociated figures conveyed that same sense of the uncontrollable. His angels, for example, appear awkward, naive, technically stilted, unbelievable. In a sense they are all of those things. They are very like the angels of Duccio and Soma di Pietra. They fly in the face of 5 centuries of technical progress. And yet they are almost alive. By a series of gestures, which we cannot identify intellectually as genius, Blake has almost brought it off. He has almost captured the image. Goya was then in the full flood of his career. In his case, it seemed 443. As if the Spanish royal family, who paid for so much of his work, didn't understand the forces he was releasing. His painting of the May 3, 1808, massacre of Spaniards by the occupying French forces was no doubt applauded by the nationalists, including the Spanish nobility. But those aren't simply Spanish peasants being executed. There is something wild and unearthly about them. They seem to be shouting at their executioners. It is an eternal cry of refusal, as much a cry of the Spanish Civil War, almost a century and a half later, as of any peasant uprising at any time in any country. It is more a mystical image of the human condition than the reflection of a single event. Compare its rough, crazed feel to the perfect, lacquered pictures David was producing at the same time, works of skill and intelligence. They are moving, but moving in a singular way. They are remarkable political tools which assemble the viewer's emotions with a purpose in mind. Goya, meanwhile, was painting explosions. The viewer has only to look in order to feel a ripping apart within himself. Perhaps that is a description of the eternal, a formless, perpetual explosion. Fiesli, Blake, and Goya were succeeded by men like Gustave Moreau, who began before the Impressionists and outlasted a number of them. The unnatural staginess of the mystical is there in his Oedipus and the Sphinx or in Prometheus, along with aggressive, inexplicable colors, which might have been by Grünewald. The subjects are classical but the feeling is barbaric. Mysticism was moving back towards center stage, in part because the other painted images were collapsing under the weight of the photo and of the cinematograph, which arrived in 1896. But it was also propelled by a presentiment of ending of death, in fact which grew as the 20th century began. A turn-of-the-century group of painters in Vienna led the way in this dark prophecy. Every stroke of Egon Schiele's brush seemed to animate death, again like a Grünewald crucifixion. His 1913 portrait of Heinrich Behnisch and his son, for example, is a prophecy of the slaughter which will begin a year later and last for 5 years. The self-assured father's powerful hand is on the shoulder of his veal-like son, leading him to death. The father thinks he sees but does not. The son sees, but feigns blindness. All of this is conveyed irrationally through the limitations of a theoretically conventional family portrait. Once World War I had begun, an even deeper pessimism took hold. All the Blakeian signs returned in the person of Magritte, who had the polished but telltale, awkward, almost gauche style which kept saying to the viewer, "Look what you've done. You fool. What will you do now?" So much of what was happening to the image in the last 30 years of the 19th century and the first 40 of this century was apparently new. Certainly these changes seemed to carry the optimism of newness and of great excitement. Invention was felt everywhere. Barriers were being crossed. Not only was the image finding new forms at the time, but those pictures still have the shock of newness when seen today. And yet all the revelry of that period was less a celebration than a shattering. The Cubists, the Surrealists, the Expressionists, the frenzies of obscure lines, the slabs of raw paint or raw steel, the lumps of stone, what was it all, except a dance of death? Brilliant, overwhelming and evocative of man's discomfort with his own rational civilization. But the dance of what death? On one level, of the image. More important, it was the death of a certain expectation from the image. In terms of art history, each of these schools deserves great attention. In terms of civilization's relationship to art, they were part of a single demonstration that the image was no longer a pillar of society, as it had been in the Middle Ages, nor a constructive critic, as it had often been during the romantic rise of the ego, nor even a servant of power. The new image neither reflected nor criticized the rational, structured world that man was creating. Instead it exploded in turmoil, off on a separate plane, as if it had no place in this new world. For the first time in history, the image was refusing society. As for the painters, it wasn't surprising that they had been jumping so high for so many years. Cubism was pulled out of a hat in 1907, 11 years after the cinematograph was invented and just as it was gathering steam. Surrealism was officially founded in 1924, 3 years after Charlie Chaplin's first feature, The Kid, revolutionized the moving image. Dali joined the Surrealists in Paris in 1929, and Picasso began his distorted nudes in 1930, both hard on the heels of Mickey Mouse's first appearance in 1928. In that year, Mr. Mouse's film, Steamboat Bill, made him the most famous cartoon character in the world. He, a mere image, rapidly became the most famous individual in the world. Period. According to polls, he still is. Guernica and the Great Surrealist exhibit in London came in 1936, the same year that television was introduced, also in London. This was 6 years after Talking Movies, 5 after both Donald Duck and Chaplin's masterpiece, City Lights, and 1 year after the first comic book. Snow White made her appearance in 1937, and in 1939 the first American television broadcast took place in New York. Hun as fast as the most remarkable painters of the 20th century could, the image was constantly outstripping them. They were hindered in this race by their own gradual withdrawal into specialization on an artistic plane, separate from society. This act of self-categorization also brought them into the range of a new breed of art historians. As the painters ran desperately to catch up with technology, they were being pecked all over by flocks of curators, art critics, dealers, and technocratic. 445. Art historians, all of whom were multiplying with such rapidity that they have now become a prevalent species. The earlier generations of art patrons and historians had often been obsessive people, desiring to touch, to feel, to hold, to stare, to attempt some mystical relationships with the image. The specialists tend now to be pariahs of art, trained and graded by the specific criteria essential to contemporary education and, if anything, frightened by the potential power of the image. Their relationship to creativity is rarely one of love or obsession. They are salaried to it. They seem more comfortable with analysis, as if a dozen or so photographs of a masterpiece, taken under perfectly controlled conditions in neutral isolation, would best satisfy them. They could then destroy the original and limit the public's understanding to their own photo-based analysis of the measurable elements. You cannot be an expert in genius or in the mystical. Genius and the mystical therefore frighten them. And since these experts controlled the major galleries, it was not long before they were able to apply their standards to the Western definition of what was art. New generations of painters cut off from the reverberations which their predecessors had felt, thanks to their integration into society, instead found that the only sustained reverberations came from the experts. In the ensuing confusion, many painters began producing directly for the museums, that is, for the technocrats of art. That is now the dominant theme in Western painting. On the surface, it appears as if painters have turned away from egocentrism in order to reintegrate themselves into a world of public walls and public images, not unlike the guild craftsmen of the Middle Ages. But the resemblance is only superficial. Carpaccio, for example, painted public walls under contract from the constituted authorities. Those authorities were social, political, and religious. They were not artistic authorities. His illustrations addressed that society's emotional and mythological needs, not his own and not those of image experts. Curiously enough, his integration into the social fabric, and the integration of his images into the public dream, gave him the personal freedom to release his full genius and mystical powers. The post-Raphael painter worked from the increasingly awkward position of the outsider, but found his energy in the reverberations which he felt as a recently freed social critic. The second half of the 20th century has seen painters gradually lose contact with that source of energy, as their link to society has been reduced largely to emanations from a socially irrelevant group of art experts. This constitutes a modern re-establishment of the Beaux-Arts dictatorship. Only the painters capable of dragging the mystical power out of themselves seem able to work productively within the breakdown of our society. They move untouched among the forces released by that break. 446. Ft. Clown. They seem unaffected by the fashions and standards dictated by the art experts. Today's confusion doesn't bother them. Instead of being disconcerted by our loss of center, they seek ways of describing it. The secret, they have found, is to harness the violent, rampant forces released by that loss of center. Theirs is an animist approach. It is hardly surprising that Blake's images and words are more popular today than they have ever been. Nor is it surprising that the Englishman, Francis Bacon, was among the dominant modern painters. He said that he admired the craft of the Egyptians, who were attempting to defeat death. He denied that he was trying to do the same, because he didn't believe in an afterworld. But that isn't the point. So much has moved in this century from the unconscious to the conscious. Almost alone, death and dreams of eternity have disappeared into the deep unconscious. I am a realist, Bacon said. I try to trap realism. 9. No one has trapped the violence and self-destruction of our time so completely as he has. Those truncated, deformed bodies are as eternally alive in his canvases as the reconstituted dead are in Fra Angelico's resurrection. In fact, their shapes, disproportionate mouths and eyes and heads broken up like jigsaw puzzles, express the reality of how many people see or feel themselves. In a society as determined as ours to replace social and moral cohesion with ineffective structure and technical progress, these violent, magic images of mortality are among the few available reminders of reality. For most painters, however, the century has brought an ever-growing pessimism over the power of their craft. If they were disillusioned in the early 16th century by the limited effects of the perfect painted image, they were doubly wounded by the arrival of the photograph. Photographers have gone on developing their technology and the public has expectantly followed. The moving picture had given them greater hope that the power of the image lay in that direction, as did sound, then color. From 1948 on there was large-scale television broadcasting in the United States. I Love Lucy began in 1951. The first CinemaScope movie was shown in 1953. The film chosen for this experiment with a widescreen was appropriately The Robe, a story tied to Christ's immortality. Walt Disney established his regular television slot in 1954. The last few years have contributed hauls with wraparound sound and most recently, computer-generated images of people and objects which appear to be real but can take any form, melt, divide and do endless things which in reality are impossible. No doubt the commercial holograph is next. Films will then have the 447 density of stage plays without losing the reality of the screen and of location shooting. In 1981 the director John Waters produced a scratch and sniff film called Polyester. Viewers carried a numbered card into the hall. From time to time a number would flash on the screen, the public would scratch that section of the card, and the hall would fill with an appropriate smell ranging from dirty running shoes to roses. The only technically producible element missing will soon be modulated viewer emotions. Huxley described in Brave New World in 1932, just after the arrival of the talking movie, how this could be done with carefully modulated intoxicating spray. The result was an all-super singing, synthetic talking, colored, stereoscopic feeling, with synchronized scent organ accompaniment. 10. There is no reason to think that we won't go that far. We seem to be nearing the end of the process in which the rough, pictorial lines first scratched and painted on cave walls have come to fruition. The final result is already known. We have captured the perfect image and it is dead. Worse still, it is not exactly dead. We have created images beyond reality. Images not alive and yet more real than those which are alive with flesh and blood. We can so easily create these hyper-realist animations that masses of them are permanently available. And being perfect imitations, they are truly believable. Even the creator of a TV movie or a rock video can capture a form more perfect than any accomplished by the genius of Raphael. On the other hand, heavy restrictions are placed on these creators by the nature of the electronic image. Marshall McLuhan talked of television having to adapt to process rather than to packaged product. 11. Decades later there is still no wide understanding of just how accurate this statement was. Both the public and the critics are increasingly fixated on how terrible the product is and convinced that corporations or financial interests or individuals are the guilty parties. But television has revealed itself to be a more interesting control device than most people imagine. It isn't particularly effective at exercising control over the viewer. It is too obvious as a propaganda or manipulation device. On the other hand, the electronic system, the machinery, does exercise a powerful control over those who are employed to make it work. The product needs of a broadcast channel or network are both unlimited in quantity and very limited in scope and variety. Those whose profession it is to produce cannot avoid altering their view of life in order to satisfy this insatiable but extremely specific hunger. Beyond the lens, there is the fullness of the real world, disorderly, unexpected, filled with endless layers of expectation, understanding, and misunderstanding. Its very size and uncontrollability has always made the viewer seek a focused interpretation in the creative image. Until the 448th invention of the photograph, the painter's freeze frame of reality sought both eternity and universality. Even a still life of a pair sought to capture something enormous through the specific. The viewer seeks that same eternal universality in the unfrozen frames of television. The essential nature of television, however, relates not to the viewer's need for a reflective moment but to the systems to fill airtime. The sheer quantity of material required and the speed with which it must be created, eliminates the possibility of searching for true reflections. The system rewards productivity, not creativity. It does not forbid or eliminate creativity. Not rewarding it is enough to minimize such efforts. When television began only a few decades ago, its employees set out with both optimism and some idealism. The movie director Norman Jewison talks about the creative talent originally gathered together in television. Through the 1950s these people worked with originality and skill to convert reality into interesting reflections. Live theater was experimented with in new ways thanks to television's power to deliver instantaneous images to the public. The situation comedies had a fresh, sometimes crazed feeling, as radio and vaudeville traditions were adapted to the little screen. Newsmen like Edward R. Murrow seemed to have found an opening for presenting real events in a way that was partially freed from the old propaganda methods. The conventional view is that, as the system grew, so did the potentile profits. Packagers were brought in to produce the pablum we know today. And advertisers came to understand their power to discourage any political etch. Both these factors are very real. But scenarios which require arch-villains are rarely accurate. Was there really a handful of individuals strong enough to wrestle down a phenomenon like television with the intention of castrating it? If so, why did a similar decline take place on publicly owned channels around the world, even in countries where there was no competition from privately owned networks? British television, public and private, looks good when compared to the American wasteland. But this is only an effect of comparison. The ability of machinery to suck up programming at the speed of sound, then spew it out into an endlessly expandable void can only have helped exhaust the creative. But it was the way the program sank into nowhere which discouraged the talented. Their images were not sitting in bookstores and libraries or hanging in galleries, museums, or on the walls of houses or being projected in cinemas. They were simply beamed to an invisible audience, past whose eyes they might or might not flash, depending upon an arbitrary turning of dials or pushing of remote control buttons. Surveys repeatedly show that for every person who watches a program, 2 or 3 other viewers glance at bits of it. It is often said of the television generation viewers, which now 449 includes most people in the West under 40, that they have never been alone. That idea is typical of a civilization which denigrates accurate memory. Until the middle of the 19th century, people were never alone. Families were grouped together in poverty or in riches. Even servants were integrated into the lives of their employers. Sex, for the poor, was a relatively public event, since families rarely had more than 1 or 2 rooms. In some societies, couples were formally allotted moments alone for copulation. The basket weavers of Valabrego, a few miles from Avignon, lived in large, single-roomed group dwellings. They had a formal rotation system which left each couple alone for 30 minutes on Saturday. This was still going on in the 1940s. In the countryside of Europe and the poorer areas of North America, privacy became a dominant theme only after World War II. To say that the television generation has never been alone, simply because it is in the constant presence of an animation machine, is certainly to treat the image as reality. It could more accurately be argued that people have never been so alone or so silent. For the first time in history, people are not gathering in families or larger groups to sing or play instruments or games. Television has removed the need for self-entertainment. Nevertheless, it is the needs of the television structure, and not of the viewing public, which have forced the production emphasis from content to process. As the system has evolved, the creators have come to understand so perfectly the needs of the machinery that they have learned to avoid the temptations of reality. This is as true of news as it is of drama and sitcom. A real event is not necessarily a television event. First, it must be visual and the camera must be there. This puts things such as trade disputes at a disadvantage and favors those fates divers which leave traces, plane disasters or oil spills, for example. It also favors personalized political stories over policy questions. The case of an unfaithful or drunken politician can be dealt with like drama. A politician who favors arms spending or arms control is boring on television. Judge Clarence Thomas's confirmation hearings were of little interest on television so long as they dealt with his legal opinions. Concrete debate over his sexual habits made perfect viewing. The rise of CNN, cable news network, canonizes the television view of reality as concrete, action-packed visuals. Wars make good television, providing the action is accessible and prolonged. The Middle East, for example, is an ideal setting for television war. Cameras can be permanently on the spot, and a fixed scenario of weekly car bombs, riots and shelling ensures that the television structure will have ongoing material. This perpetual motion machine works effortlessly if the flood of images illustrates situations the viewer already understands. That is one of 450. The explanations for the system's concentration on 2 or 3 wars when there are 40 or so going on around the world. The others are eliminated because they are less accessible on a long-term basis. Or because the action is less predictable and regular. Or because the issue involved does not fit easily into the West's over-explained, childlike scenarios of left versus right or black versus white. Or because the need for endless images makes television structures unwilling to undertake the endless verbal explanations and non-visual updates which would be required for the other 37 wars to be regularly presented. McLuhan pointed out that we are poised between 2 ages, one of detribalization and one of retribalization. 12. One of the main forces on the side of retribalization is television and, indeed, the motion picture. Television has revealed itself to be the most provincial of the communication systems. The frenetic need for moving images includes the need that these images speak a language understood by the viewer. Thus the American president speaking English is virtually absent from French and German television, as are the French president and the German chancellor speaking their languages on American television. Audiences most often see foreign heads of state walking or getting in and out of planes. They are reduced to minor dramatic actions because television requires motion. A journalist will explain in a voiceover why these inoffensive, irrelevant images are being shown. The whole world does appear ready to devour an unlimited quantity of third-rate, dubbed US sitcoms. But these do nothing to increase international understanding. Programs like Dynasty simply reinforced local, single-syllable ideas of the United States. Dallas increased international understanding of Americans to the same extent that the C. Harley Chan movies contributed to an understanding of the Chinese, or Maurice Chevalier to an understanding of the French. As for public affairs programming often compared to newspaper or magazine or even radio journalism, it is rarely identified correctly as a descendant of the painted image. Television reporting is only related to traditional journalism because of their shared subject matter. The confusion is increased by the enormous efforts which are made by a small number of people, usually on publicly owned networks, to force the image into an uncomfortable and temporary marriage with information and interpretation. This requires a constant struggle to slow the images and to force unexpected questions onto a system which prefers expected answers. This is quality television, and wherever it is found, it makes an impact. But the moment the people involved in production release their hold on the machinery, it rushes ahead without any memory of the real journalistic experience. Inevitably, they are forced to let go journalism attempts to deal with a wild, undisciplined world. Tele 451. Vision seeks the smooth image which provides continuity and reassurance. The more successfully a public affairs program introduces this roughness, the greater the pressure to discontinue the program or change its personnel. This is often put down to the specificity of advertisers on private television or to government financing of public television. But why, then, is it that print journalism prospers happily when the news is rough and disturbing? After all, the same sort of people own newspapers and television networks. The same companies advertise in both places. The answer is that television and film have nothing to do with the history of language and everything to do with images and what we now call the history of art. The evening news on television does not belong in the same area of understanding as the daily newspaper or political history or political philosophy. Rather, the newscaster, whether it be a local talking head recounting 3 alarm fires or Walter Cronkite, Richard Dimbleby, Christine Ockrent, or Dan Rather, belongs in the same column as St. Francis performing miracles through the images painted of him by Giotto and Bonaparte crossing the Alps in glory thanks to David S. Brush. As always with the image, it is the technical structure which dominates, unless the individual genius of the creator can rise above what is rationally possible. On television, it is impossible. Their production is a group activity in which the creators themselves are a minority. When the viewer settles down to watch the news or a sitcom, he or she is watching an image which arrives by unbroken line from Giotto and Duccio and Raphael, with all the expectations and promises that stretch back to the figures on the walls of the caves. And so Indiana Jones and Dallas SJR. One of the few international figures of television, both must carry a little responsibility for the failure of the perfected image to deliver immortality. For the first time in history, there is a sense that images are false, that the image is a social enemy and not a beneficial prolongation of man and of his society. The image in search of reflected immortality was formerly part of society. Now we sense that the flood of animated images is not made up of reflections but rather of manipulative tools promoting a false view of ourselves. Of course, we have always suffered from a relatively false view of ourselves, and the creators of images have always played a role in this. But since the completion of technical progress during the Renaissance, the image has been slipping away from its magical role towards one of propaganda. This sense that we are viewing false images is tied in part to our dis. 452. Appointed expectations when confronted by the millions of perfect animations which now fill the world. We have become a society confused by its own contradictions. On the one hand, we no longer believe in the religion which was central to almost 2,000 years of our development. On the other hand, we have retained an official moral code which is the product of those Judeo-Christian beliefs. We try to attribute that code to a secular and rational truth. And yet the structure created by reason is tearing that same moral code apart. The new, smooth images of television and video are driven by their own logic and yet are a central part of the structure which is challenging the moral code. In fact, Western society is without belief for the first time since the decline of active devotion in the official religion of the Roman Empire. Our situation is unprecedented. There is no example in the last 2,000 years of any civilization surviving without belief for even 50 years. There is nothing in our traditions or our mythology to deal with it. Even in our animist archetypes there is no comfort to be found, because Western man has never been so divorced from all sense of himself as an integral part of the physical earth. The abstract structures which dominate Western civilization reject anything which hints at either the physical or the ethereal. As an immediate result, we have been overcome by frenetic, narrowly focused beliefs. The strangest social and economic fashions have taken on the full aura of religious belief for short periods of time. We have devoted ourselves to economic growth at all costs, and to uncontrolled consumption. We have given ourselves over to abstract ideas such as capitalism or socialism, market economies, or nationalizations. Things as lowly as an energy source nuclear have been vested with seemingly divine properties. We have fallen into drug epidemics and sexual anarchy. There has been a deification of personal ambition. We know that this century is the most violent ever achieved by man. We tend to blame this on the invention of new weapons of mass destruction. But weapons are inanimate objects. And men have often shown themselves capable of remarkable self-control, even when weapons are at hand and victory is sure. In this century we have opted not to control ourselves. Inexplicable violence is almost always the sign of deep fears being released, and there can be no deeper fear than that of mortality unchained. With the disappearance of faith and the evaporation of all magic from the image, man's fear of mortality has been freed to roam in a manner not seen for 2 millennia. The signs of this fear are everywhere. An unprecedented worship of the past has won over the elites of every developed country. This has nothing to do with memory. No one is now looking at the past in order to compare it with the present or to seek guidance for the future. Our obsession with the past is unrelated to our actions in the present. 453. Thus, the growing number of work-free hours, a sign of the West's economic evolution, are in good part devoted to mooning over the ruins, images, and architecture of the past, this in a century theoretically turned towards the new. Fewer people than ever seek to integrate the new into their personal lives, except when it comes to practicalities like the kitchen, the bathroom, and the car, or to electronic entertainment. What we really want are old houses, old furniture, old paintings, old silver. The superficial details of modern middle and upper middle class single-family dwellings are largely pastiches of 19th and 18th century decoration, inside and out. 100 or 200 years ago men sought to buy and to visit the new. If they visited the old, it was not in search of some vague communication with the past, but in search of inspiration for the new. Jefferson marveled at the proportions of the Roman Maison Carré in Nîmes and went on to use its principles in the construction of the University of Virginia. On the same trip he examined agricultural methodology and scientific research. The modern visitor to the Maison Carré is obsessed by its mythological past and its proximity to a quaint Provençal market. Almost no one travels today to see the future. Even the most basic package tour, repeated endlessly, is devoted to an unending worship of the past. The churches and palaces of Europe have not been so full in a century filled not by worshippers and nobles but by people who move through these great rooms in a vague, unfocused manner as if they expected to come across the trace of some lost promise. This endless wandering is treated as the superficial product of a prosperous society. But why then do we millions move so insistently around the globe as if it were a Disneyland linked by jet engines instead of toy trains? What is it we see in the palaces and churches and ruins? Certainly not any reality, either historic or actual. Most of us move through these disaffected caverns knowing little or nothing about the societies which used them or about the contemporary societies which rose out of them. The buses shuttling millions of responsible adults from Versailles to the Eiffel Tower to the Louvre pass, as if blindfolded, through a highly modern city which contains one of the most successful state-of-the-art communications systems and the most powerful administrative elite in the world. We are driven on by a confusion as well as an angst which has become one of the trademarks of the 20th century. This would have amazed the average citizen of 15th century Siena. One of the things we seek in the relics of the past is a manifestation of certainty. We apparently find hints of that reassurance which progress has lost us in the great monuments and in the optimistic images of the past. At the same time, we remain confused over whether our fear of 44F* modern images is over or understated. Certainly these images are out of control. Certainly they are more enemy than friend, as they trivialize beliefs and deify the superficial, while pushing forward public figures who are more image than content. But already our common sense has permitted us to reduce our historic receptivity to images in general. Rather than take television as truth, we have codified its content into iconographic forms. We can denigrate the situation comedies, police series, and family sagas that make up the dramatic arm of television, just as we can categorize the news, analysis, and current affairs programs that make up this information arm, as formula programming. But these are reassuring and misleading reactions. The most accurate context in which to place television programming is that of general religious ritual. Unlike court etiquette or specific types of drama, religious ritual is designed to satisfy everyone. Like Leave It to Beaver or any other sitcom, religions at their very heart are classless. Like television, they eschew surprise, particularly creative surprise. Instead they flourish on the repetition of known formulas. People are drawn to television as they are to religions by the knowledge that they will find there what they already know. Reassurance is consistency and consistency is repetition. Television, both drama and public affairs, consists largely of stylized popular mythology in which there are certain obligatory characters who must say and do certain things in a particular order. After watching the first minute of any television drama, most viewers could lay out the scenario that will follow, including the conclusion. Given the first line of banter in most scenes, a regular viewer could probably rhyme off the next 3 or 4 lines. Nothing can be more formal, stylized and dogmatic than a third-rate situation comedy or a television news report on famine in Africa. There is more flexibility in a Catholic Mass or in classic Chinese opera. On television, fixed, standard, facial expressions are required during and after the standard ritualistic events. The manner in which the camera's SH, X, T is part of established practice. These were first limited by the studio size and by the cost of equipment, but now the 3 basic camera shots, developed for sitcoms, have become part of television's stylized repetition. The camera work in turn dictates when and where the characters may move within each scene. As in the endless church paintings of the resurrection or the day of judgment or heaven, everyone has a designated role and place. The approved gestures and sounds of television have now so impregnated our society that even when a neophyte politician or an untrained member of the public is interviewed, he or she falls almost effortlessly into the standard patterns of reply. Television has become the daily religious service of the modern world. 455. Indeed, Christ's parables have been used as the basis for the continual moralizing which television drama delivers. Every half-hour or hour-long segment requires at least one moral lesson in order to drive the ritual onward. Television public affairs is no different. Each report from a journalist outside the studio must be constructed in parable form in order to pose a moral dilemma if the story is not complete, or to deliver a moral point if it is. This necessity to moralize demonstrates just how little public affairs television is related to print journalism and how much it is part of imagery. The fact that reality bears little resemblance to what the screen shows is known on some level by the viewer. He or she understands that, beyond the television set, out on the streets, the world will be very different from the prescripted moralizing and the easy police drama killings. This is understood in the same way believing Christians once understood that outside the church, in which they had just eaten the flesh of Christ, they would find disordered, filthy streets smelling of sewerage. This ability to understand is by no means infallible. When societies are at the end of a line of evolution, there is often confusion as to which is reality and which ritual. The result can be disastrous. One of the most famous incidents of this sort was Marie Antoinette's "Let them eat brioche." Out it snapped, fast and witty from her lips, a bon mot filled with subtlety. She didn't mention cake. That would have been a common, heavy-handed joke. In response to the people chanting for bread in the courtyard beneath the salons of Versailles, she recommended that they try the finest of bread, white, light, filled with eggs and butter. Most of the people below wouldn't even have known what brioche was. But then, she wasn't talking to them. Hers was a clever quip delivered, with a turn of her head away from the windows and their view of reality, back to the admiring courtesans who participated with her in the rituals of palace life. It is easy to imagine the progress of these few words, repeated eagerly at first, with the shared, sophisticated understanding of the participants, and then sullenly among some of the servants walking out of the room, along the endless corridors, repeating it to other servants, and on down the stairs, along more corridors, until abruptly it was out in the courtyard and being passed among the population, who took it up in confusion, then with disbelief that their queen could have such contempt for them. Finally, it was repeated with horror and fury as they understood its implications. Marie Antoinette and her companions had lost all sense of what constituted reality. They had no sense of the limitations of court ritual. In the same way we see politicians today who take the ritual of 456. Itella ijan al face *alu with its facile and constant emotions, tears, love, hatred, all held together by a lobotomized Christian morality. They mistake these stylized emotions for the real thing. One of the first to do this was President Lyndon Johnson, who, in all innocence, showed his fresh gallbladder scar to an informal gathering of journalists. Within hours the image was before the public. What could have been more banal? And yet, in a system of predetermined movement, this shocked profoundly. That is to say, Lyndon Johnson did something surprising. And surprise does not reassure, particularly from the head of state. Surprise breeds insecurity. Since then other politicians have cried on air or made personal confessions. On television people cry and confess every minute. But not really. Only ritualistically. During the American presidential primaries of 1972, when the front-runner, Senator Edmund Muskie, cried on television, he destroyed his campaign. When Prime Minister Bob Hawke of Australia did the same thing in the late 1980s, it almost finished him. If a real public figure cries on television, it affects the public in the same way that a priest could affect his parishioners by filling the communion plate with slices of real flesh, not wafers. Like all ritual, television is also beyond the obligations of linear participation. When McLuhan originally wrote about television, he imagined that watching would require active participation from the viewer. We now know that passive will do. Viewers participate by knowing the ritual. They don't actually have to be present or paying attention all the time. The television generations have a tendency to watch 2, 3, or more programs at once. This is not because the programs are vs news, it is because the viewer already knows the content and is more or less indifferent to it. What attracts him is participation in the eternal ritual of these programs. And while past generations could only wander in and out of one mass at a time, today we can participate in 2, 3, 10, 30, 40 rituals at once by simply pushing a remote control to \ice. An hour or so of doing this is enough to reveal that these are not 40 rituals, they are 40 variations on the same reflection. This is not formula programming but ritualistic repetition. The Sirius channel switcher can hive a sort of electronic nirvana, in which all structures disappear and only a totally familiar void envelops him. Even reruns are satisfying supports for this system. The eating of Christ's flesh is clearly a more exciting moment in the Mass than the preparatory prayers. In the same way, viewers wait to see Lucille Ball, in the old series, One Love Lucy, go through the prescribed television movement's lore the nth time. During the peak Christmas viewing period in 1989, one of her reruns on U.S. television beat almost every new program and stood 6th in the national Nielsen viewer ratings. 457. Of course, here and there programs struggle against all this. And there are individuals who not only have a great understanding of how electronic media work but who struggle to use their talents in order to make the programs do unexpected things. In most countries this amounts to a few hours a week. Those programs have an impact out of all proportion, not only because what they offer is better, but because all ritual delights in occasional nonconformism. Television falls into the same category as most modern, highly sophisticated systems. It is labor-intensive and pays well. In order to feed the insatiable hunger of airtime, it draws masses of people with creative talents into its structures. Those people might have made a contribution to the search for accurate and real reflections of man's state. Instead they have been sucked into the imaginary royal court of television ritual. Their situation resembles that of the 18th century European aristocracy, who were drawn off their land, away from regional responsibilities as well as public and military service, in all of which they were desperately needed, and into the glittering orbit of the royal courts which turned upon apparently essential ritual. As a result, though they were no longer free to create trouble for the monarch, neither were they available to contribute to the well-being of their societies. Ritual always carries with it a directness and immediacy. The wafer is the flesh of God's Son. A man's presence in the royal bedchamber at a certain hour makes him important. The color of a man's jacket or the shape of his shoes makes him a gentleman or a noble. Ritual creates a sense of heightened reality through the abstraction of concrete elements. Television ritual has taken a major step beyond this. Its images are not abstractions of reality. They are in themselves more real than ordinary reality. Television's images of death are more convincing than an actual death. In a sense, if televised death is more believable than real death, then television has succeeded in capturing the eternal image. The degree to which electronic death has taken over our images of mortality can be seen in the general disappointment when a real death is televised. In the 1970s, a CBC film crew went into a palliative care unit in Winnipeg and recorded, with his permission, a man's slow decline to death. An enormous audience zoomed in with anticipation on his last moments as his final breaths eased in and out. And when he died, he did it so quietly that the electronic sight and sound machinery didn't pick up any change. The audience had to be told that he was now dead. There were and are far more believable deaths 10 times a night on television and in every movie house. For each of those deaths, the lighting would be right, the camera in the best spot in order to catch the tiniest expression, the sound perfect, the color remarkable. The process from life to death would be clearly delineated. These would be believable deaths. A few of them would be remarkable cathartic exp. 458. Renses. In an average week of French television in 1988, there were 670 murders, 15 rapes, and 27 torture scenes. 13 television in most countries would be in the same range. We have always been exposed to quantities of violent images. Paintings with their decaying, decapitated, and martyred bodies were even more explicit. Their explosive effect on a world without the photograph or the film is now difficult for us to imagine. The public areas, churches, town halls, squares, and palaces were filled with painted and sculpted violence. People lived in public spaces in a way we no longer do. The difference between these images and those of film, television, and video is not the genius or the emotive quality of one or the other. It is the perfection to the point of banality of the latter. And they are believable. Even the most pedestrian animated drama can produce what are, in effect, beautiful murders. Societies have always organized themselves on the basis of self-restraint and generally accepted rules of action. The electronic image seems to have slipped through these nets of restraint and of ordered action simply because it appeared so suddenly and in such an unexpected manner. Society could force the medium to restrain itself. Perhaps what has confused people is that day after day, in almost every program, the images persistently throw basic Western moral mythology together with uncontrolled violence. The latter negates absolutely the former. This confusion can be seen in the American public's reaction to the coverage of the Vietnam War. It is often said that the public lost its enthusiasm for the war because of the violence shown them by new cameras, specifically because of the images which showed GIs and Vietnamese children dying. In reality, they didn't see many deaths and very scenes of unleashed violence. The viewers were far more put off by the way this war upset their ritual and mythology. GIs were meant to be patriotic winners on the side of good. The nationalist adaptation of Christ's parables is very clear about this stylized role. But it was clear to any television viewer that these young men, constantly being interviewed on various battlefields, were not winning. They seemed confused about what they were doing there, confused about American mythology in relationship to this conflict, confused about what the side of good consisted of. Above all, they didn't sound or look like one Leros. I.e. viewers, including the politicians, blamed the journalists for these images, that is, they blamed the messenger. Behind the angry accusations of bias and unpatriotic attitudes, there was a real confusion over how the ritual images had been turned on their head so as to breed insecurity with unsettling scenes. A sensible answer might have been that the war was complicated while ritualistic dramas are not. They are. 459. Simple. The moral roles within them are carefully delineated. As a participant, you are either in the right or in the wrong. As a viewer, you automatically identify with the characters who are in the right. And you constantly hope that those who are in the wrong will repent or at least indicate regret before they die. The television viewer's participation is both intense and passive, intense precisely because the ritual deals with basic assumptions, thanks to which the viewer may remain passive. He is dependent on the continued functioning in good order of the system. The viewer can change nothing. And so, because the images coming out of Vietnam were disturbing the established iconography, mythologies, and rituals, the public exercised its power. It seized its remote control device and turned the war off. With the real war over, both television and cinema were freed to return to ritual images. In no time at all they had rejuggled the Vietnam conflict so that the GI could once again become a hero. The Vietnamese, having been identified during 10 years of war as the aggressor against little guys, could not suddenly become the villains. Instead, the image people reached into basic mythology and identified individual American officers, sergeants, or corporals as the specific villains. Thus the American GI was fighting for right on behalf of the American people. However, a small group of un-American Americans betrayed the cause. They fitted into an iconography which can be traced from Benedict Arnold through to the communist agents of the 1950s. Oliver Stone's film Platoon is a perfect example of this. He even provided two sergeants, one good, one evil, in order to clarify the fact that American sergeants are good. Unfortunately, one in particular was evil. It is an Old Testament approach, dependent on the myth of the fallen angel as the exception to the rule. It also handily clears everyone else of responsibility. Platoon was part of the same process as the Rambo movies. However, the pure Rambo approach at least carries the honesty of a blatant lie. The Stone version is sophisticated distortion aimed at re-establishing an electronic moral parable. The 1991 military campaign in Iraq demonstrated just how well the authorities had learned their lesson. They did not simply restrict access of journalists and, above all, television to the real war. They carefully chose appropriate images for release. That is, they designed the war's appearance. From the point of view of the electronic age, this visual management has rightly been compared to the war in Vietnam. But from the point of view of the public's access to independent information, the Iraq War had historic significance. For example, the citizen had far less access in 1991 to what was actually happening on the battlefields than it had had during the American Civil War, the Crimean War, or the Boer War. As with Vietnam, knowledge about the conduct of these earlier wars had an important impact on political events at home. Fear. 460. FTOL. The modern image, the cumbersome nature of the electronic eye and the sophistication of modern management methods have all encouraged the authorities to remove an imperfect but nevertheless established democratic right. I.e., electronic media, like most modern structures, specialize in cut and paste jobs intended to rationalize reality, that is, to force reality into an abstract form. It isn't surprising that so much anxiety runs through our societies. People feel attached to the uncontrollable images and yet are drowning in them. Their fear swells while technology continues to progress, leaving man behind as a mere viewer. It is as if these reflections of death more convincing than death, of violence more terrifying than violence, of women more beautiful than women, of men stronger than men are all godlike and unbearable. In coming alive, they seem to have captured a monopoly on believable exaggeration and thus filled the normal space of the human imagination with graphic animations which leave room for little else. The internal fear from which we now suffer resembles that of a caveman with the image prowling about outside in place of our imagination. It is as if ritual has been refined to its ultimate form. In the past it was limited in the West not only by the imperfections of the static image but by the presence of God. The official school, established by St. Augustine, had God as the original creative force behind these images. But the practical reality of belief had him as an idolatrous force, filling an endless quantity of images and statues with some part of his power, so that he could be found at the center of all reflections. The sacrifices, the martyrdoms, even beauty and love had meaning only in that divine context. Now the death of God combined with the perfection of the image has brought us to a whole new state of expectation. We are the image, we are the viewer and the viewed. There is no other distracting presence. And that image has all the godly powers. It kills at will. Kills effortlessly. Kills beautifully, it dispenses morality. Judges endlessly. The electronic image is man as God, and the ritual involved leads us not to a mysterious holy trinity but back to ourselves. In the absence of a clear understanding that we are now the only source, these images cannot help but return to the expression of magic and fear proper to idolatrous societies. This in turn facilitates the use of the electronic image as propaganda by whoever can control some part of it. I.e., electronic perfection of the image has been the final step in Western man's search for a pure idolatry. The process, which began with Pope Damasus integrating the rational and pagan foundations of Rome into the Christian Church, and which took another major step with Raphael's completion of the perfect static image while portraying the Athenian principles for a Renaissance pope, has now come to an end. Man's consuming inner fear is a reflection of that finality. It is as if we 461 and our image were turning in an eternal circle, staring warily and meaninglessly at each other. The first sign of an aggressive human reaction to this capture of our visual imagination came with the abrupt appearance and growth of comic strips. 45 years after the invention of the photographic plate, 39 after the photographic film, and 5 after the invention of photogravure, this awkward, naive, unsophisticated, voluntarily inexact form of imagery popped up in England. The British ally slopes of 1884 evolved into the first American newspaper strip, The Yellow Kid, in 1896. It led to the phrase yellow journalism. The success of The Yellow Kid led to a proliferation of comic strips: Crazy Cat in 1913, Little Orphan Annie in 1924, Tintin and Tarzan in 1929, then hundreds of others. A reasonable projection would have been that, as the cinema progressed, these crude, manual, moving stories would have made less and less sense. The arrival of talkies in 1927 should have ended the matter once and for all. Instead, 1 year later, Mickey Mouse made his first appearance in an animated cartoon. The success of this movie made no sense at all. Why would anyone watch an obviously unbelievable-looking mouse when there were images of real filmed people? And yet Mickey became more popular than any movie star. In 1935, the first full-length comic book appeared and started an explosive new growth in these crude pictures. As the electronic images of real people improved to the point of perfection, so the cartoon increasingly became a release mechanism for the visual imagination, or, rather, for the human need to exaggerate. That Mickey Mouse is still the most famous man in the world merely confirms that Disney was more important for the image than Picasso or any other modern painter. They have all had to struggle against the prison of the perfect image. Disney actually released the image from prison. The return of William Blake to a position of great influence gave an indication of what was happening. Blake had combined the mystical with the narrative by using figures not unlike the cartoon figures of today. At the same time, he was the first to show that the immortal image was seated deeper in our imagination than in reality. The second cartoon revolution rose in a Europe recovering from World War II. Perhaps the violent lunacy which had swept back and forth across the continent for 6 years released the necessary emotions. In any case, the Belgians, French, and Spaniards began to produce hardbound book-length comic strip novellas known as bande dessinée, BD. Iouk Luke, an off-the-wall cowboy, became the new Mickey Mouse. J. Asterix, a warrior of ancient Gaul, evolved into a familiar Freudian repository of the French character. Marshall McLuhan, in a letter to the historian Harold Innis, noted in 1951 that the comic book has been seen as a degenerate literary form instead of a nascent pictorial and dramatic form. 14 The medium has exploded out of this nascent state, with an energy even he could not have imagined. Then, in the 1960s, came a third explosion. Uncontrolled bouts of imagination produced cartoon novels filled with violence, exaggeration, sex, and speed. A whole frustrated, irrational dream seemed to be bursting onto these pages, as if in reply to the perfect, predictable images of television and films. Ranxerox, for example, is a robot man who punches out eyes and pulls off hands. He also makes love for hours on end. 15 But there is irony in his character, and the books contain a cold, fearful vision of what we are becoming. The painter Bilal is the hero of many BD creators. In 1986 he published a cartoon novel called La Femme Page. 16 This woman trap lives in a future world, sordid, in decline. The future that Bilal draws is dated only a few years ahead of us. London and Berlin are morgues fought over by bizarre revolutionary armies. The woman has blue hair, blue lips, and kills men. Men with birds' heads are somehow linked to Egyptian mythology. Time is precise but in constant movement back and forth. There is a general and profound sense of fear which none of our electronic images could produce. This overflowing of fears and repressed imaginations, along with open criticism of the status quo, which television faithfully respects, increasingly through the 1970s and 1980s began to appear in such monthlies as Metal, Hurlant, Pilote, Heavy Metal, Harakiri, Charlie Hebdo, and most recently the American magazine Raw, edited by Art Spiegelman. When 16,000 French teenagers were interviewed in 1986 on the question of literacy, they were asked about their reading preferences. 17 more than one preference was permitted. The first 9 were as follows. 1. Comic books, bande dessinée, 53%. 2. Adventure or historical novels, 40%. 3. Police or spy novels, 38%. 4. Science fiction, 30%. 5. Magazines or reviews for teenagers, these contain comics, 26%. 6. Fairy tales and legends, 19%. 7. I.O. stories, 18%. 8. Reporting, exploitation, travel, 18%. 9. Classical novels, 18%. 463. A more interesting question would have been what their visual preferences were, after putting comic books on the same list as paintings, television, video, and film. Once a year some 200,000 people come to a 6D gathering in Angoulême. And the 2 television series which imitate comic book mythology, Star Trek and Doctor Who, are the focus of equally popular annual conventions. It is hard to imagine any living painter or group of painters effortlessly drawing such crowds or causing the real excitement these fairs do. Certainly the gathering of film industry professionals at Cannes does not bear comparison. Nor does its television equivalent. In North America, newspapers have maintained their daily quota of strip cartoons. These were once limited to the comics page for children and to the editorial page for adults. Gradually, strip cartoons which are social, political, and simply entertaining have spread to other pages. Jules Feiffer and Gary Trudeau among others have gone from there to hardback annuals. Whole sections of bookstores are now filled with these cartoon volumes. It was only a matter of time before American book-length original cartoons began appearing in hardback. The first to make an impact was Art Spiegelman's Mouse. 8. Using simple, almost crude black and white drawings, Spiegelman managed to find a new way to reopen the healing wounds of public sensibility over the Holocaust. The Jews in his book are portrayed as mice, the Germans as cats. At the same time translations of BD began to appear. One of the constant themes in these dramatic comics is that Western society is in decline and that its peoples are gripped by an inner fear. Each image appears to refute the false hyperrealism and reassuring moralization of television and the cinema. In the midst of this evolution, a number of painters turned to the cartoon. Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein, for example, played with these images, but only within the context and vocabulary of official art. The effect on the art experts was shock. They concluded that these painters were revolutionaries. But Warhol and Lichtenstein were more like court painters who sought to attract attention by parading around a palace without their wigs. They were still addressing themselves to the court and its courtiers and still doing so within its structures. This is quite different from the cartoonists, who, if anything, more closely resemble the craftsmen/painters who preceded Raphael. They deal with reality and address society as a whole. While the Warhols and Lichtensteins engage in sophisticated, amusing, shocking imitations of reality, the cartoonists actually seek new reflections of reality. The official artists do amuse the court of critics, experts, and social followers. In a way they are more conservative and patronizing than the official artists of the late 19th century. Take Lichtenstein, for example, who was pushed to paint blown-up versions of comic strips. W. Hen, in 1960, one of his sons pointed to a Mickey Mouse comic book and said, "I bet you can't paint as good as that." He painted an outsized picture of Donald Duck. In 1962 he caused a sensation in the art world with his cartoon-based show at the Castelli Gallery in New York. In November 1963, Lichtenstein said, "My work is different from comic strips, but I wouldn't call it a transformation. What I do is form, whereas the comic strip is not formed in the sense I'm using the word. The comics have shapes, but there has been no effort to make them intensely unified." 19. This may sound surprisingly pretentious from the mouth of the leading pop artist, but Lichtenstein, after all, for a good part of his life was a university professor of art. On the other hand, copying comic strips made him rich and famous. This process had to turn, however, on one shared assumption that Lichtenstein was an artist, while the cartoonists were not. There could be no clearer example of how completely the craft and art functions have been separated by Western society. In hijacking the secondary idea of personal artistic merit, the artist himself loses track not simply of the technical craft so essential to earlier painters, but of the real relationship between the painter's image and the public. Lichtenstein ripped off the true public images, the comics, while denigrating them and thus amusing his fellow experts. Like most people caught up in the abstract reality of ritual, they assumed quite naturally that the cartoon was just an amusing tool to be manipulated by their talents. There really isn't much difference between Marie Antoinette's bon mot over bread and brioche and Warhol's soup cans. They are both expressions of clever artificiality, not of intelligent relevance. What the artistic profession, with all its training schools for analysis and production, its museums, and its experts devoted to judgment, missed was that the cartoonists have been seizing many of the tools of imagination which they have been laying down and which the perfect images of television have been unable to use. The cartoonist, almost alone, was still playing with the old conundrum of the image, society, and immortality. What appeared to the rational, professional mind to be escapism was an attempt to go beyond the apparent reality which seems to have imprisoned our imagination. While Lichtenstein was mindlessly exploiting the images created by others, they, the others, were moving on, finding new images. While Warhol strove so desperately to shock with other people's ideas, a cartoonist called Chester Brown was drawing high, in which the President of the United States was a talking penis attached to the body of an anemic small-time criminal. 20. No doubt some post-Warhol professional will eventually do an artistic version of this image in Le Procès Verbal, a novel by the French writer L. Clésio. The hero says, "I am in the cartoon of my choice." 21. A short time later, rational society locks him up and tells him that he is insane. To a remarkable degree, the visual side of the humanist tradition is now in the hands of the cartoonist, as is the quest for the immortal image. The art experts with their client artists are increasingly the allies of the television sitcom and of imprisoned reality. It is hardly surprising in a society which seems to be in decline, but worships structure too much to do anything about it, that imagination should be treated as an enemy and not as a friend of the people. The next chapter of this struggle began in earnest in 1991 with the appearance of the film Terminator 2. Through the use of computer programming, cartoon figures were created which appear to be real filmed people. This was the culmination of a decade of increasingly bold experiments: real babies with computer-designed mouths superimposed to make them talk, real heads combined with computer-designed bodies as in the film Tron. However, with Terminator / it has become possible on screen to cut in half the head of a real person, Arnold Schwarzenegger, for example, and then put it back together again. In other words, the ritualistic images of the electronic world can now simulate that freedom of visual imagination which had taken refuge in the cartoon. It is as if the entire magical line of imagery had been occupied by the official school of ritual. Man-made imagery revolves, as it always has, around the forces of fear, magic, and ritual. A radical change in the relationship between the last two cannot help but lead to a growth in the first. The more sophisticated the controlling images become, the more likely it is that individuals will seek reassurance in increased levels of fear. It is as if the last known refuge of visual imagination and fantasy had been occupied by the forces of structure. 19. Life in a box. Specialization and the individual. Surely we live in the paradise of the individual. Proof enough lies all around us. The uniforms of class and function are dropping away. Libel and security laws aside, any man or woman may say what he or she wishes on any subject without fear of going to jail. We may dress as we wish, wear our hair short or long, engage in uncountable marital, sexual, and sports activities, almost all of which are available to all people irrespective of background. Only a few bastions equipped with a peculiar combination of class and cost can resist parts of this general, populist how. We may read information of all sorts and persuasions or travel around the world for almost nothing, just to see for ourselves what once we had to learn from narrow public sources, which usually passed on their own unverifiable prejudices. And yet, what is real individualism in the contemporary secular state? If it is self-gratification, then this is a golden era. If it has to do with personal public commitment, then we are witnessing the death of the individual and living in an age of unparalleled conformism. Specialization and professionalism have provided the great innovations in social structure during the age of reason. But they have not created the bonds necessary for public cooperation. Instead, they have served to build defensive cells in which the individual is locked. Much of modern individualism has been confined to superficial and personal matters. Our dentist, for example, leans over us, his skin tanned from a trip to some southern island, his teeth perfectly white, his shirt open 2 buttons to reveal a gold chain, his hair permed into perfect curls, his second or third wife waiting at home for their evening out in a nouvelle cuisine restaurant. On his tongue there is talk of wine vintages, tennis, and squash. No doubt his car has some fast form and has been imported from another country. Or it has a Tufftown N. 467. Country appearance, which indicates that he owns a weekend place. Can this possibly be the same blacksmith who pulled teeth in his spare time a few centuries ago? Or the lugubrious, black-suited pain inflictor satirized in Daumier's drawings? Or even the figure of fun joked about by Wilde? Or by Shaw? Wretched, bankrupt ivory snatcher. Gum architect. It's your business to hurt people. 1. No. This is modern man. The individualist in quest of inner peace and happiness. The dominant mythology of the West to all intents and purposes remains the American dream. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life and liberty having been assured, the contemporary middle-class individual concentrates on the pursuit of happiness. Now we may divorce with facility or, for that matter, not marry at all but live in couples outside religious and civil law. No longer respecting hypocritical public decorum, we can see naked bodies entwined on the advertising pages of mainstream magazines, as well as in various stages of copulation in mainstream films. By simply reaching a little higher on any magazine rack, we can buy concentrated sex images. For that matter, we can walk through a door in any city and pay a small sum to see females or males or both acting out live intercourse. Less than 50 years ago, an actress was considered not good enough to marry a middle-class son. His family would have cut him off if he tried. She was considered little more than a prostitute. Clothed while on stage or film, once off she removed them too easily. Now middle-class parents are thrilled if their daughter goes to acting school. They don't seem to mind if she later appears on the screen, naked or in sex scenes, provided this exposure takes place in a serious movie. Equally, an army officer would have refused an accountant as his son-in-law less than half a century ago. Now he would welcome him into the family. Knowing how not to contribute to the financing of the public will has become a generally accepted virtue of individualism. This widespread freedom of choice is the product of reason's victory over arbitrary social values. The individual has been allowed out of his socially constructed cage. That, at least, is the contemporary myth. What is not clear, however, is what that liberation has to do with the fulfillment of individualism. The lessons of history seem relatively clear. Societies on the rise are simple, unadorned, and relatively uncompromising. Those on the decline are given to open-mindedness, self-indulgence and the Baroque. The Romans of the Republic and early Empire were farmers with well-defined duties and a simple way of life. The early Americans were good country gentlemen, unadorned except for their imaginations and their willingness to work. The leadership of such societies generally reflects these unpretentious characteristics. George Washington is the most famous modern example. Even in his own time he was presented as a latter-day Cincinnatus, the early Roman leader who served selflessly and then gave up power to return to his 468 fields. But long before Washington there had been men like Henry IV, the first of the great modern kings, who in the early 1600s swept away protocol, ornament, and grandeur. This he extended to refusing to bathe. It was Henry who wrote to his mistress, "Don't bathe. I'm coming home." These nascent, healthy societies are invariably imbued with a self-righteousness which is often tied to religious and moral inflexibility. And their mythologies of simplicity and goodness invariably turn a blind eye to political realities. The Romans and Americans, for example, were driven by military expansion and a slave-based economy. Nevertheless, such people tend to succeed, and with success comes a comfort which in turn allows for greater ornament and self-indulgence. Who could blame them? And if that is degeneracy, well, societies are made to come and go. One can only hope that they will be allowed to go gently by the new tribe, which will inevitably appear to fill the void left by the old one's loss of ambition and self-restraint. It doesn't take much effort to argue that we in the West show all these signs of indolent degeneracy and are therefore prime candidates for replacement. However, it is not clear that what we now think of as individualism is entirely an expression of self-satisfied self-indulgence. After all, our idea of the individual was formed by several centuries of struggle between the arbitrary powers of church and state on the one hand and the disciples of reason on the other. The product, the citizen of the late 20th century, bears little resemblance to the degenerate Roman or the degenerate 18th century European aristocrat. Surely the dentist just described, with his harmless indulgences, is not our equivalent of a Neronic pleasure seeker. Surely the modern citizen's devotion to the virtues of superficial individualism is not of great importance. These pleasures are mere artifice. The real state of individual development in our society can be seen in the way the citizen operates when faced by the structures of power. For example, an individual's willingness not to conform can best be measured when nonconformism threatens his life or that of his family, friends, or other citizens. Fortunately, we don't have many opportunities for that sort of test. On the other hand, we are measured every day by our responses to questions which have to do with such things as personal income, careers, and public policy. A civilization which claims to have been constructed upon the foundation of the participating individual citizen will stand or fall on our detailed reaction to these questions. Thomas Mann set out the two sides of this argument perfectly in The Magic Mountain. To be an individualist, one had at least to recognize the difference between morality and blessedness. To an individual is 469. Someone who takes upon himself an understanding of what is moral and who monitors his own conduct. A man who depends upon blessedness is one who relies upon God and his representatives to define morality and to enforce it. He is a child of God, a ward who would not dream of claiming personal responsibility. The individual is more like a child who has grown up and left home. More dramatically put, man killed God in order to replace him. Either that or, having killed God, man was obliged to fill the resulting void. In either case he assumed the powers of moral judgment previously limited to divinities. But none of the individual freedoms so prized by the dentist seem relevant to the citizen assuming God's role of judgment, that is, the role previously played by God's personal representatives on earth, the churches and the divine monarchs. The powers involved are practical and real. The only question is who will seize them. He who does so determines the shape of the life that others will enjoy or endure. The supreme act of individualism in a rational society should be for each citizen, in concert with the others, to seize those powers in order to exercise them for the common good. The supreme abrogation of individualism is for the citizen to be out buying a BMW while someone else is exercising his or her power of judgment. Those rights and privileges so cherished by the dentist seem to indicate a charming state of blessedness normally associated with earlier societies governed through divinity-directed mechanisms. Just how confused we are over what we mean by individualism can most easily be seen by looking at the West from the outside. Buddhist societies are horrified by a great deal in the West, but the element which horrifies them most is our obsession with ourselves as a subject of unending interest. By their standards nothing could be unhealthier than a guilt-ridden, self-obsessed, proselytizing white male or female, selling God or democracy or liberalism or capitalism with insistent superior modesty. It is clear to the Buddhist that this individual understands neither herself nor his place. He is ill at ease in his role, Matt Dan's essay Po, a hypocrite taking out her frustrations on the world. As for the contemporary liberated Westerner, who thinks himself relaxed, friendly, open, in tune with himself and eager to be in tune with others, he comes across as even more revolting. He suffers from the same confused superiority as his guilt-ridden predecessor, but has further confused himself by pretending that he doesn't feel superior. While the Westerner does not see or consciously understand this, the outsider sees it immediately. The Westerner's inability to mind his own business shows a lack of civilization. Among his most unacceptable characteristics is a determination to reveal what he thinks of as himself: his marriages, divorces, and children, his feelings and loves. The European likes to think of that as an American characteristic, but the 470 F** difference between the continents is merely one of degrees. Any man or woman produced by the Judeo-Christian tradition is dying to confess unasked, if necessary. What the Buddhist seeks in the individual is, first, that he understands he is part of a whole and therefore of limited interest as a part, and, second, to the extent that he tries to deal with the problem of his personal existence, he does so in a private manner. The individual who appears to sail upon calm waters is a man of quality. Any storms he battles within are his own business. Of what, then, does Western individualism consist? There was a vision, in the 19th century, of the individualist as one who acted alone. He had to do so within the constraints of a well-organized society. Even the most anti-restraint of thinkers, John Stuart Mill, put it that the liberty of the individual must be thus far limited: he must not make himself a nuisance to other people. 3. But if the constraints of 19th century Western civilization did put him in danger of causing a nuisance, he could simply go, or be sent, to the frontiers of North and South America or to Australasia. There he could give almost free rein to his individual liberty by engaging in a concretely existential life. If that sort of freedom was too extreme, there were still the endless sectors of the empires, where a man could go without cutting his ties to his own society while still freeing himself to varying degrees from that society's constraints. Those who wished maximum freedom could have themselves sent to the very edges of the empires as factors of the Hudson's Bay Company or district commissioners in the southern Sudan, for example, where there would not be another Westerner within weeks of travel. Rimbaud fled Paris and poetry for an isolated Abyssinian trading post, where his chief business was rifles and slaves. This personal freedom killed him, as it did many others. In his case the weapon was disease, which was a more common danger for such people than violence. Those who wished to be at a nuisance-free distance and yet avoid too much individuality might go to a frontier regiment like the Rajputs in northern India or to the Legion in Algeria. There they would be released from the control of British and French society but restrained by regimental structure. Even without leaving the West, a man eager for individual action could find room for maneuver within the rough structures which stretched beyond 19th century middle-class society. In the slums, hospitals or factories, men from suffocating backgrounds could struggle against evil or good as if they were at war. By the 1920s, the worst of these rough patches were gone and the individual's scope of action was seriously limited. In a stable, middle-class society, restraint was highly prized. Curiously enough, this meant that, with even the smallest unrestrained act, a man could make a nuisance of himself and thus appear to be an individual. 471. That is one explanation for the rise of artistic individualism, a form of existentialism which did not necessarily mean leaving your country, although it often did involve moving to the margins of society. The prototypes were Byron and Shelley, who fled in marital disorder across Europe, calling for political revolution along the way. Lermontov was another early model exiled to the Caucasus, where he fought frontier wars, wrote against the Central Powers he hated and engaged in private duels. Victor Hugo was a later and grander example, leaving France in protest and refusing to return as long as Louis Napoleon was on the throne. These acts required a certain courage, a certain conviction, a degree of personal inner resolve. In many cases they approached the individualism of the frontiersman. But today's individualism can't really be compared to all this existential activity. Is there a relationship between the frontiersman and the self-pampering modern dentist? Between the French legionnaire and the downhill skiing Porsche driver? Between the responsible citizen of a secular democracy and the executive cocaine sniffer? All these people were and are engaged in a form of defiance. But there does not appear to be much room for comparison. The phenomena belong to separate worlds. The individual is an old idea. But individualism, as it began to take form in the early 19th century, was a new expression of great hope. Since ordinary people still retained a memory of the positive side of the Middle Ages of the guilds with their mixture of craftsmanship and social responsibility, it was as if the new individualists were assuming the old responsibilities of the citizen. The memory of the responsible, professional guild member carried within it a still older memory, that of the citizen in the Greek city-state. The Athenian citizen, the idealized individual, had remained a semi-mythological role model for the citizen throughout Western history. In fact, this continuity was an illusion. It had been destroyed when the power of the guilds and of the burghers and their towns was swept away by the wars of religion and replaced by the rise of the kings with their absolute, national powers. What survived was the idea of professionalism. The kingdoms of Europe were full of officially accredited professionals. However, their role was legitimized not by their competence but by an irrational power structure, a pyramid with God and the king at the top. That is why the idea of professionalism, as it reappeared in the armies of conquering reason, was so intimately linked to the idea that men existed in their own right, not thanks to the license of some arbitrary 472 power. This applied as much to army officers and public servants as it did to traders and manufacturers. The contribution that they made to society via their professionalism was an assertion of their possession of reason. And to possess reason was to be a responsible individual. The rise of the professional was therefore intimately linked throughout the Industrial Revolution, the accompanying explosion of inventions and the growth of the middle classes, with Western man's assertion that he was a responsible individual. He was responsible to the degree that he was competent. Thus the value of individualism was pegged to the soaring value of specialization. By becoming better at what he did, each man believed that he was increasing his control over his own existence. He was building his personal empire of responsibility. This was both the measure of his worth and the sum of his contribution to society as a whole. The assumption seemed to be that this new professionalism would lead to bodies of expertise joining together in a sort of populist meritocracy. The first large-scale manifestation of this idea came in the 1920s, in a horribly twisted form, with the rise of corporatism, which then turned into fascism. This should have been interpreted as confirmation that the historic line from Athens and the guilds was nothing more than myth. The events of the 1920s and 1930s were not isolated incidents. Corporatism reappeared in the 1960s in such places as the British Union movement, the American business group known as the Round Table, and its imitative Canadian equivalent, the Business Council on National Issues. The last two can claim to have set much of their country's contemporary economic and social agendas. The banding together of citizens into interest groups becomes corporatist, that is to say dangerous, only when the interest group loses its specific focus and seeks to override the democratic system. In the case of the British unions and the North American business councils, their every intervention into public affairs has been intended to undermine the democratic participation of individual citizens. These three examples are part of a growing trend. They also demonstrate one of the ways in which the real effect of increasing professionalism has been to isolate the individual. The professional did indeed find that he could build his personal empire, but curiously enough, the more expert he became, the more his empire shrank. As this happened, the individual found himself in an increasingly contradictory position. On the one hand, because he was a virtually all-powerful retainer of information, expertise, and responsibility over a tiny area, his cooperation was essential to others who, although within his general discipline, were themselves experts in other tiny areas. Obviously, the cooperation of the whole group, with each other and with society as a whole, was also essential to the general population. On the other hand, as these tiny